I never asked for this. One moment, I was playing Mountain Blade, tweaking my stats to max, and the next, I woke up in this chaotic, war-torn world. Now, I'm Levi Targaryen, a fallen baron turned frontier knight, and the kingdom is on the brink of collapse. The north is overrun by orcs, giants are building ships in Iceland, and dragons are gathering their forces in the wilderness. The south isn't much better, elves, dwarves, goblins, and worse are everywhere. The nobles? They're too busy scheming against each other to care about the kingdom's survival. But I've got one thing they don't, a maxed out Mountain Blade panel. Strength, agility, charisma, I'm basically a demigod in this world. I've spent the last 3 years building my reputation, fighting in arenas, and surviving in a land where the rich bleed the poor dry. Now, I've been granted a frontier charter, a chance to claim unclaimed lands and build my own territory. The ceremony was unusual. Instead of the legendary Duke Silon, his granddaughter, Leah Iseli, the so-called Highland Tulip, knighted me. She's beautiful, kind, and clearly has her own ambitions. She even offered me a position as her personal guard, but I refused. I didn't claw my way up from nothing to be someone else's pawn. No, I'm going to the frontier. I'll build my own kingdom, recruit my own army, and carve out a place where I'm the one making the rules. The system gave me this chance, and I'm not wasting it. But it won't be easy. The nobles are already plotting, the monsters are gathering, and the kingdom is falling apart. I've got my stats, my skills, and my wits. I'll need every bit of them to survive what's coming. The banquet tonight is just the beginning. The nobles are gathering, and something big is brewing. I'll play their game for now, but soon, I'll be the one calling the shots. This is my story, the rise of Levi Targaryen, the frontier lord. Let the kingdom burn. I'll build something better from the ashes. At the end of June, the highlands were scorching under the fiery sun, baking this southern region. I traveled north along the scenic Tulip Avenue until it intersected with Lionheart Avenue, where I could see the southern city, nestled on a hill by Cerro Lake Cullen. Inside the castle, built of white marble, exquisite statues were everywhere, along with ornate fountains and gardens filled with golden tulips. After all, these pleasing, gold-like objects were the symbol of the Iseli family, the owners of this castle. In the Knight's Hall, detailed murals hung on the walls, vividly illuminated by bright golden candles. Rows of floor-to-ceiling windows surrounded the hall, offering a clear view of the outside scenery. The golden dome shone so brilliantly that I dared not look at it for long. Clang, a one-handed sword gently landed on my shoulder. I forced myself to look away, afraid I couldn't resist climbing up to pry it off and bite it to see if it was made of gold. Kneeling on one knee, I focused intently on the lovely young woman before me, her face solemn and her gaze dignified as she ennobled me. I, Leah Iseli, granddaughter of Silon Iseli, in the name of the Thorn King, guardian of the southern border, Duke of Cullen, hereby ennoble Levi Targaryen as a frontier knight. All unclaimed lands are yours to develop, all unled people are yours to protect. May the three gods of justice grant you courage, honor, strength, justice, and loyalty. You shall vanquish all enemies who come against you. I, Levi Targaryen, witnessed by the three gods of justice, swear in the name of my founding ancestor, Rek Orly, to dedicate my loyalty to the great Duke Silon. From this day forward, your will shall be the belief I hold, and the direction of your sword shall be the path I follow. I will defend this honor with the honor of the Orly family. After flawlessly reciting the investiture proclamation, Leah looked at me with a smile, her bright expression seeming to illuminate the entire Knight's Hall. Levi, welcome to the Iseli family as a frontier knight. It is my honor, Miss Leah, I replied, giving what I thought was my most charming smile. But inside, I felt a slight confusion. Logically, shouldn't it be the Duke himself, the one who quelled the Southern Lizardmen's rebellion and achieved great military exploits, who ennobles me? Why is this Highland Tulip, the Duke's granddaughter, performing my investiture ceremony now? Could it be true, as rumored, that the Duke is nearing his end and intends to pass the title to her, making her the queen of the vast plateau? Isn't that insane? Although the Duke's only son died in that rebellion, his remaining daughters all bore male heirs. No matter how you rank them, the inheritance shouldn't fall to this Highland Tulip, a woman. If such an absurd order were truly carried out, I couldn't imagine the turmoil the Highlands would descend into. But all of this was no longer my concern. As a frontier lord, I would soon be heading to unclaimed lands to develop them. Thinking of this, my smile became even brighter.
Levi, don't you really want to stay in the highlands and become a white robe iron guard?
Leah asked, handing over the rolled-up frontier charter. This delicate highland tulip was making one last effort. I will speak to my grandfather and have you become my personal white robe iron guard, fighting for me. I'm sorry, Miss Leah, my family motto is dare to venture, developing territory is what I should be doing, I replied, taking the frontier charter. I cherished it as if I were holding the girlfriend I had to go through 81 tribulations to get in my previous life, afraid of damaging it even slightly, and carefully put it back in my pocket.
How could I not understand Leah's implication?
But using the guise of a fallen baron, I had mingled in the arena for many years, gradually accumulating a reputation, all to become a noble with territory and properly critique the rich and varied local customs of this other world. The woman before me wanted to tie me to her side with a few words, abandoning a large forest. Her intentions were simply malicious. Women are just stepping stones on my path to success, Sigma males never fall into women's traps.
Moreover, the prospects for this little girl's stock didn't seem very good right now.
Even if I were to bet, I wouldn't likely bet on her. Looking at me with eyes as firm as if I were about to join the clergy, Leah nodded, still wearing an impeccable smile. This newly ennobled knight was the most handsome person she had ever seen. I was 1 8/10 of a rin tall, 1 rin equals 1 meter, but my build wasn't bulky. Instead, I was slender and well-proportioned, with black hair and brown eyes, my handsome face as good as any elf's. She also heard that I was the champion of the southern arena for 2.5 consecutive years, and even those ugly swamp lizard men were no match for me. This was why she had intentionally recruited me to be a white robe iron guard. I was highly skilled in martial arts and more than qualified to be her personal knight. Not to mention, waking up every day and seeing this handsome knight when she opened the door would greatly improve her mood. But she couldn't understand why I would rather go to the harsh, unclaimed lands to develop them than be a white robe knight in Colin. I would rather face those ugly beastmen with beast ears every day than be her personal knight. As the granddaughter of Duke Silon, the tulip of the Highlands, she had gone to the limit of lowering her status to make such a recruitment. After being decisively rejected, she no longer pressed the matter, she had her own pride. But she couldn't help making some judgments about this in her heart. Although this knight was overly handsome, I was ultimately someone who hadn't seen the world and didn't know the good of Colin.
Miss Leah, the Duke has something to discuss with you. A servant wearing a maid's uniform came over. There will be a banquet tonight. Levi, you can attend and leave tomorrow, Leah said with a smile to me, then instructed the little maid beside her, Phila, go arrange accommodations for this night. She displayed the demeanor of a noble to the fullest extent. The recruitment just now seemed like a casual mention, and she didn't get angry even after being openly rejected. After speaking, she gracefully departed. However, I didn't regret it. As for the banquet, I originally wanted to refuse, but now that I had obtained the frontier charter, I couldn't wait to go to the unclaimed lands and show off my skills. But considering that I had just become someone's vassal and showing disloyal intentions would have a bad impact, I still didn't refuse. The maid named Phila led me out of the knight's hall. After walking through a long corridor and turning several corners, I finally reached my destination when I was about to get dizzy. Sir Knight, your room is here, the little maid bowed slightly, making a gesture of invitation. Damn dog landlords. I couldn't help but curse enviously as soon as I entered the room.
The room was covered with carpets woven from high-quality velvet, and just this one carpet was worth dozens of silver coins. The furniture made of red needlewood was placed on the carpet, and the distance between them was extremely particular, presumably placed by a master. It was extremely comfortable to look at, curing my years of obsessive-compulsive disorder. The floor-to-ceiling windows not only allowed sunlight to illuminate the entire room but also provided a clear view of the castle's garden. Looking down through the windows, several richly dressed children were playing in it, and several maids were watching over them. Some people are born in Rome, some people are born as beasts of burden, I muttered, glancing at the leather armor I was wearing, which had followed me through thick and thin and which I had been reluctant to replace for many years. This room, if it were in my previous life, would be equivalent to a large apartment, which I couldn't afford even if I sold my ass. But now, the frontier charter in my pocket filled me with confidence.
I would have a castle, and I would have beast-eared maids. In fact, I wasn't from this world.
Originally, I was a college student who had just graduated from a third-rate university and became a white-collar worker after graduation.
One night, I was playing Mount and Blade.
I had finally earned enough money, recruited militiamen, and was preparing to let go and make a big splash, but I was ruthlessly captured by bandits as soon as I left the city. Unable to bear it, I directly used the import and export cheat, modifying my attributes to the maximum level, preparing to go on a rampage, but I didn't expect that as soon as I finished modifying, everything went black and I transmigrated.
Never import. It's harmful. I ultimately came to this conclusion.
3 years ago, I transmigrated into this world as a fallen baron, and along with my soul, the modified Mount and Blade panel also transmigrated. Relying on my heaven-defying attributes, I initially worked as a robber who helped the poor, and I also worked as a mercenary and ran a business.
Unfortunately, making a living was okay.
But wanting to become bigger and stronger and create more glory, hugging elves on the left and beast-eared girls on the right, was extremely difficult. Those nobles rode on our heads and sucked our blood, and at least 50% of the money we managed to earn had to be handed over. Various city entry fees, head taxes, and that goddamn land maintenance fee. For the first time in my life, I had heard of such a tax. It was said that every time I stepped on the ground, I was destroying it, and the tax was used to maintain the land. I was so angry that I killed the tax official with a pockmarked face on the spot with a sword. After kicking the chopped-off head onto a lamppost to hang, I felt relieved. Sure enough, only hanging on lampposts is the final destination for this group of capitalists. However, I also offended a noble because of this.
Unable to survive in the western border, I came to the southern border to make a living. Only magic can fight magic.
Based on the strategy of joining them since I couldn't beat them, I picked up the title of Fallen Baron from my predecessor, mingled in the arena, accumulated fame, and finally won the title of Frontier Lord.
As for the title? That would depend on how much territory I could develop. Legendary pioneer Richard Orlando also pioneered an empire by his own strength. I was confident that I could do it too. Nothing else, just a cheat. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but open the attribute panel that I hadn't looked at for a long time. Levi Targaryen level, 22 experience, 13484/100000 strength, 45 agility, 43 intelligence, 12 charisma, 41 available attribute points, 21 skills, Iron Skin 13, Power Strike 11, Power Throw 10, Power Draw 10, Weapon Mastery 9, Shield Defense, Max, Riding 11, Horse Archery 10, Inventory Management 1, Persuasion 8, Note, Max Level 15, Available Skill Points, 0 Weapon Proficiency, One-Handed Weapons 685, Two-Handed Weapons 551, Polearms 501, Archery 530, Throwing 629, Crossbows 310-inch, note, max level 720, available weapon points, 1050 when he modified it. In order to avoid excessively destroying the game experience, he only imported and exported a level 1 panel with maxed out attributes. After all, if he imported it as 999, his game character could directly transform into a flying man, crossing the entire map in a second, and even the computer wouldn't be able to react. Thinking about it now, he regretted it immensely. If he had imported everything as 999, he couldn't imagine whether he would cause an earthquake if he punched the ground now. But even with the current attributes, it wouldn't be an exaggeration for him to call himself Levi the Invincible. You have to know that the attributes of an ordinary adult are only 3 or 4 points, and the panel alone is more than 10 times that of ordinary people. Not to mention that the system doesn't follow simple linear calculations, but rather exponential increases. As a result, his strength simply couldn't be specifically detected as many times that of ordinary people. He only knew that in the years he mingled in the arena, neither the Northmen who claimed to be snow warriors nor the green-skinned orcs known for their martial prowess could withstand his big slap. Even those ogres who were 4 or 5 meters tall were just for show, good-looking but useless. He deliberately saved the attribute points and weapon points without using them. Because he found that through exercise, apart from skills, these attributes could be improved. So he thought about improving his attributes through his own exercise first, and then adding points when he really couldn't improve, so that the role of the attribute points would be maximized.
The main reason was that his current attributes were already enough for him, so he wasn't in a hurry to add points.
Is there something big happening today? So many nobles have come?
Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Levi could clearly see nobles with retinues pouring into this luxurious castle at the castle gate.
As vassals of the Aselli family, they wouldn't be summoned into the castle unless there was something major happening. Not to mention just a banquet.
Levi had a bad feeling, and he felt like the Highlands were about to change. But all of this had nothing to do with him. After tonight, he would go to the unclaimed lands to develop them and become a frontier lord.
The confidence of not caring is strength.
In a spacious room, Levi, wearing a thin linen shirt, practiced swordsmanship with a silver one-handed sword. Exquisite patterns were engraved on the sword body made of an unknown metal, which looked extremely expensive. There were no fancy moves, just simple and unadorned thrusts, upward slashes, and swings. Powerful strength, extreme speed, swordsmanship that could enhance strength was tantamount to letting an elephant learn to fight. Instead, it restricted his own strength. Of course, a one-handed weapon proficiency of over 600 points also made his swordsmanship unmatched. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a swordsmanship master. It's just that skills generally only play a role when encountering opponents of the same level.
So far, Levi hasn't encountered an opponent that would allow him to use his swordsmanship.
Just as Levi put down the sword in his hand, a knock sounded at the door. With his permission, a maid walked in and said respectfully, "Sir Levi, the butler sent me to remind you that the dinner party will begin at 7 o'clock in the castle's banquet hall. One-handed weapon proficiency +5, experience +60, alright." Levi sheathed his sword and instructed, "Prepare hot water for me, I want to bathe."
"Yes, sir."
As Levi, accompanied by a maid, arrived at the entrance of the banquet hall, the last rays of the setting sun were gradually fading.
"Sir, please relinquish your sword."
2 guards in bright silver armor stood at the entrance, their imposing figures towering half a head above Levi. Noticing the sword at Levi's waist, they cast sharp glances and instinctively gripped the hilts of their own swords.
"Hey, who are you trying to scare?" Levi met their gaze without flinching. The air grew tense.
Just as beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads, a smile finally appeared on Levi's face as he tossed his sword over. "Big guys, take good care of it.
If you lose it, selling both of you wouldn't be enough to compensate." The heavy atmosphere dissipated.
One of them caught the sword steadily, a sigh of relief escaping him as a smile also touched his lips. "Sir, may you enjoy the banquet." Unknowingly, his tone had become much more respectful.
Levi's gaze earlier had made him feel like his head would be separated from his body the next second.
It sent shivers down his spine. It was like being stared at by a ferocious jungle tiger, leaving no room for resistance.
"Ah!
This is a sword made of mithril. Only elves can forge it, worth at least 500 gold coins." Gulp, that knight wasn't lying. The astonished voices behind him caused Levi's lips to curl up slightly. He could have stored the sword in his system space, but then what would be the point of acquiring it?
Showing off is inevitable. Levi hummed a little tune as he walked into the banquet hall.
Pale light emanated from thousands of unknown gems, illuminating the entire banquet hall as if it were daytime. The floor was covered with a thick layer of red wool carpet, making it feel like walking on clouds. Spacious banquet hall with long wooden tables, covered with fine velvet woven white tablecloths, decorated with golden tulips in the middle. A faint fragrance wafted over, causing Levi to rub his nose involuntarily. To be honest, after being in the arena, which was filled with the stench of sweat and various odors, Levi was still a little unaccustomed to being in such a high-end place. A well-dressed waiter led Levi to the table, one hand behind his back, bowing slightly, and gracefully poured him a red liquid wine.
"What kind of wine is this?" "It's quite good." Levi smacked his lips after taking a sip. "More like fruit wine, it had a rich fruity aroma after drinking it."
"Sir, this is red wine from Golden Orchard." Looking at this bumpkin who was obviously from the countryside, the waiter couldn't help but straighten his chest, his face full of arrogance.
Damn, he got to show off.
In the waiter's slightly contemptuous gaze. Levi drank the wine in the glass like a cow chewing peony, and then looked at the waiter triumphantly.
"I may not understand, but I can drink it." Even if you understand, you can only stand aside and serve, watching me, the knight, drink. The waiter was stunned by Levi's operation, and the next moment he understood the meaning, his face full of astonishment and the ugly look of good cabbage being taken by pigs. "Fill it up for me, sir," Levi said fiercely. Looking at the dejected and honest waiter pouring wine for him, Levi smiled triumphantly. This is the same reason why others are reluctant to ride their newly bought bicycles, but he not only rides them, but also stands up and pedals. Fighting with the knight, you are still too young. At this time, there was still some time before the start of the banquet, but most of the guests had already arrived, whispering to each other. After eavesdropping for a while, Levi found that most of them were discussing what the purpose of the Duke's banquet was to gather them, these vassals. However, Levi saw that some lords had faint smiles on their faces, as if everything was under control, obviously knowing some inside information. Just then, a handsome, burly, blond middle-aged man walked in from the outside, with a beautiful sword hanging from his waist. As a big celebrity, Levi recognized him instantly. This is Damon Iselli, the brother of Duke Silon, known as the Golden Lion of the Highlands. Although he was nearly 50 years old, time did not seem to leave too many marks on his face. This is bad, Levi thought secretly. This Golden Lion of the Highlands had a disagreement with his brother Duke Silon 2 years ago, shortly after he came to the southern border, and was demoted from commander of the Cullen garrison to the border to accompany the Lizardmen. Why is he here all of a sudden? Has he reconciled with Duke Silon? Or is there another reason? The key is that this Golden Lion of the Highlands was demoted to the border because he didn't hide his desire to inherit the title. Levi, who was drinking his wine with his head down, found that many people in the room were greeting this Golden Lion of the Highlands warmly. Even the waiter beside him had a hint of worship in his eyes. It seems that this Damon Iselli, the Golden Lion of the Highlands, is very loved. This is not good news. Not long after, the host of the banquet finally appeared. But the appearance of this Duke Silon was unique. He was carried out by a burly man who was 3 blades tall. Levi even suspected that there was a trace of giant blood in this strong man. The old man in his arms was as thin as a stick, his face was old, his shape was like a dead tree, and the golden hair, the standard of the Iselli family, was like lifeless dead grass. Levi was afraid that this Cullen Duke would die in the next second. It seems that the rumors are not false, this Duke is indeed running out of time. As Duke Silon took his seat at the main seat, the banquet officially began. Young and beautiful maids shuttled between the long tables like butterflies, serving delicious dishes one by one. Honey bear paws, silverfish salad, black truffle layered cake, charcoal grilled venison leg, and Cullen's special tulip flower pancakes, a plate of fresh cherries, and even a pine-scented pork chop that is rarely seen on the tables of nobles, made Levi's index finger move. It seems that staying to attend this banquet is a good decision. This banquet was not to celebrate Levi becoming a vassal of the Iselli family. He, a pioneer lord, didn't have that much face. Levi even suspected that this Cullen Duke, who let his granddaughter infeff him, might not even remember him. As soon as the thought fell, he was named, and then introduced to everyone by this dying Duke Silon. Although it was just a brief introduction, it still made Levi a little overwhelmed, and then began to think about whether this Duke Silon's behavior had other meanings. What made him feel even more bizarre was that Damon Iselli, who was sitting on the right-hand side of Duke Silon, smiled at him kindly. No, there's a problem. He is a down-and-out baron who only gained the title of Pioneer Lord because of his reputation in the arena. Any lord in the room is more famous than him. He doesn't consider himself a talented young man, and he doesn't have anything worth plotting for. How can he be remembered by these 2 big shots? However, Levi just pretended not to see it. He didn't want to step into this bottomless vortex. The experience honed from years of life and death battles made him foresee that something big might happen tonight. The solution is to stay out of it. Levi started eating and drinking on his own. A charcoal grilled deer leg as big as his head was chewed and swallowed in 2 or 3 bites, and palm-sized black pine cakes were eaten one by one. This eating manner, devoid of any noble etiquette, naturally attracted everyone's attention. Some nobles close to him looked disgusted, whispering things like country bumpkin lord and hillbilly. Levi didn't care about these gossips at all.
Compared to the keyboard warriors on the internet in his previous life, the aggressiveness of this group of lords still needs to be improved. And he only needs to say, "I guess you have a close relationship with goblins," to make this group of elegant nobles burst into swear words, quickly turn red, and become a Debian. Debian refers to the people from DB, folk shrew. A scholar once said that there is nothing completely useless in the world, but goblins are very close to this concept. Short and weak, cunning and ugly, always emitting a disgusting stench, the only thing they are good at is breeding like rats, and then dying in droves when food is scarce. So when the Debian refers to the people from DB vernacular, the word goblin can be used to refer to disgusting, dirty, smelly, and even all negative concepts. Most importantly, these goblins love to capture human females for use as breeding machines. So the meaning of this sentence is self-evident. Before long, Levi swept away the food in front of him, touched his stomach, and realized that he was only about 60% full. This food is delicious, but the portions are very small. It inherited the bad habits of high-end restaurants in his previous life, deliberately reducing the portions to reflect the high-end nature of the food. But fortunately, compared to the terrible taste and small portions of his previous life, the dishes here taste very good. People are iron, food is steel, you'll get hungry if you skip a meal. Levi, who was not full, called the maid behind him. "Please give me another portion of rosin pork chops." The maid looked at the handsome knight and nodded with a smile. "Okay, please wait a moment." When the second serving of rosin pork chops was placed in front of him, Levi couldn't wait to eat it in big mouthfuls. It was soft and delicate, with a faint rosin fragrance. These rosin pork chops are said to be made from a special wild boar captured from the Highland rosin forest, and the selection of materials is extremely demanding and precious. If he left the Duke's mansion, let alone whether he could afford it, even if he had money, he would have to spend a lot of money to buy it. So at this time, Levi naturally didn't bother to care about banquet etiquette or noble face. What he eats is his. What's more, in this group of southern nobles, he already had no noble face to speak of. It could be seen from the nobles who were chuckling beside him that they were really ashamed to be with him. When Levi was eating his fourth portion, the castle steward emerged from somewhere, and said with a troubled expression, "Sorry, sir, the rosin pork chops are gone, how about I change it to a charcoal grilled deer leg for you?" Levi seriously suspected that this guy was reluctant to give it to him, so he said that, as for venison? Who cares about this stuff? He shrugged, tacitly. Just then, Duke Shilong at the head suddenly spoke. "I have never liked food that is too greasy, Sir Levi, if you don't mind, you can eat my share." Although this former lion was running out of time, his eyes were still piercing. Levi was a little surprised, but on the surface he still looked honored and saluted. "Duke Shilong, you are as generous as ever, I am extremely willing." "Good, good." The old lion smiled, "A strong knight must have a good appetite, take it." The maid was about to step forward, but Duke Shilong winked at his granddaughter Leah. Leah immediately understood, personally picked up the rosin pork chops from Duke Shilong's plate and walked towards Levi. She was actually wondering why her grandfather was so courteous to Levi, but this smart girl suppressed her doubts and tacitly cooperated with her grandfather to complete this appeasement. Levi was overwhelmed by favor and quickly got up to thank him. "You are a knight personally conferred by me, you don't have to be so polite." Leah put the silver plate in front of Levi, smiled sweetly, like a blooming golden tulip, beautiful and noble. This Highland tulip, tonight wearing a pink gold embroidered long dress, her body proportions are very good, the close-fitting dress highlights every curve of her body, outlining a charming body curve. Exquisite pearl earrings, cat's eye-sized white sapphire on the chest, a strapless dress custom made by a master, all reveal the unique extravagance of the top nobles. Just one glance can produce a distant sense of class, making people feel inferior. But at this moment, the most beautiful tulip on the Highland, personally delivered food to Levi, this clown. This scene stunned everyone at the banquet. Especially those young nobles who intended to start a story with Leah, each of them was spitting fire, wishing they could swallow Levi alive. However, facing the closeness of such a beautiful girl, Levi felt a great sense of vigilance in his heart. Looking at Levi, who was at a loss by his granddaughter's beauty, Duke Shilong raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, "Levi, what do you think of Leah?" Facing Duke Shilong's ambiguous question, Levi was stunned for a moment. Then he denied the possibility that Duke Shilong was intentionally betrothing Leah to him. He still had self-knowledge. In addition to his handsome face and the inexhaustible physical strength that was not like a human, he had nothing else. If the object of the inquiry was a noblewoman, he might consider whether the opportunity for him to take 30 years less detours had come. But now, this sentence must have a deeper meaning. Not only Levi, but everyone present thought so. Leah did not think that her grandfather would marry her to someone who had just become a knight and had not yet made any achievements. Although she knew that Levi would most likely compliment her, as a woman she enjoyed being praised in person, especially by a handsome knight. So with a smile on her lips and anticipation on her face, she looked at Levi, wanting to know what he was like in his eyes. It is said that the gifts of fate have long been marked with prices, and these unprovoked favors will naturally not be free. Isn't it starting to collect interest now? However, the rosin pork chops have been accepted, and now he is still on other people's territory. Levi naturally could not try to offend a powerful duke, and what kind of result it would bring. The power represented by the 4 words powerful duke is not something that can be dealt with by personal martial valor or recklessness. Miss Leah is as beautiful as a blooming tulip, and her mind is as broad as Selua Lakeside. Levi exhausted all the vocabulary he had learned and kept praising. Anyway, he wouldn't lose a piece of meat, at most he would lose some conscience. For example, what a broad mind. Then do you think she has the ability to inherit the title, serve as the Lord of Colin, and manage the entire Highland well? I hope Knight Levi can answer truthfully. Duke Shilong had been paving the way for so long, showing his true colors and finally revealing his ultimate goal. Levi's expression stiffened, and then he bowed deeply in admiration. Good, so that's how you play. Duke Shilong's unprovoked goodwill earlier can now be clearly explained. The purpose of this banquet held by the dying duke was to bring the topic of the heir to the forefront. However, despite having an heir, he wanted to establish a woman as the heir, which would inevitably be met with fierce opposition from his vassals. Therefore, he could only rely on the hands of others. And Li Wei, who was powerless and had just been personally infected by Leah, was clearly the most suitable candidate. First, as a newly appointed vassal of the Aseli family, he had not yet joined any faction, so his words would be more truthful. The words of other lords would inevitably be biased. Second, the first person to stand up, regardless of whether they acknowledged Leah's right to inherit, would inevitably offend a certain faction of lords, which was a thankless task. Coincidentally, Li Wei was powerless, so Duke Shilong didn't care if he would offend him. Third, although the old duke was dying, he was still the duke. Moreover, his goodwill towards Li Wei just now was not done for nothing. He was sure of what Li Wei would choose. Most of the lords were caught off guard by the old duke's words and looked astonished. However, the old duke's move was so perfect that all the lords' eyes fell on Li Wei. Half of the lords in the hall looked at Li Wei kindly, encouraging him to speak his mind, which was completely different from their previous attitude. As for the other half, they looked at him coldly, as if they would pounce on him and tear him to pieces if he said a single wrong word. The one with the most malice was a blonde noblewoman beside the old duke. She was holding a 7 or 8-year-old child in her arms, who was obviously the second in line for the title. Li Wei suddenly became the target of public criticism. Damn old fox, Li Wei cursed inwardly. He had been thoroughly set up. Glancing at Damon Aseli, who was rumored to have designs on the title, Li Wei found that the Highland Golden Lion was somewhat surprised by the old duke's decision but did not react much. He was leisurely drinking the golden wine in his goblet as if he was watching a play. Seeing Li Wei looking at him, he raised his glass and smiled slightly. Li Wei was not sure whether this libertine knight still had the desire to inherit the title. Duke Shilong on the main seat was already a little impatient at this time. He was sure he had him, treating him like a pawn. But Li Wei refused to follow his wishes. An idea flashed through his mind, and he had a plan. First, he saluted the old duke, and then looked at Damon. I don't know if Miss Leah has the ability to inherit the title, but without a doubt, the brave and skilled Lord Damon is the most suitable person to inherit the title, both in terms of ability and inheritance. Speaking of this, Li Wei raised the corner of his mouth and looked at the nobles who were already stunned around him. I think no vassal of the Aseli family would deny this. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked, but they could not refute them. To refute would be to offend Damon Iselli, and no one wanted to offend this impulsive and libertine knight.
Moreover, in terms of inheritance, after Duke Shilong's only eldest son died in the Lizardman riot, Damon Iselli, as his younger brother, was undoubtedly the first heir.
And Damon, with his iron-blooded methods, was enough to rule the entire southern border. Even Damon was surprised that Li Wei would say such a thing, but he didn't seem to care about Li Wei's attempt to shift the blame, and even jokingly said in front of everyone, "That's right, I am my brother's most suitable heir." He himself believed this very much.
"Shut up!" At this time, Duke Shilong was angered by Damon's smug attitude and roared angrily, "You should call me Duke."
His thin body trembled with anger, and his old lion-like eyes stared at his younger brother, like an old lion about to die showing his last majesty. Duke Shilong thought that Damon had repented and understood him, so he called him back from the border, but he didn't expect him to remain incorrigible. "I shouldn't have called you back from the border and then snatched this damn title." The old Duke gasped for breath and said fiercely. Seeing Duke Shilong scolding himself mercilessly in front of everyone, Damon, feeling that he had lost face, also became angry and smashed his glass on the ground. "You just want me to stay on that damn border, accompanying that group of stinky lizardmen every day, keeping me away from Cullen. You know very well that I am the most suitable heir. But you want a woman who only has half of the Iselli family's blood to inherit the title. Why should I let you inherit the title?" Duke Shilong gasped for breath and questioned. "Because I am your brother, we have the same blood flowing in our bodies." Damon roared angrily, expressing his dissatisfaction over the years. "But now you want a bitch to inherit the title." "She is not a bitch, she is your nephew's only daughter. You are her great-uncle." The two confronted each other angrily, scolding each other. They did not care that under the eyes of many vassals, they were like two shrew from the common folk of Deber. Watching the two tearing at each other, Li Wei, who had retreated behind everyone, clicked his tongue secretly. He didn't expect his trick of shifting the blame to work so well. Now everyone's attention was on Duke Shilong and his brother, and no one paid attention to him, a small person. In fact, Li Wei did not expect Damon to directly admit what he said, thus directly triggering the conflict that had long existed between the two. As the two argued more and more fiercely, Duke Shilong, who was already physically weak, suddenly opened his mouth wide, but could not say a word, only making ho-ho sounds. Finally, he slumped down on the chair, his eyes blank. This scene frightened everyone. "Your Grace! Quickly find Scholar Panto!" Everyone scrambled to check on him, but they were all stopped by the white-robed iron guards guarding both sides to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the chaos to assassinate him. And the strong man who seemed to have giant blood immediately picked up Duke Shilong and walked towards the back court. "Brother!" Looking at Duke Shilong, who suddenly fell, Damon's expression was complicated, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. He wanted to follow, but was stopped by several iron guards. With Duke Shilong's illness, the banquet ended without a result. Li Wei also took the opportunity to hide his merit and fame and quietly left. "Sir, this is your sword." Just as he walked out of the double doors, the loyal white-robed iron guard guarding both sides respectfully handed the sword over with both hands. "Good job. If you can't make a living in Cullen in the future, you can come to the northern lands to find me." Li Wei patted the white-robed iron guard's shoulder with satisfaction and hung the sword back on his waist. Regardless of what the iron guard thought, Li Wei strode towards his room. As a newly established makeshift team, his team now only consisted of him and a certain iron fool. So now he was adopting a wide net approach. Regardless of whether he could pry the corner of the wall, it would be a profit if one or two people took the bait as long as he left the bait. The main thing was to cast the net first. Back in his room, Levi pondered what had just happened. He had clearly offended Duke Silan and Damon, that dissolute night, today. Nothing was happening now only because everyone was caught off guard by the Duke's sudden illness, which prevented them from causing trouble for him. Once they recovered, there was no guarantee they wouldn't settle the score later. However, Levi wasn't afraid. If he were, he wouldn't have said those things at the banquet. The chaotic situation in Cologne was now apparent. The Duke didn't have much time left and hadn't named an heir, so everyone with a claim to the title was eyeing the position. Once the Duke finally fell, there would inevitably be a battle for the title. At that time, Cologne would become a meat grinder, and only the victor would emerge. However, none of this had anything to do with Levi, because he was running away. Now that he had the development order, there was no need to stay in this vortex. If he didn't run now, when would he? I shouldn't have left anything behind. After packing his valuables, Levi stood in front of the mirror, tidying his appearance. The person in the mirror was not even 20 years old, with a head of black, choppy hair and a pair of brown eyes, full of heroic spirit, bright as a shooting star. He was tall, well-proportioned, and his well-maintained leather armor was confined by a wide oxhide belt. He wore a pair of fine deerskin hunting boots, and the exquisite longsword hanging at his waist, together forming a spirited and valiant demeanor. Not bad for an otherworldly handsome guy. Levi admired himself for a while, tugged at his waistband, and strode outside. This place was not suitable for a long stay. Running away was the best option. Just staying for a meal had led to so many things happening. If he continued to stay, Levi was afraid he would waste a lot of time in this vortex. Although he wasn't afraid, he didn't want to waste his time here for nothing. However, when he came out of the room and looked at the interconnected corridors, he couldn't help but ponder. I think I went to the right, didn't I? Facing three identical paths in front of him, Levi gritted his teeth, decisively trusted his intuition, and walked to the right, the left. Outside the Duke's bedroom. Only Duke Salon's wife and daughters remained here, their faces full of anxiety, but their eyes hid joy. For them, Duke Salon's death would instead cause a reshuffle of power in Cologne, and as long as they seized the opportunity, they might be able to soar. Leah waited anxiously at the door, wanting to know how her grandfather was, but two of Duke Salon's white-robed iron guards stood faithfully guarding the door, preventing anyone from crossing the line. Everyone was blocked outside, only Grand Scholar Panto was inside, treating Salon. Mother, will grandfather be all right? Leah had to seek a trace of comfort from her mother. Leah's mother, Ona Martel, had a striking auburn hair, which stood out among the crowd of blondes. This was the standard hair color of the Martel family in the north. Her face also showed panic, but she knew that she was the mainstay of her daughter. She reached out and touched her head, comforting her in a soft voice. Leah, your grandfather will be fine. Even if your grandfather dies, the fact that you are the heir to Cologne will not change. To take care of her daughter's emotions, she didn't say the words too cruelly. Her heart was still filled with great unease. Duke Salon fell ill too quickly, and it happened to be when Leah was named as the heir. Even if Salon was so ill that he couldn't lift a sword, as long as he was still alive, he still firmly controlled the power. He was still the iron-blooded duke who had the final say, and he became even more fearsome as he gradually became more irritable due to his illness. Even letting Leah, a woman, inherit the title, this absurd order could still be strongly and effectively implemented. But, at this critical moment, he fell ill. Ona couldn't help but worry that this change would allow some jackals to see an opportunity, pounce on them, and fight for benefits. Especially after glancing at a blonde woman in front holding a 7 or 8-year-old boy. Ona knew she had to do something. She whispered to a middle-aged man in leather armor with a strong physique beside her. Knight Kevin, I need you to mobilize 20 castle guards to wait at the old fort and appear in time when I need them. As you wish, Miss Ona. Kevin bowed slightly and quietly left here without making a sound. Ona watched him disappear at the end of the corridor, slightly relieved. Kevin was a knight she brought from her family. He had been her personal knight since she was a child and was one of the few people she could trust in Cologne. The old fort was the closest location to here. No matter what happened, they could arrive in time to control the situation. Martel's dog, watch where you're going. Suddenly, a blunt reprimand came from the end of the corridor. Ona's side, the situation she least wanted to see had happened. Damon rushed over anxiously and began to push through the crowded crowd. Although everyone looked dissatisfied, they didn't dare to clash with this dissolute knight. Lord Damon, please stop your steps. When Damon wanted to rush in to see how his brother was doing, two white-robed iron guards guarding the door stopped him. Damon was silent for a moment, but in the end, he didn't break in and waited outside. Time passed little by little in silence. When Damon was about to endure the atmosphere of waiting, the door opened. An old man with gray hair walked out from inside. His fat figure supported the loose white robe, and his full face made him look very amiable. The atmosphere instantly froze. everyone was afraid to hear the news from his mouth that would be enough to change the world of Cologne. Grand Scholar Panto, Ona couldn't help but step forward, but unfortunately, Panto only glanced at her and eventually focused his gaze on the blonde woman in the front row, holding a boy by the hand. "Miss Penny, I think I need you to come in." This made Penny overjoyed. She quickly let her son in, leaving the crowd with different expressions waiting outside. When she saw Duke Salon, who was breathing weakly on the bed, Penny asked worriedly, "Grand Scholar Panto, my father." Panto interrupted her speech and looked at her seriously. "Miss Penny, I have been following Lord Salon for 30 years, I watched you grow up, I treat you like my own daughter. What I want to say is that Lord Salon will not survive tonight, and you need to prepare early." Hearing this, tears welled up in Penny's eyes. Although she hated Duke Salon for not planning to pass the title to her, he was still her only father. "Thank you, Grand Scholar Panto. No need to be so polite. Although Lord Salon intends to pass the title to Miss Lia, after serving the Aselli family for 30 years, I cannot watch Cologne fall into the hands of someone with half of the Martel family's blood. Now that the matter of the heir has not been settled, you still have a chance." Panto sighed. "What I can do for you, Miss Penny, is to delay the time as much as possible, the rest needs to be done by yourself." "Thank you, Grand Scholar Panto," Penny thanked again. "These are insignificant," Panto bowed slightly. When Penny came out of the room, everyone's eyes fell on her, but she ignored them and went straight to Damon. This time, Panto did not stop her. Ona just glanced at Penny with unease in her heart and hurriedly pulled Lia in first, followed by the crowd behind her. The entire corridor was left with Penny and Damon. Looking at his niece, Damon was about to ask her why she had blocked him. Then he saw Penny raise her head, her eyes red, like a fawn looking for a home. "Uncle Damon, I need your help. Without you, Ciao Aselli, your son, would have no chance to inherit the title." Looking at the child near his niece's feet, who bore a 70% resemblance to himself in his youth, Damon was silent. "It was just an accident after a drunken night. Father intends to name Lyria as his heir, and Olena controls the castle guard. Some of the Scylla vassals have also sided with them. Without your help, I can't imagine what kind of fate awaits me and Kaio after they inherit the title." Penny continued, then pulled Kaio, who was hiding beside her, forward. "Little Kaio, this is your father." "Fath. Father." Looking at the imposing demon before him, little Kaio hesitated, then tried to call out. Demon's defenses crumbled at that word father, and he had to accept the reality. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Penny, I will help you." After speaking, he reached out and touched Kaio's head, liking him more and more as he looked at him. This was a child with the pure blood of the Scylla family. There was no problem with him inheriting the title. The reason he was fighting for the title was that he didn't want Cullen to fall into the hands of outsiders. If the heir was someone with the pure blood of the Scylla family, he wouldn't refuse. Especially since this was his son. At this moment, sensing a gaze, Demon looked up and saw Panto standing at the door, smiling and nodding. "That old fox Soren knew all along that Kaio was my son." With a turn of thought, Demon understood. Knowing that Penny could say these words, it was likely all guided by this old fox. "You wait for me here. With me here, nothing will happen to you." With that, he pressed the long sword at his waist and strode outside. He had brought 100 personal cavalry guards with him to Cullen, stationed outside the castle. Moreover, as the former commander of the Cullen garrison, he had a high reputation. Even if he was no longer the garrison commander, he could still mobilize them. Demon was impulsive but not stupid. He knew that the most valuable thing in this situation was time. Therefore, once he made up his mind, he unhesitatingly went to execute his plan. Watching Demon's departing figure, Penny felt a little relieved. She knew how capable her uncle was. If he wanted to, no one would be able to compete with him for the title. Now with his help, the matter of the heir was basically settled. However, just in case, she was still prepared to seek help from the family of Kaio's nominal father. This would ensure that nothing went wrong. Soren on the bed was like a corpse. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest, Olena would have thought he was already dead. "Scholar Panto, how is grandfather's condition?" Lyria looked at Panto, who was beside her, and asked worriedly.
Miss Lyria, don't worry. Lord Soren has only fallen into a coma.
If nothing unexpected happens, he should wake up tomorrow.
Panto smiled slightly, showing no hint of lying. Hearing this, Lyria breathed a sigh of relief.
But the unease in Olena's heart grew heavier and heavier, especially when she thought of Panto, this old fox who was loyal to the Scylla family, who had just called Penny in alone. She didn't know what the two had said, but it was obviously extremely important. Panto had long been dissatisfied with her, the eldest daughter of the Martel family, especially after Soren showed that he wanted to make her daughter his heir.
Combined with the half-dead Duke Soren on the bed, Olena had to think of the worst-case scenario. Lyria, let's go. Having seen many dirty tricks, Olena decisively pulled Lyria, preparing to leave here first. Obviously, staying with Soren at this time was the best choice. No matter what happened, she could get first-hand information and control the initiative. But the safest way was to mobilize soldiers to completely block this place, and then guard Duke Soren until he woke up. Regardless of whether Soren woke up or not, she would have the right to speak with the soldiers. However, she could think of these things, and so could others. Especially Penny and Demon, who had not appeared until now. I hope it's not what I think it is. Olena muttered to herself worriedly. Without a doubt, she had already missed the opportunity. The 20 castle guards who had been transferred in advance were simply not enough for her to maintain an advantage in this impending bloody storm. Lyria was originally very puzzled, but looking at her mother's firm but uneasy eyes, the clever girl nodded and did not refuse. The two hurriedly left here. Panto looked at the two figures, his eyes flickering, and then began to drive everyone else out with the reason that Duke Soren needs a good rest. Duke Soren would not wake up again, this was something Panto was absolutely certain of. Now what he had to do was to stop anyone from coming in, until Penny and Demon arrived. Mother, why aren't we guarding grandfather's side? Lyria asked in confusion on the way.
Lyria, unfortunately, your grandfather will not wake up again, and Penny and Demon may have joined forces.
If we don't prepare, we will face unbearable consequences.
This time, Olena did not hide anything and briefly explained the current situation.
Scholar Panto is lying?
But why? Lyria was very smart. After only a moment of doubt, she understood everything. Obviously, this scholar Panto was also dissatisfied with the heir being a woman, so he was delaying time and creating opportunities for Penny. Soon the two arrived at the old fort. When Olena saw Kevin guarding here and the 20 castle guards behind him, she breathed a sigh of relief.
Miss Olena.
Kevin greeted her. Kevin, I need you to mobilize all the castle guards to block this place.
Olena said quickly. I will do it.
Looking at the anxious Olena, Kevin was shocked. It seemed that the situation was more dangerous than he had imagined. At this moment, a burst of footsteps and the sound of metal colliding rang out from the corridor behind him. A group of soldiers wearing silver armor and white robes rushed out of the corridor. These people moved in unison, with a fierce and bloodthirsty aura, holding sharp swords. They were the white robe iron guards of the Scylla family. Leading them was Penny, who had already changed into leather armor. With a one-handed sword hanging at her waist, she looked heroic and capable.
Penny, what do you want to do? Olena was shocked.
She didn't expect Penny to move so quickly. She could only shout sternly.
Olena, you people of the Martel family, are you trying to rebel by gathering so many soldiers in the old fort?
Penny's expression was cold, and she directly put a big label on her.
Iron Guards, take down these rebels.
The white robe iron guards did not hesitate and rushed up directly. They were loyal to Duke Soren, but now that Duke Soren was unconscious, as Soren's daughter, Penny could also mobilize them.
And their duty was to guard the safety of the castle. Miss Olena, I will stop them.
You go quickly.
Kevin did not hesitate to block them.
His hair was gray, and he was already over 40 years old. Although time had reduced his physical strength, his swordsmanship had become more and more superb. Facing the rushing white robe iron guards, Kevin was calm and composed, like a cobra, launching a fatal blow at the right opportunity. Swish! A silver light flashed. The burly body of the rushing white robe iron guard collapsed to the ground in an instant, stirring up bursts of dust. The young head flying into the sky still had an expression of disbelief. Superb swordsmanship allowed Kevin to easily cut off his head. However, the two sides also fought together in an instant, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. This small room instantly became a meat grinder. Lyria, who had never seen such a bloody scene, felt a churning in her stomach. But before she could react, Olenna quickly pulled her and ran from the secret passage behind her. 3 castle guards followed closely behind. "Go and catch them." Penny separated 5 white robe iron guards to chase after them. The remaining castle guards were quickly slaughtered by the white robe iron guards. The castle guards were just soldiers selected from the common people, while the white robe iron guards were carefully selected knights, proficient in swordsmanship. The combat power of the two sides was not at the same level at all. What's more, the white robe iron guards wore iron armor, while these castle guards only wore a piece of leather armor. The huge gap caused the situation to be one-sided. The white robe iron guards only paid the price of 4 lives to take down all these castle guards, 3 of whom were killed by Kevin. However, the chest of this brave middle-aged knight was pierced with a long sword, his eyes were dull, and he was already dead. "Joijuren ceremony have to do with me, Lu Sun?" Li Wei, having packed his belongings, was walking through the castle. As he rounded a corner, he suddenly heard voices ahead, both male and female. This was a corridor near the outer perimeter of the castle, leading to a small, hall-like room with a circular dome, connecting the left and right sides of the castle. Could it be a scene of a chambermaid having an affair with a knight? Li Wei stroked his beardless chin, indulging in wild guesses. Since arriving in this world, he had read many folk novels like Knight Aubin, knowing that such things were common among the nobility. Thinking this, he walked forward. Of course, it wasn't that Li Wei wanted to see something scandalous, but after walking for the better part of the day, he had finally encountered people. In any case, he needed to ask how to navigate the castle. As Li Wei rounded the corner, his vision suddenly opened up, and the scene inside the small room came into view. Swish, swish, swish. 7 pairs of eyes simultaneously turned to him. What came into view were 5 white-robed iron guards in silver armor, holding long swords, surrounding a girl and a guard. "Ah!" A scream rang out. No, now it was 6. As the guard was cut down, Li Wei fell silent, and after a long while, he said, "I said I was just passing by, would you believe me?" "Do you think we believe you?" The group, startled by Li Wei's sudden appearance, didn't speak, but their eyes clearly conveyed this meaning. "All right, I admit I got lost and accidentally wandered in here, but it's not my fault. I won't disturb your pleasantries." Li Wei turned to leave, but the situation he least wanted to see still occurred. A surprised female voice rang out from behind. "Li Wei, what are you doing here?" "Miss Lyria, long time no see." Li Wei stopped and forced a smile as he greeted her. Damn it, this was the reason he wanted to leave. Because the one surrounded by these tin cans was Lyria. Lyria, surrounded by the white-robed iron guards, looked at Li Wei with a face of surprise, as if seeing a savior. She hadn't expected to meet the knight she had personally knighted here. "Stop him." Seeing that the two seemed to know each other, the leading white-robed iron guard gestured. 2 white-robed iron guards immediately surrounded Li Wei. Looking at the 5 white-robed iron guards surrounding him, glaring menacingly, Li Wei didn't catch up with Lyria, who was looking happy, but said in a deep voice, "Give me a chance." "Give you what chance?" The leading white-robed iron guard looked puzzled. "I had no choice just now, but now I realize, I don't actually know this lady." Lyria was stunned, not expecting Li Wei to say this. Li Wei's image in her heart plummeted. Ha. The leading white-robed iron guard had an expression that said, "Do you think I believe that?" Just as he was about to make a move, a subordinate came to his ear and whispered, "Captain, this knight seems to be the legendary champion of the Colin Arena for several consecutive years." "Oh?" The leading white-robed iron guard's expression immediately changed as he looked at the small figure in front of him. He knew that the Cullen Arena was a competition for the entire Southern Territory, and the participants were masters of martial arts from all over the place, so it was very competitive. Being able to win the championship for several consecutive years was not something ordinary people could do.
He had participated once, but couldn't even get into the top 20.
He had heard of this legendary champion, who was said to have killed a giant brown bear alone in the Sunset Forest. His task was to capture Lyria Iseli, and there was no need to clash with this knight who seemed to be very strong.
Are you that legendary champion?
But just in case, he confirmed again.
As you can see. Li Wei nodded slightly, holding the air of a master.
This feeling of being recognized was like eating ice in the hot summer, refreshing from the soles of his feet to the scalp.
It was no less than being asked for his WeChat on the street. So he was already so famous? The white-robed Iron Guard couldn't help but be curious and asked.
Knight Li Wei, you could have won the final reward by winning the arena for 3 consecutive years.
Why did you stop competing after 2.5 years?
He was considered an admirer of this legendary champion, and this was something he had never understood. Now that he had finally met this champion, who was rumored to be the undefeated champion in the history of the Kalin Arena, he couldn't help but wonder. Li Wei's expression became complicated, and his eyes revealed a look of reminiscence, which reminded him of a friend who also practiced for a Koan year.
If you have nothing else to do, you can leave. The leading white-robed Iron Guard interrupted Li Wei's memory.
Hey!
Li Wei, you are the knight I knighted, my vassal, how can you do this?
Looking at Li Wei, who had instantly become one with the white-robed Iron Guards, Lyria finally couldn't help but remind him.
I'm sorry, Miss Lyria.
When I swore my oath, I said I would be loyal to Duke Silon, not the Iseli family, and not you. Li Wei felt it necessary to remind Lyria to pay attention to her wording, so as not to slander his reputation. Lyria was dumbfounded, and when she thought about it, she realized that Li Wei had indeed said that he would be loyal to Duke Silon at the time. Because it was the first time she had knighted someone, she didn't notice anything wrong at the time. Now that she thought about it carefully, she realized that she had been tricked. As a knight, you are violating the knightly code and insulting the honor of the Ali family name by doing this.
Lyria said angrily.
Li Wei gave her a strange look. I did swear by the honor of the Ali family name at the time, but my current surname is Targaryen.
What does insulting the Ali family name have to do with my Targaryen name?
When Li Wei became a pioneer lord, he left the Ali family and had the right to take a new surname and establish a new family. It's just that he still used the Ali surname when he swore the oath.
Ah. Lyria was completely dumbfounded and realized the treacherousness of people's hearts.
Although she was very smart, she had not experienced the beatings of society, so how could she play with Li Wei, this old fritter? It would be almost the same if it were her mother, Onaya Martel, or Silon, that old bastard. Seeing that the two were chatting, the leading white-robed Iron Guard, as strong as a bear, coldly drove them away again.
Li Wei, you can leave.
He gave Li Wei face only because he didn't want to clash with this powerful knight and cause casualties, not because he was afraid of him. They were wearing armor and holding long swords, their equipment clearly superior to this knight who was only wearing leather armor. If they really fought, death would be his only way out. Seeing Li Wei really preparing to leave, Lyria grabbed the corner of his clothes, her face pleading. Her mother had been captured, and the guards protecting her had been killed. Now, Li Wei was her only lifeline. She couldn't imagine what fate awaited her if she was captured by these white-robed Iron Guards who obeyed Penny. Heh, so much for being an arena champion.
I see you're just a coward.
A subtle mocking voice came, and Li Wei sighed, stopping his departure.
Wasn't it good for him to just leave like this? Why did they have to mock him to show their superiority?
Li Wei hated people who used him as a stepping stone and those who didn't let him use others as stepping stones. The 5 white-robed Iron Guards immediately adopted a defensive posture, pointing the long swords in their hands at Li Wei.
Li Wei, think about the consequences. You can't afford them.
The leading white-robed Iron Guard thought Li Wei had changed his mind and rebuked him coldly.
Even Lyria showed a look of hope.
She had heard of this knight's reputation in the arena. If he helped, there might be a chance to escape.
Li Wei said in a deep voice.
Originally, you wanted to take Miss Lyria away, and that had nothing to do with me.
But your subordinate insulted me, so that's a different story. Do you know how important honor is to a knight? How can I easily allow someone who isn't even a knight to slander me? What do you want?
Although he really wanted to say, what honor does a knight who abandons his liege lord have, the leading white-robed iron guard still asked.
Give me money. After a moment.
Weighing the money bag in his hand, Li Wei nodded in satisfaction. He originally felt there was an opportunity to exploit because of the white-robed iron guard's mockery, so he wanted to extort some money. After achieving his goal, he prepared to leave.
As for saving Lyria? What benefits would he get after saving her?
Instead, he would offend a group of nobles. After all, with the current situation, he could guess the general situation with just a little thought. It was nothing more than some people couldn't help but take action first because Duke Shilong wanted to make Lyria his heir. After all, now that the old duke was ill, it was the most suitable time to act. And obviously, in this war to seize the inheritance, Lyria was at a disadvantage. How could Li Wei get on this ship that was about to sink? Li Wei, if you can protect me and get me out of here, as compensation, I am willing to support your development with 300 gold coins.
Lyria was anxious.
After discovering that honor and mission could not restrain this pioneering knight, she had to try the last resort using money to impress him. In DB, trying to bribe a knight with money was a desecration of his honor, so Lyria had never thought about this. But now, with no other choice, she had to try this last method.
What? Li Wei's eyes widened immediately.
If you had money, you should have said so earlier.
300 gold coins, that's not a small amount.
A set of excellent full body plate armor costs only a little over 100 gold coins, and a brave slave warrior costs only 20 gold coins. Without a doubt, this was a huge sum of money. Especially for Li Wei, who had just become a pioneering lord, having these 300 gold coins could greatly reduce the difficulty of his development.
But I refuse.
Li Wei's firm voice sounded.
Still not possible?
Lyria felt as if her heart had died, and she wasn't very surprised by this answer. After all, it was unlikely to bribe a knight with money in the first place.
Her impression of Li Wei changed somewhat.
Although this knight was too cunning and thick-skinned, he still had some sense of honor after all.
Li Wei pressed the sword at his waist and added to his tone, "You are the granddaughter of Duke Shilong, the heir to the title, the future queen who will rule the entire southern territory, the tulip of the plateau. Do you understand how high your value is?" The next moment, Lyria heard the most righteous and deafening cry in her life, "It needs to be more expensive. 1,000 gold coins. As long as you can protect me and get me out of here." Lyria took a deep breath, trying to maintain the calm on her face.
"Deal." You should know that when Li Wei first became a mercenary 3 years ago, he dared to rush into a bandit's den alone for 50 silver coins to complete a merchant's mission to rescue his younger brother.
1,000 gold coins?
If he didn't chop this castle into a river of blood, he would feel sorry for this 1,000 gold coins. Li Wei decided to save Lyria because he changed his mind. His instigation at the banquet was to make Damon and Shilong fight each other like dogs, so they would have no time to care about him. As a result, he didn't expect Duke Shilong to be so unhelpful, and now it was obvious that Damon's faction had the upper hand. He had already offended Damon's faction. Now it was better to support Lyria and send her to the Northern Territory, so that she could attract Damon's attention, while he silently developed on the side. When Lyria recruited troops and decided to take back the title, he was probably also a lord of one side. At that time, with soldiers and food, he could participate in this battle for the title and get more benefits from it. This 1,000 gold coins was just Lyria's investment to support his development, so that he could help in the future. Damn it, kill him. Looking at the two people who had suddenly colluded again, the leading white-robed iron guard felt that he had been tricked, and roared angrily. A white-robed iron guard grinned, twirling the long sword in his hand, and rushed up. Just a champion in name only, but the captain was so afraid. "You Western Territory bastard, today I will let you know how powerful Master Foss is." Swish! A silver light flashed, and a long sword pierced extremely cunningly through the gap between the helmet and the armor. A head still wearing a smile soared into the sky, and then fell to the ground at the same time as the headless body. What a great body, it's a pity it has a head. Li Wei smacked his lips, the exquisite long sword in his hand didn't leave a drop of blood, flashing with a frightening cold light. He remembered that this kid had mocked him just now, and now it was reasonable to shut him up. Ding experience plus 10. The remaining 3 white-robed iron guards were first shocked, and 2 of them exchanged glances and rushed towards Li Wei at the same time. Protecting Lyria behind him, Li Wei quickly met them in close combat. He didn't even need any fancy sword moves, just simple strokes, slashes, and picks. With his unparalleled strength bonus, the 2 white-robed iron guards didn't even have time to react before their bodies were dismembered. For a time, blood and flesh splattered, and the bloody smell went straight to his mind, leaving only a pile of broken limbs. The plate armor that gave them confidence was as brittle as a piece of tofu in front of Li Wei. A bunch of trash. The leading white-robed iron guard was obviously too confident in his strength. Seeing his subordinates being solved like cutting melons and vegetables, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he cursed angrily, and drew his long sword from his waist with a clang, preparing to kill Li Wei himself. Don't say, this white-robed iron guard was at least 2 blades tall, wearing bulky plate armor and rushing over like a big truck crashing head-on. No wonder he was so confident. His burly body knocked away the last white-robed iron guard who was blocking in front, trembling and daring not to attack, and rushed over. Unfortunately, it was just a flashy appearance after all. Li Wei just slashed upwards with his sword and easily cut off the sword he was blocking. Before he could react, Li Wei exerted force with one hand, turning the mithril long sword that did not reduce its momentum in the air, and slashed downwards fiercely. Sizzle sizzle, a hair-thin black line abruptly appeared on the white-robed iron guard's plate armor, stretching from shoulder to waist. Then, like a watermelon sliced open, the upper part smoothly slid to the ground, accompanied by a bloody and foul smell. This slaughterhouse-like bloody scene made Leah's stomach churn, her face turning pale. "Miss Leah, how is it? Was this 1,000 gold coins well spent?" Ugh, as Li Wei's smug voice came, Leah couldn't hold back any longer, bending over to vomit in disgust. "Never seen the world." Li Wei scoffed. It was just some severed limbs. Back then, he not only slept but also ate among piles of corpses, his eyes never drying, not even blinking. He turned his gaze to the last white-robed iron guard. This look scared the white-robed iron guard so much that the sword in his hand fell to the ground, his legs went weak, and he knelt down. Solving for battle-hardened white-robed iron guards as easily as chopping melons and vegetables genuinely terrified him. It also made him realize the value of being a 2.5-year champion of the Cologne arena. "Sir, don't kill me, don't kill me." He begged for mercy on his knees, the fear of death now dominating his mind. Remembering Li Wei's greedy appearance earlier, he hurriedly took out a cloth bag from his waist. "I have money. I have money. I'll buy my life with money." Li Wei scolded him for his lack of ambition. "Foolish. If I kill you, these gold coins will be mine anyway." Before the white-robed iron guard could react, his head had already moved house, his face filled with astonishment. Li Wei happily took the money bag from his hand and weighed it. It had at least 10 or so gold coins. Although it couldn't compare to the wealthy Leah, even a mosquito is still meat. But as expected of a guard from the castle, he was indeed rich. Putting the scattered standard longswords into the system's inventory, Li Wei looked at the fine plate armor worn by these white-robed iron guards, his face showing regret. The system's built-in inventory couldn't store people, so these armors could only be stored after being stripped off, and now there was obviously no time for that. "Miss Leah, the castle is full of pursuers, we must leave as soon as possible, please lead the way." Hearing the shouts of killing all around, Li Wei knew that this castle had now become a meat grinder, and they had to leave as soon as possible. With his strength, although he wasn't afraid, he couldn't guarantee her safety if he brought a burden along. This was a walking 1,000 gold coins, and nothing could happen to her. My legs are weak." Leah, who had vomited a lot, was obviously much better, but her face was pale, and her legs were weak. Her pitiful appearance made people couldn't help but want to pity her. This small space was full of blood and stench, and the blood on the ground flowed everywhere, red and white scattered all around. Having been pampered since childhood, she had never seen such a scene before. Although her mother often told her about these things, she only knew how terrifying it was after seeing it with her own eyes.
Let me serve you personally, and you'll have to add money. Li Wei raised his eyebrows.
Before Leah could react, Li Wei had already put his arm around her, causing her to exclaim.
What are you yelling about? Do you want to attract the pursuers?
Li Wei slapped her on the butt and glared at her. Leah dared to be angry but dared not speak, and could only sulk in her heart.
Point the way. Leah didn't hesitate and immediately pointed to a corridor.
Li Wei rushed forward, holding the mithril longsword in one hand and her in the other. Leah, who weighed only a little over 100 pounds, for reading experience, 1 pound is 1 gene, was no lighter than an ant in Li Wei's hands, and had no effect on his actions. Li Wei, my mother was also captured by them, can you? Being held in his arms, Leah, after witnessing Li Wei's bravery, couldn't help but have other thoughts in addition to being amazed. With Li Wei's strength, if he went to save her mother, there was a high probability of success. As long as her mother was rescued, they might have a chance.
Ah, it hurts.
As a result, just after she finished speaking, with a paw sound, she was thrown to the ground. As the tulip of the plateau, the gem held in everyone's hands, she had never been treated so rudely. Li Wei didn't have the slightest pity, threw Leah on the ground and turned to leave. He wasn't afraid of these castle guards, but that didn't mean he would actively go looking for trouble. What's more, in this battle for the title, Damon, the Wandering Knight, must have participated in it if he used his head to think. After all, this guy didn't hide his intention to snatch the title at all. 1,000 gold coins wanted him to offend this iron-blooded lord with a strong army in his hands. Wasn't that wishful thinking?
I'll add money.
Leah had already figured out some of the behavior of this pioneering knight, and couldn't help but shout.
Li Wei stopped, and just as Leah thought she had succeeded, a sincere voice sounded. Miss Leah, you are too naive. Now the entire castle is the enemy.
Let alone whether I can save your mother. Even if your mother is rescued, how can 3 people escape the blockade of Cologne? If I guessed correctly, your great-uncle Damon must have also participated in this battle for the title. As far as I know, he used to be the commander of the Cologne garrison and has extremely high prestige. And the Cologne garrison has as many as several thousand soldiers. You have no chance at all.
In other words, you are already a loser now, so just immediately leave here. Wouldn't it be good to make a comeback in the future?
Although Leah hadn't heard of what Li Wei said about the loser and making a comeback, she could understand the general meaning, so she fell silent.
She was quick-witted and knew that Li Wei was right.
Li Wei came to the girl who had become dirty and earnestly persuaded, leaving Cologne now is your only way out. As long as you leave alive, you with the right of inheritance are enough to pull up a team. In the future, you may have a chance to take Cologne back and then take revenge.
If you die now, then you really have nothing. Can you imagine what kind of end you will meet if you are caught by them?
A beautiful woman falling into the hands of a group of soldiers. Waiting for her is only a fate worse than death.
I am also very sorry for your mother, Madame Onaya.
Speaking of the end, Li Wei squeezed out a tear from the corner of his eye. Looking at Li Wei, who was sad for her mother, Leah nodded silently, greatly changing her impression of him.
Alas, Miss Leah, point the way. With me here, I will definitely bring you out of Cologne intact.
Leah took the initiative to reach out. Li Wei took the opportunity to hug her, and then continued on his way. It's just that in a position that Leah couldn't see, the corner of Li Wei's mouth raised slightly, and the sadness on his face disappeared.
Life is like a play, all depends on acting.
Only routines win people's hearts.
He said these things only to deceive Leah into leaving with him.
As for Leah's mother, Li Wei expressed his powerlessness. He could indeed rescue this Madame Onaya, but the gains and losses were not proportional, and he would not do such a losing business. Thinking of this, he happily hummed a little tune in his heart. As time trickled by, the castle descended further into chaos. Flames erupted everywhere, accompanied by desperate pleas and screams. On the way, Li Wei even encountered a soldier dragging a blonde maid into a room, intending to commit an unspeakable act. Although he was accustomed to life and death, he still felt disgusted and repulsed by such acts of violence. He kicked the soldier against the wall without hesitation. With his strength, The 100-plus-pound broadsword felt as light as a needle in his hand. Even a casual kick was more than the guard could withstand, turning him into a pile of mush. The maid, experiencing a double dose of fright, turned pale and could only stammer a thank you. Li Wei ignored her and continued forward. He killed the guard purely out of disgust for his actions, not to save the maid. However, to Li Wei's surprise, Lia in his arms didn't ask him to save the maid. Instead, she remained calm. "I thought you were going to ask me to save her." Li Wei chuckled twice. "This kind of thing is happening everywhere in the castle right now. It's impossible to save everyone." Lia shook her head. "Looks like you're not as stupid as I thought." Li Wei was 1 8/10 of in tall, 1.8 meters, with a tall and well-proportioned figure. Lia was only about 1 6/10 of in tall, like a large doll. Holding her was no different from holding a slightly larger plush toy, except she was soft, warm, and alive. Originally, Lia had regained her mobility, but Li Wei thought she was too slow, so he simply carried her the whole time. Along the way, the two encountered guards blocking their path, but unfortunately, no one could withstand a single move from Li Wei. With simple slashes, he could cut these guards and their armor in half with one strike. This was thanks to the fact that the long sword in Li Wei's hand was made of mithril, a treasure that only the elves could forge. Li Wei won this sword in a duel. It was originally called Gentle Breeze, the heirloom sword of an unlucky baron. Later, he found the name unpleasant and changed it to Holy Sword. From then on, no one dared to bet valuable items with him in the dueling arena. The idea of getting rich through duels died in its infancy. The sword's ability to cut through iron like mud was not just talk. Combined with his terrifying strength, whether the enemy wore armor or not had little impact on him, it just required a little more force. If it were an ordinary longsword, even if it were made of refined steel, it wouldn't withstand his usage and would have shattered long ago. The only downside was that it was too light. The blade was slender and engraved with delicate patterns, like something a woman would use. Using it felt like using an embroidery needle. If he hadn't temporarily found a more suitable weapon, Li Wei would have thrown it into his inventory to gather dust long ago. When he had time, Li Wei planned to have a broadsword specially forged, 3 or 4 in long and half in wide. Even if it wasn't sharpened, as long as he held it and spun it around, no one could get close to that range. Grazing would cause injury, contact would mean death, it would be a complete meat grinder on the battlefield. Guided by Lia, Li Wei didn't get lost this time and quickly rushed out of the castle, heading towards the city of Kolin below. This castle was guarded on a small mountain, with a main road wide enough for 2 carriages to pass side by side, leading to the city of Kolin at the foot of the mountain. The surrounding areas were covered in meticulously manicured lawns and several gravel paths. Some areas of the lawn were also planted with tulips and shrubs trimmed into various shapes. This small mountain was surrounded by 3-run-high iron fences painted with an unknown dye. Without a doubt, this city castle of the Aselli family was the most magnificent and luxurious building in Kolin. It also indirectly reflected the prosperity of Kolin and the wealth of the Aselli family. After all, there were very few nobles in DB who could build a city castle within a city. Most nobles didn't even have a decent castle. The outer perimeter was full of soldiers searching with torches. Taking advantage of the night, Li Wei took Lia and jumped out from a secluded spot. With his current superhuman physique, he could jump over the 3-run height with a simple crouch. He was very familiar with Kolin City, having spent several years here. Without Lia's guidance, he took advantage of the night and ran towards the arena in the city. He still had a subordinate inside. He would definitely take it with him when he left this time. After experiencing so many things in one night, the sky began to lighten. Arriving at a stable outside the arena, Li Wei put Lia down. "Hide here for a while. I have something to take care of inside, and it's not convenient to bring you in." Lia nodded. Now that Li Wei was her only reliance, she could only obey. The city of Kolin is full of patrolling and searching soldiers right now. Remember, don't run around. After another warning, Li Wei stealthily climbed into the arena. This arena was the starting point of his fortune, so he was familiar with the routes. After knocking out a few guards, Li Wei arrived at a dungeon. This was where the gladiators that the arena relied on for survival were imprisoned, and Li Wei's subordinate was a green-skinned orc that he had subdued. When he ran from the western border to Kolin, he had spent almost all of his money, so he took up his old profession and dueled with other gladiators in the arena. And his heroic and divine figure had also subdued this orc in the arena. After entering, Li Wei didn't need to search specifically. Listening to the deafening snores, he came to a cell. Inside, an orc who was fully 2.5 rin tall and estimated to weigh 600 pounds was fast asleep. His muscles were knotted all over his body, and his arms were thicker than Leah's waist. The enormous weight caused the bedboards to creak, unable to bear the load. This was a behemoth, and a punch would undoubtedly smash a person into a small pancake. Compared to it, the 1 8/10 rin tall Li Wei was as thin as a little kid. Before Li Wei came, this orc was the king of this arena, with no defeats. But after Li Wei came, he was getting beaten up every day. After all, the size difference between the two was very sensational, easily eliciting the adrenaline of those nobles, making them roar red-faced. Therefore, the arena owner kept fleecing it, until Li Wei left. The iron gate made of thumb-thick iron bars was just a formality for both Li Wei and this orc. Li Wei just gently exerted force, and with a series of teeth-aching sounds, the iron gate was pried open to a size that could accommodate one person passing through. Zat! Arriving next to it, Li Wei called out. As a result, this guy scratched his butt, turned over, and continued to sleep. Li Wei did not hesitate and directly slapped him across the face. Smack! A crisp sound. Who's the bastard who dares to hit Grandpa Zat? The orc woke up instantly, roaring. Zat only felt a burning pain on his face, as if he had been hit by a boulder. When he came back to his senses and saw Li Wei standing next to him with a smile, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Boss, seeing the smiling Li Wei, Zat's momentum instantly weakened. He touched his bald head and chuckled foolishly. I just had a dream, dreamt of being slapped. Boss, what brings you to me? Li Wei glanced at him, not explaining that it was he who had slapped him, but simply said, let's go, our good days are coming. Follow me to become bigger and stronger and create brilliance again. When that time comes, your master will reward you with 10 or 8 orc wives, to give birth to a litter of little orc pups. As soon as he opened his mouth, Li Wei habitually started drawing big promises. He doesn't even have a wife himself, how could he reward others? Zat hesitated for a moment, then weakly asked, is food included? Pa! You glutton, all you know is eating, 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 you have no grand ideals at all. Faced with Zat, who didn't buy his promises, Li Wei started with 0 frames, jumping up and slapping him on the head. The pain made Zat grimace, marveling at how his boss's strength hadn't diminished over the years, while also feeling a little aggrieved. He was just asking. But the next moment, a sentence made him ecstatic. All-inclusive. Zat swears to be loyal to the boss until death. Zat beat his chest, making a solemn vow. Li Wei was helpless. This guy was truly a disgrace to the orcs. He spoke the common language of the continent more fluently than him, and his biggest dream was to eat and sleep. It was said that he came to this arena because he was tired of the life in the wilderness, where he was sometimes full and sometimes hungry, and actively came to this arena to freeload. Otherwise, if they wanted to capture this guy alive, it would be impossible without losing dozens of fully armed, experienced veterans. After reaching an agreement, Li Wei led this towards the outside. However, after Zat's loud voice earlier, the other gladiators imprisoned in this dungeon were awakened, and they begged Li Wei to release them. Boar men, jackal men, and some human swordsmen were all powerful warriors. But not to mention Li Wei, Zat alone could take care of these guys. So Li Wei wasn't interested in them either. The main reason was that even if he released them, there was almost no chance that they would follow him. He didn't think that he could shock people into bowing down to him with a single gesture. The reason why Zat was willing to follow him was not only because he had beaten him into submission, but also because he had promised to provide food and lodging before this guy recognized him as his boss. The reason why he cared so much about Zat was also because, according to the system's judgment, this guy was a hero unit. This was the first hero unit he had encountered so far, so he had to firmly grasp it. However, this guy was particularly gluttonous. In order to save expenses, Li Wei didn't bring him along when he left the arena initially, but planned to bring him away after he got the development order. This not only saved on food costs but also avoided the ransom. So now that he was leaving, he might as well bring him along. Li Wei didn't consider himself a good person. He ignored the group of captured gladiators and followed the way he had come with Sat, sneaking out. In the smelly stable, looking at the gradually brightening sky outside, Leah couldn't help but look outside. The sounds of fighting were everywhere in the city. Currently, Cullen was in chaos, and Aunt Penny's soldiers were searching for her everywhere. She was a little worried about what she would do if Li Wei abandoned her and never came back. Especially when she recalled the things Li Wei had described on the road, the fate of a beautiful girl being caught by a group of soldiers covered in stench. She couldn't help but shudder. She was already 14 years old and understood these things, so she was even more afraid. Now, Li Wei was her only reliance. So she's here. Suddenly, an excited voice rang out from behind. Leah was startled, thinking that the soldiers who were arresting her had found this place. She turned around and saw a small, chubby boy with pockmarks all over his face, wearing dirty, messy linen clothes. He was obviously an apprentice from this stable, and she didn't know when he had come over. "What do you want?" Leah frowned, her body tensing. She wanted to run out, but there were soldiers searching everywhere outside, which was obviously more dangerous. "Of course, it's to catch you and offer you to the new Duke of Cullen." Bra was extremely excited. Early in the morning, the new Duke of Cullen had posted notices all over the city to arrest Leah Isley, who was trying to usurp the position of Duke. The reward was 100 gold coins, and he would also be ennobled. He had seen this tulip of the highlands from afar before, so he could recognize her. He didn't expect to encounter her. Thinking of this, he took a deep look at this girl, who, although covered in dirt and mess, still couldn't hide her beauty, and a strange fire rose in his heart. But the fear of the nobles made him only dare to think about it in his mind. Although this tulip of the highlands had become a rebel, she was still not someone that he, a commoner, could touch. Leah was disgusted by the little chubby boy's gaze, but she still tried to quell this unprovoked dispute. "Let me go. My grandfather is Duke Silon, and my mother is Lady Onaya. They will reward you." After Li Wei's teaching, she had matured a lot, knowing that only interests could drive others. "It's the new Duke of Cullen who will reward me." Bra rushed up, reaching out to grab Leah. "Don't!" Leah panicked. "Little chubby, didn't your parents teach you that it's not good to touch other people's things?" Li Wei, who had finally arrived, directly drew his sword and waved it. Whoosh! As a crisp sound rang out, an arm fell to the ground. Li Wei! Leah was overjoyed and quickly ran to Li Wei, who had arrived in a hurry, hiding behind him and tightly grabbing the hem of his clothes. As if afraid that Li Wei would suddenly disappear. Li Wei's arrival made her breathe a sigh of relief. The back of this knight gave her a sense of security. Bra, who had his arm cut off by Li Wei, was already rolling on the ground in pain, unable to attend to anything else. "Let's go, my lovely Miss Leah. Now Cullen has become Damon's shape." Li Wei smiled. For him, Leah was a walking 1,000 gold coins, so wasn't she lovely? As for the opportunistic little chubby on the ground, Li Wei didn't bother to pay attention to him. Whether he could survive next depended entirely on himself. Leah naturally had no objections and nodded hurriedly. But suddenly, a shadow enveloped them. Leah turned her head and saw two dark green pillars appearing in front of her, as thick as her waist. She had to look up to see the whole picture. It was an orc. Fangs were exposed, and his appearance was ferocious. "Ah!" Leah was so frightened that she hugged Li Wei's waist. "You idiot, don't sneak up behind people in the future. Don't you know that orcs are scary, and can scare people to death?" Li Wei reprimanded him and then patiently comforted Leah. "Miss Leah, don't be afraid. This is my subordinate. We're on the same side." Looking at Leah, who looked like she was suffering from neurasthenia, Li Wei was really afraid that she would be stimulated again and then go into shock. After some explanation, Leah felt much better, but she was still a little afraid of Zat. But this was also normal. Zat's ferocious appearance was really lacking. He originally wanted to have Zad hold Leah so that he could free his hands, but now it seemed impossible. After the three of them reunited, Li Wei calculated and ran north with Leah in his arms. Cullen's city was very large. Such a short time was not enough to be completely controlled. As long as they were careful, they could escape. The Duke's Council Hall. A 7 or 8-year-old blonde boy sat in the main seat, while a woman in her 20s, wearing a formal long dress, sat in the chair on the left. And Damon, clad in golden armor and holding a long sword, stood on the right. Penny looked at the vassals of the Aselli family below, her face beaming with joy. With her swift and decisive actions, she had taken control of the entire castle, and her son had smoothly inherited the title, becoming the Duke. After all, Duke Silent was dead, and she was the first to enter, and Panto was on her side, so who the heir wasn't up to her. Moreover, her son should have been the rightful heir to the title, not Leah. Your Grace, the chaos in the castle has been quelled, the rebels have been beheaded, and Lady Onaya, who launched the rebellion, has been imprisoned in the dungeon. Panto, standing in the front row of the hall, stepped forward and reported on the current situation. Scholar Panto, you have done well. The Aselli family will not forget what you have done. Penny smiled and made a promise. Finally, in this dangerous time filled with conspiracy and turmoil, we have discussed that the safety of Colin and His Grace the Duke is paramount. Sir Damon should control Colin's military equipment and serve as the captain of the White Robe Iron Guard. Panto recited the pre-arranged matter. Most of the vassals in the hall smiled, but some looked grim. They were all supporters of Leah's inheritance of the title, but they didn't expect that they wouldn't even see Duke Silent's face, and the matter had already been decided. They only brought a few attendants to Colin this time, and shortly after the banquet, they were forcibly placed under house arrest by the White Robe Iron Guard. Now, facing the soldiers around the hall, they didn't dare to refute, no matter how dissatisfied they were. They were afraid of being made an example of. Moreover, Damon was watching them intently. Has the rebel Leah Aselli been found? Penny asked. Madam, this is precisely what I am about to report. The rebel Leah, along with a knight and an orc, broke out of Colin and headed north. Hearing this news, Penny took a deep breath. In fact, Onaya was not as important as Leah. Most of the Aselli family's vassals had heard Duke Silent acknowledge Leah as his heir last night. If she were to escape, she might raise an army to reclaim the title in the future. The rebels must be captured, and their collaborators will be treated as rebels. Penny first set the tone, then looked at Damon beside her. Uncle Damon, please bring these rebels back. Damon nodded slightly, pressed the hilt of his sword, and strode out, his armor making a metallic friction sound. This time, the seizure of the title was mostly due to his uncle. Looking at his broad back, Penny couldn't help but reveal a trace of infatuation. She had admired her uncle since she was a child, and later used a trick to get him into bed, but it didn't last long. Later, her father seemed to have discovered it and transferred him away from the castle. While Penny was reminiscing, the temporary meeting also came to an end. Walking on Tulip Avenue, Li Wei looked back at the shrinking city of Colin and happily hummed a little tune that no one understood. He carried Leah, and although he was walking, his speed was faster than running. Zart behind him had to trot to keep up. This has to be said about the past in the West. He offended a powerful earl somewhere. To prevent being surrounded by cavalry, he maxed out the running skill in one go. After cutting down dozens of fully armored knights, he gallantly ran to the south. If he ran at full speed, he would be faster than a horse. Speaking of which, Duke Silent was going to make you his heir tonight. You clearly had a great advantage, so how did you suddenly become a loser? Li Wei patted Leah's butt and asked curiously. Leah was caught off guard and hit on the butt, and couldn't help but groan. Then her face was flushed with shame, and she said angrily. Penny and Damon teamed up and suddenly attacked me and my mother. That shouldn't be. How could these two possibly be on the same side? Li Wei rubbed his chin, puzzled. Penny had the heart to fight for the title, and so did Damon. Shouldn't the two be at odds with each other? He had specifically memorized the names of the famous nobles of Deber, so he knew Penny and knew that she was Duke Silent's own daughter.
Penny's son is Damon's son, Leah revealed another scandal. Wait, are you saying that little brat is the son of both of them? Li Wei was stunned. That's what my mother said. Let me sort this out. If I remember correctly, Penny is Duke Silen's own daughter, Damon is Duke Silen's own brother, which means Penny is Damon's niece, and Penny's son calls Damon grandpa while also being Damon's son. After a long time, Li Wei, who finally straightened out the relationship, exclaimed, "Your circle is so messed up." The niece and uncle got together. No wonder Leah didn't even have a chance to resist. They were a family working together. How could you, a woman with only half the blood of the Aseli family, be a match for them? No wonder Li Wei thought that little brat looked unintelligent at the banquet, and was still being held in Penny's arms at the age of 7 or 8. It turned out to be a moron born from incest. Have you thought about where to go? Li Wei continued to ask. I'm going to the Northern Territory to find Aunt Florina and rescue my mother. Leah gritted her silver teeth. The thought of her mother being captured and possibly tortured made her hate Penny and Damon immensely. Since her father died when she was a child, her mother was her only relative. Smart. Li Wei gave a thumbs up, praising her from the bottom of his heart. He thought that this little girl would hold on to the title of heir in the South and gather a team. That would undoubtedly be a stupid idea. Damon and Penny were already mixed together. With the help of Damon, the wandering knight, it was almost impossible for turmoil to occur in the South. It was only a matter of time before she was caught if she stayed here. The only way out was to go and rely on the Martell family in the north. After all, the current Duchess of the North is Lady Onaya's sister, Leah's aunt. Hearing that her sister was arrested, the Duchess would definitely not let it go. In addition, Duke Silen's heir was Leah. If Leah escaped back and was controlled by her, the Duchess would have a legitimate reason to launch a military operation against the South. Obviously, whether out of affection or interest, the famous Duchess of Deber would not sit idly by. Li Wei had also made this calculation when he rescued Leah. After all, where could Leah get 1,000 gold coins? Only if she escaped to the Northern Territory and returned to her mother's family, would they give him the 1,000 gold coins in order not to damage the Martell family's reputation. He had already planned to go to the Northern Territory for development, so it was on the way. After a little calculation, he simply rescued Leah. Even if he offended Penny and Damon to death at that time, he was in the Northern Territory, and the Martell family would launch a military operation against them, so they would have no time to care about him. All of this was within his plan. Brothers, please follow the reading, ask for tickets, ask for everything. Don't raise books, it's easy to raise them to death :U003E_/U003C. The northern border was located in the northernmost part of the Kingdom of Debi, bordering the chaotic and lawless wilderness. To reach the northern border from the southern border, one had to traverse almost the entire territory of the Kingdom of Debi. There was only one route, the Lionheart Avenue, which first led to the Debi Royal Court, and then the Ironwood Road heading north to the northern border. Even at full speed, without stopping, the journey would take about 10 days. If it were just Li Wei alone, his legs, comparable to four-wheel drive with turbocharging, would allow him to arrive in 4 or 5 days of continuous running. However, considering Leah and Zate, it was estimated that it would take them more than half a month to reach the northern border. Having already run out of Cullen's line of sight, Li Wei suddenly felt the ground tremble. "Boss, what's going on?" Zate scratched his head, clearly feeling it too. Li Wei frowned slightly, this situation felt strangely familiar. "Ha? Sweat?" Li Wei looked at the fine beads of water suddenly appearing on the back of his hand. This suffocating feeling, like being strangled by a python, could it be that I'm sweating profusely? "Boss, look at that." Zate suddenly pointed in the direction of Cullen, where a huge cloud of dust was rising. "That's a whole damn cavalry." At a glance, there were at least 100 fully armored cavalrymen. Li Wei couldn't help but tremble, a chill shooting straight to the top of his head, and he was immediately horrified. These cavalrymen were all fully armed, and even the lions beneath them were covered in armor. Leading them was a golden armored knight riding a golden lion. Li Wei wouldn't have been so alarmed if it were ordinary cavalry. These cavalrymen were Damon's Golden Lion Legion,
and their mounts were called Haka golden lions, a type of fantastical creature that was faster and had more stamina than horses, and were known for their violent and bloodthirsty nature. Only knights who had raised them from a young age could establish a bond, so the two were almost telepathic. This was also the reason why Daemon had the title of Highland Golden Lion. This legion was similar to the Griffin Knights of the DB royal court, although small in number, they were all elites among elites. They played a crucial role in pacifying the Lizardmen rebellion on the border. Even Zayt, this short-sighted orc, had heard of this legion and exclaimed, "Boss, this is bad. This Golden Lion Legion is known as the elite of the elite among cavalry." "What the hell is elite?" "I'll fight the elite," Li Wei said fiercely. The cavalry was moving very fast, and even though they had escaped for so long, they were still catching up. He could run away on his own, but Zayt, this Han simple-minded/foolish, was clearly doomed. Li Wei couldn't possibly give up after finally tricking such a hero unit into his hands. "Li Wei, we can't escape," Leah said, her face pale with fear. Although she was a flower in a greenhouse, she knew the power of cavalry, especially Daemon's great-uncle's Golden Lion Legion. The three of them were simply no match. Thinking that Daemon must be coming to capture her, Leah quickly said, "Li Wei, put me down. You run. As long as they catch me, Daemon will definitely not chase after you." "Miss Leah, why are you undermining your own morale and boosting the enemy's?" Li Wei slapped Leah on the butt, indignant. "Watch your lordship show you a thing or two and let them know what a heavy gunner is." Putting the blushing and dissatisfied Leah on the ground, Li Wei faced the 100 cavalrymen head-on. He had fought against 100 cavalrymen before. "Boss, Zayt swears to follow you to the death." Thinking that Li Wei was going to turn around and fight the cavalry, Zayt held a thick and long wolf-toothed club in his hand, his eyes flashing fiercely. Li Wei held his thumb to his eye, alternately closing his eyes to measure the distance, and finally concluded that the distance between the two sides was about 1,000 paces, 1 pace is 1.5 meters, and this distance was constantly decreasing. With a thought, an iron javelin appeared out of thin air in his hand, 1.5 blades long and weighing 10 pounds. This was a weapon he had stored in the Mount/U0026 blade system inventory, with a total of 10 sets, 5 in each set. Holding the javelin and making a throwing motion, Li Wei narrowed his eyes, aiming at Daemon, who was charging in the front, waiting for him to enter his firing range. At the same time, Daemon, galloping on his lion, also saw Li Wei's movements. Was he crazy? What threat could a throw at this distance pose? Daemon, who estimated that the distance between the two sides was a full 1,000 paces, thought Li Wei was crazy. He had heard of the arena champion's reputation and acknowledged that Li Wei had some strength. But it wasn't exaggerated to this extent. Even if he waited for the distance to close, the most suitable distance was 100 paces away, but even this closest distance was impossible to achieve by human power. To throw this iron javelin more than 100 paces away and still pursue lethality, even the muscular orc next to him probably couldn't do it. And if the distance between the two sides was less than 100 paces, the cavalry could reach him in 10 breaths, and throwing would be meaningless. In the end, Daemon could only conclude that the knight was probably frightened by his powerful cavalry. 900 paces, 800 paces, 700 paces. Li Wei, who was silently calculating the distance, had calm eyes and was as steady as an old dog. Zayt's Adam's apple bobbed, and he was constantly swallowing saliva. The charge of 100 cavalrymen, especially the Golden Lion Legion, was an imposing force that ordinary people couldn't face without fear. Glancing at Li Wei, who had no reaction, his admiration grew even more. He was worthy of being the boss he was loyal to, remaining unfazed in the face of such a crisis. 600 paces, 500 paces. When the range was reached, Li Wei's eyes flashed. He weighed the javelin twice, then aimed at Daemon at the end of his line of sight, retracted his body, pulled his shoulders, and gathered strength. Shoulder, waist, arm, all the muscles twisted into a rope, veins bulging on his hand, and then he suddenly turned around and threw his hand. Whoosh! The javelin was like lightning, almost impossible to capture its trajectory with the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, it crossed the distance of 500 paces. Daemon only saw a dark light coming towards him, and the color under his helmet instantly turned pale. How is this possible? But his rich battlefield experience made him subconsciously condense his battle aura on his sword and then strike at the javelin that had flown 500 paces.
Clang! Sparks flew between the two.
A huge force came through the sword, and the sword in Damon's hand involuntarily came loose, but he managed to knock the javelin off course, and it flew past his ear. Accompanying it was the roar produced by the friction between the javelin and the air, causing his ears to ring and temporarily deafening him. The javelin arrived in front of a knight in one breath, pierced through his armor, and stabbed into his chest, causing him to fly out like a light willow catkin. It was not until it knocked a knight behind him off his lion that the huge force on the javelin was relieved.
Is this still human?
Damon looked at his hands with split tiger mouths, his atoms apple bobbing.
This was still the effect of him using his battle aura.
If he didn't use his battle aura, even if he knocked the javelin away, his hands would be ruined.
A human being relied on human power to shoot a spear comparable to a ballista.
This carefree knight, who had never been afraid, felt fear for the first time.
Leah, who witnessed Li Wei's incredible actions, exclaimed in surprise. Heavens, Li Wei, are you even human? Little brat, there are many more unbelievable things to come.
Hearing what sounded like an insult, Li Wei would have had the leisure to make an adult joke if it were an adult. But facing a little brat, Li Wei just rolled his eyes and retorted casually.
I'm not a kid, I'm already a legal adult. Li Wei ignored Leah, who seemed to be exasperated by his words.
Instead, he clicked his tongue, somewhat regretting that he hadn't shot Damon down with that one spear. But that was also within expectations. Although his javelin was fast and fierce, the distance was still too great. The time it took to traverse the space between them was enough for the knight who cultivated battle chi to react.
But that was all.
If the distance were shortened to 200 paces, Li Wei was confident he could kill Damon with one shot. Just as the Golden Lion Legion was thrown into some chaos and slowed down due to the throw, Li Wei didn't stop.
He continued to throw javelins, each one incredibly sharp.
The opposing knights were individually named, their bodies flying out like broken sacks, leaving only the Haka Golden Lions under their butts, unaware of what was happening.
This operation shattered Damon's last bit of luck, bringing him completely back to reality.
He realized that Li Wei could not only throw javelins 500 paces away but also maintain that terrifying accuracy. Damon suppressed his fear and shouted loudly.
Retreat! Retreat! After Li Wei successively shot and killed more than 10 comrades, the remaining knights of the Golden Lion Legion were frightened by Li Wei's accuracy.
Coupled with Damon's order to retreat, they wailed and scurried around, scattering in all directions, retreating backward, afraid that Li Wei would target them. Feeling as if they had escaped the range, Damon finally stopped, his strong heart still beating rapidly. In his sight, Li Wei was already a small black dot.
Damon comforted himself, thinking that such a long distance should make it impossible to throw the javelin, right?
Looking at the Golden Lion Legion, which was now thousands of paces away, Li Wei raised an eyebrow. He couldn't do it at that distance right now, but he still had more than 20 attribute points. If he added all of them to strength, it might not be impossible.
But Li Wei still didn't add them.
It wasn't cost-effective to use attribute points for a cavalry regiment. He could feel that his attributes could still be slightly improved through training. It was a feeling that came from nowhere, and he couldn't quite put his finger on it. So he decided to wait until training could no longer improve his attributes before using all the attribute points. Anyway, it was enough for now.
Zat was frightened when Li Wei named them one by one. He kept swallowing his saliva, resulting in a dry mouth now. He was completely subdued.
Crossing a distance of 500 paces, being able to accurately snipe cavalry without even test shots could only be described as a monster.
Although the legendary giants could also do this, their accuracy was no match for their boss. It was feared that before long, his boss's name would resound throughout the entire Deber kingdom, as well as that insignificant but extremely loyal orc, Zat.
His boss would become the king of the northern wilderness, and he would be his boss's right-hand man. Zat fantasized about a hopeful future. After glancing at the Golden Lion Legion, which was thousands of paces away and seemed afraid to pursue, Li Wei turned his head and said, "Let's go, they probably don't dare to chase us." This time, Leah didn't let Li Wei carry her, but followed behind him. Now she felt that Li Wei was even more terrifying than the orc behind him, like a monster in human skin. Otherwise, how could he throw a javelin so far? Almost every shot hit. Damon in the distance silently watched the three disappear from sight. He was terrified and didn't dare to order a pursuit. Each soldier of the Golden Knight Legion could face 100 lizardmen or wildlings. His 100-man cavalry regiment could charge through a soldier's queue of thousands of people. As a result, before they even approached within 400 paces, more than 10 people were shot and killed. He couldn't imagine how many soldiers he would have left if he charged to the front. Even if dozens of knights rushed to the front, it would probably be useless against this monster. Seeing his lord silent, although the surrounding soldiers couldn't see the expression under his helmet, it must be extremely ugly. After all, they, who were known as the elite among the elite, comparable to the Royal Griffin Knight Legion, were actually frightened by one person, unable to move forward. Their proud, arrogant hearts were completely shattered by one person. As for why Li Wei was so terrifying, just look at his luxurious attributes. Li Wei Targaryen level, 23 experience, for 84/120000 strength, 45 agility, 43 intelligence, 12 charm, 41 available attribute points, 22 skills, Ironbone 13, Power Strike 11, Power Throw 10, Power Draw 10, Weapon Mastery 9, Shield Defense Axe, Riding 11, Horse Archery 10, Item Management 1, Persuasion 8. Note: Max level 15, available skill points, 2 weapon proficiency, one-handed weapons 685, two-handed weapons 551, polearms 501, bows 530, throwing 629, crossbows 310. Note: Max level 720, available weapon points, 1100. A strength of 45 gave him the ability to throw javelins 500 paces away, and his throwing weapon proficiency, which was almost at max level, allowed him to accurately snipe these knights even from such a distance. You should know that the strength attribute of an ordinary adult is only 3-4 points, while Li Wei's panel alone is more than 10 times that. Not to mention that the system does not follow a simple linear calculation, but an exponential increase. The real data is probably dozens of times higher. Li Wei was confident that his move was enough to cut off the pursuit of Corrin's group. No one could withstand his sniping. His throwing was comparable to a ballista. As long as he had enough javelins, with his monstrous physique, it wouldn't be a problem to throw them continuously for half an hour. Li Wei summoned his only pack horse from the system space, put Lia on it, and Zat willingly led the reins. Although Lia was surprised by Li Wei's ability to take out items out of thin air, she didn't ask. Because there was magic in the Middle Ages thousands of years ago, and it was normal for some space equipment to be passed down. Lia was just surprised that Li Wei's space equipment could hold living things. Facing Lia, who automatically filled in the blanks, Li Wei was happy to be idle and didn't explain. Without pursuers, the three walked leisurely on the Lionheart Avenue, heading north. As long as nothing unexpected happened next, he would be able to reach the northern border within half a month, and he could also start developing his territory and experience what it was like to be a noble. In a good mood, Li Wei couldn't help but hum a little tune that only he understood. Wandering in another world for 3 years, sometimes I miss the happy NET days we had together. Even if I were to be overwhelmed in Kaudal, I still miss home. Brothers, please collect and follow up. The seedling of Mount /U0026 blade is not easy, crying, arrived at the north. Thump, thump, thump. Today's wind is rather noisy and unsettling. Li Wei lay on a cart loaded with goods, with soft straw underneath him. A handkerchief covered his eyes to block the harsh sunlight. The gentle breeze caressing his face made him sigh with emotion. Although it was July in Db, and most regions were sweltering, the Northern Territory was clearly an exception, being quite cool instead. Lia, who was sleeping beside him, stirred slightly from Li Wei's voice, then continued to sleep. After a while, seemingly feeling that the journey was boring and unbearably monotonous, Li Wei abruptly sat up. He stretched, yawned, and then rubbed his eyes. Hey, you, where are we now? How far are we from that White Stream city? The driver, relying on his extensive road experience, gave a precise answer. My lord, we are about half an hour away from White Stream city. Finally, they were about to arrive. Li Wei roused himself and stood up from the cart, straining his eyes to look ahead. At the end of the gray horizon, a thin black line cut through the connection between the sky and the earth, forming a distinct boundary line, which became increasingly clear as the carriage approached.
It was the city wall in the distance.
Since running away from Cologne, Li Wei had proactively found a merchant caravan that was heading to the Northern Territory to make the journey easier, hitching a ride. After all, if he were to ride a horse for half a month, not to mention him, Lia's but would probably be shaken into two halves. Traveling with the caravan was slightly easier, but the speed inevitably slowed down. It had been 20 days before he finally saw the distant appearance of White Stream City.
But it was finally coming to an end.
He felt like his body had been shaken apart during this time.
Speed up!
The caravan, which had been traveling in the wilderness for a week, also longed for the prosperity of the city. The sound of hooves suddenly became more rapid, producing a continuous thump, thump, thump sound. Lia was also awakened by the sudden and violent shaking of the carriage. Rubbing her eyes, she asked groggily.
Li Wei, are we almost there? The current Lia was vastly different from the one half a month ago.
The cat's eye-sized sapphire around her neck and the pearls on her ears were gone. She wore a simple short-sleeved linen dress, with a white square cloth around her waist. Her golden hair was somewhat messy, and her face and arms were covered in dust.
This outfit was very similar to the commoner girls seen everywhere in DB. But even with deliberate smearing, it still couldn't hide her delicate face.
Yes, Miss Lia.
Li Wei showed a warm smile. In a little while, you will be able to see your aunt, Duchess Friena.
Even if the current Southern Territory Duke intends to harm you, he cannot influence a powerful Duke of the Northern Territory across half of DB.
You won't have to worry anymore then.
Listening to Li Wei's unusually respectful words, Lia felt a little uncomfortable. For the past period, Li Wei had been calling her name directly, without any respect. Although he had taken care of her on the road, Lia felt that it was only for the 1,000 gold coins. Thinking of this, Lia said solemnly, Li Wei, thank you for escorting me all the way.
I will not mistreat you. It's what I should do. Li Wei smiled.
After busying himself for so long, it was finally time to reap the rewards.
He felt a little excited thinking about it.
An hour later, the appearance of White Stream City was fully revealed before Li Wei's eyes. This was a famous city throughout DB. The designers had put a lot of thought into diverting the upstream river to transform it into a natural moat.
The cities in the Northern Territory were much simpler than those in the Southern Territory.
There were not many extra decorations on the city walls, only flags with the sword-biting eagle embroidered on them. This was the symbol of the Northern Territory's lord, the Martel family. The city walls, made of huge stones, were 18 ren high, 1 ren is 1 meter, making it worthy of the title of a majestic city. The pitted and crisscrossed marks of swords and blades on the wall proved that it had been through many trials and tribulations, but it was still safe and sound, standing here. There was a long queue at the city gate, with local civilians and caravans pulling goods. Even the alien races that were rarely seen in the Southern Territory were very common here. Orcs, dwarves, gnomes. This showed how prosperous this commercial center of the Northern Territory was. Wow, Li Wei even saw an elf, but unfortunately, it was just a half-elf. Li Wei, who often read DB's popular novel, The Adventures of Aben Kingdom, knew more about elves than those scholars. Generally, half-elves had slightly pointed ears and their appearance was more inclined to humans. As long as either of their human parents was not too ugly, they were generally very beautiful. The ears of purebred elves were sharp and long, and they were all handsome men and beautiful women. Their appearance could be said to be the darlings of the gods. Only Li Wei among humans could surpass them. 8 halberdiers wearing silver armor were guarding a wooden box half their height at the city gate, collecting different city entrance taxes one by one.
When it was Li Wei's turn. I am a nobleman.
He triumphantly took out his noble badge and showed it off, attracting envious and fearful gazes.
The caravan's city entrance tax was thus waived.
The tax soldiers respectfully made way, the wheels creaked and turned, entering the city wall passage, and soon came out from the other side. The caravan manager smiled obsequiously, holding a bucket of fine mulled wine in his hands, and said to Li Wei, "My lord, thank you for your care along the way." He had picked up these 3 strange travelers, who seemed to be completely unrelated, in the Southern Territory. They had proactively stated their noble status and expressed their willingness to help his caravan avoid the troubles they encountered on the road. At first, the manager didn't believe it. Which noble would do such a thing? But the facts proved that he was telling the truth. The orc under this noble had helped him solve the bandits and robbers they encountered on the road. The caravan's road tax alone had saved him at least a dozen gold coins. Just using this to test me? Which cadre can't withstand such a test? Li Wei glanced at the bucket of wine in his hand and did not take it. He had traveled west and east, worked as a mercenary, and escorted caravans. If the caravan couldn't pay a suitable commission, he wouldn't mind moonlighting as a bandit. A bucket of malt wine was not worth the price of a prostitute in Cologne. The caravan manager was initially confused by what Li Wei said, but after understanding it, he was filled with deep admiration. He thought to himself, how could there be such a good thing? Although he cursed inwardly, he still smiled flatteringly and patted his head. Look at my memory, I even took the wrong thing to give to you, my lord. He took out a cloth bag from his waist and handed it to Li Wei. Please accept it. Seeing Li Wei take it, the manager breathed a sigh of relief. He was just about to take back the malt wine when the bucket in his hand was snatched away fiercely. This wine is also mine. Listening to this confident voice, the caravan manager could only stare blankly as the three figures disappeared into the crowd. Read and collect. The next destination was definitely the Martel family's castle, but having arrived in Whiteflow City, Levi was in no hurry. Levi led the two of them, strolling along the wide streets of Whiteflow City. Until he saw a hotel, the Rolina Cabin. This was a 3-story wooden cabin, decorated with various green plants, looking extremely fresh and refined. Levi took the lead and walked in. Respected guests, are you looking for accommodation? A beautiful woman with green hair at the counter showed a warm smile. Looking at the three people, clearly distinct in height from short to tall, Rolina couldn't help but think of the potatoes, eggplants, and pumpkins at home. Do you have bathing facilities here? Levi asked in return. Every room has hot water available. Rolina still smiled brightly. I see. Levi pondered for a moment, reluctantly taking out his money bag from his waist. How much does a bath cost? 50 copper coins per person, but this big guy needs 1 silver coin. Why do you have to eat so much and get so fat? Levi glared at the grinning Zart, frustrated, and pulled out 2 silver coins from his money bag, one by one. The rooms on the right side upstairs are all empty, the three of you can bathe yourselves. Rolina's smile became more genuine. She put the silver coins into her wallet, and then pointed upstairs. Levi quietly watched the hotel owner, and when he saw that she hadn't made any other movements for a long time, he finally couldn't help but say, Change. Change for what? Levi was also stunned, then became furious. This was the first time someone had been so greedy as to try to take advantage of him. Are you blinded by greed, trying to steal from a nobleman? In Whiteflow City, 1 silver coin can be exchanged for 102 copper coins, which means you still need to give me 2 copper coins. Change. Levi held out his hand. The smile on Rolina's face stopped abruptly, her mouth twitching. She didn't expect this kid who looked like a nobleman to want even 2 copper coins back, with no aristocratic dignity at all. She couldn't help but glare at Levi fiercely, before reluctantly taking out 2 copper coins from her small green wallet and throwing them over. No one can get money from this nobleman. Levi smiled triumphantly, as if he had won a battle, and walked upstairs. Money-grubbing brat, I hope you drown in the bath. Rolina whispered some harmless words. At the same time, she wondered how Levi, who looked like an out-of-towner, knew the currency exchange rate in Whiteflow City. Although the exchange rate between copper, silver, and gold coins in Deborah is 1:100, this is not fixed. Each region has fluctuations, and even due to rising or falling prices, this exchange rate will increase or decrease to varying degrees. However, it generally does not exceed 10. These are generally only clear to merchants or locals who are active in the area. The three travelers looked weathered, and they must have come to Whiteflow City with a caravan, but it was really surprising that they knew this. The three people who went upstairs each found a spare room and started to take a bath. After running around in the wild with the caravan for a week, their bodies were covered in dust. Levi couldn't wait to take a bath, and now that he had arrived in Whiteflow City, he couldn't wait to find one. Not to mention Leia, she had never gone more than 2 days without taking a bath since she was a child, and now she felt sweaty all over, and her golden hair was sticking together. As for Zart, he didn't care much. It used to be common for him not to take a bath for months in the wilderness. When the three of them came out after taking a bath, their appearance was completely new. Leia put on the pink gold embroidered dress she had in Colon again, and the top-notch aristocratic aura she carried with her involuntarily exuded, making her look like a princess in a novel. It's a pity that there was something missing on her ears and neck. Not bad, this is what a Highland tulip, the heir of Colon, should look like. Levi praised. Leia smiled slightly, and it seemed that after taking a bath, that confidence had returned to her. Levi brought Leia to take a bath naturally, also with the idea of tidying her up, so as to meet Duchess Frolina. Otherwise, with the appearance of the three beggars in front, it is estimated that they would be kicked out by the guards before they even reached the castle gate. What's more, letting this northern duchess see her niece looking like a beggar, she would think that he had been bullying her all along. When the three of them walked downstairs, Rolina was stunned, and couldn't help but take a few more glances at Levi. After this kid cleaned up, he looked quite presentable. Finally, when her eyes fell on Leia, she couldn't help but be shocked. Hiss! Why does this girl look so much like the Duchess? And that top-notch aristocratic temperament exuding from the inside out cannot be concealed. You must know that this temperament cannot be learned. It can only be cultivated by being in a luxurious environment every day. This kid wouldn't have kidnapped the Duchess's illegitimate daughter, would he? Rolina guessed wildly. This was exactly the same as the plot of the knight and princess novel she read last night. Are you dumbfounded? This is Miss Leia, the Duchess's niece. Levi left these words with his nostrils facing the sky, and then left a dashing back view, leaving Rolina with a bewildered look. When the three of them came outside the castle, they were not surprisingly stopped. Originally, to meet the Duchess, you need to write a greeting card first. Levi was too lazy to bother, so he simply brought Leia here directly. After all, waiting for the greeting card to be sent to this Duchess, I don't know how long it will take. He doesn't have so much time to spend here. The top priority is to get the money, buy a few slave soldiers and go to develop. Miss, please wait a moment, I will report to the Duchess. Faced with this girl who looked extremely similar to the Duchess, the soldier did not dare to neglect, but because of his duty, he did not directly let the three of them in. Instead, he asked another soldier to report. The three of them didn't wait long before a woman walked out of the castle along the gravel path. Looking about 27 years old, wearing a handmade busty black dress, with a circle of lace patterns on the chest for embellishment, forming a sharp contrast with the white expanse, which is eye-catching. Wine-red hair draped behind her, with a beautiful face, blue eyes containing spring, eyes flowing, hooking the soul. Slender figure, white hands, breath like orchids, charm still exists. The appearance is at least 70% similar to Leia next to her, feeling like an adult version of Leia. Before she even opened her mouth to speak, Levi felt that this northern duchess was like a ripe peach. Leia saw Frolina and called out. Aunt Frolina! Isn't this little Leia? Why are you free to come here to play? Where is your mother? As soon as Frolina opened her mouth, a fragrance like orchids came faintly. As soon as she heard Frolina mention her mother, Leia couldn't hold back anymore, like a lost deer finally finding her home. She hugged Frolina all of a sudden, sobbing in a low voice. This scene startled Frolina, but she still hugged Leia in her arms. Levi looked up at the sky, his expression full of stories. He felt that it would be even more perfect if there was a cigarette at this time. Although Leia seemed to be very strong along the way, she was still a 14-year-old child after all. That knight is really handsome. Not only handsome, but also very gentle. He even gave me a pastry just now. That orc under him is so ugly, covered in lumps of flesh. He looks so dumb, I don't know why the knight would take him as a subordinate. He's completely useless. Two maids in uniform dresses gossiped, their cheeks flushing whenever their eyes fell on the young man in the pavilion. Levi lay comfortably in the pavilion, a stone table in front of him laden with fruit and pastries.
He watched the clouds in the sky, enjoying the cool breeze, and slightly opened his mouth. The little maid serving him would then, with great attentiveness, pick up a pastry and bring it to him. In his previous life, he was persuaded by a dog to study civil engineering, and he worked like a dog ever since. After transmigrating and working like that for another 3 years, Levi never imagined that one day he could enjoy such a high-class life. Enjoying it, he still felt a little unaccustomed. If it were his previous life, his current behavior would be called pretentious. In the garden not far away, that iron-headed fool, Zart, was squatting with his big butt in the air, counting the ants crawling out of the brick cracks, occasionally scratching his butt with his big hands. After counting for a while, he ran to Levi with a proud look and said, "Boss, I counted a total of 103 ants." "Not bad, you're improving." Levi nodded in satisfaction and threw a pastry over. Zart happily took it and swallowed it whole in one gulp. After smacking his lips, he scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, "Boss, I swallowed it too quickly just now and didn't taste anything. Can I have another one?" Looking at Zart's silly appearance, the little maid couldn't help but giggle, then covered her mouth and snickered. If it were another noble's subordinate, she would never dare to do this, but this knight was easy to get along with and would even talk to her about strange and interesting things, so she involuntarily relaxed a lot. Get lost. Levi was speechless. Look, he was losing face to his grandma's house. Forced by his imposing manner, Zart had to go back to squatting and counting ants. Looking at his only team, Levi felt a sense of uncertainty about the future. Don't look at this guy as a hero unit, but whether from the attribute panel or counting on his fingers in reality, Zart successfully proved with his actions that he was a consistent illiterate. As long as the number exceeded his own fingers, he had to borrow his toes. Letting Zart count ants was what Levi had actively ordered. Levi was keen to train his current top general. Not to say that he had to be as literate and eloquent as him. At least he had to learn to count, add, subtract, multiply, and divide. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how many enemies were coming. A person who only knows that if you kill one, there will be one less on the other side is just a brute. Just then, a fragrant breeze wafted over, and the little maid's respectful voice rang out, "Duke." Levi got up from the recliner and bowed slightly in a noble salute. "Lady Flina." "Sir Levi, I apologize for disturbing your rest." Flina was wearing the exquisite low-cut black dress she wore when they first met, a cat's eye-sized ruby sunk deep into her cleavage, her chest open and full of charm. "Leah has told me everything, so I can't wait to thank you." After she finished speaking, she extended her small hand to Levi, and Sir Levi also raised his hand to hold it, helping her sit on the chair. "Madam, this is what I should do." Levi added, "Miss Leah presided over my knighting ceremony. It's just that the Aselli family is the master of the Southern Territory, and my ability only allows me to rescue Miss Leah alone." Speaking of this, Levi sighed pretentiously. "Sir Levi, don't worry about the Aselli family's revenge. Even a powerful duke cannot bypass the Martell family of the Northern Territory to deal with you alone," Flina said firmly. "The Martell family always repays their debts. They will usher in the wrath of the Northerners. I am convinced of this," Levi complimented. "At the same time, the Martell family will not treat anyone who gives us help badly." Hearing this, Levi knew that the main event was coming, and he couldn't help but cheer up. Flina clapped her hands gently, and a servant came to the garden from outside the passage holding a wooden box. "In addition to the 1,000 gold coins Leah promised you, as someone who helped the Martell family escape the pursuit of the despicable usurpers, I am willing to use 500 gold coins to support your pioneering actions." The servant placed the box on the table, revealing the gold coins that were already protruding. Levi picked up one, this heavy, tempting, shiny gold, engraved with the head of King Deber, but more loved than the king, more able to seduce people than the devil. There were a full 1,500 coins. This was a huge sum of money that Levi had never owned, and it was placed in front of him like this, he didn't even dare to dream about it. Flina smiled, she had seen many people, and she saw greed in Levi's eyes, bone-eroding greed. This kind of person usually dies quickly, but if they are lucky enough not to die, they often cause a stir. The last time she saw this kind of look was today, it was when she looked in the mirror this morning. "No. Levi threw the gold coin back into the box with great regret.
Oh? Flinna raised her eyebrows slightly. She had always been confident in her ability to recognize people. Could it be that she misjudged this time?
Is this Sir Levi a noble knight who regards money as dirt?
Levi tapped the table, his tone heavy.
Miss Leah is the tulip of the Highlands, the rightful heir of Corwin, possessing half of the Martell family's bloodline, and your niece, do you understand?
Before Flinna could react, she heard the most righteous and deafening shout she had ever heard in her life. How can a mere 500 gold coins reflect the importance of the Martell family?
At least 1,000 gold coins.
Okay, 1,000 gold coins, this is nothing to the Martell family.
Flinna took a deep breath, trying to maintain the calm on her face. She really didn't misjudge, but she underestimated this knight's thick skin.
Flinna agreed quickly, and Levi immediately climbed up the pole. He couldn't help but stand up, supporting the table with both hands, wanting to put pressure on the other party. This was a common trick in negotiations. But the next moment, unfathomable white cleavage came into view, forcing him to pretend to be nonchalant and slowly sit back down.
I heard that the largest arena in Whiteflow City has a batch of orc slaves. This was the news Levi had deliberately inquired about from the little maid just now.
Orcs are one of the wilderness residents who live in the deepest part of the wilderness. The harsh environment there hones these guys, making every orc have both courage and combat experience.
They are natural warriors.
Zart was the one who ran out of the wilderness and ended up in the Southern Territory, where he was picked up by an arena.
Using orc slaves to form a pioneer guard? I admit your idea is not bad.
Flinna's lips curled up slightly, and it was hard to tell whether it was praise or mockery. But I have to remind you that these orc barbarians are as famous for their unruly temper as they are for their bravery.
No one can make them listen obediently. Unless you can beat them into submission, these orc barbarians only obey the strong. Flinna added silently in her heart, but how could this be?
Suddenly, she thought of what Leah had said earlier, that Li Wei could throw an iron javelin 500 steps away.
But how is this possible? 500 steps? Even the range of a large ballista is only that far. How could a human do it?
Even orcs, who are famous for their strength, can only throw it about 100 steps.
Thinking of this, Flinna couldn't help but size up Li Wei.
He is quite handsome, even outstanding among the beautiful elves, but looking at his slender and well-proportioned figure, which is far from being sturdy.
She shook her head again. How could this be possible? Flinna only thought that Leah must have made a mistake, saying 500 steps instead of 50 steps.
In Li Wei's eyes, Flinna showed a look of satisfaction after looking at his appearance, but after looking at his figure a few times, she shook her head to herself.
Ha! Is she looking down on him? Does she think he is weak? Ahem, madam, some things cannot be judged by appearance alone.
You have to grasp the essence through the appearance.
Li Wei raised his eyebrows and said meaningfully.
If Flinna meant to take care of him, Li Wei wouldn't mind humbling himself. After all, this would save him 30 years of detours and directly reach the goal in one step.
When Flinna dies, this huge northern territory will belong to him. If he can inherit the family business, who would want to start a business miserably? What are you talking about? Flinna was confused.
After asking the servant to find parchment, she dipped a quill in ink and wrote beautiful common words of the ancient continent.
Damn, I'm becoming a clown.
Looking at Flinna, who was pretending to know nothing and acting officially, Li Wei's heart skipped a beat, and he felt like he had a small red ball on his nose. 40 gold coins per head, don't think it's expensive, these orcs are worth the price. Seeing Li Wei seemed to want to bargain, Flinna interrupted directly. After rolling up the parchment and tying it with a silk ribbon, she handed it to Li Wei. Take it to Howling Arena, and you will get 50 orc barbarians.
After taking the parchment, Li Wei's previous embarrassment disappeared.
2,000 gold coins were completely emptied, and a mountain of gold was exchanged for only a piece of parchment, but Li Wei smiled with satisfaction. Logically speaking, opening a store with these 2,000 gold coins is the safest option.
And pioneering territory is like stocks in his previous life. Although the future income is considerable, the risk is extremely high.
If he is not careful, he may even lose all his money, leaving him with nothing. In the end, like those pioneering predecessors, he can only sell his ass to repay his debts.
But Li Wei only knows one truth. The neighbor hoards food, he hoards soldiers, and the neighbor is his granary. When funds are insufficient, he can just moonlight as a wasteland bandit.
With his strength, plus 50 orc barbarians, he is a strong and powerful turd stirrer in the wasteland. Moreover, plunder is better than hard work. Didn't the US military rely on this trick to get started in his previous life? A final reminder, I won't take these orcs back if they don't listen. Flinna glanced at Li Wei. Since these orcs were captured back to the arena, she had also thought about taming them and letting them wear iron armor to be meat shields in the front row. Unfortunately, even knights who had learned battle chi were beaten by these orcs and couldn't get out of bed for half a month. In the arena, they are even lazy and have a bad reputation. She is completely paying to support them. Killing them will affect the relationship between the Martell family and the orcs, and letting them go will make the Martell family lose face. She has been unable to properly dispose of them, which has given Flinna a headache. She even suspects that these orcs intended to attack Whitestream City in order to be captured and deliberately freeload. Now that someone is willing to pay to take over, she is naturally happy to do so. Of course. Li Wei showed a meaningful smile. He stood up, bowed to Flinna, and walked out along the way he came. Unexpectedly, he met Leah just as he walked out of the passage. Li Wei, are you leaving? Compared to before, Leah's eyes were much more swollen. Obviously, she had a hearty cry and released the emotions in her heart. Yes, Miss Leah. Having gotten what he wanted, the smile on Li Wei's face never stopped. Thank you for your care along the way. Leah bowed. Although Li Wei was very stingy along the way and showed no respect for the Lord, the feeling of being treated as an equal was something Leah had never experienced before. The stories he told her because the journey was boring were also very novel. Thinking of this, she said reluctantly, Li Wei, if your pioneering is not smooth, you can come to me. If you keep jinxing me, be careful, I'll beat you. Li Wei blocked Leah's ambition that had been since the beginning. Walking on the streets of Whitestream City. Li Wei held the parchment in his hand, feeling a sense of preparedness, only waiting for the opportunity. He raised his hand to stop a passing carriage and spent 3 silver coins to rent it generously. Go to Howling Arena. Because Zart was too large, he could only rely on his feet and follow the carriage miserably. The carriage sped along the streets of Cologne, and the surrounding buildings gradually became shorter and sparser, moving from the bustling center to the edge of the city. The arena is the pillar industry of the Deber Kingdom, or rather, the entire ancient continent, because it has various non-human races, coupled with the lack of entertainment. All of this provides fertile ground for the development of the arena, making it a pressure-relieving sport no less than a brothel. There are more than a dozen arenas, large and small, in Whitestream City alone. Howling Arena can become the #1 arena. There is nothing special about it, just because its owner is the Martell family. Most other emerging arenas are built with logs and bricks, while Howling Arena is made of exquisite granite. 8 granite pillars are symmetrically arranged on both sides of the main entrance, supporting the tall circular dome. This shows the heritage of the old noble Martell family. Sir, today is a rest day, all the fighters are resting, please come again another day. This was the first sentence Li Wei heard as soon as he entered the door. At the same time, he felt a strong sense of offense. Even the other world has rest days. What kind of life was he living without a break all year round in his previous life? Moreover, he has been in the arena for so long, and this is the first time he has heard of a rest day. Damn arena boss. The arena manager was thin, with the characteristic smile of a shrewd businessman on his face. His only notable feature was a small goatee, meticulously styled into a long strand with hair wax. Li Wei handed Frulina's warrant to the manager, who carefully examined it while slowly stroking his seductive little beard. An order from Duchess Frulina? A hint of surprise flashed across the manager's face as he scrutinized Li Wei, then nodded. No problem. He led Li Wei and Zart into the arena. Since it was a rest day, there were no spectators in the arena today. Only a few servants were diligently cleaning the rows of private boxes reserved for the nobility.
To be honest, since Duchess Frelina dumped them here, the money they've earned in the arena hasn't even covered their food costs. The arena is essentially losing money to keep them fed.
I'm constantly sending letters to Duchess Frelina about this, but I haven't received a satisfactory response.
It's good that you're here to take them away. The arena manager wore a wry smile as he voiced his opinion, seemingly with a hint of relief. Li Wei nodded in agreement, deeply sympathetic. No one understood how much orcs could eat better than him. Take his previous life, for example. An average person's food expenses were about 50 yuan for 3 meals a day. But if Zart were in his previous life, maintaining a balanced diet of meat and vegetables would cost at least 500 yuan a day. 50 orcs would cost 25,000 yuan a day, nearly a million yuan a month. Without a substantial fortune, one simply couldn't afford to feed these gluttons. And you couldn't skimp on the food for these orc barbarians, either. If they weren't well fed, they wouldn't have the strength to move their massive bodies, and their combat power would plummet. 2 guards, having received their orders, walked into the deep tunnel and emerged with dozens of bare-chested, green-skinned orc barbarians. Actually, there was something Li Wei didn't quite understand. Logically, orcs should have brown skin, as green skin was a result of their exposure to fell energy. He had specifically inquired about this. But the answer he received was, "It's always been this way." This put him at ease. If they were truly related to something like fell energy, his system might not be enough to handle it. As everyone knows, the natives of colder, northern regions tend to be more robust, while those in warmer regions are thinner and shorter. As everyone knows, orcs are naturally gifted with physical prowess, strength is their defining trait. And when these two factors combined, an incredible change occurred. These orcs, living on the border of the wilderness near the far northern ice plains, were even taller and stronger than their southern counterparts. Li Wei was about 1 rin and 8 cun tall. Years of combat and the system's enhancements had given him a perfect, athletic build, making him far from ordinary even among northerners. But compared to these behemoths, averaging 2 rin and 3 cun in height and covered in muscles, he was as adorable as a small southern potato. The orcs lazily yawned, their gazes somewhat cold, clearly displaying the annoyance of being awakened from a pleasant dream. Moreover, they were the most outstanding warriors, invincible on the battlefield, so they were proud, arrogant, and scornful of everything. Oh, including the little potato in front of them. "Big fatties, I bought you from Duchess Frelina." Li Wei paid no attention to the orcs' contemptuous gazes. He opened the parchment, briefly displayed Frelina's handwriting, then put it away and continued, "Which means, you are now my slaves." The leading orc was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. Orcs will never, all-inclusive, with room and board. Li Wei smiled as he looked up at these hulking figures. If muscle was a virtue, these orcs were all devout saints. Hearing this, the last few words of the orc got stuck in his throat. His face showed some hesitation, and his morning grumpiness diminished significantly. Even so, orcs, not only all-inclusive with room and board, but also guaranteed meat with every meal, until you're full. Li Wei's smile remained unchanged, adding a final remark, "Provided you don't waste any." Hearing this, the leading orc was dumbfounded. His imposing aura deflated instantly, like a wilted cucumber, and he groaned weakly. "Fine, you win." He wanted to be a bit tougher, but this Tiberian was offering too much. The arena manager, who had been accompanying them the entire time, went from being covered in sweat to utter disbelief. In the end, he could only manage to choke out, "Mr. Li Wei, you truly have a unique approach." He never imagined that these proud, scornful hardliners would be so easily won over by Li Wei. Li Wei simply smiled. No one understood how to handle these orc barbarians better than him. If 1 meal wasn't enough, then 2. So, if you have any requests, you can make them now. I am usually extra generous to brave warriors. Li Wei snapped his fingers. Hee, boss, I want to eat a whole roasted pig tonight. Upon hearing this, Zart quickly pushed aside the arena manager with his large hand, squeezed in front of Li Wei, and grinned foolishly. "Get lost." Li Wei spat out the word. Zart, like a chicken, grabbed the arena manager by the back of his collar, placed him back where he was, and then faced the wall in dejection.
Wasn't he supposed to be extra generous to brave warriors? The arena manager was dumbfounded. What just happened?
Zart's disruption was just a minor interlude.
Although the orcs didn't know why Zart, another orc, listened to Li Wei so obediently, judging from his plump and sturdy appearance, he clearly lived quite well. They couldn't help but feel more favorably disposed toward this Tiberian. After all, orcs were one big family.
After some discussion, the orcs reached a decision.
We will obey your orders, but we are not slaves.
All right, that's simple. Li Wei nodded.
This request was as good as saying nothing, just a nicer title, but Li Wei was willing to preserve this group of simple-minded giants' self-esteem.
One last request, fight me.
The leading orc said this with a determined look in his eyes. He had no other intentions, only to prove the orcs' worth, so that this Tiberian would not underestimate them and they could receive the treatment they deserved. This Tiberian seemed too weak compared to them, but he must be a strong warrior among the Tiberians. If he could easily defeat him, he could make him personally feel the orc's bravery. That way, the other party would feel that the promised room and board was worth the cost, rather than supporting a bunch of gluttons.
Moreover, he would show restraint.
I'll fight you. Feeling like he had no presence, Zart quickly squeezed over again. He was determined to show his bravery in front of his boss. Looking up at Zart, who was a head taller than him, the leading orc fell silent. Real hero Zat was a full 2.5 blades tall, weighing over 600 pounds. His muscles were like meticulously crafted sculptures, filled with aesthetic beauty. One look and you could tell he wasn't just for show.
The leading orc, though also 2 and 3 blades tall and weighing nearly 500 pounds, looked underdeveloped compared to Zat. You must know that, setting aside equipment, gladiatorial combat is a direct contest of strength and physique.
So-called techniques only give an advantage when facing opponents of a similar level. It's like how a DB person proficient in wrestling techniques can't even beat the underfed, half-grown kids from their own tribe. Miracles come from great strength, it's not just a saying. The orc, known for its strength, deeply understood this principle, so it knew it wasn't a match for this large orc of the same race. After a long silence, it finally spoke. You are a true warrior, I won't fight you.
It was simple-minded, not stupid.
To fight this large fellow orc, it wouldn't gain the slightest advantage.
It looked at Li Wei, I'm referring to you.
Li Wei was stunned, never expecting this guy to challenge him to a duel. Zat's eyes were filled with pity, as if looking at an idiot, and he couldn't help but reach out and pat this fellow orc's shoulder, sighing.
No, my brother, you are the true warrior.
Zat's eyes were as if he had seen an extremely rare species, containing a hint of sympathy.
Although the leading orc felt something was wrong, looking at Li Wei's thin body, its eyes remained firm.
Orc, Muto. Muto extended a fist as big as Li Wei's head, and the two bumped fists. Li Wei, DB person. Seeing that things had long been settled, but now he had to agree to some request, the gladiatorial arena manager was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, fine beads of sweat seeping from his forehead.
Did this duke not have any self-awareness?
This orc's thigh was as thick as his waist, one slap could send him to meet his grandmother, how could he possibly win? He was born a commoner, struggling for most of his life, and only gained this wealth, richer than some nobles, under the appreciation of Duchess Friena.
But a commoner is still a commoner.
If some noble whose brain was eaten by goblins was accidentally smashed into meat paste by an orc barbarian in his territory, the manager would inevitably bear some responsibility. Perhaps he wouldn't be sent to the gallows, but half a lifetime of effort might be in vain. Your Grace, the manager quietly tugged at Li Wei's sleeve, whispering a reminder, these orc barbarians can beat an Icefield tiger to death in a few punches and kicks. Anyway, they've already agreed to leave with you. Your identity is noble, there's no need to risk yourself. Icefield tigers are beasts that grow in the icefields, and they also inherit the characteristics of the icefield races, being large and stronger than brown bears. But they are still no match for this group of brutes. The manager thought he was being so tactful that he was practically pointing at this duke's head and saying, Your Grace, give it up, you can't possibly be a match for this orc barbarian. He believed that anyone whose brain hadn't been eaten by goblins would understand what he meant.
3 punches and 2 kicks? I can kill one with 1 punch.
Li Wei had encountered an icefield tiger once in the arena, but it was still just for show. The manager's face was ashen, completely losing the leisurely mood to stroke his mustache, cursing in his heart some hopeless idiot whose brain had been eaten by goblins.
Inside the arena,
Li Wei unlocked the buckle, threw his sword into Zat's hands, and twisted his shoulders. The collision between the joints made a crisp sound like popping beans. He hadn't properly exercised his body for nearly a month. He might as well use this orc barbarian to satisfy his craving. Most importantly, he also wanted to show his strength, so that this group of orc barbarians would submit to him both physically and mentally. The two stepped back at the same time, leaving 4 or 5 steps of space, and then suddenly pounced towards each other.
Experts could see.
No, even laymen could see that there was no suspense in this competition. The difference between the two sides was like an egg hitting a stone. The egg would not only break, but even the yolk would scatter. Muto was determined to use only a fraction of its strength to knock the DD person in front of it down. Just as it was about to exert force, its expression changed, feeling something was wrong, and suddenly felt a weakness under its feet, unable to exert strength.
Boom! A dashing backward throw.
The huge collision not only shattered the arena floor, but also stunned the onlookers.
What did they just see? A giant weighing nearly 500 pounds was easily picked up by a human and given a solid backward throw? Was this really something that humans could do? W1?
The arena manager tore off a strand of his chin beard without even realizing it. If someone had said before that a human had used wrestling to overturn an orc barbarian, he would have unhesitatingly used his old partner to kick him hard in the butt.
But now,
the manager admitted that he had underestimated this duke a little earlier. Whether Li Wei won by relying on superb skills or pure strength, winning was winning. He had to stop this farce.
Muto on the ground didn't understand what was going on at all. It was inexplicably overturned by a human?
It turned over and stood up from the ground in one fell swoop.
Its face was a little gloomy. As an orc barbarian, it was actually knocked down by a human using wrestling?
Muto was a little unconvinced, thinking that it had been careless just now. This DB person happened to be a master of wrestling, and he had mastered the balance between strength and skill, and through clever leverage, gave it a backward throw. And this was a great humiliation, enough for the tribe's priest to spend a page of paper specifically recording this orc who had disgraced the orc race. It would be infamous for 100 years.
In any case, Muto had to get this back. Again. It looked ferocious, its mouth full of fangs spewing out hot air. Damn it, the Duke let you off, and you orcs still won't admit defeat? The little mustache roared anxiously.
He didn't care whether Li Wei won by relying on advanced skills or pure strength, but winning was winning. He had to stop this farce.
Then let's do it again. Li Wei waved his hand, he hadn't even warmed up yet.
Muto decided not to be careless this time. This DB person was proficient in wrestling, so it would drag the duel between the two sides into the purest strength competition. The two resisted their arms. Muto sank its center of gravity, exerted all its strength, the muscles on its body bulged with earthworm-like veins, and its exceptionally strong body burst out with a huge force enough to tear apart ferocious beasts, but it was horrified to find that its legs were slowly leaving the ground, and its opponent was lifting it up little by little.
The next second. Boom! Another perfect throw.
Lying on the cold ground again, Muto finally understood a fact: its loss had nothing to do with skills, carelessness, these things. It was completely that its most proud strength was completely suppressed. An orc known for its bravery losing to a human in strength sounded incredible, but that was the fact. Orcs worship the strong. This human was braver than it, and was qualified to become the leader followed by everyone. It was completely convinced.
Earlier? Muto climbed up from the ground, thoroughly convinced after the beating of reality.
He opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but the blow to his back made it impossible for him to catch his breath, rendering him speechless.
Oh? Still not admitting defeat? Truly worthy of being a brave Orcish barbarian.
Li Wei praised from the bottom of his heart.
Since you're unwilling to concede, then let's go again. Muto? Boom, boom, boom. Body slam. Throw slam. Overhead slam. The arena resounded with a series of dull thuds as flesh collided with the ground, even the ground trembling slightly. The onlookers were petrified by the scene, turning into lifelike statues. Good heavens! Does he have a giant hidden inside him? The arena manager stared blankly at everything, muttering to himself. No one knew better than him how brave these orcs were. They would even treat a brown bear as a toy to wrestle with, but what was he seeing now? This brave orc was now being thrown around like a rag doll, like a deaf and mute girl in the slums, weak, pitiful, and helpless. Li Wei was a little surprised by Muto's performance. Based on his experience in arenas and coliseums, gladiators would understand after taking a couple of hard hits that they were biting off more than they could chew and would lie on the ground and honestly admit defeat. Even those knights in the arena with long titles who shouted about honor all day were actually quite pragmatic, at most saying a few righteous words before admitting defeat. In contrast, this orc was unbelievably resilient. Despite being unable to fight back, he struggled to get up from the ground after being thrown down more than a dozen times, showing no sign of admitting defeat. What gave him such tenacious fighting spirit? Was it the unyielding wild grass in the wilderness, or the heart that feared no strong enemy? Was it the Orcish sense of honor of never admitting defeat, or the life motto of getting up wherever you fall? Li Wei had long regarded these orcs as his subordinates, so he had always held back, but now he was considering whether to give him a couple of hard hits. Zat, are you orcs all so unyielding, fighting to the death? Li Wei couldn't help but ask. Boss, I think he should have admitted defeat a long time ago, Li Wei? With a final thud as his heavy body hit the ground, Muto used his last ounce of strength to roll over, his eyes blankly watching the white clouds in the sky through the transparent dome. It's good to be alive. Li Wei left the howling arena with the Orcish barbarian, bid farewell by the odd eyes of the mustached man and his servants, who looked at him like a monster. The initial formation of the armed personnel of the future territory was complete, but it still lacked many things. For example, these muscle barbarians were currently all naked, literally. They didn't even have weapons, and their upper bodies were bare, with only a pair of big pants, and their wide feet were still in shameful negative distance contact with the ground. Being so poor that you only have a pair of pants was no longer a figure of speech, but their daily portrayal. Pioneering was not as romantic as in night novels, where you only needed to bring a few guards to build a castle, collect beast-eared girls, elves, and maids, and then live a shameless noble life. On the contrary, it was an extremely serious military activity with huge upfront investment. Besides the 2,000 gold coins Li Wei transferred from Fulana's left hand to his right, he had a little over 1,000 left. These were what he had saved up coin by coin over the past 3 years as a mercenary, merchant, and gladiator. He had to save at least 600 to buy supplies, food, building materials, clothing, and so on. Only 400 coins could be used to buy weapons and equipment. This amount of money was actually a lot, enough to buy a manor, and then buy a few maids and servants to live comfortably for the rest of your life. But throwing it into the military wouldn't even make a ripple. Equipping these 50 Orcish barbarians would only get them a newbie 3-piece set each. Li Wei was even considering whether he should sell his body. With his looks as the king of ducks and his body comparable to a perpetual motion machine, he would definitely be a boon to wealthy women. But as a nobleman, how could he sell his body to support these muscle barbarians? Wouldn't that be turning the world upside down? It should be these Orcish barbarians who sell their bodies to support him. A group of muscle barbarians walked on the streets of White Stream City, their fierce aura rushing towards them. No one dared to stand in front of these giants, and they all made way, not even daring to breathe loudly. Only after they disappeared from sight did they start to discuss which noble master had taken in these barbarians. Leading the team, Li Wei came to the northwest corner of White Stream City. This remote area was not as dilapidated as he had imagined, but extremely prosperous. The Northern Territory was the northern border area of the Debur Kingdom. Further north was the uninhabited no man's land. This wilderness was full of various races such as goblins, gnolls, and northern barbarians, and was full of danger. Since the land of Debur was almost completely in theft 100 years ago, the policy of land grabbing began. Most people were given the title of Pioneer Lord. Any territory developed in the no man's land belonged to them, which also set off a craze.
For wealth and land, waves of pioneers surged into this wilderness one after another, never stopping, but facing the endless dangers in the wilderness. Success was like an illusory dream of wealth. Countless gamblers spent their last copper coin in this land, owed huge debts, and finally had to sell their asses in brothels for the rest of their lives to pay off their debts. And in this illusory dream of wealth, merchants were the real winners who made a fortune. Pioneering was an industry, and the stores that provided services for it were so prosperous that they even formed an extremely prosperous commercial street in White Stream City. Armor, food, building materials, slave warriors, you can buy anything you need for pioneering here. There were even various types of female half-orcs. These half-orcs usually had human bodies and some beast-like characteristics. For example, one female half-orc had a tiger tail and a pair of fluffy tiger ears, while her body was completely human. As for why you would see this kind of slave in a serious pioneering operation, you have to mention a widely circulated joke in the wilderness. In the wilderness, you can only find 3 holes on a harpy. Pioneering for 2 or 3 years, a sao looks like Diaochan, which shows that pioneering is not as beautiful as imagined. However, there are always more solutions than difficulties. These half-orcs inherited the physical qualities of orcs while also having human appearances, which undoubtedly made them more suitable for survival in the wilderness than weak human girls. They can be used to work at ordinary times, and can also be used to do. It can be said that they have a full cost performance and are deeply loved by most pioneer lords. Dropping 600 gold coins at a specialized shop is a time-tested and mature solution, complete with a full set of supplies and door-to-door delivery. If you are wealthy enough, you can even sign contracts with some well-capitalized shops to provide regular logistical support, ensuring your pioneering endeavors are worry-free. When Li Wei arrived at the largest supply shop in White Stream City, he took one look inside and immediately turned around to leave without a second thought. "Mr. Li Wei, I didn't expect to see you here. Most of the shops here are mine, you know." With the last sentence spoken, Li Wei had no choice but to stop and return to the store. Standing at the counter was a woman, looking at him with a smile. It was Rolina, whom he had met not long ago. Li Wei sighed. He didn't expect such bad luck, running into this money-grubbing little girl here. This was precisely why he turned around to leave. Last time she dared to swindle him out of 2 copper coins, this time she might try for 600 gold. Today, Rolina was wearing a white dress, her green hair cascading down her back, exquisite earrings adorning her ears, and a cat's eye-sized emerald embedded in the collar around her neck. Every inch of her exuded the aura of a top-tier wealthy woman. "I didn't expect Mr. Li Wei to be a pioneering noble." Rolina spoke softly, a hint of playfulness on her face. She had never forgotten this brat. Ever since he demanded his money back last time, she couldn't sleep at night, tossing and turning. Every time she closed her eyes, someone would scold her for being blinded by greed. She never expected to run into him here. "None of your business." Li Wei pretended to be all business, throwing a bag of gold coins on the counter, acting extremely tough, and waving his hand grandly. 600 gold coins. "Equip me with the supplies needed for a settlement and clothing for my 50 men. After speaking, Li Wei slammed both hands on the counter, his sharp, eagle-like eyes fixed on Rolina. Their faces were close, the distance between them only a palm's width. "Remember, don't you dare short the Duke on anything. I'll know if even a single grain of wheat is missing. My eyes are the measure." Li Wei pointed to his eyes at the end, left these words, and turned to walk out of the shop. Rolina was stunned by Li Wei's sudden seriousness, until his back disappeared down the street. Then she spat softly, her cheeks slightly red. At such a close distance just now, his masculine aura had washed over her face. Leaving the shop, Li Wei breathed a sigh of relief. The reason he was so tough and didn't give Rolina a chance to react was that he was afraid this little girl would hold a grudge and take the opportunity to make things difficult for him. Now that the supplies were settled, there were still weapons. Li Wei had already gathered information. He led his entire crew into a famous weapon shop, Negan Weapon Shop. This weapon shop was famous for its authentic dwarf-forged equipment, but Li Wei really didn't dare to comment too much on the name. Upon entering, there were wide shelves displaying all kinds of weapons. In the backyard, dozens of dwarves could be seen bare-chested, swinging their hammers hotly on the anvil. Dwarves were famous throughout the entire Middle Ages continent for their exquisite weapon-making skills. Although they had fiery tempers, their craftsmanship was undeniable. Coming to an imposing silver armor, Li Wei was just about to touch it when he saw the blue gemstone the size of a dragon's eye on its chest, which seemed to have a magical effect of poor people retreat. He withdrew his hand like lightning. This armor was obviously more about formalism than pragmatism, and it was a favorite of the sons of nobles. Ahem, what weapons do you usually like to use? Li Wei strolled around the weapon shop with his hands behind his back. Although he couldn't afford the weapons on display, it didn't stop him from broadening his horizons. Great clubs and great axes are the most used and most skilled. Occasionally, we used javelins. The orc barbarians were almost blinded by the shiny weapons in the store, constantly swallowing their saliva, and barely managed to restrain the thought of robbing the place to answer Li Wei. In the resource-poor wilderness, a giant stick that could be made by grinding a piece of wood was very simple, but in the hands of this group of orcs, even if the giant stick was made of wood, its lethality would not be weak. Naturally, it has become one of the favorite weapons of the wilderness orcs. Big guys, what do you want to buy? Li Wei looked around, only hearing the voice and not seeing the person, until a slight sensation came from his feet. He looked down and found a little man looking up at him. At first glance, it looked a bit like a big-eared dwarf, but on closer inspection, it looked a bit like a Sefner. This was a gnome, wearing a gorgeous blue silk coat, a pointed Santa hat, and the common words Megan embroidered on his chest with gold thread. Obviously, he was the owner of this weapon shop. Looking at his outfit, plus the name, Li Wei felt unexpectedly funny. In this world, gnomes are close relatives of dwarves. Compared to dwarves, who are hot-tempered and stubborn, they are obviously better at calculating. Generally, a weapon shop made by pure dwarves will have a gnome shopkeeper. It is considered the standard configuration of a dwarf weapon shop. Great axes and great hammers, and a set of javelins for each person. Don't try to fool me with inferior goods. Don't worry, this kind of thing won't happen in Megan's shop. Megan glanced at Li Wei, and then led everyone to a shelf. Pointing to a double-edged battle axe made of refined iron, with an axe blade as big as a pot. Made of refined iron, it should be very suitable for your men, but of course, the price is also very expensive. Zat just picked it up and waved it, and the gnome was so frightened that his face turned pale. He jumped up and stomped hard on its wide green foot. Stupid big guy, don't wave weapons in Megan's shop. Zat scratched his butt indifferently and was extremely satisfied with this weapon. After asking the orcs about their suitable weapons, Megan shouted, "No, go to room 9 and bring 31 great axes, 19 great hammers, and 50 sets of javelins." Soon the dwarves shouted numbers, carried out several heavy wooden boxes together, and pried open the boxes with crowbars, revealing pieces of weapons buried in the straw. The surface of these weapons revealed reflections, obviously coated with grease for maintenance. There is no doubt that this is a new batch of goods, and these dwarves did not fool him with refurbished goods. Li Wei hooked a javelin with his foot, weighed it in his hand, and did not hesitate to praise it. As expected of pure dwarf production, I dare say that the dwarves are more talented and spiritual in the aspect of weapon equipment manufacturing throughout the entire Middle Ages continent. Although most people believe that as long as it is hard and sharp, it is a good weapon, he values the feel, balance, weight, design, and appearance more. If anything is missing, in his opinion, it can only be regarded as inferior goods. Megan, who had returned to the counter to calculate the price, looked up at Li Wei, just about to say something, but then lowered his head sadly. Please read and collect. Overall, these weapons were certainly not as good as custom-made ones, but they were better than Li Wei had slightly expected. They were all made of fine steel, with no skimping on materials, and thoughtfully wrapped with cowhide at the grip to prevent blisters and slipping. Megan fiddled with abacus beads specially made by dwarves at the counter, muttering to himself, a set of 5 javelins, 5 gold coins, plus weapons for each person, roughly 20 gold coins, with a total of 51 orcs, that's 1,020 gold coins. Megan placed the calculated beads on the table. Since you are buying a large quantity of weapons, I'll round it down for you, making it an even 1,000 gold coins. Realizing he might not have enough funds, Li Wei cautiously said, could you round it down even further? The gnome crossed his arms and remained silent, sending a solid eye roll. Clang! Li Wei slammed his sword on the counter. Sword name, Holy Sword, made of mithril, the real owner is at least an elven royal. Mithril was a magical metal from 1,000 years ago, stronger than steel but as light as a feather. Its beauty is like silver, and it does not decay or fade with time. Light as a feather, strong as dragon scales, is its byword. It has considerable affinity with magic, and many powerful magical weapons require mithril. Rarer than gold, very expensive, it is a true rarity. Of course, in this era of fading magic, its collectible value far outweighs its practical value. What's more, this mithril sword has exquisite patterns carved on the blade, indicating it has a significant background. Negan was overjoyed, carefully drew the sword out, flicked his finger on the blade, producing a crisp and pleasant sound, then took a rag and pulled it across the blade, which was easily cut in half. Worthy of being a mithril sword. Negan looked at his reflection on the sword. Due to the properties of mithril, this sword is pure white and can almost be used as a mirror. This is a priceless treasure. Sell it. What? Negan paused, raising an eyebrow. Exchanging a precious sword for money is easy, but buying a precious sword is not just about having money, it often requires luck. Therefore, swordsmen who own precious swords often regard their swords as precious as their lives. I said sell it. The money from the sale, plus this, should be enough to equip my subordinates with decent equipment. Li Wei threw the money bag filled with 400 gold coins on the counter, making a dull thud. He won this sword, and because it was obtained too easily, he didn't cherish it much. Moreover, this sword is not very useful to him, and its value varies depending on the buyer. It's better to use it to equip the orc barbarians with leather armor and weapons. With equipped barbarians, he could quickly conquer a territory in the wilderness. That is much more practical than this sword that can only be collected. Upon hearing this, Negan's face showed hesitation. Frankly, accepting this sword is undoubtedly the most correct choice, but keeping this sword here would only gather dust on the shelf. After a long silence, he sighed. This kind of good sword should follow a master worthy of its allegiance. Leaving it with me would only let it be covered in dust. Not taking it? Li Wei was a little surprised. As a businessman, he couldn't believe that he would pass up such a huge advantage. This was the first time he had encountered this. I once dreamed of becoming the greatest blacksmith of the dwarves, but the gnome's strength is not enough, and I can't even swing a hammer. Negan's eyes revealed a look of reminiscence, and he simply said this. This is a gnome with a dwarven dream. Li Wei understood why he didn't take the sword. Dwarven blacksmiths often prefer to give good weapons to suitable people even if they lose money, because they believe that the works they put their heart and soul into have souls and lives. They should not fall into the hands of useless people and be covered in dust. Li Wei nodded with deep understanding. I understand. I once dreamed of becoming a wandering poet mingling in noble ladies' circles, but now, Li Wei looked at the biceps on his arm with a complicated expression. The two were speechless, and after a long silence, Li Wei broke the silence. So, my equipment? I offer loans here. Their mutual sympathy lasted for less than a few seconds, and they quickly returned to their respective natures and began to bargain. The final result was that Li Wei, after haggling, incurred an interest-free loan of 600 gold coins, to be repaid within 1 year. The equipment was that each orc had a handy weapon and 5 javelins. In fact, this batch of equipment was worth the price, and 1,000 gold coins was not expensive. Military actions are inherently huge investments, with equipment expenditures accounting for the majority. Li Wei could also equip these orcs with a farmer's 3-piece set at a cheap price, but that was not worthwhile. Now that these orcs wield sharp steel axes and warhammers, their combat power has risen more than 1 level. If they were also clad in armor, Li Wei was confident that these orc barbarians could charge and kill the 1,000-man militia temporarily pulled together by the lords, unscathed. He was taking the path of elite troops, and he never liked mediocrity. The 3,000 farmers formed a militia that could not withstand the charge of 100 fully armored cavalry is the same principle. Li Wei led this group of orc barbarians and rushed into the location of Rolina's shop again. In the open space here, there were 9 carriages, and a group of servants were moving goods onto them, boxes of apples, rye bread, etc. Including food and tools needed for development.
When he arrived, Rolina was directing. Speaking of which, are you so free? You even have time to direct here? Li Wei grabbed an apple from a wooden box, wiped it casually on his body, and ate it in large bites. The other world doesn't have pesticides, so he ate it with peace of mind. There's nothing I can do. Other industries have people to manage them for me. I'm just finding something to do so I don't get bored. Rolina glanced at Li Wei. Heh, you're doing a good job as a hands-off boss.
Li Wei immediately felt that the apple in his hand was no longer fragrant, and an emotion called jealousy was ruthlessly tearing at his heart.
The sourness in his tone was enough to corrode steel into slag.
He thought he was a pioneering noble, but he had to do everything himself and was still in debt.
It's really infuriating to compare people.
As for clothing, your subordinates are all too big, and there are no ready-made ones. They need to be sewn temporarily, so you have to wait patiently for a while.
Li Wei nodded. He wasn't short of time.
Having nothing to do, he found a secluded place, took out the novel Knight Aben and continued reading. Although young Aben's horsemanship is not good, he gradually immersed himself in it, swimming in the ocean of knowledge, and was extremely fascinated.
Li Wei, Li Wei.
Rolina called several times without response, greatly changing her impression of Li Wei. She didn't expect that this pioneering knight also liked to read, and was so absorbed in it.
Cough, cough, what's wrong?
Li Wei calmly stuffed the novel into his chest.
Everything is ready, including the guards. You can set off now. Li Wei looked around.
All 9 carriages were filled with goods, covered with tarpaulins, and accompanied by 20 guards in leather armor, armed with swords.
But in Li Wei's opinion, these guards were completely redundant. If he and 50 fully equipped orc barbarians couldn't stop bandits from looting, then these guards would just be delivering food. However, he didn't say much. After all, he had paid for them.
Once they reached the destination, these guards could also serve as coolies and help him unload the goods.
I wish you a smooth journey of expansion. Lolina said this as he was leaving.
Yes, and I wish you a prosperous business, Li Wei nodded. Through chatting, he learned that Lolina controlled at least 40% of the shops on this commercial street, making her a veritable rich woman. A team of nearly 100 people, carrying 9 carriages, left by Lu City and headed north. The setting sun cast its afterglow on everyone, and Li Wei couldn't help but feel a sense of freedom as he looked at the endless plains in the distance. After 3 years of hard work, he finally took the first step today. Traveling north along the main road from Bailu City for a day, they often encountered some human villages and patrol guards along the way. This day's journey was still within the territory of the DD Kingdom's northern border, controlled by the Duke of the North, and the situation in all aspects was still good. However, as they went deeper, crossed the Green Willow Creek border, and stepped into the wilderness, the situation gradually deteriorated. This vast land has many names: the wilderness, the unclaimed land, the gold rush, and so on. But Li Wei felt that the name Chaotic Land was the most fitting.
This land is not an endless plain, but a land with various complex terrains such as highlands, forests, basins, and plains.
It is home to an unknown number of tribes, large and small, including humans, goblins, orcs, gnolls, centaurs, harpies, ancient people, and various other alien races.
Rumor has it that there are even dragons in the deepest parts.
However, most of it is hearsay, with no definite information. These alien races usually live by herding and hunting. When human merchants pass by, they assess the strength of both sides, and they don't mind playing the role of wilderness bandits. Because in this land without order, attacking human merchants is probably no different from hunting elk for them.
Since leaving the territory of the DB Kingdom, a small tail has been following the caravan.
At first, it was a few half-dead goblins following behind, picking up the leftovers from the caravan, but soon, the small tail grew like a snowball. Initially, the orc barbarians could scare these timid goblins into wetting themselves and scattering in all directions with a loud roar. But they perfectly what is called courage and number are directly proportional. When the number reached hundreds, they dared to follow the caravan openly. Whether it was greed that made them forget fear, or the advantage in numbers that made them think they could defeat 50 battle-hardened orc barbarians.
A bunch of wilderness rats.
This was the orcs' contemptuous name.
No matter how many rats there are, they pose no threat to them at all. Even if thousands of goblins gather together, these orc barbarians are confident that they can kill these goblins. Don't worry, boss, we used to use these goblins to fish for serrated crocodiles, they're very weak. Muto took the lead in expressing his attitude, saying that using goblins to fish for crocodiles is the best bait. Li Wei was not worried about this, but after considering it, he asked the accompanying guards and coachmen to return to Bailu City first, while he continued to lead the 51 orc barbarians deeper into the wilderness. These guards couldn't wish for anything more. After saying hello, they bypassed the goblins and embarked on the road back to the city. Li Wei's actions were not for the sake of these guards, but because he was preparing to bring all these orc barbarians into the system team. What he had to do next had to be kept away from outsiders. As a Mount/U0026 blade system, in addition to the personal panel, there are several functions. System inventory, shop, and team. After defeating Muto in the arena, the Mount/U0026 blade system successively received the application to join the team of all the orc barbarians. It has been shelved and not processed because even though these orcs are simple-minded, the system is still too advanced for them. They are all experienced warriors, and if their strength is greatly improved in a short period of time, they will definitely be suspicious. For this reason, Li Wei had to find a suitable reason to cover up the means of upgrading troops, that is, to rely on religion and gods. The medieval continent, as a world that once possessed magic, gods are real, but they have disappeared in modern times. Li Wei is going to shape himself into the god of war who descended to earth, and believing in him can obtain the gift of the god of war. Although he is a fake god of war, his strength is like a god of war, and those who believe in him and are recognized by him can also gain power through battle, then he is undoubtedly the god of war. Whoever dares to say that he is not, these orc barbarians will probably be the first to rush up and let them see what is called the power bestowed by the god of war. After some boasting, these orc barbarians began to be half believing and half doubting. After all, their boss is a human but possesses more power than an orc. If he is not a god of war, it is impossible to explain. Li Wei didn't explain too much about this, but said that they were all warriors he recognized, and then agreed to their application to join the team one by one. Once they have been upgraded once, they will completely believe it. The system will back him up. The Orc Warriors troop upgrade route from low to high is Orc Militia, Orc Hunter, Orc Warrior, Orc Brave, Giant Axe Guard, Berserker, and a special troop called Dragon Vein Berserker at the end. Although the upgrade route is monotonous, the potential is huge, especially the final Dragon Vein Berserker. There are a total of 7 tiers of troops, but currently only the first 6 tiers are unlocked, and the last 7th tier troop is in a locked state, and I don't know how to unlock it. The vast majority of Orc Barbarians are Tier 3 troop Orc Warriors, and Muto is the only Tier 4 troop, not a hero unit. Li Wei was not surprised by this. Creatures that are judged by the system as hero units have characteristics that are unmatched by their own race. For example, Zart, although this guy is a little stupid, his two-edged 5-meter body makes him stand out among the orcs. The Tier 4 troop Muto can't even last 50 rounds in his hands. I don't know how much worse Muto will be than Zart, who is a hero unit, after he gains experience through combat and is promoted to a Tier 7 troop. After solving this problem, several orc barbarians replaced the coachman and led the reins of the crossbow horses in front. The remaining barbarians spread out and surrounded the carriages in the middle, slowly and firmly marching towards the depths of the wilderness. And a harpy? Li Wei led the Orcish barbarians for another 2 days in the wilderness, and the tail behind them had grown to 300 or 400 people. Merchant caravans that frequently travel in and out of the wilderness, when encountering this situation, often stop their convoys and clear these small tails to prevent them from growing stronger. However, Li Wei's approach of ignoring them and allowing them to grow is completely amateurish. If an experienced caravan supervisor saw it, they would definitely scold him as a fool. Standing on the carriage, Li Wei looked at this group of bandits and clicked his tongue in wonder. This makeshift gang formed by natives of the wilderness had successfully led the Lord in achieving diversification of troop types. Among them, the most numerous were a group of green-skinned goblins, barely 1.5 rin tall, with only rags around their waists, mostly wielding wooden sticks and stones, numbering over 200. Next were a group of kobolds. These kobolds had lizard heads and, although their height was similar to that of the goblins, their limbs were thick. Li Wei could tell at a glance that they were good at mining. This makeshift gang only had rags covering their lower bodies, and the weapons in their hands were either wooden sticks, stones, or scraps of iron. If they weren't following the caravan with ulterior motives, Li Wei would have thought they were a group of beggars from somewhere. Stop the caravan, form a circle, and leave 10 orcs behind. Li Wei jumped down from the carriage. He wasn't going to delay any longer. The fish had been hooked long enough. He was afraid that if he dragged it out any further, this group of wilderness bandits would grow into something unpredictable, so it was better to annihilate them on the spot. However, when the Orcish barbarians stopped the caravan, the originally active bandit group also stopped, seemingly not yet prepared for a conflict. It was obvious that once they set off again, this group of bandits would stick to them like glue, waiting for the team to grow stronger until they were confident enough to devour this orc caravan. This tactic was disgusting, but it couldn't be said to be useless. "Boss, should we attack?" Muto grinned, looking at the group of rats following behind. The warhammer in his hand had long been eager, but the boss kept saying this was called entrapment. "Aim at these wilderness little rats, throw 2 waves of javelins, then charge." Li Wei issued a simple and crude order. If he wasn't afraid that these natural mining experts would be routed by a wave of Orcish barbarian charges, scatter and flee, making them difficult to capture, he would have F1, F3, and launched a full-scale charge directly. The Orcish barbarians spread out, took out a refined steel javelin, and held it in their hands. Their thick arms didn't even need to exert much force to easily send the javelins flying. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the Orcish barbarians threw 2 rounds, the fierce and accurate javelins falling like a rainstorm, ruthlessly shooting these wilderness natives to the ground, instantly reducing their numbers by nearly 80. The barbarians took out giant axes and warhammers as big as these goblins and kobolds, and charged with a grin. 41 behemoths weighing 400 to 500 pounds stepped on this land, and even the earth seemed to tremble slightly. Before this hastily formed gang could react from the incredibly sharp rain of spears just now, they engaged in close combat with these Orcish barbarians. Muto grinned, stretched out his huge fan-like hand, grabbed a goblin's head, lifted it from the ground, and with a slight force, it burst open like a watermelon, crisp and clear. Zat, who rushed into the crowd, held the double-edged battle axe in his hand and swung it forward, cutting down 6 or 7 kobolds at the waist as if he were cutting wheat. And the goblins' wooden sticks, when they landed on the orcs, didn't hurt more than a mosquito bite. Hunting since childhood had given these orcs a lot of experience in slaughter, and the opponents were like lambs to be slaughtered, one after another walking to the butcher's knife. This was a one-sided slaughter without any suspense. This group of temporarily pieced together wilderness bandits was defeated too quickly. Most of them lost their lives before they could react. Along with the blood that stained the earth, there was also courage that flowed away. The surviving goblins and kobolds were completely frightened by this slaughter-like killing efficiency, and they fled in all directions at a speed faster than when they came. 51 orcs didn't even break their skin. Li Wei was not surprised by this result. These goblins and kobolds were not even as thick as the orcs' thighs, and with the suppression of equipment, they had no power to resist at all. "Stop, capture all the survivors for the Lord." Li Wei stopped the Orcish barbarians from slaughtering. You must know that this group of goblins and kobolds were the most perfect labor force in his mind. If these Orcish barbarians killed them all, who would build the castle for him? Although they didn't understand what the boss wanted these rat-like things for, the Orcish barbarians stopped their movements and roared loudly. "I'll kill anyone who runs again." Their roar frightened those who were close, but it didn't do much to those goblins and kobolds who had already run 40 or 50 steps away. At this time, Li Wei took out a jungle bow from the system inventory. With a slight pluck of the bowstring, the arrows fell like meteors, individually killing the goblins and kobolds who ran the farthest, without missing a single one. Pa! Li Wei, who was happily shooting, didn't expect the string of the jungle bow to break all of a sudden. He was afraid of breaking the bowstring himself, so he tried to be very gentle, but it still didn't hold up under his lightning-fast plucking. However, this jungle bow also completed its mission, after continuously and accurately shooting 20 or so goblins who ran the farthest. In cooperation with the orc's roar, these goblins and kobolds all trembled and squatted on the ground, not daring to continue running, welcoming their final judgment.
All the goblins and kobolds were driven together, adding up to 64. Li Wei carefully looked at these two creatures that were as common as weeds in the wilderness. These goblins were basically around 1.5 rin tall, thin, with slender limbs, ugly faces like demons, bloodshot eyes revealing cunning, long pointed ears and a witch-like hooked nose. This is an evil creature. It is said that the entire race only has males, so they plunder females of other races to breed offspring, especially with a preference for humanoid female creatures. They pretend to be pitiful when they meet the strong, but once the other party is weaker than themselves, they will turn the tables and reveal their innate evil. Li Wei stroked his chin and couldn't help but think of another wilderness race, harpies. This creature is the complete opposite of goblins. The entire race only has females, and they can only reproduce by plundering other male creatures. If goblins and harpies combine, will they give birth to goblins? Or harpies? Or a completely new race? Li Wei was very curious about this. However, he was not a biologist after all. After only a thought, he focused his attention on the kobolds. Read and collect. Compared to goblins, kobolds are much more pleasing to the eye. They have lizard-like heads, are small in stature, but have thicker limbs than goblins, and their skin is covered in tiny scales. Their tails are short and somewhat rat-like. It is said that they are named kobolds because their cries sound like dogs. These creatures are naturally cunning and timid, living in dark underground nests or caves, so they can see even in pitch-black environments. They can be said to be born as reserve miners. Their diet is varied, but they do not eat intelligent creatures. Compared to the inherently evil and chaotic evil goblins, they should be considered lawful neutral creatures. Who among you is the leader? Li Wei looked down at the group of prisoners, surrounded by a group of green-skinned muscular giants with their arms crossed, sneering, their huge shadows covering the prisoners, creating a sense of oppression. As soon as he spoke, all the kobolds hurriedly squeezed to both sides, quickly isolating an elderly kobold in the middle. O.L. Old Master. I am. Old Neil looked at the cold gazes sweeping over him and said tremblingly, his Adam's apple bobbing. In his heart, he cursed these little dogs for having no conscience, selling him out so quickly. Have you learned human knowledge? Li Wei asked. This old dog actually knows how to call him Old Master, which is as rare as someone calling him handsome on the street. Some merchant caravans once stayed in our tribe and taught me some simple common language and writing. Old Neil seemed to see a glimmer of hope for his life. Seeing that Li Wei seemed to value this, he quickly said, "He's actually an intellectual." Li Wei was greatly surprised. In the chaotic and ignorant wilderness, finding a literate native is as difficult as finding a white-skinned black person in Africa. Old Neil, who had been secretly observing Li Wei's expression, also breathed a slight sigh of relief. This human should not attack him. He just doesn't know what this intellectual thing is, but judging from the human's appearance, he seems to value it very much. Originally, your attack on my caravan meant that death was your only end, but I, your old master, am magnanimous. You only need to serve me to be spared the death penalty, Li Wei said, putting on the airs of a nobleman. Old Neil quickly knelt on the ground to show his loyalty. For him, he would do anything as long as he could live, not to mention that kobolds originally survived by attaching themselves to powerful races. What's your name? Old Master, my name is Old Neil. Very good, you will continue to be the head of your kobolds in the future. After Li Wei finished speaking, he turned his gaze to the goblins. These despicable rats immediately looked at him with fawning expressions. Take them all away. Compared to intentionally cultivating these kobolds into miners, Li Wei hadn't figured out what to do with these goblins. But whatever, just take them all to the place where he plans to develop the territory first. The so-called developing the territory is just finding a place in this wilderness and then directly occupying it. So a lot of preparation is needed. Currently, Li Wei does not lack supplies and armed guards, but he lacks labor. These goblins and kobolds are excellent for chopping trees or paving roads. The main idea is to make the best use of waste. He ordered 10 orcs to guard these human resources, and the remaining orcs began to clean up the battlefield. Unfortunately, Li Wei shouldn't have expected these wilderness beggars to have any good spoils of war. Apart from wooden sticks and iron pieces, There was nothing valuable. Li Wei helplessly ordered the orcs to recover the javelins. Head. An orc suddenly called out to Li Wei, unusually hesitant. What's wrong? I seem to have felt the power of the war god's gift. He looked down at his thick arms, clenched his fists, and his expression was puzzled. The orcs, who had just dispersed, suddenly swarmed over again. Frankly speaking, and in all honesty, they were half believing and half doubting about their leader being the war god. After all, although their leader's strength was indeed inhumanly strong, what kind of god would be so down on his luck that he would need to sell his sword to equip them with a decent set of equipment? Perhaps this is not the war god, but the god of poverty. But this orc warrior closed his eyes and carefully sensed it. The power that suddenly appeared in his body was definitely different from the slow growth brought about by his own day and night training. Thinking carefully, this power seemed to appear when he stepped on a kobold to death, which was exactly the same as what the leader had said before. This is the gift from the war god's recognition. You will become the war god's warriors and gain unparalleled power in battle. The way the leader gave his speech at that time was very much like an unscrupulous merchant selling magic potions in the tribe, so everyone was absent-minded at the time, but now that they think about it. Muto waited for a long time but didn't hear anything. Looking at the constipated expression on his fellow tribesman's face, he slapped him on the head and glared, "What are you doing, pretending to be a ghost? Spit it out if you have something to say." Compared to the orc barbarians whose expressions were beginning to become suspicious, Zart hugged his chest with an old and steady expression, with a look of pride on his face. He had experienced the war god's power bestowed by the leader 2 years ago. He had told these fellow orcs about it before, but no one believed him. Now that the facts are in front of them, they can't possibly not believe him, right? Head, actually I felt it too. At this time, another orc barbarian said, but he was much more straightforward. After brewing for a moment, he directly waved the giant axe in his hand. In an instant, the wind howled, and the axe wind was strong. As a heavy weapon, the giant axe did not have any fancy axe skills, only the dull sound of breaking through the air and the door-wide axe blade were frightening. These 50 orcs grew up in the same tribe, and they knew each other's strength better than they knew themselves. The current performance is already comparable to that of Muto, and it cannot be explained by just being in good condition. Not bad. Li Wei smiled indifferently, looking unfathomable. If these orcs had seen the archbishops of those churches, they would have found that the expressions of the two were exactly the same. The experience required for the 3rd-tier orc warrior to advance to the 4th-tier orc champion is not a lot. In fact, apart from these 2 orcs, there were more than a dozen orcs who also leveled up in this battle. But Li Wei didn't have enough money. Therefore, someone eager to fool the orcs could only temporarily upgrade 2 of the orcs. It is worth mentioning that upgrading troops in the game comes with matching equipment, but now Li Wei has to buy them separately in the system store. This made him extremely depressed and also felt that the army was a thorough gold-swallowing beast. He became increasingly anxious about making money. With the example of 2 orcs receiving the war god's power gift in front of them, the orcs looked at each other and saw eagerness in each other's eyes. The team reorganized, and the convoy began to roll forward, leaving 2 tracks of crushed grass in the wilderness, echoing the scattered limbs and corpses behind them. This land never lacks scavengers, and it won't be long before those bodies disappear without a trace. This battle saw nearly 400 goblins and kobolds, but the first wave was decimated by the orc barbarians, losing nearly 100. Afterward, they fell in swathes like wheat being harvested, while the orcs remained unscathed. Perhaps this couldn't even be called a battle, a massacre would be more fitting. 41 kobolds and only 23 goblins survived. They were driven to advance with the convoy. During this time, one goblin, seemingly unaware of its situation, took advantage of the orcs' boasting and fled into the wilderness. Muto and Zart exchanged meaningful smiles and began to bet. "Do you believe I can let it run 50 steps and still kill it with a single throw?" Muto said proudly. As the strongest warrior in the tribe, no one could match his throwing skills. Even a strong Icefield tiger couldn't withstand his spear. 50 steps? I'll let it run 80. Zart said dismissively.
Bullshit, Muto said, clearly disbelieving. 80 steps, and still hit accurately?
He admitted that his fellow orc was much stronger and could throw a steel spear 80 steps, but hitting accurately was too far-fetched.
Zart didn't refute, but gripped the steel spear in his hand, mentally calculating the distance.
When the fastest goblin was about to reach 80 steps, he roared, the veins on his thick arms bulging like earthworms. He turned sideways and threw the spear forward with all his might.
Whoosh! The steel spear flew like a black line, streaking across the grass, and with a thud, it easily pierced the goblin's chest, pinning its body to the ground. What?
Zart's incredibly sharp throw startled Muto, who finally understood the difference between them and became dejected.
If you're weak, you need to practice more.
Zart patted Muto's shoulder and said earnestly. But in his heart, he felt as refreshed as if he'd eaten ice in the summer, a sensation that ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The chieftain always said that to him, but he never thought that one day he could say it to someone else.
It felt really good. Zart happily trotted over, pulled the steel spear from the ground, and plucked the goblin off it like a kebab.
Back at the convoy, he smirked at the goblins and kobolds, tearing the barely breathing goblin in half before their eyes. Anyone who dares to run away will suffer the same fate. The goblins trembled with fear, and the kobolds tucked their tails between their legs in terror. Old Neil swallowed hard, his legs weak. He had just had the idea of running away, never expecting that even after running 80 steps, the goblin couldn't escape. The orcs were pretending to chat earlier, it was all deliberate, toying with them, waiting for them to run so they could kill them. In despair, old Neil completely abandoned the idea of escaping.
Just give a warning, don't make it so bloody, it's not good for unity, Leeway, who was leisurely enjoying the cool breeze on the flatbed cart, said casually.
Yes, boss.
Zart was used to the boss spouting incomprehensible words.
He threw the two halves of the corpse by the roadside and casually wiped his hands on the grass.
The wheels rolled for another 2 nights, finally entering the depths of the wilderness.
Traces of civilization had disappeared from this land. As far as the eye could see, there was only an endless plain covered by grass that had grown wildly past ankle height in the summer. Truly uninhabited, truly chaotic, truly vast and wild. Sometimes, Leeway would be moved by the vast wilderness, feeling an unspeakable loneliness, and couldn't help but howl a few times, but the only response was the whooshing sound of the wind in the distance. The orc barbarians were also bored with the monotonous journey and began to tease the kobolds. They tied an apple to a rope, then tied it to a wooden stick, and whoever could grab the apple could have it. Often, the kobolds would jump around for a long time without being able to grab it. When they finally did, they would start fighting each other over the apple. In the end, whoever grabbed it would be bruised and swollen, hastily swallowing it in 2 bites, only to choke and roll their eyes. This made the big guys laugh. Or each orc would choose a goblin as their representative and have them fight each other. The winner would get a bowl of leftover noodle soup. Just like cricket fighting. This made the tedious journey a little more interesting. Leeway didn't stop them, but warned them not to go too far. He himself was bored, lying on the flatbed cart, immersed in the ocean of knowledge. Sometimes, when he got tired of reading, he would simply cover his face with the book and go to sleep. Perhaps it was the fame he had gained in the previous battle, or perhaps the indigenous people in the wilderness weren't as foolish as the goblins and kobolds. Knowing they were no match for 50 well-equipped orc barbarians, no one came to provoke them. However, this peaceful journey disappointed the orc barbarians who were eager to experience the god of war's gift. The convoy stopped by a winding river, and a temporary camp of tents was set up on the flat riverbank. The orc barbarians, who were tired of eating dry rations until their throats were dry, couldn't wait to pile up stones to make a bonfire, set up iron pots, and began to boil potatoes and black bread. Muto came up with a clever idea and said he would perform a special skill for Leeway to add to the meal. Just as Leeway was puzzled, this guy rushed into the goblin captives and grabbed the weakest one, tying it to a rope. He cut down a crooked tree trunk as thick as a human arm and made a simple fishing rod. Then, with his butt in the air, he began to fish in the river. The goblin suspended over the water was crying and begging, looking pitiful. The watching orcs sneered and watched, unmoved. Never be deceived by the appearance of goblins. Don't be fooled by how pitiful it looks now. If it were released, it would continue to plunder other female races, torturing them day and night, treating them as breeding machines.
Hey, here it comes! Muto suddenly exclaimed with joy.
As the goblin struggled, something seemed to be attracted from underwater.
Only a shadow could be seen beneath the surface. The next second. Snap!
A small saw-toothed crocodile, 2 blades long, suddenly jumped out of the water, biting half of the goblin's body.
Muto flexed his muscles and with a light force, flung the 200-pound saw-toothed crocodile onto the shore.
As it stumbled around, he rushed over and smashed its head with a powerful punch.
How is it going, boss? I'm a professional at catching crocodiles.
Muto triumphantly pulled the dying goblin from the serrated crocodile's mouth and tossed it aside, grabbing the serrated crocodile by the tail and lifting it up.
Just this once, Li Wei said with a helpless shake of his head, hands behind his back, wondering if he should give it a try himself. After all, he was a qualified angler in his previous life, and he couldn't help but feel a little itchy.
Muto was not only good at catching crocodiles but also adept at processing them. This crocodile was quite plump, and after gutting it, there would be at least 100 pounds of meat, which was placed into 2 large iron pots for stewing.
With just some coarse salt and wild scallions added, a rich aroma wafted through the air.
The kobolds and goblins beside them couldn't help but swallow their saliva, their crocodile entrails mixed with weeds and rough flour paste suddenly losing their appeal. If it weren't for the 50 menacing muscle-bound brutes, they would have pounced on it to fight for it. The well-informed Li Wei took a sip from his bowl of soup and praised it repeatedly. The fish soup was incredibly delicious, as if even the fatigue of days of roughing it had been dispelled. In the camp, a row of muscular men squatted on the ground, slurping soup from their bowls in unison. Together with the sound of Adam's apples bobbing, they formed a melodious movement in the wilderness.
You, hey, you! Come over here! Li Wei suddenly waved towards the kobold ranks. Master, my name is Old Neil. Confirming that Li Wei was looking at him, Old Neil trotted over with a wooden bowl in hand, a look of obsequiousness on his face. Is there anything you need me to do, Old Neil? This is a reward for you.
Li Wei scooped out a large piece of jade white fish meat from the iron pot and placed it in his bowl. Just as Old Neil was stunned, Li Wei patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, Old Neil, right?
I think highly of you, don't let me down.
Old Neil was overwhelmed by the favor and nodded repeatedly, I will definitely not let Master down.
Go on, work hard. There might be a place for you in my team in the future.
When Old Neil returned to his position, he felt as if everything that had just happened was a dream, and the words in his mind made his mood fluctuate. Finally, the aroma from the wooden bowl pulled him back to reality, and the fist-sized piece of fish made his mouth water. He glanced at the black paste-like food in the broken bowls of the other kobolds and goblins and the envious eyes. He couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority. It seemed that joining this human master was not a wrong decision. However, soon, the red eyes and eager movements of those goblins and kobolds frightened him. These lowly creatures might not dare to snatch food from those orc brutes, but they would definitely dare to snatch it from him. His old arms and legs would definitely not be able to beat these little bastards. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he quickly shouted to his tribe, Dog 1, Dog 2.
2 of the strongest kobolds emerged from the ranks. Chieftain.
Although they called out, their eyes never left the fish, and saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths.
I need you 2 to be my guards.
I'll give you half of the fish later, Old Neil said quickly and concisely. These 2 kobolds were the strongest of his offspring, but their brains were a little slow. Hearing this, the 2 kobolds immediately stood guard behind Old Neil, glaring at the tribesmen and goblins in front of them. They didn't know what guards were, but they understood that they would get a portion of the fish, and that these damn goblins were trying to steal their fish. The goblins, who had long been unable to restrain themselves, instantly pounced on them, and the 2 sides wrestled together. Despite being outnumbered, these green-skinned dwarves were generally only 1.5 spans tall, while the 2 kobolds were sturdy and a full 1.6 spans tall. For a time, they were actually held back by the 2 kobolds. As for the kobolds, although they were also staring at the fish, they had not yet made a move. Because Old Neil was not only their nominal chieftain, but also, in terms of human family concepts, at least half of them were his offspring. Old Neil, afraid that the 2 guards would not be enough to resist the goblins, shouted sternly at his tribesmen again.
This is the food bestowed upon me by that noble master. As long as we serve him well, you can get it too. Now, the first step is to help me teach these damn goblins a lesson. Let them know that we are the master's most loyal servants.
The kobolds first looked at each other, a little hesitant, but eventually all showed fierce expressions and joined the melee. 40 kobolds quickly beat the 20 or so goblins to the ground. Li Wei, who was watching from a distance, nodded in satisfaction. This old Neil was a little smarter than he thought, and he could cultivate him further. Go keep an eye on them, don't let them die.
The orc brutes, who were watching the show with bowls in their hands, quickly shoveled the rice into their mouths after hearing their boss's instructions, wiped their mouths, and walked over.
As several orcs approached, the intense pressure immediately made the kobolds stop their movements and stand there somewhat at a loss. The orcs, following their boss's instructions, poured the remaining soup and bone scraps from the iron pot into a wooden bucket and brought it to old Neil.
The boss said, "You can dispose of these things." The orc brute finished speaking in a muffled voice and left without looking back. If Li Wei hadn't ordered it, he wouldn't have wanted to say a word to these wasteland rats. Jackals are not worthy to be with lions.
Old Neil looked up and saw Li Wei, who was sitting on a rock in the distance, smiling at him. He was immediately flattered, feeling that everything he had just done had been recognized, and his figure couldn't help but straighten up a bit. At the same time, he said to the kobolds, bluffing and blustering, "Did you see that?
This is the food the master bestowed upon us. As long as we serve the master well, we won't have to go hungry anymore."
After speaking, he also knew that his puppies were about to lose control, so he picked up a soup spoon and began to organize them to come up one by one to receive a spoonful of fish soup. Among them, in the bowls of Dog 1 and Dog 2, he put the only 2 small pieces of fish. The well-fed kobolds lay contentedly on the grass, rubbing their round bellies. They had never eaten anything so delicious. The salt and the visible beads of oil filled the missing part of them. And the goblins not only ate some paste mixed with foreign objects, but also got a beating, one by one half dead and huddled together to keep warm. Perfectly interpreting that the joys and sorrows between beasts are not the same. The next day, the convoy set off again. As the sun was about to set, the group finally found a trace of civilization on this land. It was a small wooden house on a hill. The afterglow of the setting sun was in a clever position, gilding the green grassy hill and the small wooden house with a layer of gold, magnificent and dazzling. Li Wei was not the first pioneer of this land, and this wooden house is a trace left by his predecessors. This is a geographically advantageous location from both a military and environmental perspective. This hill is a rare high point in the vast, flat wilderness, and even more rare is that a pool with a spring gathers next to the wooden house. This pool flows from the hill to the bottom, becoming a small stream, winding its way into the depths of the wilderness, gradually converging into a small river. If a war were to break out in the future and this place were besieged, the defenders would not only have the advantage of terrain, but also have access to a stable water source. And this pool is a spring, so the tactic of using corpses to pollute the water source will be useless to the defenders. From a developmental point of view, with this water resource, there will be no problem of insufficient water or drought for farming. This is undoubtedly an excellent pioneer territory. I just don't know why the previous pioneer abandoned it. This will be our home from now on, Li Wei said, and the orc barbarians naturally had no objections. For them, wherever the boss says is their new home, that's where it is. Moreover, with their many years of experience living in the wilderness, they also know that this location is a popular and rare good place. And this kind of location is often not no man's land. Even if the pioneer leaves, it will not be abandoned. A group of kobolds occupied this position. Li Wei really couldn't figure out why a group of kobolds, at the bottom of the wilderness, timid and cowardly, occupied this perfect position. Logically speaking, a superior geographical location would attract powerful tribes to settle down, and weak kobolds have never had the ability to defend a territory. Most of them become vassals of powerful races, or wander in the wilderness, or eke out a living in some poor place that no one cares about. For this kind of mediocre opponent, Li Wei was too lazy to think too much, just stretched out 3 fingers, 3 minutes, leave no one alive. The impatient orc barbarians rushed up howling. The kobolds in their dreams were caught off guard and were smashed into paper dolls by the orcs with one punch. Knowing that this is the future new home, in order to avoid making it bloody, the orcs did not use weapons, but only killed all the kobolds with a punch and a kick. These kobolds were all skinny and only waist high to the orcs, which was really not a match. Especially in order to avoid consumption, generally kobolds will lie on the ground and refuse to move after eating their fill. Combining the two, the orcs really didn't waste any effort, and killed all the kobolds in just over a minute. Old Neil, who was also a kobold, sighed imperceptibly when he saw this scene. Being a weak kobold is like this, being slaughtered by others. Only by relying on powerful races in the wilderness can they have a chance to survive. What, do you feel sorry for your fellow clan? A voice came suddenly from the side. Looking at Li Wei's half-smiling expression, old Neil couldn't help swallowing and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Fortunately, he came up with a clever idea and ran to a dead kobold, frantically stepping on the corpse. Master, I despise them. These damn kobolds didn't obediently offer up their position when they saw Master coming. They deserved to die. It wasn't until he had flattened the chest of his fellow clan's corpse that old Neil secretly looked up, but found that Li Wei had already walked away. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This human noble master is too terrifying. He seems to be smiling, but he may lose his temper in the next moment, lose his temper. After this period of time, old Neil has also seen that if he is useful, this lord will not be stingy with rewards, but if he is useless, he will be abandoned without hesitation. This hill rises from the wilderness, forming a trapezoidal gentle slope that converges upwards, and the top of the hill is obviously artificially leveled, as large as a football field. In the center is a wooden house, next to a slightly shorter auxiliary house. There is a circle of stone walls around the edge of the wooden house, the height barely reaching Li Wei's chest. Perhaps for kobolds with an average height of 1 3/10 and 1 5/10, this is indeed a veritable wall. Li Wei can roughly infer what the pioneers' territory experienced. After discovering this location, the first step for this predecessor was to build a wooden house and establish a wall. This is almost what every pioneer does at the beginning. Then they began to level the ground and plan to build more houses. But just after the ground was leveled, whether it was because of an attack that killed the pioneer in this wilderness, or because of insufficient funds, he owed huge debts and was caught back to sell his ass to pay off the debts. But in any case, this perfect pioneering territory is now cheaper for Li Wei. The situation of these two wooden houses is better than Li Wei imagined. The wood used for construction is high-quality oak. Even after wind and rain, it is only slightly old and has not really corroded the wooden house. This shows that the original pioneer invested heavily in this place. The inside of the house is not leaky, but because the kobolds lived there, there is a stench, but with a little cleaning, you can move in with your bags. Li Wei was slightly fortunate that the residents here were kobolds instead of goblins. If it were goblins, rat-like creatures, the entire wooden house would probably be full of their excrement, and the stench could be smelled even 3 miles away. Although kobolds are also one of the weakest races in the wilderness, they have intelligence and will solve their excrement away from where they sleep. In addition, these kobolds also stored some grass roots and dried meat strips in the wooden house. Li Wei certainly did not dare to eat this kind of food of unknown origin, so it was all cheaper for old Neil and them. In addition, Li Wei also found some tattered cloth armor and weapons, and threw them all into the system store, thus obtaining enough money for 4 orc barbarians to upgrade. It is not expensive to upgrade a tier 3 unit to tier 4, an orc barbarian only needs 10 silver coins to upgrade, silver coins. After the upgrade, the orc barbarians who received the gift of the god of war flaunted their feelings with their partners. It was time for the kobolds and goblins, who had been raised for so long, to play their role. Under the supervision of the orcs, the kobolds and goblins moved the supplies from the carriages at the foot of the mountain to the top of the hill little by little. After the heavy supplies were unloaded, the pack horses were finally able to pull the empty flatbed truck from the foot of the mountain. Night shrouded the wilderness, and the oil-lit cabin became the only firefly under the starry sky, appearing lonely in the dark wilderness. Li Wei stood in front of a small wooden table in the center of the cabin, with a rough map on parchment laid out on it. All the orcs were present, crowding the originally spacious cabin, making the room's temperature feel scorching. Fortunately, the first pioneer built this main house as a meeting room, so it was deliberately built very wide. Otherwise, there would be no way to accommodate more than 50 muscular men with an average height of 2 3/10 of a ren. Everyone's here, so our first internal meeting officially begins now. Looking at the team in front of him, Li Wei was full of hope for the future. Now, the most important thing is to determine the name of our place.
You can all give suggestions. Hearing the naming, Zart looked eager.
Boss, why not call it Vit Territory?
You really know how to name things.
Li Wei gave Zart a deep look. If he said it had no rebellious intentions, it added its name to the place name. If he said it did, this idiot put his name in front. Li Wei turned his head and saw Muto eager to try, and immediately gave him an encouraging look. His main focus was to support everyone in expressing their opinions. After all, 3 cobblers are equal to Zhuge Liang, and it can also cultivate these simple-minded people to not use their muscles to think, but to use their brains more. Chief, or call it Veto Tribe.
After thinking for a moment, Muto said seriously. That's a good one.
Li Wei took a deep breath, thinking that Muto had held back something big, but he didn't expect to pull out something bigger. Muto, thinking that the name would be adopted, was about to show a smile, but he didn't expect Li Wei to directly make a decision. From now on, it will be called Highcliff Stronghold.
Muto was dumbfounded. Didn't he say it was good?
It didn't notice that Li Wei said that they only had the right to suggest, and the right to decide was in Li Wei's hands. Zart quietly curled his lips in the dark. A small wooden house on a small hill, with no mountains, no cliffs, and no stronghold, why call it Highcliff Stronghold?
The name taken by the boss is not as good as his. Zart secretly slandered in his heart.
Outside the small wooden house, old Neil looked at the light inside the wooden house, and felt envy in his heart.
It was like a moth in the night sky, eager to join this light.
Unfortunately, it was not qualified for this meeting. However, looking at the puppy staring at it eagerly, old Neil thought of something, patted its butt, and pretended to walk to the door of the small wooden house, pretending to be listening to the noble's speech. Seeing the admiring eyes of the puppies, it felt extremely satisfied in its heart. But at this moment, an orc showing his head at the door scratched his butt, and the next moment a gas rushed straight into its face. Old Neil's expression froze, and he was almost fainted by the stench, but the puppies were all looking at it now, and it was difficult to get off the tiger, so he could only pretend to be nonchalant.
Now, this is where we are.
Li Wei pointed to the map, and then pointed to the surrounding areas, and this is our current situation. The orc barbarians scrambled to watch, but after watching, they looked at each other.
They knew this was a map, but why did a small hill and the surrounding environment represent their current situation? We are new here and know nothing about the surroundings.
Oh, I see. The barbarians suddenly understood. Now the most important thing is to find out how many neighbors we have around us, what tribes they are, otherwise we will be blind.
Li Wei looked serious.
Looking at their chief's serious expression, all the orcs began to straighten their bodies in a pretentious manner. I have decided to establish the first pioneer army of Highcliff Stronghold, with Zart as the captain, Muto as the deputy captain, and all the soldiers are orcs. The name of the army will be, Li Wei rubbed his chin and pondered for a while, then clapped his hands, let's call it the Burning Legion. In his previous life, the goal of the Burning Legion was to destroy all worlds, and his goal was to plant his flags in all worlds and occupy them. The goals of the legions are similar, which also fits this name. And Li Wei has the confidence to achieve this goal, which stems from his strength.
Now that he has a system, if he doesn't dare to enlarge his goals, wouldn't this system be given to him for nothing?
Zart, tomorrow you will lead 10 Legion soldiers to investigate the tribal situation within a 20-mile radius. Remember not to have conflicts, and record what race they are, how many young adults there are, and where they are.
Li Wei said, thinking that 20 miles is equivalent to 10 kilometers in his previous life.
Ordinary people can walk it in about an hour, not to mention the orc barbarians. A day is enough for them to find out the general situation of the surrounding area. And this distance is also the safe distance that Li Wei can currently accept. Whether it is an enemy attack or something, it is enough for him to react and respond. Alas, we are still short of soldiers and horses.
Li Wei couldn't help but sighed.
If he had cavalry, he could completely form a patrol team, at least to control the area within 100 miles. As for the orc barbarians as cavalry, even dogs would shake their heads. At noon, Zart used his position for personal gain and rode out on a horse for a ride, but the weight of more than 600 pounds went up and directly crushed the cart-pulling crossbow horse, breaking all 4 legs. Li Wei was so angry that he kicked him directly into a dog-eating shit posture, and warned this group of orc barbarians who didn't know their weight not to secretly go riding horses again. If you want to carry this group of orc barbarians, ordinary horses are not enough. At least you need the Hakka golden lion in the southern border, the frost dire wolf in the far north, or the black fong warboar in the Cass Mountains. The key is that this group of goods does not have a cavalry branch, so Li Wei did not intend to train them into cavalry. Muto, you lead the remaining barbarians to stay in Highcliff's stronghold and supervise the goblins and kobolds to work. Li Wei then ordered. After finishing the instructions, Li Wei thought about it and found that there was no problem at present, so he dismissed them. A group of muscular men gathered in the wooden house, and in a short period of time, it was full of sweat, and Li Wei could no longer bear it. And decided that rebuilding a large conference room was imminent. The auxiliary house next to the small wooden house is the bedroom, about 40 to 50 square meters, with a wooden bed inside, which has been covered with cotton quilts. Li Wei did not sleep. Under the illumination of the oil lamp, he sat at the table in the room, holding a quill pen and writing and drawing on the parchment. Currently, his territory is not short of warriors, but of residents for development and construction. And these residents are best to be humans. Kobolds and goblins can only be used as slave labor and are not suitable as residents. But where can he find humans in this wilderness? Li Wei was troubled and tugged at his hair, but when his gaze swept across the map hanging on the wall, his expression shook and his eyes showed joy. The next day, at the crack of dawn, a red sun emerged from the horizon at the end of the wilderness, bringing the light of dawn and illuminating the wheat like grass with a golden glow. The wilderness was already in the north, and it was late July, the height of summer, with long days and short nights. According to the time, it was only about 4 o'clock, but it was already as bright as 8 or 9 o'clock. The morning breeze carried a hint of coolness, and the orc barbarians emerging from their tents couldn't help but shiver, then stretch and greet the new day. The first breakfast at Highcliff's stronghold, though simple, was exceptionally hearty. Salted pork stewed with potatoes, with just a handful of herbs added, filled Highcliff's stronghold with an enticing aroma that, carried by the cool breeze, tickled the stomachs of everyone. The orc barbarians didn't have much culinary skill to speak of, but they couldn't go wrong with this simple one-pot stew. Li Wei especially liked soaking black bread in the broth at this time, which not only masked the bread's inherent sourness but also softened it, filling it with rich meat juices. Swallowing the soft bread and then taking a sip of the hot soup instantly energized his slightly sleepy body, making him feel warm and incredibly satisfied. The orcs ate with greasy mouths and satisfied expressions. They felt that following their boss was the only right decision they had ever made in their lives. They had never eaten so well, and their filled bellies made them feel so secure. The kobolds and goblins could only hold bowls of unknown black paste, watching the orcs eat with longing. Then they looked at old Neil with envy, a large piece of stewed salted pork lying quietly in his bowl. That was a reward given to him by that human master. Old Neil swallowed the salted pork in a few bites. It was so delicious that he almost swallowed his tongue. He smacked his lips, savoring the aftertaste. He had never eaten such delicious food. See that? This is the reward for working hard for the master. As long as you work hard, it's not impossible for you to receive a reward like this in the future. Having eaten his fill, old Neil rubbed his round belly and began to scold his kobold pups. All the kobolds' mindsets changed involuntarily. As long as they worked hard, they could eat this kind of food. Good job. Just then, a voice of praise came, and old Neil immediately nodded and bowed. Later, you will lead them to cut down trees and build a wooden house, no problem, right? I will definitely complete the task you have ordered, Master, old Neil promised with certainty. Li Wei nodded and then looked at the goblins. Compared to the kobolds, these goblins seemed to have surrendered, but deep in their eyes, there was still a glint of greed. They were obviously thinking about how to take over everything in Highcliff's stronghold. These were inherently evil and cunning creatures. If you were good to them, they would only think you were weak and easily bullied. In the history of Deber, there had been no shortage of women with overflowing compassion who were deceived by their pitiful appearance, and what awaited these women was not gratitude from the goblins. The goblins feigned weakness and then attacked them, plundering these women back to their lairs and using them as breeding machines, torturing them day and night. According to folklore, a female sword saint from a certain kingdom was attacked by goblins and taken back to their lair. When everyone rescued her, she had already given birth to hundreds of goblin pups. This reminded Li Wei of an anime he had watched in his previous life called Goblin Slayer, where the goblins were almost identical to the ones here. Li Wei never had a shred of pity for these creatures. Before you go to cut down trees, drag these ugly things down there and chop off their roots, Li Wei said with a sneer. He wanted to see if these goblins, after removing their source of troubles, would still be full of lust, only thinking about plundering female races to breed and satisfy their desires. The main thing was that Highcliff's stronghold had brought 8 sheep from Whiteflow City, and Li Wei didn't want to wake up one day and see these sheep give birth to green-skinned goblins. Oh. Okay. Old Neil felt a chill down below and quickly nodded. After eating breakfast, Zart set off with 10 barbarians, measuring the land of the wilderness step by step with their feet. The wind in the wilderness was strong, blowing the knee-high rye grass into rolling waves. Dozens of orcs, like warriors from the wilderness, went to explore the unknown road. "Boss, why did you give the meat to that kobold?" As Zart's back disappeared from sight, Li Wei was about to go back when Muto next to him asked in confusion. As an orc living in the barren wilderness, food was an extremely precious thing to him and should not be given to useless kobolds. Letting them eat grass roots and rotten fruits was already a great favor. This was what he had done in the tribe. Although Muto was not a hero unit, he seemed to be smarter than that idiot Zart, so Li Wei was willing to talk to him more. "Muto, this is called class differentiation. As long as these kobolds create a class, they will shift the conflict to their own race, so that we can better control them." Muto scratched his head. Although he didn't understand, he admired his boss's knowledge even more, and every word seemed to contain great truths. Simply put, if you were these kobolds, you would be eating grass root paste every day, while old Neil would be eating big fish and meat. What would you think? Wouldn't you be thinking, why can't you replace old Neil's position and eat big fish and meat every day? Muto thought about it and then nodded in agreement. Old Neil will definitely not give up his position, so he will suppress his people, even more than we exploit them. Li Wei smiled and didn't continue to speak. He had said so much today that it was enough for Muto to digest for a while. Muto seemed to understand, feeling as if a brain was about to grow in his head. These kobolds have been domesticated almost enough, so there's no need to send someone to supervise them. Take people to dig a pit below Highcliff's stronghold, away from the river. Dig a pit 5 or 6 rin deep, 20 rin long, and 2 rin wide. Li Wei ordered, then remembered something, send 2 more people to let the sheep out to graze. Muto nodded, then turned and left with the other orc barbarians, taking their tools. Anyone could dig a pit, so Li Wei didn't have the idea of commanding himself. As for grazing? That was one of the professions of these orc barbarians, which could be said to be a perfect match. Digging a pit was Li Wei's intention to build a dry toilet. Squatting in the grass to poop this morning made him truly experience the coolness of the wind blowing on his balls, and realized that building a toilet was imminent. On this wilderness, meat can be hunted. The boundless grassland is not only a natural pasture but can also be used for planting crops with slight modifications. Although there isn't much wood and stone, there are ways to solve it. This land can provide most of the materials needed by humans. Only population. This place is at least 10 days away from the DD Kingdom, and there is no one in the middle. The only humans who can pass through Highcliff Fortress are merchants. Moreover, population is the foundation for nobles to maintain their extravagant lives. Anyone who isn't hopelessly stupid wouldn't easily allow the population to flow out of their territory. In short, trying to abduct people from the DB Kingdom is a pipe dream. Fortunately, when God closes a door, he opens a window. After studying the map all night, Li Wei found a solution. 100 miles west of Highcliff Fortress, there is a mountain range called the Cass Mountain Range. This mountain range is home to a group of northern barbarians, also known as the First People. They are the subjects of the previous kingdom of the DB kingdom. To escape the DB royal family's pursuit, they hid in this vast mountain range. It is said that the ancestors of these first people are descendants of a princess of the royal family. As for how Li Wei knew, it was thanks to the night novel he read. Rather than a novel, Li Wei felt it was more like a travelogue. Maybe the protagonist Aben is the author himself. After so many years of development, if there really are first people in this mountain range, Li Wei couldn't imagine how many people were hidden inside. If all of them were recruited as his territory people, he, with both people and land, could become a duke not weaker than Fulina in one fell swoop. Boss, the pit is dug. At this time, Mu Tuo ran over, still radiating heat, apparently having just done physical labor. It's only been less than half a day, right? Li Wei was surprised to hear that. You know, digging a pit is not as easy as imagined. A pit that is 20 meters long and more than 5 meters deep was actually dug so easily. These orc barbarians are really born to work on construction sites. When he arrived at the location, a pit that was similar to what he described had already been dug. This place is located at the foot of a hill, half a mile away from the river that converges from above. Even if you have diarrhea, it only takes 6 or 7 minutes to jog there, which is the best location. Li Wei certainly couldn't build a latrine on the hill, because when the wind blows, it would be a foul smell that is hard to describe. Use wood to tamp the 4 sides inside, and then build a simple toilet on top. Li Wei briefly introduced the method of the toilet to Mu Tuo. Fortunately, in his previous life, he was a civil engineering student, so he was quite proficient in construction. Building a toilet was not a problem. Soon, a small house with orc characteristics rose crookedly from the ground. Half-person high logs formed a circle, and 4 thick round logs supported the roof. The ground inside was sprinkled with gravel, and wooden planks were laid across the top of the pit. Although the appearance was a bit ugly, it was still no problem to shelter from the wind and rain. But this also made Li Wei realize the lack of talent in his territory. Not to mention anything else, he had to get a carpenter who could build houses. Alas, everything is lacking. Li Wei sighed. As mentioned earlier, pioneering is not as romantic as described in night novels. It is an extremely serious military activity. As the sun set, the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the wooden house, and a group of muscular men walked from the brilliance of the horizon. The returning Zats just caught up with the dinner at High Cliff Fortress. Boss, I have found out. There are 3 tribes around us. 2 of them, goblins and kobolds, are not to be feared. The last tribe is gnolls. Zat bit into a pancake as big as his head, while talking about what they had found out today. These wolf cubs have very sensitive noses. They discovered us from a long distance, but they couldn't figure out our purpose for a while, so there was no conflict. But I estimate that there are about 200 people in their tribe. Gnolls? Li Wei pondered. Compared to the goblins and kobolds, who are weak, gnolls are a force to be reckoned with in the wilderness. Gnolls are generally about 2 run, a unit of length, tall, with arms that reach their knees, and they are inherently cruel and bloodthirsty. They never graze or plant, but rely entirely on plundering other tribes to survive. They are well-known bandits in the wilderness. It is obviously not wise to let this force be around one's territory, especially since they have already discovered the existence of the orc barbarians. Gnoll tribes generally do not have elderly people. After removing women and cubs from the 200 people, there are at most 70 or 80 young adults. Not too difficult to deal with. Tomorrow morning, everyone gathers and flatten them. Early the next morning, except for the 10 orc barbarians who stayed behind to guard High Cliff Fortress from being stolen. The remaining 40 were all ready to go, wielding giant axes or warhammers, and carrying 5 fine steel javelins on their backs. The only drawback is that they have no armor. They are all wearing loose linen short sleeves. But even so, their equipment crushed 99% of the tribes in the wilderness. The DB Kingdom strictly prohibits the sale of iron weapons to the wilderness. The ignorant wilderness does not know how to refine iron, which has led to most tribes in the wilderness still being in the Bone or Stone Age. Iron weapons are extremely rare, let alone those made of fine steel. Li Wei rode a crossbow horse at the front, and a group of orc barbarians followed behind, measuring the earth with their feet. The cool breeze in the morning brought a hint of coolness, but it could not extinguish the inner enthusiasm of the orc barbarians. Wanting to experience the gift of the god of war, they couldn't wait to fight. Before long, Li Wei smelled a taste different from green grass and soil. Following the direction of the smell, he soon saw the Knoll tribe described by Zat. He lay in the half-person high grass and observed secretly. Although the barbarians behind him did not understand, they all crawled into the grass when they saw their boss lying down. Gnolls are known as bandits in the wilderness. They advocate plunder and never stay in any one place for long. These 2 points determine that they cannot carry out any construction. This tribe is built on the leeward side of a mound, covered with messy stone huts, like pimples on a person's face. This was obviously taken from someone else. Although the High Cliff Fortress team was secretive and still in a condescending position, Li Wei forgot one thing: their position was right at the upwind. And the gnolls have extremely sensitive noses. Some gnolls spotted their location, constantly howling, calling out to their companions, and rushing towards their location. In just a few minutes, the Gnoll tribe had gathered all their able-bodied members, roughly 60 or so, and launched an attack on the high mountain fort team lying in the grass. These gnolls all possessed a decent-looking metal weapon. Among them, the 20 or so Gnoll cavalry charging at the front, riding wasteland wolves, were even wearing tattered leather armor to increase their defense. Li Wei even spotted a complete set of standard cavalry heavy armor on the tall Gnoll leading the charge, a bit old but still rare equipment. Judging from the emblem on the armor's chest, it must have belonged to some unlucky pioneer noble. Boss, above, Zate, lying in the grass, scratched his butt and subconsciously sniffed his fingers. Although this group of Gnoll's equipment wasn't quite up to par with human mercenaries, it wasn't too far off. But Zate still didn't take them seriously. Forget the boss, he alone could handle 10 or so dog bastards. Demacia. To Zate's surprise, before he could finish speaking, Li Wei shouted and jumped out of the grass, launching a charge. Demacia. Seeing their boss charging, the orc barbarians roared and jumped out of the grass, charging towards the gnolls below the slope. They didn't know what Demacia meant, but since it came from their boss's mouth, it probably meant charge, so they all imitated him. Most of the orcs hiding in the grass rushed out before Zate belatedly reacted, grabbing his fine steel double-edged battle axe, which had flattened a large patch of grass, and tumbling out of the grass. Orcs never fear. Li Wei, halfway through his charge, conjured an iron javelin out of thin air, launching it with 0 frames of startup. Whoosh! The iron javelin shot out like a ballista, instantly knocking the Gnoll leader, who was charging at the front, off his wolf. The Gnoll leader fell to the ground in a daze, rolling several times before stopping. The wasteland wolf under him was pierced through the chest by Li Wei's spear, firmly pinned to the grass, constantly wailing, but not killed instantly. With Li Wei's accuracy, it would have been easy to kill the Gnoll leader, who was only 100 paces away. But Li Wei had his eye on the cavalry heavy armor on this Gnoll, and if he shot him directly, he would inevitably shoot a hole through the armor. That's why he shot him off his wolf first, preparing to deal with him slowly. The speed of the Gnoll cavalry charging at the front was slowed down a bit by this sudden change. But they didn't panic, instead splitting into 2 cavalry streams around the fallen Gnoll leader, continuing to sweep towards the orc barbarians. Swish swish swish. The orc barbarians habitually used javelins to clear the way, but unfortunately, the gnolls weren't trash like goblins and kobolds. Seeing the orcs preparing to use javelins, they howled and split their formation. This made the barbarians' collective javelin throw have little effect, with only 10 or so gnolls having their chests torn open by the javelins, the enormous force carrying them and pinning them to the ground. Only 3 Gnoll cavalry were knocked off their mounts. After the volley of javelins, the Gnoll cavalry clashed with the barbarians. Moto and Zate charged at the front. Moto, wielding a warhammer, roared, the veins on his tree-trunk thick arms bulging like earthworms, the iron hammer smashing heavily on the jaw of a wasteland wolf. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, the abundant force lifted the front half of the wasteland wolf's body, weighing 600 or 700 pounds, into the air. The gnoll riding on it was almost thrown to the ground, but it wasn't a cowardly creature like a goblin or kobold. Instead, this gnoll was aroused to ferocity, taking the opportunity to swing the scimitar in his hand at Moto. Whoosh! Unfortunately, just as the scimitar was about to land on Moto, an extremely sharp javelin drilled out of the crowd, instantly sending his body flying like a tattered sack. Moto turned his head and saw that the javelin was thrown by his boss, and moved. He roared and smashed a knoll, preparing to sneak attack into a paste with one hammer. The warhammer in his hand weighed a full 80 pounds, and with his great strength, even a polar bear could have its head smashed to pieces by Moto with one hammer. Compared to Moto, Zate's attack was even more bloody. He swung the double-edged giant axe in his hand in a semicircle from bottom to top. The extremely sharp axe blade effortlessly split the knoll cavalry in front of him in half. The wasteland wolf was even more miserable, with only the buttocks of the two halves of its body still connected. The internal organs spilled directly out of their bodies, extremely foul. Even the fierce and murderous gnolls were shocked by this scene, and they all moved away from Zate, rushing towards other orcs. No matter how high and surging the fighting spirit is, it will be drowned by blood and death. Under the slaughter of the orc barbarians without any resistance, the gnolls' reason once again occupied the high ground. Unfortunately, it was too late. The orc barbarians rushed to give them the final blow. At this point, the attacking gnolls were completely wiped out. The green grass became blood red under the gnolls' painting with blood. It was filled with a bloody and foul smell. Li Wei witnessed the whole process while chopping off the gnoll leader's head with a sword, and was not surprised by the outcome of the battle. This group of gnolls may be considered quite strong in the wilderness. But that's in comparison to goblins and kobolds. In a one-on-one situation, with the number of gnolls not much different from the orc barbarians, their death was already doomed. Not to mention there was a beast like Zate, who killed 10 or so gnolls alone. Zate race, orc level, 19 experience value, 13484/100000 strength, 21 agility, 19 intelligence, 5 charm, 6 available attribute points, 2 skills, Iron Bone 6, Power Strike 7, Power Throw 6, Weapon Mastery 4, Shield Defense 5, Running 7, Riding 4, Note, Max level 15, available skill points, 2 Weapon Proficiency, One-Handed Weapons 85, Two-Handed Weapons 212, Polearms 30, Bows 0, Throwing 188. Crossbows 0. Note, max level 720, available weapon points, 100. Li Wei took the opportunity to look at his attribute table and found that he had leveled up twice after several battles. As a hero unit, Zate gains 1 attribute point and 1 skill point for each level up. And when he levels up, he can get an extra skill point. I don't know why. Shaking his head, Li Wei directly added the 2 attribute points to strength and agility respectively, and the skill points were added to Iron Bones and Power Strike. As for intelligence? Li Wei didn't even think about adding it to this guy. I guess even if he did, he would at most be a smarter idiot, wasting attribute points in vain. He's just not cut out for it. This battle yielded a significant amount of experience, and the orc barbarians, who had already accumulated a substantial amount of experience from previous battles, met the requirements for promotion. A full 21 orc barbarians could advance from Tier 3 units, orc warriors, to orc champions, and Muto could even advance from a Tier 4 unit, orc champion, to a Tier 5 great axe guard. The people were the same, but the overall increase in tier elevated Highcliff Stronghold's military strength by a level. Each level upgrade of system soldiers brings significant effects. 40 Tier 3 orc warriors and 40 orc champions are entirely different concepts. The former can only be considered decent in the wilderness, while the latter is sufficient to gain a firm foothold. However, Li Wei currently doesn't have enough money to upgrade them, so he can only put it on hold for now. The attacking gnolls were defeated, but the crisis was not over. A group of gnoll women and children watched everything that happened here with hatred in their eyes from within the tribal territory. Compared to the strong, 2 blades tall male gnolls, these women and children were relatively thin, with heights less than 1 blade and 8 inches. However, they could still cause considerable trouble if they picked up weapons. Li Wei sent 30 orcs to watch over these gnoll women and children first, while the remaining 10 began stripping equipment from the gnolls' bodies. Soon, a pile of tattered leather armor and metal weapons accumulated in front of Li Wei. This equipment would be considered decent for the impoverished wilderness, but the orc barbarians, already equipped with fine steel weapons and fine steel throwing spears, couldn't even look at it now. Li Wei wasn't one to use inferior goods, so he sold everything to the system store, ultimately obtaining 51 gold coins. With money in hand, Li Wei immediately upgraded the orc barbarians one by one, ultimately spending nearly 3 gold coins. To Li Wei's surprise, upgrading Muto from a tier 4 unit to a tier 5 unit actually required 50 silver coins. Although it didn't seem like much individually, Li Wei knew that he would have more and more soldiers in the future. When he reached thousands, each level up would be a huge expense, and this money had to be spent. Li Wei couldn't help but sigh, feeling that the road ahead was still long and arduous. As for the cavalry heavy armor from the Gnoll leader's body, he also stripped it off and put it into the system space. This set of cavalry heavy armor was only slightly old, with no visible damage on the surface, and was even worth 60 gold coins in the system store's individual sales, making it a rather good piece of equipment. When he arrived at the Gnoll tribe, more than 100 women and children had already been driven by the orc barbarians into an open space. Among them, there were about 100 female gnolls and 30 or so wolf cubs. There wasn't a single elderly gnoll, which precisely reflected the cruelty of the wilderness. The elderly, who could not contribute to the tribe, were often driven out or killed by the gnolls to avoid burdening the Gnoll tribe. Li Wei pondered, stroking his chin, considering how to deal with this group of Gnoll women and children. If he let them all go, they might create an enemy for High Cliff's stronghold in the future, although the probability was very low. But killing them all seemed too cruel. Forget it, kill them all. Great achievers throughout history do not adhere to petty details, and kindness does not command troops. Li Wei understood these principles. Just now, it was only the education from his previous life in China that gave him a little compassion. Ha! Just as he waved his hand, preparing to have the orc barbarians kill all these gnolls, his gaze swept over one of the gnoll cubs and he couldn't help but pause. Name, One-Eye. This was a small gnoll, less than 1 blade and 3 inches tall, with light gray skin covered in spots, and a sparse, short mane extending from the top of its head to its tailbone. One of its eyes was white and without luster, obviously blind due to unknown reasons. What surprised Li Wei was that its name actually appeared above its head. He knew that Zart was a hero unit because this guy's name lit up. Li Wei realized that people who were identified as hero units by the system would have their names lit up above their heads. You, come here. He looked at this one-eyed gnoll cub. In an instant, all the gnolls made way, and Li Wei actually saw gloating in the eyes of this group of gnolls. Obviously, this one-eyed gnoll was not popular in the tribe. Lord. It trembled as it came to Li Wei, speaking broken common tongue. Although gnolls seem cruel and murderous, their intelligence is not lower than that of humans, and it is not surprising that they know common tongue. Being less than 1 blade and 3 inches tall, it looked like a harmless puppy in front of the 1 blade and 8 inches tall Li Wei. Not to mention the orc barbarians glaring menacingly beside him. Look up at me. The one-eyed gnoll cub slowly raised its eyes, and Li Wei saw fear and even a trace of worship in its one eye. There was no hatred at all, which was obviously abnormal. Although there was no affection between gnolls, Li Wei had killed all the prime adults of their tribe, so no matter what, it should harbor hatred for him, the murderer of its kin. Don't you hate me for killing your tribe? Li Wei asked. The result was beyond his expectations. This gnoll cub trembled all over. This wasn't because its pain point was touched, it was a sign of excitement. Lord, I'm not a gnoll from this tribe, I was captured by them. My mother was killed by them. After coming here, I was tortured day and night, and my eyes were blinded by them. I'm more than happy that you killed them. Its common tongue became more fluent as it spoke, and its expression was excited. Li Wei carefully observed this wolf cub. Its eyes were filled with deep gratitude, and its expression did not seem fake. He was thinking about whether this gnoll was an old fox who was so deep that he couldn't see through him, or whether everything was really as it said. Ultimately, the former possibility was obviously higher. What's your name? Lord, my name is One-Eye, it said. Swish. Li Wei drew his sword. It was startled, trembling like a sieve, but still looked directly at Li Wei. Earlier, it saw this human kill the powerful gnoll leader, who was impossible to resist, with one sword. It felt honored to die in the hands of such a strong person. But the sword rested on its shoulder, and it didn't fall for a long time. Just as it was puzzled, the solemn voice of the human in front of it sounded. I, the Lord of High Cliff Stronghold, the pioneering Baron, the future King of the North, hereby grant you the name Hog. Are you willing to fight for me? It was first unbelievable, and then it all turned into deep ecstasy. I am willing. I am willing. Because it liked to learn about human knowledge since childhood, it knew from a human captured by the tribe that this behavior was called ennoblement, which was a very noble ceremony. Knoll Hog requests to join the team. Do you agree? Li Wei, who received the team application, also showed a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Brothers, Grandpa Hog has already joined the team. Begging for monthly tickets tomorrow. Don't give them to me today, hee hee. Song 3 scoops back to the cave on the top of the mountain. Li Wei had only encountered Zat, a hero unit, after so long. Naturally, he couldn't let this knoll go. Hero units generally possess traits different from their kind. This knoll had a concept of kinship and resented the person who killed his biological mother, which was obviously extremely rare in the ignorant knoll tribe. Very good, you will be the leader of this tribe from now on. Since we have a new leader, let's change the tribe's name to Riverclaw Tribe. Li Wei, with a sudden mischievous thought, simply helped this knoll cub gather all the necessary elements. Hogger is the name of a great knoll, now inherited by you, don't disgrace this name. Li Wei's earnest voice sounded. I will, Lord. The new knoll Hogger said with excitement. It never imagined that not only would it not die, but it would also be granted a noble surname and become the leader of the gnolls. This series of good fortune seemed to be exchanged for the hardships of the past. It thought fiercely in its heart that it must train this group of people to be loyal to the Lord in order to repay these kindnesses. Although gnolls are wild and difficult to tame, it is undeniable that gnolls are excellent warriors and scouts. Now that he is Hogger, a gnoll loyal to him, there is also an opportunity to subdue this group of gnoll women and children. Moreover, Li Wei didn't think that a group of ignorant races without writing in history would hold a grudge against him for long. The hatred they have now is nothing more than the result of the young and strong being killed, the tribe lacking warriors, and a subconscious hatred for the person who caused this result due to the survival crisis. When safe living conditions are met, these hatreds will dissipate. Taking in this group of gnolls is also because Li Wei intends to build a light cavalry scout army. Perhaps this group of gnolls is not as strong as the Orcish brutes in terms of individual combat power, but they are all born scouts and cavalry. Here, we must mention the unique social structure of the gnolls. Generally, female gnolls will give birth to several wolf cubs in one litter, but it is unknown whether it is a gift or punishment from the gods. Among these wolf cubs, there is always one that has no intelligence and is a complete beast. This wolf cub without intelligence grows up and is no different from the wild wolves in the wilderness, so it can only become the mount of the gnolls. Growing up with gnolls since childhood and having blood ties makes this group of gnoll cavalry riding their own sisters have a telepathic connection with their mounts, and they can walk on the wolf's back as if walking on flat ground. From now on, Hogger will be a member of our Highcliff fortress, you must treat it as a partner. Fearing that this group of brutes would bully Hogger, Li Wei glanced at them and said seriously. Especially Zat, this guy is the most capable of causing trouble. The orcs echoed, since their boss had said so, they had no objections. When Li Wei turned his head, Zat quietly curled his lips, it didn't understand why this blind wolf cub was so favored by the boss. It had followed the boss for 3 years, and had not been personally given a name or conferred a title by the boss. Hogger was extremely moved. Under Li Wei's instructions, he carefully came to the ranks of the Orcish brutes. In the middle of the brutes with an average height of 2-3, it was like a puppy. After everything was done, the next step was the favorite part of searching for spoils. As the lord whose pockets are almost empty, he attaches great importance to searching for spoils, and solemnly stated. Don't take a needle or thread from the gnolls, take everything else. As natives of the wilderness, this group of brutes is simply the epitome of poverty. Without Li Wei's instructions, they rushed into the gnoll tribe and began to dig 3 feet into the ground, cleaning up everything more cleanly than pigs. Unfortunately, this group of gnolls was poorer than they thought. They searched the tribe upside down, only finding hundreds of copper crones and a few newly hunted wild bulls. They didn't even see the shadow of silver and gold crones, and weapons and equipment were even more out of the question. In the end, they had to find pots and pans to make up the number.
Boss, look what I found.
An Orcish brute suddenly shouted excitedly. Thinking that it had found something good, the Orcish brute swarmed up, and finally laughed wantonly.
Ha, a chamber pot. The onlookers were laughing, just because the orc was holding a bronze-like double-eared pot.
They had lived in the human world for a long time and knew that some human nobles would prepare this thing in their rooms for convenience at night.
Li Wei took the bronze double-eared pot that was different in appearance from this era, fiddled with it back and forth, and after careful observation, he couldn't believe his eyes. This exquisite cloud and thunder pattern, transformed from an almost pure gold color into a blue-green color after the passage of time. He looked overjoyed. Damn it, this is at least a bronzeware from the era of Eli.
Lord, I'm going to make a fortune. It is hard to imagine that a collectible that should have appeared in a noble's collection room and was sought after by nobles actually appeared in a small, unknown tribe in the wilderness. Li Wei dared to bet on his dead great-grandmother that if this bronzeware were to fall into the antique market of DB, it would be worth at least 200 gold crowns. The orcs didn't know how much this bronzeware was worth, but seeing their boss's excited appearance, it was obviously valuable.
Boss, there's more here.
Suddenly Zat pulled out a short dagger from a pile of spoils. The same cloud and thunder pattern, but the color is not the blue-green color formed by the accumulation of copper rust after historical precipitation, but shows the original ancient bronze color close to pure gold. The previous owner of this dagger was obviously a diligent person, and it was well maintained. Li Wei was heartbroken and cursed the illiterate idiot in his heart. You know, this kind of maintenance is an irreparable damage to the historical value of an antique. Originally, this dagger was worth at least 150 gold crowns, but now it is worth at most 50. It has to be sold together with another bronzeware.
Li Wei only hated that he didn't master the technology of 1 ladle of Qing, 2 ladles of Song, and 3 ladles back to the mountaintop cave.
Okay, at least there's still a profit to be made. Finally, he sighed helplessly. In the end, the orcs searched carefully again, but found no additional bronzeware.
Li Wei was already very satisfied with this.
The southern border is known for its richness and civilization. He had been there for almost 3 years, but only earned 1,000 gold crowns. This was only because he had been in the arena to earn so much. The wilderness has always been recognized as a poor and remote place, but he has only been here for 2 days, and he has earned a quarter of his 3-year savings.
He couldn't help but look forward to the upcoming goblin and kobold tribes.
Go, flatten the last 2 tribes.
Li Wei waved his hand, full of vigor.
The night was filled with sparse stars, and a crescent moon, seemingly within reach, cast vast swaths of silver silk, illuminating the wilderness in a pristine white. The Highcliff Hold team, having dealt with the goblin and kobold tribes, returned bathed in the moonlight from the horizon, like warriors from ancient times. In Li Wei's eyes, goblins and kobolds were utterly unremarkable opponents, barely reaching the waists of the orc barbarians in height, lacking weapons and military training, their equipment consisting of mere wooden sticks and iron scraps. Li Wei had only brought 10 orc barbarians, and they annihilated them all. What slightly surprised Li Wei was Hog, the Knoll cub. At its request, Li Wei brought it along for this battle. Unexpectedly, this wolf cub was exceptionally fierce, single-handedly killing a dozen kobolds, either by tearing out their hearts or biting their necks. It was exceptionally bloody.
And its personal stats also leveled up 3 times in a row.
Hog race, Knoll level, for experience, 84/1000 strength, for agility, 4 intelligence, 7 charisma, 7 available attribute points, 3 skills, Iron Bone 1, Power Strike 1, Strong Throw 1, Weapon Mastery 2, Shield Defense 1, Running 2, Riding 3, Note, Max Level 15, Available Skill Points, 3 Weapon Proficiency, One-Handed Weapons 115, Two-Handed Weapons 74, Polearms 30, Archery 0, Throwing 1, Crossbow 0. Note, Max Level 720, Available Weapon Points, 150. Glancing at the stats. Although Hog's current attributes were practically a blank slate, only comparable to an average adult. Being at a low level, it was easy to level up, it just needed to experience a few more battles to grow. What Li Wei didn't expect was that its intelligence was actually 7 points, proving that this Knoll wasn't a simpleton like Zart. It was suitable to be developed in the direction of strength and intelligence, enough to lead an army in the future.
Li Wei temporarily didn't allocate the points, planning to add them at a suitable opportunity. Kobolds and goblins never disappointed Li Wei in terms of poverty.
The two tribes only yielded some grass roots and dried meat strips. Li Wei naturally didn't dare to eat these foods of unknown origin, so they were given to the kobold slaves of Highcliff Hold. Bonfires were lit in Highcliff Hold at night, and the orc barbarians began roasting wild bull meat on the racks. Strands of meaty aroma lingered and swirled between Highcliff Hold, arousing the cravings in countless bellies. Wild bulls were herbivores living in the grasslands, with an adult bull weighing over 1,000 pounds. The 3 wild bulls hunted by the gnolls today naturally all belonged to Highcliff Hold. Several thousand pounds of meat, even if the barbarians were all gluttons, would be enough for them to eat for several days. However, with the addition of 100 or so gnoll women and children, the food supply of Highcliff Hold began to become strained. Li Wei couldn't possibly fool this group of gnolls with grass roots and rotten fruit like he did with the goblins and kobolds. To have a skilled scout light cavalry, plenty of meat was essential. After thinking for a while, Li Wei had an idea. The barbarians' cooking skills might be described as barely edible, but the art of roasting meat was definitely mastered by all orcs. Growing up in the wilderness, roasting meat could be said to be an indispensable part of their growth. The wild bulls' trotters were all chopped off at the roots and placed on the fire rack to roast. Under the precise control of the orc barbarians, they were soon roasted until the outside was crispy and the inside was tender, oozing oil with sizzling sounds. "Boss, try this." Zart handed over the best roasted hind leg. Li Wei didn't stand on ceremony, took it, and tore off large chunks to eat, his mouth full of oil. The barbarian's roasting skills were indeed excellent. Hog next to him watched, drooling, but he steeled his mind and decided not to look anymore. "Here, wolf cub, this is for you." Just then, Zart suddenly threw over a hind leg that was half its size. Hog caught it clumsily, with a puzzled expression. "Look at your skinny arms and legs, if you don't eat more and grow stronger, how will you work for the boss?" Zart curled his lip, saying with some disdain. Hearing this, Hog grinned foolishly. It knew that Highcliff Hold had accepted it. Under the firelight, Hog's smile, coupled with that cataract-like eye, looked terrifying. Fortunately, everyone present except Li Wei was not human, otherwise the smile would have caused a chorus of screams. "Ha, who knew you big oaf were quite that Sundara?" Li Wei glanced at Zart in surprise. "Hee, although this wolf cub is scrawny and rough, I didn't expect it to be quite fierce. If it's well fed for a while, it will definitely be a qualified warrior." Zart didn't understand what Li Wei meant by Tsundere, he only thought Li Wei was praising him, and he grinned foolishly, touching his bald head. Li Wei nodded. Hog was obviously malnourished in its previous tribe, resulting in a thin physique. As long as it was fed with plenty of meat for a few months, it would become strong. Plus, gnolls had a very short growth cycle. Cubs could walk upright in a few months, and were considered adults at 4 or 5 years old. So Hog would fully grow into an adult gnoll in just a year or two. With the help of the system, it was estimated that it would reach the level of the previous gnoll leader in a few months. Boss, can I share the food with my companions?" Just then, Hog cautiously asked Zart. "Just call me Zart. As for the food, it's yours anyway. You can give it to whoever you want, why ask me?" Zart said with some dissatisfaction. Hog nodded with joy, carrying the roasted bull leg towards the gnoll camp, and shared the food with 2 other gnolls. Li Wei's eyesight was excellent, and the moonlight in the wilderness was extremely bright, so he could easily see the 2 gnolls. Both were as thin as Hog. One had a deep, bone-deep scar on its face, running from the brow to the corner of the mouth. The other had a limp, obviously, the 3 were bullied brothers in arms. Not seeing any names above the 2 gnolls' heads, Li Wei stopped paying attention. He took special care of Hog because it was a hero unit, worth cultivating. The others were not enough for him to waste a lot of energy on. As for the gnoll tribe, Li Wei had already told Hog that no matter what method it used, as long as it could control the gnoll tribe for his use, that was fine. Li Wei also intended to test how much ability Hog had, so he left everything to it to handle, and he wouldn't interfere. After eating and drinking his fill, Li Wei returned to his room to think about the future path. Besides needing a large population for development,
what was urgently needed in Highcliffe Hold was a stable food source. The ways to obtain food in the wilderness were nothing more than hunting and raiding other tribes. But these were not long-term solutions. To completely gain a foothold, planting and herding were essential. Thinking, Li Wei gradually fell asleep, with a few miserable wolf howls occasionally coming from his ears. He just scratched his butt, turned over, and continued to sleep. From the end of July to the middle of August, the weather became increasingly hot. However, the wilderness summer was far less harsh than that of DB, and even at noon, it was quite cool as long as one stayed in the shade. Since clearing out the tribes within a 20-mile radius, Highcliffe Keep had been free from war. For half a month, the Orcish brutes had been divided into two teams, one responsible for hunting, and the other sweating in the planned training grounds, alternating between the two. The Knoll tribe, under Hogg's Iron Fist, had also been successfully united. After all, the law of the wilderness was the survival of the fittest. The Knoll tribe had a total of 120 members, of which more than 90 were strong, fertile female Knolls, and the remaining 30 included 10 female Knoll pups. The other 20 Knoll pups were only 1 or 2 years old and had not yet reached reproductive age. The entire Knoll tribe only had Hogg and his other two brothers, Scarface and Limp, who met the standards for reproduction. Li Wei, who desperately wanted a Knoll scout, ordered the 3 wolves to take on the responsibility of being breeding models. This led to the 3 Knolls having to deliver grain at least twice every night for the past half-month. Of course, the effect was significant, with about 10 female Knolls already pregnant and expected to give birth to a bunch of wolf pups in a few months. In half a month, Highcliffe Keep had changed a lot. Wooden houses rose from the top of the hill, allowing the Orcish brutes to no longer sleep in tents. The Knolls also lived together with the Orcs. Due to various comprehensive reasons, the two groups got along well and no conflicts occurred. Li Wei only needed to give a general direction for these matters, and the details were not his concern. Having free time, he made a simple recliner, lay down under a crooked neck tree every day, and took out Night Aubin to appreciate. "Sir, is this strength okay?" Old Neil, wearing a straw hat, stood beside Li Wei and fanned him obsequiously, looking like an old farmer in the field. "It's okay, keep it up." Li Wei yawned and looked at the distant plains. A group of kobolds were wielding hoes in the fields, diligently turning over the patches of grass, letting the hot sun kill the roots. In half a month, with the daily efforts of these kobolds from morning to sunset, a full 500 acres of wasteland had been reclaimed. However, the reclaimed wasteland could not be used directly, it had to be exposed to the sun to kill the grass roots before being recultivated for planting crops. Li Wei had calculated the time, and the best season for planting wheat was from October to November. There was still more than a month before planting wheat, and there was plenty of time. Farming was not just talk, it was a technical job, with strict requirements for when to plant, when to weed, when to harvest, and so on. Applying farm manure could increase crop yields by several %, which was undoubtedly a powerful weapon in this world where no fertilizer was ever used. Li Wei naturally used it without hesitation. Fertilizing was not just about picking up animal manure, it had to be fermented before use, otherwise it would only have the opposite effect. The first step was to make compost, to produce farm manure before using it. Li Wei handed this task over to the dozen or so goblins. It had to be said. After castrating these dozen goblins, they became much more obedient, only working, eating, and sleeping every day, and not thinking about escaping. What Li Wei admired most was their vitality. After having their roots of sin cut off, the goblins, who received no medical treatment at all, only saw 2 or 3 die, and the rest all survived. Truly like weeds. This also gave him the idea of developing a slave business, capturing these goblins, castrating them, and then training them for a period of time. They could be sold as farm slaves to those nobles who even needed to work in the fields themselves. In the previous life of Game of Thrones, there were unsullied soldiers, and Li Wei also wanted to create an unsullied goblin corps. However, Li Wei was just thinking about it, probably only a lord like him, who had no money and no people, would be crazy enough to use goblins for work. Other nobles, out of consideration for their reputation, would definitely not use goblins as workers. Under his instructions, the goblins gathered the picked-up manure in a prepared place, crushed the dry stems of wild grass, and mixed them thoroughly with fine soil and a certain amount of water. Then, they covered it with weeds to avoid exposure to the sun,
and then they just needed to wait until it was time to plant wheat to use it. Just then, a cavalryman rushed down from Highcliffe Keep in the distance and stopped steadily in front of Li Wei. "Sir, your letter." Hogg jumped off the dire wolf, knelt on one knee, and handed Li Wei two unopened letters. Compared to half a month ago, Hogg had changed greatly. His height had not only grown from 1 1/3 blades to 1 1/2, making him a full circle stronger than before, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Since the gnolls currently only had Hogg and his other two companions with dire wolves, the task of patrolling the territory of Highcliffe Keep fell on the three of them, and in the past half-month, the three gnolls had killed countless lone goblins or kobolds who had wandered into the territory. "Oh, from Whiteflow City?" Looking at the Martell family crest on the sealing wax, Li Wei roughly guessed who sent it. Unrolling the rolled parchment letter, Li Wei began to read silently. He guessed correctly. The letter was sent by Leah. The first half of it first asked if his development operations were going smoothly, and the second half described her experiences in Whiteflow City during this time. After he left, Frina began to put pressure on the Southern Territory, asking the current Grand Duke of the Southern Territory to release Leah's mother. Unfortunately, the effect was minimal. The little Grand Duke of the Southern Territory strongly rejected this request, arguing that she was a usurper. He also stated that Leah was also a usurper and hoped that Frina would send her back to the Southern Territory to give her the punishment she deserved. This was within Li Wei's expectations. If the Southern Territory really released Leah's mother, Li Wei would have to suspect that these people were all related to goblins. When Damon and the others decided to seize the throne, it was destined to antagonize the Martell family of the Northern Territory, and this was irreversible. When both sides had already become enemies, holding Leah's mother in their hands was obviously a powerful trump card that could make Leah and the others hesitant. Li Wei smelled the approaching storm from it. Whether it was for the sake of the Martell family's reputation or to bring the Southern Territory under the Martell family's control, war between the two sides was inevitable. Although Leah did not explain in detail in the letter, Li Wei saw from the clues that the Northern Territory was now preparing for war. Originally, the Northern Territory was located in the wilderness and was the poorest province in DB. Frina had long wanted to plot other rich territories, and with a reason to launch military operations against the Southern Territory, she would definitely not let go of this opportunity. After all, throughout history, no matter what you do, you must have a legitimate reason. And now Frina not only had an excuse to send troops, but also had strong military strength, so she would definitely not miss this opportunity. Fight on the streets. After reading the letter, Levi pondered whether he could profit from this war. The end result is that participating now is no different from courting death. Moreover, there's also the matter that as a pioneer baron ennobled by Duke Silan, if Leah conscripts him to participate in this war, he will inevitably have to participate if he doesn't want to damage his reputation. Back in Corel, he saved Leah with the intention of participating when they fought for the title and benefiting from it. But, it's too fast. He didn't expect Fiorina to start preparing for war after receiving the news. He doesn't have enough strength to take a share of the cake from it. Levi rubbed his temples with a headache. The war between the two real power dukes of Debur will be a great war of nearly 100,000 people. He cannot deny the power of the Orcish barbarians. These warriors wandering the wilderness fight against the barren environment from an early age and are enemies with fierce bears and tigers. The harsh environment has created this group of powerful, agile, and fierce warriors. Every Orcish barbarian can easily defeat 3 to 5 elite Debur warriors. But so what? War is never a street brawl. If it were 100 against 100, Levi would not hesitate to believe that the barbarians would win, but when the number reaches 1,000 against 1,000, the Orcish barbarians' ending is to swallow the bitter pill of defeat. And once it develops into a war of 10,000 people, the Orcish barbarians can only collapse one-sidedly. Compared with a real elite division, the biggest gap between a makeshift team and a real elite division is never muscle and bravery, but the discipline and formation coordination required for teamwork. This determines whether it is a mess or a rope that can be twisted into one. With the little foundation of Highcliffe Castle, it can't even make a splash in the struggle between these real power dukes. Even Levi can't guarantee that he can get out unscathed. He is very strong, and he even dares to guarantee that even if the legendary giant comes, he can shoot through its head with a spear. Let it see what is called the strength of a small start that is not a real start. However, he is not invincible, and there are things in this world that he fears. As far as he knows, there is the dragon hunting ballista on the surface, which is a weapon specially developed by humans to deal with dragons. The composite bow body made of palladium and the bowstring made of dragon tendons enable it to reach a shooting distance of more than 2,000 steps, far exceeding the shooting distance of ordinary ballistas. The arrowheads mixed with fine gold are like paper in front of even the extremely hard dragon scales. According to the records on the surface, as many as 8 dragons have been shot and killed by the dragon hunting ballista. Levi doesn't think his flesh and blood are harder than dragon scales. This is also the reason why he didn't kill wantonly in Corel. If he was surrounded, he wouldn't dare to bet that Corel didn't have this kind of insidious weapon. However, even if the war is about to start, it is estimated that it will have to wait until next year. Looking at the southern position, Levi suddenly thought of something. It's already mid-August. Military operations rising to the level of tens of thousands of people are extremely time-consuming and labor-intensive. It is estimated that White Stream City will need half a month to prepare for the march. And from the Northern Territory to Corel, a legion of more than 10,000 people will have to travel for at least a month. At this time, it comes to October, and the weather in Debur has begun to turn cold. And war is always extremely time-consuming. If this war is to end, it will take at least half a year, and this time is just in winter. It's freezing cold, and all you can see is a vast expanse of white. Anyone who understands a certain amount of military affairs would not choose to wage war in winter. This is an extremely harsh weather test for the besieging side. Fiorina is obviously not a person who knows nothing about military affairs, so the probability is that she will start preparing for war in the second half of the year, and the real war will have to wait until about March next year. In short, Levi still has a chance to develop. By March next year, he is confident that he has already built a team that cannot be ignored. After thinking about it, he turned his attention to the second letter. What he didn't expect was that this letter was sent by Rolina. This letter didn't ask him about his well-being like Leah, but simply said that he could cooperate with her to sell the fur or a large number of livestock he obtained from the wilderness. Due to the huge demand from pioneer nobles and wilderness natives, wilderness trade has always been quite prosperous. The value of goods flowing into the wilderness every year is at least millions of gold coins, while a large number of furs, livestock, slaves, in the wilderness will flow into Debur, which is an extremely important commercial route for the kingdom of Debur. Levi touched his chin. This is a source of income. Compared to the farming income that is still far away, it is obviously easier to make money by coercion now. What Levi was thinking about was not to become a merchant himself, but to collect tolls from this group of merchants. Theoretically speaking, hundreds of miles around are his private territory, so collecting tolls is completely feasible. But in the end, it is just a theory. If you want the theory to become reality, you must have enough troops, force, and people to guarantee it. However, these are too far away from Highcliffe Castle, and Levi decided to focus on the present. Hogg, tomorrow you will take people to the Cass Mountains, just to investigate whether there are any humans living there. Levi ordered Hogg. Hogg nodded with uncontrollable excitement. It was eager to show itself in front of Levi. It was already tired of patrolling the territory for nearly half a month, and now the mission has finally come. Levi didn't give too many instructions. Hogg is very smart, and the key is that he is eager to learn. He has learned some things that he occasionally taught it in half a month. Just investigating the situation in the Cass Mountains will basically not cause any problems. In addition to having mounts, if they want to escape, there are not many races in the wilderness that can catch up with them. When Hogg confirms that there are humans living in the Cass Mountains, Levi can carry out the next action. At that time, whether it is negotiating with the early inhabitants of the Cass Mountains or subduing them by force, Levi is determined to get them. The next day, just as the team from Highcliffe Castle had finished breakfast, everyone heard a sharp and rapid whistle. Alert! On a temporary watchtower that was 7 or 8 blades high, the Orcish barbarian on guard shouted hoarsely. Oh! After half a month, I didn't expect anyone to dare to try the composition of Highcliffe Castle. Levi smiled noncommittally. In the past half-month, he swept all the tribes within 50 miles of Highcliffe Castle and made a name for himself. The wilderness natives all know that a group of ruthless people have come to this position, and no one dares to provoke them anymore. Levi doesn't know whether the people who came are because of strength or courage, but obviously they have chosen the wrong opponent. The easy smiles on the barbarians' faces disappeared, and they picked up the weapons they had just put down and entered a state of preparation. A kind of excited emotion spread among them.
Let's go, meet them.
Levi pressed the saber at his waist, raised his arms and shouted, leading the Orcish barbarians to the edge of the hill with a fierce aura. Overlooking the plains from the hill, the field of vision is extremely wide. Following the direction pointed out by the Orcish barbarian on guard, you can see blurry black shadows stepping on the wavy green grass sea towards the position of Highcliffe Castle. Levi narrowed his eyes and carefully looked at it, and was slightly surprised after seeing it clearly.
Humans?
Some commotion arose in the kobold camp at the foot of the hill. They had also heard the orc barbarians' warning cries, but their view was poor at the foot of the hill, and they couldn't see where the threat was coming from. One kobold tried to climb to the top of the hill to scout. With a whoosh, a refined steel javelin landed sharply in the grass in front of it, the tail of the shaft still trembling from the force. The orcs swept over with gazes sharper than blades, suppressing all the kobolds' commotion. This was a warning and also contempt.
Hyenas were not worthy to be with lions.
These muscle-bound barbarians had never given these kobolds a proper look. As time passed, the black shadow got closer and closer to Highcliffe's stronghold, and more details became clear. It was a team of 20 people. Strangely, everyone was wearing black hooded robes, concealing their appearance. It wasn't without reason that Li Wei judged these people to be human. Although he couldn't see their faces, judging from the figures and gaits of these people, they could only be human. Most importantly, the natives of the wilderness were all boorish and poor.
Where would they get the extra money to get this kind of spooky stuff?
Usually, they would just roll up their sleeves and have a go at it if they didn't agree. They wouldn't play these fancy tricks. Li Wei narrowed his eyes, thinking about where this group of people came from.
Unable to figure it out, he beckoned. Javelin.
Immediately, a barbarian handed a javelin to his lord. Li Wei waited a couple of times, then looked at the distant team. No matter where these people came from or what they were thinking, it was necessary to let them know that Highcliffe's stronghold was not so easy to provoke. Whether it was war or negotiation next, they would have to carefully weigh themselves, and Highcliffe's stronghold could gain an advantage. At this moment, the distance between the two sides reached 500 paces, which was beyond the range of a hand crossbow.
Only a large ballista could shoot that far.
Not to mention a carbon-based lifeform, but obviously, our lord cannot be regarded as an ordinary carbon-based lifeform. Li Wei swung his arm and threw it hard. The refined steel javelin shot out straight, accompanied by bursts of air-piercing sound, and finally slammed into the grass 300 paces away, almost completely buried. This is called shooting an arrow as a boundary, which is also a kind of military deterrence. Once this delineated boundary is crossed, Highcliffe's stronghold has the right to take military action against them. The team was startled by this extremely sharp spear. The team stopped, seemingly discussing something, but understanding what it meant, they continued to move forward, but at a much slower pace. Li Wei's eyes became sharp, closely following their figures. When the team reached the position of the javelin, several hooded people tried to pull out the javelin, but they couldn't do it at all, and finally had to give up.
Just when Li Wei couldn't figure out what they were going to do,
the leading small potato took out a piece of white cloth, picked it over his head with a small branch, and finally this white cloth seemed to have a protective magic, giving them a guarantee, crossed the javelin, and continued to move firmly towards the location of Highcliffe's stronghold.
Did they surrender? Li Wei grabbed his head, hesitant and unable to make a definition.
Magic existed in this world 1,000 years ago. Although the magic tide has receded in modern times, magic has become a street trick, but it is difficult to say that there is no witchcraft that does not require magic to be performed in the wilderness. This group of people has an unknown origin, and they are secretive, very much like those wizards who control witchcraft.
If he accidentally capsizes in the gutter, his reputation will be ruined.
Maybe he will become an emperor with a great reputation in the future, and then someone will say, "Don't look at that guy being so glamorous now, he was overturned by a few wilderness wizards back then." It should be surrender. Zat didn't think about these unfounded things, and even if he didn't care at all. It has well-developed limbs and a simple mind. It believes that if these people have raised the white flag, then they must have surrendered. Iruisitina Danya Silly is a princess, but to be precise, she is the princess of a 1,000-person tribe. She and the people of the tribe are descendants of the former royal nobles. Their ancestors lived luxuriously, and the entire land of DB once belonged to them. But accidents always come unexpectedly. The kingdom's internal strife broke out overnight, and the Luing family in the east launched a rebellion. The kingdom was caught off guard, and the royal capital fell overnight. Overnight, the entire Danya Silly royal family became wanted fugitives. The ancestors hid in the Cass Mountains in the northern wilderness to escape the pursuit. She is a descendant of one of the direct princesses. The Yulian family successfully became kings after this, and changed the country name to DB, but they still did not give up their pursuit. This made their survival extremely difficult, and the wilderness was already poor, and various materials were even scarcer. Without books to record inheritance, relying only on word of mouth, they no longer have the knowledge and civilization of their ancestors. If they continue to reproduce generation after generation, the newborn children will become no different from the wild people in the Cass Mountains. This is not alarmist talk, but this batch of royals who escaped into the Cass Mountains, her ancestors' brothers and sisters mated and reproduced with the wild people of the Cass Mountains, and now they have become no different from this group of northern wild people. Their tribe is the only remaining pure-blood royal family. She clearly knows that her people are different from the wild people around Cass. They understand etiquette, know the calendar, worship their ancestors, cultivate land, plant wheat, wait for the harvest in the coming year, and sing poems that have been sung for hundreds of years together when the ice goddess is on duty. Instead of living a life of drinking blood like wild people. If they continue to hide in the Cass Mountains like their predecessors, she can fully foresee the future of her people. For the future of her people, Iruisitina made up her mind to come out of the Cass Mountains and join a noble in the DB kingdom. But she is not sure whether the DB kingdom is still pursuing them after 100 years. These nobles may not only not accept them, but also report their whereabouts to the DB royal family. So she has been watching. Until a pioneering lord came to this wilderness. This pioneering lord's subordinates are a group of orcs, and the jackal tribe that was defeated by them has also become his people. Goblins and kobolds are not disgusted at all, and they make use of waste. You must know that DB is a human country, and these nobles will not easily accept a group of alien races. This gave Iruisitina an opportunity. This lord can even accept alien races, so can their group of ancestors? In addition, other wild tribes in the Cass Mountains are already eyeing them covetously. Having no time, she decided to take a risk and try. This is the opportunity that Iruisitina saw. Morning. Iruisitina and her people witnessed the incredibly powerful spear cut through the sky, plummeting into the earth with the force of a meteor. The three strongest members of their group tried to pull it out, but they couldn't budge it even a fraction. One of their best archers, an eagle shooter, claimed that it was thrown by a human, but the others couldn't accept it at all. At a distance of 300 paces, even a giant probably couldn't throw an iron spear that far. Iruisitina knew this was a warning, so she raised a white flag and ordered her people to continue forward. This was the only opportunity she could see. If she didn't seize it, it would be hard to say what the future held. She understood that opportunities were fleeting and could be lost with hesitation. The vigilant orc warriors on the hill indeed did not continue to attack, allowing them to walk to within 50 paces. At this distance, the group of orc warriors raised their weapons again. This was an extremely sensitive distance, and she knew that they couldn't move forward any further, or a conflict would break out. State your intentions. Li Wei didn't expect this group of people to actually surrender with a white flag, rather than trying some trick. I am Iruisitina Danyashili, the current princess of the Feed Kingdom, and I come here with goodwill. Iruisitina placed her hand on her chest and bowed. This group of people had an average height of about 1 8/10 of a ren, wearing black hooded robes, but it could be seen from their bulky bodies and bulges around their waists. They definitely wore leather or chain armor and were equipped with weapons.
Feed Kingdom? Where did he seem to have heard this name before?
Li Wei pondered to himself. What he didn't expect was that this little potato, who was out of place among the others, was actually a princess. Forgive him for calling her a little potato, but her people were almost all 1 8/10 of a rin tall, and she was estimated to be only about 1 5/10 of a rin tall. Combined with his orcs, who were almost 2 3/10 of a rin tall, it was like a potato mixed into a pumpkin patch.
A princess hiding her head and showing her tail?
Li Wei sneered.
A princess from some mountain gully in the wilderness. He was really seeing everything.
Unexpectedly, his words provoked glares from the other side. Swish, swish, swish. The orc barbarians sneered and gripped their spears, preparing to throw. Rows of sharp spear tips stung the eyes.
Dare to prick me, your grace? Don't you know whose territory this is?
Li Wei said with disdain. Once a conflict broke out, at such a close distance, this group of humans would instantly be turned into hedgehogs by the barbarians. This group of humans obviously knew that they couldn't win in a conflict with these muscle-bound barbarians, so they were angry but dared not speak. I apologize, sir, we have no intention of offending you, but we are forced to do so.
White hair and blue eyes?
Seeing the person in front of him take off the hood, Li Wei was slightly surprised, waved his hand, and the barbarians behind him swished and put away their fine steel spears. I am Li Wei, the lord of Highcliff Fortress. Li Wei walked down from the hill, wearing a thin linen short-sleeved shirt on his upper body. The long sword was returned to its scabbard, and his hands were casually inserted into his riding pants pockets.
The fine deerskin hunting boots clicked on the stone road.
This group of people took off their hoods one after another, revealing their true faces. Everyone had white hair and blue eyes, and their skin was as white as the first snow. The leader was a little girl, also the little potato who called herself a princess. A head of white hair scattered around her waist, her eyes were as beautiful as a sapphire, her skin was like snow, she had a pair of curved willow eyebrows, long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her fair and flawless cheeks revealed a faint blush, and her thin lips were as delicate and dripping as rose petals. Even with a face full of fatigue and dust, one could still see her petite face and delicate features, a unique and dazzling beauty like a mixed-race child. A refreshing and elegant temperament made people awed, ashamed of their inferiority, and dared not desecrate her. From the appearance alone, Li Wei had to admit that she looked like a princess.
No! Li Wei suddenly remembered something. Feed Kingdom, white hair, and blue eyes? Aren't these the Feed royals who were destroyed by King Debai and then fled into the Cass Mountains?
If this little girl in front of him is indeed a descendant of these people, it is not an exaggeration to say that she is a princess. But the dynasty has been dead for a long time. The country has already been destroyed by Debai, and she still calls herself a princess. Either she can't see the situation clearly or she's just stupid.
You are Li Wei?
Baruastina's small mouth opened slightly, full of surprise.
If there is no second person named Li Wei, I think I should be the Li Wei you were talking about. Li Wei nodded.
He himself wanted to find an opportunity to contact this group of Feed remnants in the Cass Mountains, but he didn't expect them to come to his door themselves. Since Baruastina wanted to find an opportunity to leave the Cass Mountains and join the Debai Kingdom, she paid special attention to the recent news of Debai, so she could be regarded as a Debai expert. I have heard of your prestige in the arena, especially your protection of your liege to the Northern Territory under the pressure of a usurping Grand Duke, which is even more admirable.
Baruastina looked admired.
During this period, the most famous person in the Northern Territory was this Baron Li Wei. In the case where the usurper controlled Korin City, he did not abandon his liege while facing the pursuit of 100 elite cavalrymen, and safely delivered her to the Northern Territory.
It can be said that he perfectly demonstrated the spirit of knightly honor, loyalty, and perseverance. You are too kind, these are all false names.
All false names.
Li Wei rarely blushed and waved his hands repeatedly.
He couldn't deny the former, but he sent Leah to the Northern Territory because of 1,000 gold krona. Now being praised to his face, even with his thick skin, he couldn't help but feel slightly embarrassed. But putting aside the 1,000 gold krona, he did indeed withstand 100 elite cavalrymen and delivered Leah to the Northern Territory intact. However, Li Wei didn't expect Freilina to promote this matter in the Northern Territory and define Damon and his gang in the Southern Territory as usurpers. It seems that war between the two sides is inevitable. I just don't know how the Debay royal family will deal with this matter now. On the surface, the royal family seems to be the king of Debay, but in reality, the king does not have actual control over this group of Grand Dukes. Speak, what are you here for? Li Wei said, putting on airs. Although he had long wanted to bring this group of feed remnants under his command, he knew the principle of hoarding goods. The more it is at this time, the more he must not reveal that he has actually coveted the other party. After learning that this baron was actually the Li Wei knight she admired, Baruastina's vigilance towards him lessened a lot. After all, a knight with such a knightly spirit would definitely not bother to do something that would betray them. So she honestly explained her intentions. Mr. Li Wei, your reputation has spread far and wide in the wilderness. Although this reputation has allowed you to spend a short period of peace, I have heard rumors that the natives are trying to form a wilderness coalition, and their purpose is self-evident. A gust of wind rose in the wilderness, blowing by Ruisi Tina's white hair back, revealing her fair forehead and serious little face. Her tone was very serious, but coupled with that childlike face and a small stature of 1.5, it was inexplicably amusing. I see, the Lord said suddenly, his expression becoming wonderful. Since Highcliffe Fort cleaned up the surrounding 50 miles of tribes, the figures of the wilderness natives have not been seen for half a month. He thought that he had shown the muscles of Highcliffe Fort, which made this group of natives dare not easily provoke him, but he did not expect that they were waiting here to give him a big one. As you know, the wilderness natives have always rejected outsiders, especially the nobles of Debe, because once outsiders gain a foothold in the wilderness, they will encroach on their living space. Faced with foreign enemies, this group of natives will be unprecedentedly united, so this coalition is very likely to be successfully formed. Then you. Li Wei looked down at Ruisi Tina. It was impossible to come to him specifically just to pass on this message, right? The friendship between the two sides has not yet reached this level. We are rootless people who have lost our homes. Hundreds of years have made us become lonely ghosts in the Cass Mountains. We are unwilling to continue to sink, so that our descendants become wilderness natives without civilization or calendar. The Fed remnants hope to join Highcliffe Fort and fight for your glory from now on. After Ruisi Tina finished speaking, 19 Fed remnants stepped back in unison and stroked their chests. This result was unexpected to Li Wei, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. He really wanted to take in this group of Fed remnants to increase the number of people in Highcliffe Fort, so that Highcliffe Fort would have the ability to actually control the String territory. But when others rushed to send it, he inevitably felt that there might be fraud in it. It made him feel that it came too easily, and he felt a little unwilling to cherish it. However, the system's entry reminder proved that this group of Fed remnants really wanted to join Highcliffe Fort, and were not two-faced. You must know that the system's criteria for accepting entry is not just verbal loyalty. You must sincerely want to join Li Wei to receive the entry notice. Loyalty with ulterior motives will definitely not pass. In the future, if there is a rebellious heart, the system will automatically kick the entered person out of the team and deprive the granted power. This is a hidden small function of the system. It is foreseeable that Highcliffe Fort will definitely be a place where there is no need to worry about spies and rebellions in the future. As for whether Li Wei's power will be taken back by the system? In fact, this system has been bound to his soul and has become another part of him. If it leaves him, the system will cease to exist. Li Wei's thoughts turned, but in reality it was only a few seconds. He nodded. Highcliffe Fort welcomes you to join. The only trouble in accepting this group of Fed remnants is that their predecessor, the Fed royal family, is naturally opposed to the current royal family of the DB kingdom. However, Li Wei didn't care about this. The wilderness is too far away from the DB royal court. In this land without order and chaos, it is difficult for the DB kingdom to reach out here. The sky is high and the emperor is far away is not just talking. What's more, the northern and southern territories are about to go to war, and they obviously don't have the extra energy to focus on the wilderness. When they notice here, they estimate that they have become a hegemon,
and they don't need to pay attention to them at all. Ruisi Tina breathed a sigh of relief. It was because they were Fed remnants and were at odds with the current DB royal family that she was so humble, even begging. Because there are not many choices left for them. And the knight with chivalry in front of him is obviously the best choice. If he is rejected, she can only try to contact other pioneering lords. But other lords have the common problems of nobles, lust, aloofness, and so on. Li Wei led this group of Fed remnants onto the hill. The enemies suddenly became companions. The orc barbarians were very enthusiastic about this, and greeted them familiarly. Although this group of orc barbarians disdain goblins and kobolds, they will not sing against Li Wei and go against him if Li Wei accepts them as partners. What's more, this group of people are humans like the boss. The Fed remnants could only respond awkwardly. Compared to the nerve-wracking orcs, they couldn't accept it so quickly. They just curiously looked at everything in Highcliffe Fort, and after looking at it, their expressions became strange. The entire hill platform is divided into 4 parts. The land near the north is the residence of a group of Knoll tribes. The Knolls are holding their cubs and curiously looking at them. In the center, there are 2 wooden houses next to each other, surrounded by a circle of walls, which is obviously the core area of Highcliffe Fort. Isn't it said to be Highcliffe Fort? A fort with scattered wooden houses on a hill? You have traveled a long way, eat something first, and then we will continue to talk about the next thing. Li Wei took the lead to enter the built simple hall and sat on the main seat. This is an extremely spacious wooden house, with a long table in the middle that is enough for 30 or 40 people to sit around. There are no other decorations. Jate, who heard that there was food to eat again, pretended to follow in, and randomly pulled out a chair to sit down, and Mutua followed closely behind. Ruisi Tina sat on the first seat on Li Wei's right hand, and other Fed remnants sat down one after another. Simple food, I hope it suits your taste. Li Wei used a spoon to scrape a layer of honey from the jar and spread it on the bear's paw, then sandwiched the meat in the bread and took a bite. Honeydew is something that Hog specially dug up and dedicated to him during patrol. It is also its thick skin, otherwise it will be covered in bumps. The bear's paw was a grizzly bear that the barbarians hunted a few days ago. Although he had already eaten breakfast, Li Wei still couldn't resist Honey Bear's paw. If it was in his previous life, he would have to sing 10 years of iron window tears for this bite. But now even if he eats bears, tigers, and leopards, no one dares to control him. Compared to Li Wei's rough eating method, Ruisi Tina is much more elegant, cutting off a small piece with a knife and fork, and eating it in small bites. Li Wei even suspects that her cherry mouth can't even stuff a strawberry in. The elegant Fed remnants in Jate and Mutua formed a sharp contrast. These 2 guys grabbed a roasted deer leg and tore it with big mouths, eating with greasy mouths and hands. Li Wei looked at Ruisi Tina and asked, "Do you still call yourself a kingdom now?" This was what Li Wei wanted to figure out. After all, what era was this? If these Fed remnants still hadn't recognized reality and still saw themselves as royalty, Li Wei wouldn't mind helping them recognize reality. Actually, we're no different from the wildlings in the Cass Mountains anymore. Ruisi Tina gave a wry smile. To ensure her people successfully found a backer, she could only shamelessly embellish herself a little. Even bringing news of this wilderness coalition army was one of her pledges of allegiance. Understood. Li Wei understood why Ruisi Tina had deliberately given herself the title of Princess of the Fed Kingdom earlier. It was nothing more than increasing her value in the hopes of getting decent treatment. Just like how he named his current territory Highcliffe Castle. Never mind if there's a cliff or a castle, at least the name is out there. In the future, there might be people who come to Highcliffe Castle because of its reputation, even if they find it's different from the rumors. But with the thought of since I'm already here, they probably won't leave directly. Merchants in his previous life knew this well. A broken stone that looked like glass was labeled as a symbol of eternal love and dared to be sold for tens of thousands. They could clearly just rob you, but they insist on giving you a broken stone. Tina, how long do you think it will take for this wilderness coalition army to organize and reach Highcliffe Castle? Lord, my name is Ruisi Tina, Ruisi Tina weakly reminded the Lord. Okay, Tina, Li Wei nodded,
indicating that he understood. He never liked these long and smelly names. As a pure Chinese person in his previous life, he couldn't remember these Western names at all. So he simplified them on his own initiative. Seeing that she couldn't change the Lord's mind, Tina sighed almost imperceptibly before seriously thinking about her answer. It won't be fast. These wilderness natives have always been the type to only take advantage and never suffer losses. Just who will lead this coalition army will take them 10 days of arguing. They are indeed a ragtag bunch, not even as good as bandits and robbers, but Highcliffe Castle won't relax its vigilance because of underestimating the enemy. Now that we know they're coming, starting tomorrow, let Hogg and the others work harder, dividing into 2 shifts to patrol the north day and night. Li Wei wiped his mouth and said. Only now did the role of the Knoll Scouts become apparent. With mounts, they could completely control everything within 50 miles of Highcliffe Castle. Even their naturally sensitive noses, with a favorable wind, could allow them to discover the enemy's tracks from 10 miles away and provide timely information to Highcliffe Castle. Keeping the enemy's actions within 50 miles, giving Highcliffe Castle plenty of preparation time. And constantly knowing their whereabouts. If it were 2-legged barbarians as scouts and patrolmen, the distance they could control would only be 5 miles. Which means they would probably have to wait until the main force was under the city before the barbarians could discover them. Since ancient times, large-scale wars have been about information asymmetry, so Li Wei highly valued the Knoll Scout cavalry who collected intelligence. For this reason, he would often teach Hogg about this knowledge when he had time. Ha! Thinking of something, Li Wei suddenly laughed 3 times. Jate was choked by his boss's sudden madness, rolling his eyes, and finally took a big gulp of water to recover. Tina was also startled, and weakly asked, Lord, why are you laughing? I laugh at that, realizing he was getting off track. Li Wei coughed twice and changed the subject. Cough cough, to be honest, I was worried that they were too scattered and it would be too troublesome to clean them up one by one. I didn't expect them to dare to get together, just right to wipe them all out. Li Wei made a gesture of opening his palms and then clenching them, feeling proud. By the way, Tina, do you only have these 10 or so warriors? Li Wei asked. The feed remnants have lived in the Cass Mountains for so many years. Li Wei didn't believe there were only this many people left. Because too many people would slow us down, we came ahead first. There are 70 or so warriors behind, and they should arrive tomorrow. Then what about your women and children? It's impossible that you only have warriors left, right? Li Wei continued to ask. He eagerly wanted to know how many people were in by Tina's branch of feed remnants. If there were tens of thousands, he would make a big profit. Them? Tina blinked her eyes, her sapphire eyes looking so innocent, because there are too many people, and we have to drive livestock and move supplies, so the speed is very slow. It will probably take several days to arrive. Looking at this little girl's innocent face, Li Wei instantly understood everything. This girl was hedging risks. If he didn't accept these feed remnants, even if there was a conflict between the two sides, they would basically be warriors, and even if they ran away, they wouldn't lose much. Plus, the Wilderness Coalition army was coming soon. If he could successfully defeat them, the feed remnants would naturally join Highcliffe Castle. If the Wilderness Coalition army defeated him, Tina and the others would at most lose a few warriors and could go find the next family. Unexpectedly, this little girl doesn't look old and has a naive face, but she's actually as cunning as a monkey, a slippery one. Who is more stupid than whom these days? If you accidentally believe the appearance, you will suffer a big loss. Okay, remember to notify each other at that time to avoid misunderstandings. Li Wei couldn't blame them for this little thought. After all, they at least brought nearly 100 warriors to risk their lives for him and resist the Wilderness Coalition army. If they were really just verbally loyal to him, playing both sides, and only betting after he succeeded, then he couldn't stand it. The meeting ended perfectly. Both sides were very satisfied with the conversation. Tina and the others also successfully settled in Highcliffe Castle temporarily. Fortunately, Li Wei had long anticipated that the population of Highcliffe Castle would increase in the future, so many extra wooden houses were built. Although the appearance of these wooden houses was indescribable, it was no problem to live in them. Bairuisi Tina said that there were carpenters in their tribe who were proficient in construction and could serve as commanders of construction, which made Li Wei a little surprised.
Highcliffe Castle really lacks these talents now.
In a very good mood, Li Wei couldn't help but open the team and check Bairuisi Tina's situation. What he didn't expect was that Bairuisi Tina was actually a hero unit.
Even Leah wasn't.
However, the two were indeed not comparable. Bairuisi Tina was the patriarch of a tribe at such a young age, and judging from the performance of those feed remnants, her prestige was extremely high. It was conceivable that it was impossible to do this without any special talent. The only thing worth mentioning about Leah was that she was the granddaughter of a Grand Duke with inheritance rights, and she was a little smarter.
Other talents seemed to be basically possessed by any noble daughter.
White Christina Denisili race, human level, 1 experience points, 84 out of 100 strength, 2 agility, 3 intelligence, 12 charm, 15 available attribute points, 0 skills, Iron Bones 1, Archery 1, Weapon Mastery 1, Running 1, Writing 2, Trading 3, Persuasion 4, Logistics Management 3, Note, max level 15 available skill points, 0 weapon proficiency, One-handed weapon 65, two-handed weapon 0, polearms 0, bows 50, throwing 0, crossbows 0. Note, max level 720 available weapon points. 0. These stats. Looking at White Christina's stats, Li Wei fell into deep thought. Although White Christina's combat skills were utterly terrible, probably not even capable of defeating a goblin. However, her intelligence was surprisingly not inferior to his, especially with 3 logistics skills leveled up. Li Wei had already tried it. He couldn't increase his intelligence attribute no matter what, only able to walk the path of a brainless brute. But hero units can continue to add intelligence, meaning White Christina can continue to grow. In his previous life as a Chinese student, he had learned a little bit of everything, whether useful or not, so he could barely manage the logistics of a few hundred people. But he wasn't suited for it and could only ensure there were no major mistakes. Now, White Christina's arrival solved his urgent problem. After all, this little girl was the chieftain of a tribe, and her logistics management was at level 3, making her the perfect candidate for his chief steward. He wasn't interested in logistics management anyway, so he could hand it over to White Christina, while he would be responsible for the overall direction and leading the charge. Quickly deciding to have White Christina start working 996 for him, Li Wei then looked at the dozen or so warriors she had brought. Compared to the Orcish Brute's simple and crude heavy infantry route, the Fied Remnants troops were more diversified, starting from Fied commoners and progressing to Fied militia and Fied warriors. Further advancement would split into 3 routes. The first was the archer route of Fied longbowmen, Fied rangers, and Fied scouts. The second was the light cavalry route of Fied cavalry and Fied light cavalry. The third was the melee route of Fied guards. Among the 3 routes, archers had a full 6 tiers, while cavalry and infantry only had 5 and 4 tiers respectively. Clearly, developing them into archers had greater potential. Fortunately, Highcliffe Fortress had Orcish Brutes as heavy infantry for frontline melee combat, and Jackalwares for cavalry. Developing the Fied Remnants into archers would enrich the troop composition of Highcliffe Fortress, changing the current embarrassing situation where Highcliffe Fortress only had javelins as its sole ranged attack. The only thing Li Wei regretted was that among these 19 Fied Remnants, there were only 2 Fied warriors of the 3rd tier, 7 of the 2nd tier, and the rest were all 1st tier recruits. They were of varying quality. They were completely incomparable to the Orcish Brutes, who were all uniformly 3rd tier troops. Judging from this small sample, the Fied Remnants who had not yet arrived were probably just as uneven. To be honest, 1st tier troops were just farmers who had been trained for 2 days, 2nd tier troops could barely be called soldiers, and only 3rd tier troops could be considered elite soldiers. However, due to differences between races, a 2nd tier brute could easily defeat 3 to 4 3rd tier Fied warriors in a one-on-one fight. Li Wei added all of them to his team, and several of them had accumulated enough experience to level up, but he did not level them up. He planned to wait for the subsequent Fied Remnants to arrive at Highcliffe Fortress before having the Orcish Brutes share their experiences about the God of War, and then level them up one by one after experiencing combat. Night fell, and the starry sky was vast. Accompanied by the sound of wolves howling across the wilderness, 3 figures galloped towards Highcliffe Fortress from afar, illuminated by the starlight. Hog and the others are back. The orc on guard shouted loudly to prevent the arrival of the three wolves from causing chaos in Highcliffe Fortress. The three dire wolves, each standing 1.5 rin tall at the shoulder, stopped on the flat ground of the hill, panting heavily. Lord! The three jackalwares, each standing 1 rin and 6 cun tall, knelt on one knee in unison, their eyes full of admiration for Li Wei. You've worked hard. Although the fight remnants he had been thinking about had delivered themselves to his doorstep, and Hogg and the others' trip could be said to be in vain, Li Wei still gave them a word of encouragement. But to Li Wei's surprise, Hogg said with a grave expression, "Lord, this time we went to the Cass Mountains and did not find any traces of humans, but we discovered something else." "What is it?" Li Wei's expression didn't change much, thinking that perhaps Hogg and the others had discovered the actions of that Wilderness Coalition army. After all, the Cass Mountains were to the north, and the jackalwares had a keen sense of smell, so they sensed the movement and went to investigate. "We heard a dragon's roar." "A dragon's roar?" Li Wei's voice rose 2 or 3 degrees, his expression changed, and he confirmed again. "This world does indeed have the 5-colored dragons from the game in his previous life, but now they don't have any magic, only able to breathe dragon breath. But even so, an adult dragon is enough to resist an army of 1,000 people. As long as they fly into the sky, they are naturally in an invincible position, and the dragon breath they breathe is enough to melt steel. It can be said that apart from specially made dragon hunting crossbows, there are basically no weapons that can deal with this sky overlord." And Li Wei didn't even have a hand crossbow, let alone a dragon hunting crossbow. Now that a dragon has appeared around the territory, this is not a good sign. Rumor has it that there are dragons in the depths of the wilderness, and he has always been skeptical, but now it has been confirmed. "That's right, later we caught some goblins and kobolds on the periphery and learned from them that this dragon is recruiting followers. But fearing being discovered, we did not go deep, so we don't know how many followers it has already recruited." Hearing this, Li Wei breathed a sigh of relief instead. Recruiting followers most likely means that this dragon has migrated here from other places, and is probably a young dragon. That's why it's acting so boldly, without hiding its tracks at all. According to what Li Wei knows, these dragons have always been greedy for wealth and lustful, arrogant and conceited. If they knew that there was a human stronghold here, there is no guarantee that it would not come to attack. Dragons seem to be born with an aura of hegemony, able to easily recruit the allegiance of some powerful races. Especially the kobolds who worship dragons as true gods. If they know where a dragon has appeared, they don't even need to be actively recruited, and they will trot over to pledge their allegiance. Therefore, these dragon legions are often not too weak. Now that such a neighbor has appeared, it makes him uneasy. "How far is it from Highcliffe Fortress? Don't lose face." "About 200 miles, Hogg said carefully after a moment of thought. Li Wei, intending to train him into a scout, naturally taught him everything a scout needed to do. Therefore, Hogg naturally knew how to estimate distances. No wonder Hogg and the others are only returning now. 200 miles is equivalent to 100 kilometers in my previous life. Li Wei breathed a sigh of relief at this. Such a long distance meant that the dragon would not focus its attention on him for the time being. "Don't mention this to anyone else for now," Li Wei instructed Hogg. It wouldn't matter if the orc barbarians knew about this, but if Byruistina and the others knew that there was another dragon near Highcliffe Castle, it would be hard to guarantee what they would think. After all, they had only just joined Highcliffe Castle and didn't have a strong sense of belonging yet. After chatting for a while, Li Wei sent Hogg back to the Knoll tribe to make little wolf cubs. Dragon. Li Wei looked at the vast, boundless plains under the starlight, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Honestly, his writing skill had already reached level 11, and he really wanted to try being a dragon knight. Compared to the upcoming Wilderness Coalition, this dragon was the real existence that Li Wei feared. A dragon could easily gather thousands of followers, and coupled with its own strength, it was equivalent to the military strength of an earl. Be prepared for danger in times of peace. These peaceful days had gradually made him forget the dangers of the wilderness, and now these enemies were appearing one after another, bringing him back to reality. The next morning, 71 feet refugees walked from afar through the wheat like black wheat grass, all with the same white hair and blue eyes. This proved that they were all descendants of the Feed royal family. "Good day, Lord Li Wei." Joss diaxally bowed respectfully. The person bowing was the captain of this team, and judging from his appearance alone, he was about 40 years old, with a scar on his face and calluses all over his palms. This was an experienced warrior, Li Wei could tell at a glance. "Captain Joss, welcome to our ranks. You will continue to serve as captain and follow my leadership," Li Wei said simply. In fact, Bai Ruistina, who had discussed these things with him, had already told this captain. Li Wei was just reiterating it again. "As you wish, sir. Go find Tina, she is now the chief steward of Highcliffe Castle, and she will arrange your accommodations." Joss nodded, looking at everything in Highcliffe Castle with curious scrutiny, and eventually, they all began to look strange. Silently complaining about the suggestive name, Li Wei took the opportunity to open the system. Unsurprisingly, all 71 feed refugees had received the team joining notification, proving that there were no traitors. Among them, there were a total of about 10 Tier 3 feed warriors, 30 Tier 2 feed militiamen, and the rest were all Tier 1 feed commoner recruits. Their equipment was also of varying quality. The strongest 10 warriors were wearing armor made of chainmail and leather armor, equipped with bows and arrows and a one-handed sword. The 30 feed militiamen only had leather armor and swords made of rawhide. As for the last commoners, needless to say, everyone had a linen shirt and only a one-handed sword. In terms of strength, this group of feed refugees was actually equivalent to the armed guards of a viscount's territory. But they were still not enough compared to the barbarians. Li Wei, who had entrusted all kinds of miscellaneous matters to Bai Ruistina, felt relaxed and finally experienced a bit of what it was like to be a hands-off shopkeeper. As long as he explained the general things, someone would do them beautifully for him. So refreshing. The feed refugees orderly built their exclusive camp in Highcliffe Castle, and that sense of order made people dare not underestimate them. Their arrival also raised the military strength of Highcliffe Castle to another level. As long as the Wilderness Coalition is resolved and all the feed refugees are relocated to Highcliffe Castle, it can be foreseen that Highcliffe Castle will inevitably usher in a period of explosive development at that time. Li Wei carried his hands on his back, and even the heavy mood caused by the dragon was diluted a lot, and he strolled around the hill in a good mood. Just then, there was a burst of noise from the Knoll tribe, mixed with some jeering and laughter. "Hog, can you do it? Can't 3 people move Captain Zart? Ha, Hog, were you guys too tired last night? That wolf howl was like a cat calling for spring, disturbing me and keeping me awake for most of the night." A group of orc barbarians and some gnolls were gathered in an open space, making a lot of noise. Zart, as burly as an ice bear, stood leisurely in the middle, with his arms akimbo and a playful look on his face. Hog's hands clasped his pillar like thick legs, and 2 other gnolls hugged the other leg. The 3 of them tried their best, but they couldn't move Zart even a bit. You must know that Zart is 2.5 blades tall, and his huge body is like a behemoth, weighing more than 600 pounds. Plus, he has been eating his fill every day during this period, and he weighs at least 700 pounds. 3 heads, 1 blade and 6, only weigh 140 pounds, and the gnolls who are not yet adults really can't move him. Just as Zart was complacent, the surroundings suddenly became silent. He turned his head and saw Li Wei looking at him with an ambiguous smile. Head, Zart called out a little guiltily. "Sir," Hog's face was a little ashamed. After all, the 3 of them couldn't even make Zart move, which was really embarrassing. Li Wei ignored Hog, just looked at Zart with a smile. "It seems you have a lot of energy, how about you and I practice? How about we forget it?" Zart asked cautiously. Since being inhumanely bullied by Li Wei in the Cologne arena, he vowed never to compete with his own head again. "What do you say? Head, can you be gentle? I'm afraid of pain." Realizing that he couldn't avoid competing with Li Wei, Zart wanted to cry without tears. "What are you doing being so nagging, you big man?" Li Wei impatiently took off his sword and threw it into Hog's hands, took off his thin linen short sleeves, revealing his perfect figure with a tiger's back and a bear's waist and 8-pack abs. "Captain Zart, well done. Captain Zart, cheer up." Seeing that Zart, the strongest captain among the orcs, was facing the head, the onlookers cheered excitedly. "Zart, don't lose face. Mutuo, who was on the side, was even more gloating. Zart always used the reason of teaching martial arts to practice with it, and now that the head was going to deal with it, Mutuo was extremely happy. The lively situation of the Knoll tribe attracted the attention of Byruistina and Joss, who were discussing specific matters.
Oh, what happened over there?
The two of them curiously walked over together, preparing to see what happened, so that a group of orcs and gnolls were gathered together.
Could it be a special event in Highcliff Castle? Boss, I'm on.
Brothers, please beg for monthly tickets. In the open space of Highcliff Stronghold, Zart roared and charged towards Levi, his 700 pounds of weight seeming to make the ground tremble slightly. His charge was as imposing as a herd of wild bison crashing head-on. Bryce Christina, who had been walking over with Joss, was startled by this scene.
Not knowing the context, she thought the orc had gone mad and was attacking Levi.
Given Levi's slender arms and legs, being crushed by that fist, which was bigger than his head, into her favorite cream-filled biscuit was only a matter of time.
But she didn't want to eat cream-filled biscuits right now.
She instinctively screamed, "Joss, quickly stop that orc." Bryce Christina had now placed most of her hopes on this lord who was full of knightly spirit. If Levi were killed by this orc, their hope of escaping the Kars Mountains would be even more.
Joss, me?
Looking at Bryce Christina's anxious expression, Joss was filled with question marks. That orc's thigh was as thick as his waist, and compared to it, he was like a newborn bear cub next to its fat, strong father. He didn't think his swordsmanship was exquisite enough to ignore such a huge gap. Looking at the orcs and gnolls around him who were looking excited, Joss felt that things were definitely not as simple as they seemed. If this orc had gone mad, the surrounding orcs would have pounced on him and pinned him down long ago. From the first moment he met this Sir Levi, he could tell that he was a smart man. He would never do anything that would put himself in a deadly situation. Fighting this orc now was obviously based on confidence. What he couldn't figure out was where this confidence came from. As a human, to be able to fight against this group of alien races with natural strength, one relied on exquisite martial arts, swordsmanship, and equipment crushing, but this lord didn't even have a sword, only bare hands.
Could he be thinking of using wrestling to knock this orc down?
Don't be ridiculous, this orc could crush a wild boar to death just by its weight, let alone wrestling.
Orcs are experts in that. Josh shook his head and threw this unrealistic thought out of his mind.
In the arena, Levi looked as pitiful as a little white rabbit caught by a jungle tiger in the Kars Mountains.
Bryce Christina didn't dare to open her eyes to look. Not bad.
Levi praised as he watched Zart charge over. During this period, Zart had experienced so many battles and had also leveled up twice. He had added all his attribute points to strength, and his strength had increased significantly. At least he could withstand a few more of his fierce blows. The two of them came into contact at once, and two arms, one thick and one thin, pressed against each other. Zart mustered all his strength, and the veins on his pillar-like thick arms bulged like earthworms. His dark green face was even flushed red from the exertion, but he still couldn't shake Levi at all. He felt like he was wrestling with a high mountain. The most important thing was that his body was uncontrollably rising into the air little by little. The feeling of emptiness under his feet, without a foothold, made him look panicked and struggle constantly.
The next moment. Bang! Unsurprisingly, a back slam.
Bryce Christina covered her eyes. Accompanied by the earth-shattering sound of flesh hitting the ground, her body couldn't help but tremble. She couldn't bear to look at how tragic it was in the arena, presumably no different from a red persimmon smashed on a cutting board. Levi was dead, and she didn't think she could control a group of orcs and gnolls. Next, the allied forces would also come to attack Highcliff's stronghold. She had to take her people away from here as soon as possible, return to the Kars Mountains first, and then look for another.
One. Joss's unbelievable murmur came from beside her.
At the same time, the orcs' roaring cheers also rang out, resounding throughout the sky above Highcliff's stronghold.
Ha! One. Really won. How is that possible? Yay!
Bryce Christina cheered loudly in her heart. She had never been so happy. Except for a year ago when her uncle wanted to force her to marry a savage chieftain, but then her uncle slipped and fell off a cliff and died. After learning this news, she hid in the quilt and laughed secretly.
Bah, again.
Zart flipped over from the grass, which obviously had a pit, got up, spat out the weeds in his mouth, and his eyes were firm.
Admirable courage. Levi expressed his affirmation.
This had improved a lot compared to before. If he had been hit hard before, no matter how much he was persuaded, he would lie on the ground indirectly, saying that he would never fight him again.
Boss, I'm definitely not your opponent. How about adding Muto?
Unfortunately, Zart's image didn't last even 2 seconds before he smiled and pointed to the gloating Muto beside him.
Ah? Me?
Muto felt that the situation was not right and wanted to escape. But he was forced back by a look from Levi.
Okay, it just so happens that I've been itching for a while. Levi nodded.
He himself just wanted to warm up, after all, he hadn't been active for a long time.
Muto entered the arena and glared at Zart fiercely.
Since being overturned by the boss dozens of times in a row in the arena, he had a psychological shadow and decided never to play wrestling with his boss again. As a result, he didn't expect Zart to drag him into the water. Zart also glanced at Muto triumphantly, indicating that we are good brothers, and we must share difficulties together.
Bryce Christina was almost crying. Although she didn't know how Levi won just now, winning was winning.
Why did he still want to fight the orcs, and 2 of them?
Come on. Levi beckoned.
Facing 2 stout orc barbarians, his eyes were still as calm as usual, obviously not taking his opponents seriously. Muto and Zart looked at each other and charged towards Levi at the same time.
Ouch!
×2 the 2 behemoths flew out as fast as they charged, lying on the ground and wailing. But obviously there was more performance involved.
Levi frowned.
Not to mention warming up, he didn't even use 2% of his strength.
Still not satisfied, he looked at the surrounding orcs and beckoned.
You all come together, let me, your lord, see if you have wasted your training these days. The orcs looked at each other, and finally surrounded Levi with their bare hands.
Mad.
Joss murmured, looking at Levi's crazy behavior. He admitted that Levi's initial wrestling of that orc did shock him, and the subsequent easy solution of the 2 orcs made him exclaim that he had seen a ghost. But there were more than 50 orc barbarians present. One mouthful of saliva from each person could drown him. Even if these 50 orcs each threw a punch, it would be enough to crush his bones into powder and then scatter them all over the wilderness with the breeze. Unfortunately, his mutterings did not last long. Soon, countless orc barbarians pounced on Levi in the center. The sound of flesh and ground colliding began to be heard continuously in the arena, and the entire Highcliff stronghold seemed to be experiencing a small earthquake. Watching the orc barbarians constantly flying out from the center, like dumplings being thrown into a pot, and smashing hard onto the ground around the perimeter. The onlookers, White Christina, and the 2 of them, and the feed remnants who came to watch the excitement after hearing the commotion, were stunned into statues, and the things in their hands fell to the ground in a daze. God of War is above. Joss looked at all this blankly. His hands, which were as steady as an old dog because of learning swordsmanship, were also shaking nervously. He had seen how brave and mighty those giant-like orc barbarians were, definitely not the kind of showy strongmen raised by the nobles. But under such relatively weak and thin figures, each one was thrown into the sky like a broken pillow, and then slammed to the ground, more powerless than a little white rabbit resisting. Previously, the orc barbarians had told him the story of the god of war. Although he smiled on the surface, he was very disdainful in his heart. Because this is a common trick used by nobles to coax some ignorant people, attach various identities to themselves, in order to consolidate their rule. But now, he believed it. 50 orcs were all defeated by 1 human. If this is not the god of war, who can be the god of war? In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a ground of orc barbarians were lying on the grass, each clutching their waists with painful expressions. Even though they were thick-skinned, it was not easy to be thrown into the sky and then slammed down hard. This was still the result of Li Wei holding back. Fighting, so refreshing. Li Wei stretched his waist refreshed, and the collision between his joints made a sound like fried beans. After this activity, he barely broke a sweat on his forehead, just reaching the level of warming up.
Your Excellency, your sword.
The color of worship in Hog's eyes was so warm and fiery.
This is the adult it follows, how powerful.
Practice hard, there may be a chance in the future to spar with Sart and the others.
Li Wei patted Hog on the shoulder and encouraged him.
As for saying something like surpassing him in the future, he doesn't believe it himself, so don't use it to give Hog a pep talk, lest it aim too high. White Christina looked at Li Wei with shock and curiosity, but when she saw his naked upper body, she couldn't help but blush, and covered her eyes with her hands. But she still couldn't help but peek through a crack in her fingers.
These things are not for little kids to see. Li Wei hung up his sword and put on his clothes. Looking at Li Wei, who was already dressed, White Christina was inexplicably disappointed, and muttered dissatisfiedly.
I am already 18 years old, and I have already passed the coming-of-age ceremony.
Oh? Li Wei glanced at White Christina.
He didn't expect that White Christina, who has a baby face and is only 1.5 blades tall, is already 18 years old, and is a legal lowly.
Everything that happened today finally made White Christina couldn't help but ask, Li Wei, how can you be so strong? Because I have the blood of giants. Li Wei said mysteriously. Ah? How is this possible? White Christina looked disbelieving. How could humans have children with giants?
She had read from books that giants are 7 or 8 blades tall, and it is impossible to have children with humans no matter how you think about it.
Moreover, giants disappeared along with the disappearance of magic thousands of years ago, and there are no giants now.
Ah, just kidding. Li Wei rubbed White Christina's head, and then walked towards the bottom of the hill. He didn't know why he wanted to rub her head.
Humph.
White Christina's small face was puffed up with anger, but she couldn't stop her curiosity in her heart, and immediately followed.
Joss saw this scene. The expression on his face was unclear.
White Christina was someone he had watched grow up since she was a child, and could be said to be like his daughter. Marrying a noble of DB is obviously better than marrying that group of barbarians in the Cass Mountains. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but recall someone who still didn't repent before his death and wanted to push White Christina into the abyss. He shook his head, pressed his sword and greeted the feed remnants to go to training. Next, the Wilderness Coalition forces will attack, so we have to prepare early. However, if he only had a 70% certainty of repelling the coalition forces before, after seeing Li Wei's strength, he has a 99.9% certainty that this battle will be won. As long as this lord puts on 3 layers of heavy armor and throws himself into the battlefield, he is definitely a meat grinder, enough to determine the victory of a small battle. The shadow of the impending war did not affect High Cliff Fortress. The soldiers of the Burning Legion sweated on the training ground with Zart and Muto during the day, and at night they would jump into the river flowing under High Cliff Fortress to wash away the fatigue of the day. Although the personal martial bravery of the Orc barbarians is beyond doubt, if they are not proficient in teamwork and the discipline and cue of team combat, then they are destined to be a makeshift team that cannot be put on the table. Perhaps they are invincible in small battles, but once it involves a battlefield with more than 1,000 people, they can only swallow the bitter fruit of defeat. But fortunately, after becoming soldiers of the system, they will have this knowledge, and they can master this power different from martial arts with a little training. Even Joss felt incredible. A group of orcs were actually more proficient in cues and cooperation than humans. Once the orc barbarians who are proficient in discipline and cues are placed on the battlefield, he can't imagine what kind of effect they can exert. Looking at the small from the big, he found that he still underestimated Li Wei. This lord is not only as powerful as a monster, but also extremely proficient in leading troops in battle. He seemed to see a rising star rising in the wilderness, and the name of this lord would resound throughout the DD kingdom. Thinking of this, Joss's only trace of pride was completely shattered. If he doesn't make a change, then the feed remnants who join High Cliff Fortress will gradually be reduced to the lowest level of free people. If the feed remnants want to have a place in High Cliff Fortress, they must make achievements in the military. The feed remnants have sharp eyes, which makes them natural archers, and they can achieve something with a little training. It just so happens that High Cliff Fortress lacks ranged attacks, which gave Joss an opportunity. During training, he also deliberately trained in this area. Li Wei didn't know any of this. Originally, he wanted to tell Joss to train the feed warriors into archers, but seeing that he had already taken the initiative to do so, Li Wei saved a lot of talking. The days of High Cliff Fortress returned to peace again. The soldiers of the Burning Legion trained every day, the kobolds were reclaiming the wasteland, and dozens of goblins piled up farm manure at the leeward outlet, laying dry grass on it to wait for fermentation before it could be used directly. The women and children of the Knoll tribe were not idle either, and were pulled out by Li Wei to do some chores. As for saying that gnolls don't like to work, there is no such thing here. Even the goblins have been transformed into qualified 997 serfs, let alone gnolls. Half a month later, one early morning. Your Excellency. Accompanied by 2 wolf howls, 2 gnolls rushed towards Li Wei like a gust of wind, the 2 dire wolves under their crotches panting with their tongues out, the heat exhaled from their mouths and noses visible to the naked eye. One of the scarred gnolls said loudly, 40 miles to the northeast, a large number of enemies are pouring towards High Cliff Fortress, including some powerful races. Finally here. If you hadn't come, I would have rusted. Li Wei waved his hand, signaling the 2 gnolls to return to the ranks. Hogg was still scouting ahead to observe the movements of the coalition army, so he hadn't returned yet. Fortunately, Li Wei had trained this scouting team, currently consisting of only 3 members, to gather essential intelligence about the enemy. This coalition army numbered over 600, mainly composed of goblins and kobolds, with some trolls mixed in. Hearing about the trolls surprised Li Wei. These creatures are over 3 run tall when they reach adulthood, and some tribal chiefs can even reach 4 ren, making them true behemoths. A troll tribe typically consists of only 30 to 40 individuals, and excluding the female trolls and cubs, only about 10 or so young adults can truly serve as combatants. If there were hundreds of trolls, Li Wei might have been wary, but the Knoll scouts specifically paid attention to the presence of this powerful race and found that there were only about 10 trolls. He could take care of all 10 of them alone. A desolate and deep horn sounded from the simple watchtower on the hill, and the troops of High Cliff's stronghold began to gather in an orderly manner. Swords were drawn, armor donned, and the heavy footsteps on the open ground of High Cliff's stronghold were noisy before returning to silence. Apart from the orcs still on duty in the watchtower, 51 orc barbarians were neatly arranged into a small square formation. A silent, grim aura enveloped High Cliff's stronghold, and even the warm morning sun seemed to carry a hint of coldness. Zat, wearing an exaggerated horned helmet, stood at the forefront with a solemn expression, followed by the murderous orc barbarians. Boss, all 49 Burning Legion warriors are present and accounted for. Thanks to Li Wei's mandatory requirements, Zat's arithmetic had improved rapidly. My lord, the Fader warriors are also all present, Joss said, placing a hand over his chest in salute. Behind him were Fader warriors with pursed lips and longbows on their backs. The difference between novices and veterans was evident at this moment. The orc barbarians were excited and eager to try. Some of the Fader warriors, whose faces were still somewhat immature, looked flustered and fidgeted, clearly not having experienced real warfare. Li Wei was being helped by 2 Fader warriors to put on 3 layers of heavy armor. The innermost layer was a chainmail, then a coat of lamellar armor made of small iron plates connected together from the system store, and finally a large plate armor on the outside. A layer of cotton cloth was added between the 3 to prevent collisions and increase cushioning. He was completely armed to the teeth. The 3 layers of armor weighed more than 200 pounds, enough to bend a packhorse, but it had no effect on Li Wei, whose legs remained agile and nimble. Out of the 51 orcs, only 10 barbarians, including Zat, wore iron armor. The remaining orcs only wore tattered leather armor. It wasn't that Li Wei didn't want them all to wear iron armor, but the gold cur he had acquired from clearing out wilderness tribes during this time was only enough to buy equipment for 10 orcs. As for those bronzes, because no merchants passed by High Cliff stronghold, and with the matter of the Wilderness Coalition army, it had been delayed and not yet sold. The system store's recycling price for weapons and equipment was reasonable, but the price for these antiques was very low. After all, antiques are only valuable to the right person, and in the system's evaluation, they are just scrap metal. Li Wei, do you have a plan? Iruisi Tina's small face was tense. She was also affected by the solemn atmosphere and worried about the upcoming battle. Plan? First, let the warriors fire a few rounds of arrows, shoot dead dozens, then a round of javelin throws, and then start charging, kill 100 or 200, and the rest will naturally collapse, then clean up the mess and that's it. Li Wei shook his body, adjusting the position of the armor to make it fit his body better.
Ha! Iroisi Tina wanted to look through the helmet to see if the person inside the armor was still Li Wei.
Anyone who wasn't a military idiot would never directly engage in a frontal battle in the face of such a huge difference in numbers.
Otherwise?
Li Wei took the giant sword carried by two Fader warriors and walked step by step to the front of the two formations. The giant sword, taller than himself and as wide as a palm, was easily carried on his shoulder. This was a giant sword made of refined steel that he had specially bought from the system store, weighing more than 100 pounds. The blade alone was 2 rin long and as wide as a palm. It was no exaggeration to call it a door panel.
According to intelligence, the enemy numbers a full 600, which is 5 times our number. Do you think that's a lot?
Li Wei's voice came through the cross helmet.
Joss didn't quite understand Li Wei's approach. Telling the soldiers the exact number of enemies was not something a commanding officer would do.
This huge difference in numbers would undoubtedly affect morale. The common practice was to reduce the number of enemies to a more acceptable number for the soldiers, or not tell the soldiers at all. Compared to the Fader warriors who mostly looked flustered upon hearing the specific number, the orc barbarians laughed loudly.
Not much, we even think it's too little.
That's right, not much at all. If we kill 5 people each, we can kill them all, and generally this group of hastily assembled troops will collapse after killing 200 or 300 of them.
In other words, if we each kill 2 enemies, we will win this war. Can't you even handle 2 enemies?
A bunch of wild rats, I'll kill at least 20.
Zat was the first to roar out in response to Li Wei's slightly mocking tone. I can kill 10 too.
A group of orc barbarians raised their weapons and roared out in unison. They were proud, arrogant, and extremely confident in their martial strength. If they couldn't even handle 2 enemies, they might as well go back to the tribe and herd livestock.
This scene stunned both Joss and Iroisi Tina. Ha! Is that how you count?
But it somehow felt like there was nothing wrong with what they were saying. The Fader warriors, who were initially a little uneasy, were also motivated by the confidence of the orc barbarians, from initially whispering in agreement to shouting loudly with the orc barbarians.
The morale is high.
Li Wei said to Iroisi Tina with a smile, pointing his long sword towards the front of High Cliff Stronghold. Let's go. The wilderness is not all flat grassland, some places still have slopes. It would be foolish not to take advantage of these terrains. Attacking from a high position is a very important advantage for the defending side.
Form ranks here. The High Cliff Stronghold's troops arrived on a hillside. Li Wei arranged the orc barbarians in the front, and the Fader warriors with bows in the back.
To be honest, Li Wei didn't even want to bring the Fader warriors. After all, most of these soldiers were still greenhorns, completely incomparable to the experienced orc barbarians.
Casualties were bound to occur in battle.
He would feel sorry for a long time if one of them died, but after much consideration, he ultimately brought them along.
Greenhorns always have to see blood.
It's better to let this ragtag group from the wilderness train them now than to have them face a regular army directly in the future. However, he also instructed Joss to lead the Fed soldiers to provide cover with arrows from the periphery, leaving the task of charging in melee combat to him and the orc barbarians.
The wait before the battle is always long.
Levi sat on the grass for a full half hour, and the grass was worn bare where he sat. A figure writing a word finally appeared on the horizon.
Sir, the enemy is less than 2 miles away from us.
Hogg, who had been scouting for intelligence, returned. Levi waved his hand, signaling him to go to the rear and rest for a while. All the orc barbarians who had been resting on the ground picked up their weapons and formed a cone-shaped formation. Levi came to the front, with 10 orcs in iron armor behind him, followed by orc barbarians in leather armor only. Some of the Tier 1 Fed commoners nervously swallowed their saliva, and the veterans also gripped their bows tightly.
After a few minutes, a dense formation finally appeared from the horizon.
When White Christina, who had followed, saw the scene, she finally gave up hope. She had hoped that the 2 gnolls couldn't count and had exaggerated the numbers. But the truth proved that the numbers were only more than what they had reported. The total strength of High Cliff Fortress, plus the Fed warriors, was only a little over 100. In terms of sheer numbers, the enemy had about 5 times their strength. Under these extremely unfavorable circumstances, Levi was still prepared to hold back the Fed warriors and have the High Cliff Fortress direct descendants be the main attackers, with 50 of them facing nearly 700 enemies, a difference of more than 10 times the numbers. White Christina clenched the hem of her clothes, her small face even paler, and her palms were full of sweat. Even if she didn't know much about military affairs, she knew that such a huge difference in numbers was enough to warrant a fierce siege. She had originally thought that Levi had some kind of plan, but the plan turned out to be leading the charge. Where did these poor bastards get their equipment? Levi squinted and observed the approaching bandit teams, slightly surprised. Unlike the typical wilderness style of using whatever was available, even wooden sticks and stones, this allied forces not only had decent equipment but also roughly divided positions according to different arms of service. A group of goblins holding all sorts of shields walked in the front, followed by a group of kobolds holding bone spears. On both sides, there were 5 tall trolls escorting the huge teams forward. These trolls held clubs as huge as humans and had broken pieces of iron on their chests as breastplates. They held a Wendigo beast with a shoulder height of 2.5 and a body length of 6. These beasts had scales neatly arranged on their bodies, as if they were wearing a full set of iron armor, with a thick and long tail, and the tail tip was like a giant blade. These are the Wendigo beast raised by the trolls. Although they are omnivores, they are irritable and are often used to participate in battles. The tail tip is enough to cut down a giant tree, and its combat power should not be underestimated. Some kobolds command and maintained discipline in the center of this bloated group, so that the entire formation would not disintegration during the march. It's a rare sight. A bunch of wilderness illiterate people can actually arrange troops? Although this team's is only in its initial form, it is enough to surprise Levi. You must know that the battles in the wilderness in the past were all a swarm of people going together, but now a teams with a barely army-like form suddenly appeared. Obviously, there are knowledgeable people among these wilderness natives. Levi, what should we do? White Christina was a little desperate. It would be one thing if there were a lot of people, but looking at the current situation, this wilderness allied forces is obviously not the kind of ragtag group that is in a mess. Joss also looked serious, and the Fed remnants hiding behind him were pale, only the orc barbarians were still laughing happily. Prepare to meet the enemy. Levi shouted loudly, holding the giant sword, which was taller than himself, in one hand, and made a charging state. The blade shone with the unique silver light of metal under the sunshine. The wilderness allied forces, which was advancing aggressively, obviously also discovered this teams on the hillside, and couldn't help but pause. Soon the kobolds in the bandit group who were responsible for maintaining order desperately blew their bone whistles, emitting bursts of harsh sounds. This is the signal to launch a charge. Countless goblins rushed up the hillside under the urging, followed by the kobolds, and 10 trolls roared and launched a charge, their huge feet stepping on the grass causing the ground to tremble slightly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When the fastest rushing goblins entered the range, the Fed warriors pulled the jungle bows in their hands, and the arrows flew into the sky, and then fell suddenly. The goblins hid their bodies, which were less than 1.5, under all kinds of shields. The leader of this teams has a little something, but not much. The shields, carefully prepared to deal with human remote attacks, are simply unable to face the arrow rain of the Fed warriors shooting from high to low. In one round of arrow rain, 30 wilderness bandits were shot down on the ground. Some Fed recruits who were still very nervous saw that the enemy was so easily shot down by them, and began to stabilize down, plucking the bowstrings unhurriedly. Round after round of arrow rain made this group of wilderness natives who were only wearing rags suffer. Only 10 trolls did not care about this, and picked up a goblin beside them and threw it towards the hillside, but it only flew halfway and fell weakly in the middle. Without Levi's order, the orc barbarians habitually threw out javelins to pave the way. After 2 rounds of gun rain, the wilderness bandits reduced by 60 or 70 again. I didn't know how to clean up them, but now they are gathered together, which saves time. Levi buckled on his helmet, concealing his grin, and took the lead in launching a charge. At this time, the distance between the two sides was less than 30 steps, which is still because this group of wilderness bandits charged from low to high, so that the High Cliff Fortress teams could not only shoot several rounds of arrow rain but also throw 2 waves of javelins. And the distance of 30 steps is the right distance to launch a charge. The trolls also released the Wendigo beast that had long been irritable, and the behemoths irritable launched a charge, and their tails flung and cut in half a few goblins that were blocking the way. Arrows fell on its body, emitting clanging sounds, just like shooting on an iron plate. The weight of 4 or 5 tons stepping on the earth, making the earth tremble slightly.
Damn outsiders, welcome death.
The troll laughed wildly. As if he had already seen this group of orcs cut in half by the behemoths he raised. The charge launched by 10 Wendigo behemoths made the morale of this bandit legion rise again.
Oka! Oka!
The goblins, as if they saw the walking gods, cheering and shouting insanely.
Oka, you old mother, swoosh! Muto threw his hand and threw a javelin.
But everything that happened in the next scene made him as horrified as if he had seen the dead. What the hell is this thing?
Muto looked utterly incredulous.
He was a burly man over 2.5 spans tall and weighing more than 500 pounds, with muscles as tough as steel. He could kill an Icefield tiger with a few punches and kicks, and his strength was beyond doubt. But when his javelin struck the giant beast, it was as if it had hit an indestructible suit of armor, producing a teeth-grinding clang-clang sound accompanied by sparks. In the end, it only managed to scrape off a few scales before flying off into the distance. Muto knew very well that his javelin could pierce even iron armor, but he never expected to be thwarted for the first time by mere scales.
Let me try. Zat didn't believe in this nonsense.
He gripped a javelin, aimed slightly, flexed his muscles, and with a roar, hurled the javelin. Whoosh! His javelin wasn't as good as Li Wei's, but it was several times stronger than Muto's. The seemingly impenetrable scales were instantly pierced, and the javelin plunged directly into the Wendigo beast's shoulder, drawing a splash of blood. The giant beast, protected by its thick scales, must rarely have been injured, and was therefore particularly sensitive to pain.
Just one javelin was enough to make it wail incessantly, rolling on the ground and losing its mobility.
However, there were still 9 giant beasts charging on the scene. The cries of their companion only fueled their anger, making them even faster.
Even the proud and arrogant barbarian orcs looked grim at this moment, gripping their battle axes tightly. Li Wei couldn't bear to see the barbarians fighting these giant beasts head-on.
The tail blades of these beasts were enough to chop down giant trees, and a direct confrontation would definitely result in losses. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Running, javelins appeared out of nowhere in his hand, and then he threw them as fast as lightning, instantly felling 4 Wendigo beasts.
Each javelin head went straight in from the head, killing them instantly.
You had to know that his current throwing skill was level 10, and coupled with his boundless strength, it was comparable to a dragon hunting ballista. Even dragon scales couldn't withstand such a powerful shot, let alone the scales of ordinary creatures. The 4 giant beasts crashed to the ground, but the momentum didn't diminish. The huge corpses of the dead rolled on the ground, knocking the bandit legion off their feet, crying and screaming.
The time wasted allowed the two sides to finally engage in close combat. Zat took the initiative to meet a Wendigo beast.
Facing a giant beast almost as tall as himself, he didn't panic. As the giant beast charged head-on, he performed a kneeling slide, raising his double-bladed giant axe above his head, accompanied by the sound of cutting cowhide. White and red, internal organs and excrement poured out of the giant beast's belly, drenching Zat's entire body, emitting a stench. The Wendigo beast's entire body was covered with hard scales, but its abdomen was unusually soft, making it easy to cut open.
Die, you bastard! Li Wei also met 2 giant beasts charging at him simultaneously.
With a roar, he gripped the 2-span-long giant sword with both hands and slashed upwards from below. Swish! The giant beast's head was split in half from the jaw upwards, and it crashed to the ground with lifeless eyes. Li Wei twisted the upward giant sword in the air, and then slashed diagonally at a Wendigo beast charging from the right. Splash! With the blessing of great strength, the entire Wendigo beast was split into 2 sections, head and tail separated, as easily as cutting tofu. 2 giant beasts that would have stumped 100 soldiers were no more difficult for him to kill than a puppy. Although the Wendigo beasts were bad-tempered, even the most murderous creatures, when faced with Li Wei, who was covered in blood and easily killed their companions, gradually lost their courage, and fear began to take over. The remaining 2 Wendigo beasts were frightened, their tiny eyes revealing fear, whimpering like puppies as they ran towards both sides of the slope, preparing to flee the battlefield.
No matter how the ogre who raised them scolded, it couldn't call them back. Without the giant beasts blocking the way, Li Wei rushed into the bandit pile and was simply unstoppable. He gripped the 2-span-long, 100-pound giant sword with both hands and spun it around. Swish swish swish. Whether it was goblins or kobolds, whether they used shields or weapons to block. Without the slightest hesitation, they were all cut in half from the chest, their heads sliding off their chests with looks of horror, the cross-sections incredibly smooth. Rip! A dozen or so headless corpses still standing on the ground, blood spurting out of them, forming a spectacle of a man-made fountain, terrifying and magnificent. Just like mowing grass, a clearing of more than 4 spans in diameter was cleared. The scene was as bloody as a slaughterhouse, with severed limbs and broken arms everywhere, and not a single complete corpse. However, his trick was only effective at the beginning. Later, all the goblins and kobolds were so frightened that they cried and wailed, hugging their heads and lying on the ground, not daring to get up at all. This greatly reduced his mowing efficiency. A bunch of trash, get out of the way. At this time, the ogre in the rear finally rushed up, angrily sweeping away all the goblins blocking its way with a stick. Although this ironkin was extremely fierce, the ogre believed that it was not bad either. It was 3 spans tall and weighed more than 1,000 pounds, and it could kill a wild giant bull with one punch. This ironkin only reached its navel, and the difference between the two was like a puppy and a lion, completely incomparable. It thought it could flatten this ironkin with one stick, and that's what it did. It raised the giant club made of ironwood in its hand and prepared to smash it down. Suddenly, a silver light flashed, and the world in its eyes became two. The raised wooden stick could not be smashed down no matter what. Li Wei didn't even look at this ogre that he had split in half from the crotch to the scalp, and continued to rush to the battlefield. The entire battlefield was cut into 2 parts by the V-shaped charge led by Li Wei. If the bandits were a piece of cheese, then the barbarian orcs led by Li Wei were a red-hot blade, instantly melting the cheese in front of them. The barbarians crashed into the battle formation, and only a few ogres slightly slowed down their charge. But the barbarians were extremely good at dealing with these giants who only had brute force. They only needed to keep their distance. Facing these huge living targets, they didn't even need to aim, and they could insert the javelins into them, turning them into hedgehogs. The conical battle formation advanced non-stop, and did not stop to kill the bandits kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, because that was a waste of time. During daily training, Li Wei would also teach these barbarians some war knowledge besides skills. For example, a war is not mainly about killing as many enemies as possible, realizing strategic policies is far more important than annihilating the enemy army. If you don't leave prisoners, it will often arouse the enemy's morale to fight to the death. Because his image among the barbarians was like a god, these words were firmly remembered in their hearts as divine pronouncements. At this moment, it was perfectly reflected. The barbarians in iron armor at the front had given up their defense, striving to kill the enemies blocking their way and pierce through the wild bandits' ranks as quickly as possible. Those who can gain a foothold in this wilderness are not lambs. When they need to fight desperately, the bandits are by no means cowards. Unfortunately, facing Li Wei, who acted as the arrowhead, they really couldn't muster any courage. This monster seemed tireless, and a swing of his greatsword could cut down a large number of companions. They were like weeds that can be seen everywhere in the wilderness, easily harvested by him. Even the mighty troll warriors were split in half along with their weapons when facing this monster. This is no longer a monster, it is a demon. This bandit team was completely frightened by Li Wei's unstoppable, mowing-style slaughter. No matter how hard the few kobold chieftains maintaining order tried, they could no longer maintain discipline, and this group of temporarily assembled bandits began to flee all over the mountains and plains. The Fedden warriors on the hillside began to individually snipe these fleeing bandits, continuing to expand their gains. Standing on the hillside, Beatrice Christina witnessed all of this, and even though the midday sun was high in the sky, her hands and feet were icy cold. When Li Wei knocked down all the orcs in Highcliffe Castle, Joss discussed with her that if this lord were to put on heavy armor and enter the battlefield, he would be a meat grinder. But merely imagining and seeing it with your own eyes are completely different things.
She can no longer understand the visual impact brought about by this simplest of forces with reality.
Joss, is this the god of war? Beatrice Christina's eyes were dull.
Miss, this is a demon.
Joss's eyes were even more dull.
50 against 700, even if this Wilderness Coalition army's discipline was a mess and could not be compared with a regular army. But the few trolls and behemoths were enough to bridge this gap. If it were 500 regular troops against this Wilderness Coalition army, even if they could win, the end result would be heavy losses. But what did he just see? 50 people pierced through this 700-man coalition army, and the incredibly powerful troll warriors only blocked this cone-shaped team for a while before being killed, leaving only a few remaining. Especially the leading lord, who killed at least 100 bandits in this war alone. And he is still vigorous until now.
The fleeing bandits felt very aggrieved.
Originally, only the losers among the nobles would come to this remote place to develop. Now look, the orc barbarians who are skilled in using battle axes and have amazing strength, and the leading iron pot, referring to someone wearing full plate armor, who is like a monster, are scaring them to death alone. This team looks like the elite of the elite, the ace of the ace.
Why don't you go to a richer place to develop with such ability?
Why do you have to come to this godforsaken place to compete with them for these few odds and ends? After the barbarians' tail-chasing pursuit and the Fedden warriors reaping, only dozens of wilderness bandits escaped in the end. However, soon, 3 jackal were riding dire wolves chased up from behind, presumably no one would be able to escape. The entire wilderness was dyed red with blood, and the ground was covered with severed limbs, leaving no place to set foot.
The surrendered bandits sat paralyzed on the grass with vacant eyes.
The harsh and barren wilderness had long accustomed them to facing the threat of death, and they also believed that they would no longer fear death. But the facts prove that quantitative change will cause qualitative change. The slaughterhouse-like mountain of corpses and sea of blood that came into view was like a basin of ice water poured from the top of their heads. Even the most indifferent bandits felt cold all over under the scorching sun. They actually wanted to escape, but as soon as they saw the blood-soaked warrior, they felt their legs go weak and they had no strength left. This has nothing to do with courage, it is completely the instinctual desire to survive. They cursed the old kobold who organized this war in their hearts with the most vicious language. If this old kobold had not been shot to death by an arrow with their own eyes, they would have swallowed him alive even at the risk of being killed. Now, Highcliffe Castle doesn't have to worry about slaves. Li Wei looked like he had just swam in a sea of blood. Every step he took would leave a bloody pit, and some minced meat would fall from the gaps in his armor as he walked. All the trolls were slaughtered, leaving only one whose feet had been pierced by the barbarian spears, lying on the ground wailing. To Li Wei's surprise, the 2 Wendigo beasts did not run too far. They dug a pit not far away and buried most of their bodies in it, just like ostriches, which was quite comical.
Boss.
Zart took off his dented horned helmet, revealing a swollen face. The bandits' attacks were not entirely useless, especially the trolls, which took the barbarians a lot of effort. His emotions were rarely low, a few brothers are dying. Li Wei opened the system panel, and several orc barbarians in the team column showed serious injuries.
Take me to see.
Taking the initiative to launch an attack with inferior forces sounds like a heroic feat, but it is actually no different from dancing on the tip of a knife. Each orc barbarian had some injuries, more or less, but because Li Wei shared most of the pressure in front, and the equipment was crushing, most of them were minor injuries. Only 4 barbarians were exceptions. They were the ironclad vanguard barbarians. Because they rushed the fiercest and faced the most enemies, they fell the fastest. Arriving at an open space, 4 orc barbarians were laid flat on the grass. 2 of them had their chests torn open by sharp blades. Although the iron armor protected them from being cut in half, the wounds were so deep that their bones could be seen, and a lot of blood was gushing out. Li Wei could tell at a glance that these were wounds cut open by the Wendigo beast's tail blades. This kind of behemoth not only has extremely thick scales, but also tail blades that are comparable to sharp blades. The other 2 orc barbarians did not have any external injuries, but the iron armor on their chests was dented inward, and their breath was weak. You know, on the battlefield, this kind of injury without visible wounds is often the most fatal. These 2 orcs were obviously hit in the chest by a troll's club, and their internal organs were probably damaged. The orc barbarians gathered together were in low spirits. These 4 orcs had grown up in the same tribe with them since they were young, and their feelings were extremely deep. Li Wei opened the panel and found that these 4 orc barbarians had all reached the upgrade standard, and he breathed a slight sigh of relief. He had long discovered that every time they leveled up, in addition to improving in all aspects, the soldiers would also gain a certain amount of life recovery. But this was far from enough. The 4 orcs were too seriously injured. Li Wei turned his attention to his skill panel. Medical, each point increases the team's life recovery speed by 20%. Surgery, each point increases the chance by 5% to save the lives of team members who would otherwise die. He didn't have a team before, so he didn't need these 2 skills, so he put all the skill points on skills that improve his personal strength. But now these 2 skills are no different from divine skills for him. Wants to take advantage of others after this period of combat. He had also leveled up 5 times, and each level granted him 2 attribute points. Since he hadn't allocated any, he now had 12 skill points including those from before. After a moment of consideration, Li Wei decided not to add points to surgery, because the 4 Orcish barbarians were not dead, only injured, so this skill had no effect on the current situation. All points to healing. With only a brief hesitation, all 12 skill points were added to healing. Healing 12, each point increases the team's health regeneration speed by 20%, already increased by 240%. After allocating the skill points, Li Wei immediately upgraded the 4 Orcish barbarians. The bleeding from the chests of the Orcish barbarians visibly stopped. The 2 Orcish barbarians, whose chests were caved in and were panting like broken bellows, gradually calmed down. And with nearly triple the recovery speed, the condition of the 4 visibly improved. The surrounding Orcish barbarians crowded around, expressions on their faces as if they had seen a ghost. They knew better than anyone how severe the injuries of their 4 companions were. Having fought lions and tigers since childhood, it seemed almost impossible for them to survive. But now, their leader had only come to take a look, touch them, and not only had the bleeding stopped, but their condition was also slowly improving, obviously saving their lives. Most importantly, even their minor injuries were visibly healing, and even their stamina was recovering at an unusual rate. However, although the bleeding had stopped for the 2 orcs with their chests torn open, the 2 deep, bone-revealing wounds were still terrifying. "Joss, Joss!" Li Wei called out loudly. Soon, Joss hurried over, looking at this unparalleled war god with admiration. Indeed, only a war god could explain the Lord's bravery. He was already convinced by what the barbarians had said. "Is there anything I can do for you, my lord? Can you sew clothes?" Li Wei got straight to the point. Hearing this, the middle-aged swordsman with white hair showed a rare, shifty look, hesitant to speak. As a warrior, he wielded a sword, a weapon, not a sewing needle. "Tell me the truth." The Lord didn't bother playing games with him. "Yes," Joss said dejectedly, like a deflated balloon. Although he didn't want to admit it, as a bachelor, he was not only good at swordsmanship, but also at sewing. "When we return to Highcliffe Castle, heat the needles at high temperature and boil the cotton thread in boiling water, then sew up their wounds." Li Wei's unquestionable voice came from inside the iron helmet. "Yes, my lord." Joss was stunned for a moment, then nodded after understanding Li Wei's intention. As a warrior, he knew about the first aid of sewing wounds, but didn't understand why the needles had to be heated with fire. Usually, they just cleaned them with water before using them. "I'm counting on you." Li Wei patted him on the shoulder, leaving a bloody handprint. Joss seemed to be inspired and nodded solemnly. "Carry them back to Highcliffe Castle to recuperate for a few days." Li Wei waved his hand, feeling relieved. He didn't know how to sew clothes. In his previous life, his mother would sew them for him even if they were torn. If Joss didn't know how, he would have to ask Tina. Fortunately, he had keen eyes and saw at a glance that this kind of single old man definitely had this skill. With the system working in tandem, the 4 Orcish barbarians were out of danger. Next, they just needed to sew up the wounds and wait for them to recover slowly, and they would be lively again. Faced with the Orcish barbarians' godlike gazes, Li Wei opened the system panel with slight excitement. The most valuable thing about this battle was not the captured scrap metal, but that the warriors of Highcliff Castle had once again leveled up. Earlier, when he looked at the injuries of the 4 Orcish barbarians, he glanced at it and knew that many people had reached the level-up conditions, but he didn't expect so many. First, the Orcish barbarians. The last 10 or so Tier 3 Orc warriors had all reached the conditions to upgrade to Tier 4 Orcish champions, and 9 Tier 4 Orcish champions could also upgrade to Tier 5 Orcish Great Axe Guards. These 9 were the Orcish barbarians who wore iron armor, charged the fastest with him, and killed the most. And then there were the feeder warriors who had been shooting arrows on the hillside. Although their forest bows had a relatively short range, shooting from a height made up for this shortcoming, allowing them to easily snipe the last defeated wild bandits. This allowed them to gain experience. Because Tier 1 and Tier 2 units required very little experience to level up, all the soldiers of these 2 levels had been upgraded by 1 level. After this battle, Highcliff Castle had almost no losses except for 4 wounded Orc warriors, but its military strength had increased again. On the other side, Iruisi Tina was using a thin wooden board and a charcoal pencil to tally the casualties. As Li Wei's appointed chief steward, these things were within her scope of work. Although the battlefield was bloody, Iruisi Tina took a deep breath and persevered. However, after some calculation, she was dumbfounded. Apart from the 4 wounded orcs, no one from Highcliff Castle had died. As for the bandits, there was no need to count their casualties. Li Wei, are you really a war god? Iruisi Tina couldn't help but ask again. The unparalleled bravery in front, coupled with a troop disparity of more than 1 to 10, actually resulted in 0 casualties. This was already beyond what a human could do. War god? Ah, that's right, I am. Li Wei laughed loudly, generously admitting it. His combat power was invincible. In single combat, no one had been able to force him to use even 10% of his strength. Furthermore, he led 50 warriors against 700 wild bandits and achieved 0 casualties. If he wasn't a war god, who was? Oh my god, Li Wei, you must have been specially sent by heaven to save us. Iruisi Tina was like a devout and ignorant little nun who had met the god she worshipped. Her sapphire-like eyes were full of worship, which greatly pleased the Lord. Li Wei, who hadn't had time to remove his armor after the battle, took off his helmet and held it in his arms. Just then, the sound of hooves echoed across the desolate, bleak plain. The flat grassland couldn't block the view at all. Looking up, they saw 2 small black dots rushing towards the battlefield. Hee hee, it seems I can't take off this armor today. Li Wei sneered. Today, the wilderness had shown him how chaotic this place was. First, the Wild Alliance, and now, small fries who wanted to profit from their misfortune had emerged from nowhere. It had truly broadened his horizons. He blew his whistle, and 3 hyena cavalrymen, who had already killed all the fleeing wild bandits, instantly mounted their direwolves and went to meet them. Li Wei put his helmet back on and carried the greatsword, which already had a notch in it, on his shoulder. Breed Bay troops with the strength of 3 gnolls, it wouldn't be a problem to hold off these 2 cavalrymen, if not defeat them. The distance between them was closing, and Li Wei could see the appearance of the 2 cavalrymen clearly. These were 2 light cavalrymen wearing leather armor. One was lying on the horse's back, his life unknown. All that could be seen were several arrows sticking out of his back. The other had a saber hanging from his waist and was not hit by arrows, but he was covered in blood and looked panicked. Both of them had white hair. Just as Li Wei was about to speak, Iruisi Tina's voice rang out from the side. Wait, these are our people. Iruisi Tina's face was pale. Her eyesight was also very good, and she could see that these 2 cavalrymen were from her tribe. She had even chatted with them before. Another whistle sounded, and Hogg, who hadn't run far, led 2 gnoll cavalrymen to put away their scimitars and followed the 2 cavalrymen to the bottom of the slope. Before the horses had even stopped, a group of fed warriors hurriedly helped the 2 men off their horses. Li Wei walked closer to check. The other one, although he had several arrows in his back, none of them were vital. Plus, with the protection of the leather armor, as long as the wound didn't get infected, he could survive with good care. The other one was fine, just a little out of breath. As soon as he got off the horse, he anxiously said to Bairuisi Tina. Bairuisi Tina, not long after you and Captain Joss left, the Dala tribe launched an attack on us. His expression was grief-stricken, and his tone was as desolate as a chrysanthemum that had been ravaged by Brother Jia. What? How is this possible? Bairuisi Tina was shocked. Although the savage tribes in the Cass Mountains wanted to merge with their branch of the Fed remnants, thanks to her ancestors' intermarriage with these savages could be said to be descendants of the Fed remnants. Therefore, both sides were still in talks and restraint, and there was no excessive behavior. How could they suddenly attack their tribe? The young cavalryman was about to continue when he saw Li Wei, who was stretching his neck and waiting for the next sentence, stop talking, and hesitated. Li Wei immediately looked up at the sky, whistling, pretending to be nonchalant, but his ears perked up quietly. Now that the Fed remnants had not completely belonged to Highcliffe Fort, Li Wei was not easy to openly eavesdrop on their family affairs. It's okay, we will be Lord Li Wei's subjects from now on, you continue to say. Bairuisi Tina's tone was firm, like a reef standing in the sea. This made the Lord happy in his heart, knowing that this group of Fed remnants had no way to escape now. Although he could force this group of Fed remnants to submit to him, forced melons are thirst-quenching, but not sweet. The Dala tribe doesn't know where they learned that we discovered an iron mine, so they directly launched an attack on us, preparing to occupy the iron mine. What? An iron mine? Li Wei took the lead in exclaiming, like a poor boy who had never seen the world seeing gold. As everyone knows, the wilderness is very poor, so poor that this group of bandits doesn't even have a decent piece of clothing, and most of them use a piece of cloth to cover their lower body. And goblins are not like the ones in the anime in their previous life, wearing clothes to cover their private parts. In reality, these disgusting creatures are too lazy to wear clothes and directly expose their whole bodies. The image in the anime is just for the sake of passing the review. The wilderness bandits who can't even put together a set of clothes, let alone weapons. And discovering an iron mine in the wilderness is like discovering a pile of unmined gold. This is what Li Wei often dreamed of, but when he woke up early the next morning, except for the saliva at the corner of his mouth, the iron mine had disappeared. He didn't expect it to become a reality today. As for dreaming of gold mines and silver mines, Li Wei didn't dare to dream this dream. If gold mines and silver mines were discovered in the wilderness, Griffin Knights would be all over the sky above his territory in less than 2 days. After all, gold mines easily breed DB troops. With the young cavalryman's narration, Li Wei also understood the whole incident. In short, Bairuisi Tina and the others discovered an iron mine and were secretly mining it, but secretly, they didn't know why the northern barbarians of the Cass Mountains knew about it. The patriarch of the Dala tribe was preparing to marry Bairuisi Tina on the surface, but in reality, he wanted to annex their tribe and occupy the iron mine, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As a result, after begging for nothing, taking advantage of the fact that Joss took half of the warriors away, they directly showed their cards and launched an attack, saying that they had known about the iron mine for a long time. Damn it, assemble! Assemble! As soon as the young cavalryman finished speaking, before he could say that there were bad people in their group to Bairuisi Tina, Li Wei shouted loudly in a hurry. The orc barbarians who were still cleaning the battlefield quickly formed a square. Li Wei, what are you doing? Bairuisi Tina was startled and didn't know what Li Wei was doing by suddenly gathering the warriors. What are you doing? Of course, we're going to fuck the Dala tribe. Li Wei sneered and said fiercely. He had seen people snatching food from a tiger's mouth, but this was the first time he had seen someone snatching a gold mine from a tiger's mouth. That's right, he had already regarded this iron mine as his own. With this iron mine, not only could Highcliffe Fort's financial crisis be solved, but he could also start building a castle and prepare to buy elves and beast-eared girls to live a shameless noble life. It seems that he has to perform a wave of blitzing the Dala tribe today. Although the orc barbarians had just experienced a big battle, thanks to the level 12 medical care and Li Wei's recent upgrades, they had already recovered their stamina, and were even more energetic than before the war. Bairuisi Tina thought that Li Wei was for their tribe and said with a moved expression, Li Wei, thank you. I'll call Joss to bring all the Fed warriors over, let's go together. No need, just let Joss take good care of Highcliffe Fort for me. Li Wei decisively rejected Bairuisi Tina's suggestion. He didn't want to run to the Cass Mountains and have his home stolen when he came back. Moreover, if there were too many people, it would inevitably drag down the marching speed and easily lead to changes. Ruisi Tina hesitated for a while and nodded. If it was before, she would have asked Joss to bring people along no matter what. After all, Li Wei only had 50 people, and the Dala tribe had as many as 400 or 500 warriors. Running over would be of no avail. But after seeing the terrifying strength of this team today, Ruisi Tina naturally believed in Li Wei. She told Joss about the next things in Highcliffe Fort and said to Li Wei with a firm expression, "Li Wei, I'll go with you." Li Wei nodded, which was exactly what he meant. After all, he and the barbarians were not familiar with the roads in the Cass Mountains, so there must be someone to lead the way. Moreover, bringing Ruisi Tina would also facilitate the handover with the Fed remnants. Li Wei was a decisive person and put Ruisi Tina on a horse. He patted the horses but strode forward and followed. He was going to experience another battle today, and he was too lazy to take off his armor. It was too troublesome to take it off and put it on. Anyway, this 200-pound armor was like not wearing anything to him, and it didn't affect his marching speed at all. A team of nearly 50 people set off again, facing the breeze in the wilderness, stepping on the ryegrass that was like wheat waves and didn't reach their ankles, like ancient warriors, moving towards their goal. Like a dog, and I'll tell you on the way, Ruistina told Li Wei about the situation of the Dala tribe, and by the way, asked what you wanted to know most. "Li Wei, how confident are you?" "If I say 100%, you'd think I'm bragging, so let's say 99.9%. Li Wei never drafts when he brags, because drafting is a sign of weakness and hinders the performance of a true expert. Ruistina, on horseback, choked and fell silent. This lord was good in every way, except that the words she uttered were sometimes annoying, but she was still very touched in her heart. The Dala tribe had a full 400 to 500 warriors, and these warriors were not the makeshift rabble of the previous wilderness coalition. Except for the trolls and the Wendigo beasts, who could be considered strong, the other goblins and kobolds were just small fry. The warriors of the Dala tribe not only had a piece of leather armor each, but also tamed jungle leopards, with 40 to 50 jungle leopard archer warriors, who were very elite. What's more, the next battle would be in the mountains and forests, and these Dala tribesmen grew up in the mountains and forests, and were extremely familiar with the terrain. It was inevitable that the High Rock Fort team would suffer from acclimatization for the first time in the mountains and forests. Despite all kinds of disadvantages, this lord was still willing to send troops to help them, showing the spirit of chivalry to the fullest. Although only Ruistina rode a horse in the entire team, the marching speed was not slow at all. Like in TV dramas, the bigger the size, the slower the speed is actually a very wrong misdirection. Perhaps some sizes are more bloated and therefore not very flexible, but the speed is definitely not slow. The average height of the orc barbarians is 2.5 blades, and 1 step is equivalent to about 3 steps for humans. When jogging, the speed is already comparable to the full speed running of ordinary adults. Coupled with the 12th level medical skills, their physical recovery speed is extremely fast, so even after running for so long, they still have a long breath and do not show fatigue. The Cass Mountains are about 100 miles away from High Rock Fort, and the barbarians can reach it in half a day at their marching speed. It was already past noon when the Wilderness Coalition was resolved, and by the time the High Rock Fort team arrived at the entrance of the Cass Mountains, the sky was already tinged with sunset. The Cass Mountains are a mountain range that stretches across the entire wilderness. No one knows how big it is or what strange species are inside. This is the only terrain in the wilderness that can be considered a mountain. Except for the Cass Mountains, the rest of the wilderness is an endless plain. The Feed remnants did not dare to go too deep into the Cass Mountains at the beginning, so it was only about 2 hours of mountain road away from Ruistina's tribe. Li Wei, the Dala tribe must have sent scouts to be on guard nearby. Should we wait for nightfall and sneak in? Ruistina suggested. She was not aimless. The 2 Feed cavalrymen who escaped to report the news were detected by the Dala tribe scouts and then encountered an attack. With her meager military knowledge, she also knew that in this situation, covert marching was obviously the most important thing. After all, no matter how strong the High Rock Fort team is, it does not have an advantage in numbers after all. No need. Li Wei rejected the proposal. It's not that he hadn't thought about it, but it was useless. The Dala tribe had lived in the Cass Mountains since they were young, and were extremely familiar with the terrain, and it was thought that these wild people in the mountains could still see in the dark at night. So there was no difference between their night operations and day operations. What's more, although the orc barbarians do not have night blindness, the night still has some influence on them after all. With the ebb and flow, marching at night is undoubtedly a stupid idea. Most of the Cass Mountains are pine needle trees, and the ground is covered with a thick layer of pine needles. Squirrels disturbed by the high rock fort team jumped on it, and then hid in the dark to quietly observe this silent team with only footsteps. The first half of the journey was nothing, but when it was less than an hour away from the Feed Remnants tribe, some shouts of killing could already be vaguely heard in the mountains and forests, which made by Ruistina's face turn pale, and she pursed her lips without speaking. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black line shot rapidly towards by Ruistina from a mountain colonel. She was so frightened that her eyes widened and her whole body stiffened, and she lost her mind for a moment. Just when the arrow was less than a meter away from her, it was firmly grasped by a hand. Dare to stab in front of Duke? Li Wei was both angry and amused. A javelin appeared in his hand from the system's item bar. Without looking, he threw it out at the place where the arrow came from. Ruistina and the barbarians had already known about his spatial magic items, so they were not surprised. In just the blink of an eye, the javelin, like a thunderbolt, hit the enemy who fired the cold arrow, and a scream came from the mountain colonel. Zat rushed over with a double-edged battle axe, accompanied by a scream from a jungle leopard. Soon, he walked out, dragging a jungle leopard with a black body, emerald-green cat eyes, and a shoulder height of 1.5 blades, and a man wearing animal skin armor, with unknown feathers inserted in his brown curly hair for decoration, and unknown dyes smeared on his face. It's a jungle leopard warrior from the Dala tribe, Ruistina said. The man had a javelin stuck in his shoulder, obviously the one Li Wei had just thrown out. The jungle leopard, which was 1.5 blades tall, was like a harmless kitten in Zat's hands, and it was dragged on the ground by its big neck by one of its hands. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not escape Zat's stone pillar-like thick arms, and could only paw out a few large holes on the ground with its teeth and claws. Zat grabbed the Dala warrior's neck and pressed him to his knees in front of Li Wei, who was wearing iron armor. Tell me the specific number of people and the deployment location of your attack on the Feed tribe, and I guarantee your safety in the name of the Lord of Debur. Li Wei looked down at the warrior, and a serious sound came from the iron helmet. Lie on the ground and bark twice like a dog, and I'll tell you. The middle-aged warrior grinned, his face with different colors of patterns twitching, seeming to be laughing. The atmosphere suddenly became almost stagnant, and the middle-aged warrior became more and more proud. Although he didn't know who was in this iron can, it was obvious that he was the leader of this orc team. He thought that these people would not easily kill him if they wanted to get the news, and in order to make them feel that he was a brave warrior, not a soft bone, he naturally had to be tough and raise his worth. But looking at a group of orcs who seemed to want to eat him, he felt that he seemed to be too tough. Drag this little bastard down and chop him up for Duke. Li Wei was too lazy to say anything more and waved his hand. Zat smiled and showed 2 rows of yellow fangs, grabbed the young warrior's neck and slapped him with a big slap. Pa! Little bastard, you're pretty crazy. You're the first person who dared to scold my boss. Zat slapped him hard, seemingly feeling a bit relieved, grabbed the Dala warrior, and dragged the Black Panther behind him. Boss, I'll go too. Muto cracked his knuckles, the joints popping. Me too. And me. A large group of barbarians rushed off. You should know that, in their hearts, the boss is now no different from a god. Insulting the boss is worse than insulting them. Even if it costs them their lives, they will steadfastly defend everything about the boss. Slap slap slap. Soon, a series of loud slaps rang out, followed by the sound of watermelons hitting the ground, before finally ending. The orc barbarians returned to the team, refreshed, as if they had just eaten mint, completely satisfied. The Highcliff Fortress's team set off again, leaving behind 2 heads still spurting blood, one of which had a look of regret on its face. Regarding Li Wei and the orc barbarians' actions, Ruistina didn't think it was too much or anything. She also felt very relieved. If Li Wei hadn't saved her just now, she would have been shot to death by an arrow. This Dala warrior clearly recognized her and planned to shoot her first, leaving the Fed remnants without a leader. The closer they got to the battlefield, the more vigilant the Highcliffe Fortress's team became. To prevent the Dala tribe from shooting any more hidden arrows, Li Wei took Bai Ruisi Tina off the horse and had her walk behind him, with barbarians on both sides. This way, even if someone shot an arrow, it wouldn't hurt her. Although with his strength, the arrows shot over were as slow as a turtle crawling, and it was not difficult to catch them with his bare hands. It was easy to dodge a visible arrow but difficult to guard against a hidden one. He would not be overly conceited. For the rest of the journey, they were strangely not encountered by any more scouts from the Dala tribe. At this time, the sky finally darkened, and occasionally a few corpses that had not been cleaned up could be seen in the jungle. What relieved Bai Ruisi Tina was that these corpses were all from the Dala tribe, and no Fed remnants were found. Unfortunately, before long, there were more and more corpses on the mountain road, some from the Dala tribe and some from the Fed remnants. These corpses were still very fresh. Obviously, as the two knights said, the Dala tribe had only decided or prepared to attack the Fed tribe today. The Fed remnants were clearly very concerned about the location of their homeland. Their camp was built on a high slope in a canyon, with towering cliffs on three sides behind it. The slope in front was leveled vertically, forming a height difference of 2 blades with the ground, and then a circle of stone walls 4 blades high was built around this vertical slope. This circle of stone walls was fully 4 blades high on the outside, but only about 2 blades high on the inside. Even more ingenious was that this circle of stone walls had fist-sized downward sloping holes. The people defending the city only needed to use spears to stab down along the holes to easily reap the lives of the attackers. Several 3 or 4 blade high watchtowers were also built inside the city walls, making it easy to shoot outwards. This camp was already in the rudimentary form of a city wall, and it could be said to be easy to defend and difficult to attack in the barren wilderness. Several hundred strong men, wearing animal skins, with brightly colored feathers stuck in their heads, and unknown paints smeared on their faces, averaging 1 blade and 9 inches tall, were charging fiercely at this camp. Behind them was a group of archers holding jungle bows, sparsely firing into the camp. Not seeking to kill, just to suppress the defending forces on the opposite side. Unfortunately, facing this easily defended area, they had little effect. Goodness, no wonder you only have 100 or so warriors left to defend, yet you can withstand the fierce attack of nearly 500 people. Who came up with this camp? Seeing that the Fed remnants tribe had not been captured, the Lord, lying on a small hill, was very happy. He was afraid that he would be one step late and the Fed remnants had already been occupied. In that case, the siege would be much more difficult than a surprise attack. This is the work of a Fed kingdom master builder, Bai Ruisi Tina said with some pride. Although the city walls of this camp were far from tall, in Li Wei's eyes, it was small but complete, basically impeccable. The Dala tribe's offensive was fierce, but the Fed remnants' counterattack was also strong. The archers on the watchtowers accurately reaped the attacking Dala warriors, and some, armed with spears, could stab the enemies outside the walls from a high position through the bird holes in the city walls. Although the Dala warriors defended to the death and had the advantage in numbers, the two sides were deadlocked for a short time by relying on the city walls. The equipment of this group of Dala warriors was much better than that of the previous group of wilderness bandits. Not only did each person have an iron weapon, but they also wore self-made animal skin armor. However, it was still far worse than the Highcliffe Fortress's team. Not only did each of the orc barbarians have a weapon made of fine steel, but they also seized several sets of iron armor from the trolls after the Battle of the Wilderness Coalition. The armor coverage rate had reached 15, which was gratifying. Although the rest did not have iron armor, they all wore leather armor. These leather armors were all bought by Li Wei from the system. Although the price in the system was slightly higher than in reality, the quality was unquestionable. The defensive power was at least several levels higher than the Dala tribe's self-made animal skin armor. As long as this iron mine is occupied, Highcliffe Fortress's military industry will inevitably embark on the right track, and Li Wei will no longer have to spend high prices to buy equipment from the system. Highcliffe Fortress is too far from Debay. If Li Wei wants to buy equipment, he either has to wait 10 days and a half months, or spend more money to buy it from the system store. Neither of these is the best option for him. Only by starting a military industry to produce and sell itself is the best for Highcliffe Fortress. So he is determined to get this iron mine. Looking back at the orc barbarians lying in the dense forest, Li Wei grinned in his iron helmet. In the dark night, this quiet team was like a beast of prey waiting to devour people. Zat, you take 12 brothers and wait for me to rush down to attract attention, then go and pull out those biting archers for the Lord. Mudo, you take 3 warriors and protect Tina here. Li Wei quickly assigned the tactics. He had no tactics when facing the Wilderness Coalition before, because this group of makeshift teams didn't even have ranged attacks, so naturally they weren't worth his attention. But this group of Dala tribe had 40 or 50 archers behind them. If he ignored them, he wouldn't be afraid with his 3 layers of iron armor, but the orcs wearing only leather armor would inevitably be hit by a few arrows. Li Wei, don't worry about me, I will hide here well, Ruisi Tina said quickly, not expecting Li Wei to allocate troops to protect her at this time. Li Wei didn't pay attention to her at all. He didn't want this little girl, Ruisi Tina, to be caught after he finally defeated the Dala tribe, and then stage a wave of threats against him. He took out the one-person high 2-handed greatsword from the system and held it in his hand. The 30 orc barbarians behind him got up from the ground and silently gripped the fine steel battle axes in their hands. Full army, charge! On the side of the Dala tribe's mountain slope, Levi charged ahead, wielding a giant sword, followed by the equally silent orc barbarians. The distance between the two sides was about 200 to 300 steps, which, at full speed, meant they would clash in close combat in just a few dozen seconds. The Dala tribe's captive jungle leopards proved useful. Felines can naturally see in the dark, and these creatures are typically very alert, with even the slightest disturbance triggering their awareness. They began to warn the knights on their backs, growling deeply towards the High Cliff Castle's team. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The Dala tribe's warriors also noticed the anomaly. Under the moonlight, a group of tall and sturdy warriors charged down the mountain, roaring loudly to warn others. With a large number of Dala tribe warriors attacking the city at the front, they couldn't turn around in time to face the sudden attack. The jungle leopard warriors, who had been supporting from the rear, rode their jungle leopards over the rocky slopes, flanking to meet the enemy and buy time for their team to turn around. In reality, launching a charge in the mountains in the dark was a bit too demanding for the High Cliff Castle's team. The barbarians also failed to maintain their usual training formation. The V-shaped charge formation, originally led by Levi, became somewhat scattered. Both sides were in complete chaos, grabbing the nearest enemy and engaging in a bloody battle. There was no need for probing or questioning. Anyone appearing here at this time was undoubtedly an enemy. The two sides clashed, unleashing a storm of blood and flesh. Roar! Leading the charge was the elite of the jungle leopard warriors. Not only were their black panthers several sizes larger than others, but the knights were also burly, wearing crude iron armor, with painted patterns on their faces that looked like man-eating demons under the moonlight. The black panther leaped from a boulder, blocking half of the moon in the sky as it pounced on Levi. The burly knight on its back wielded a rusty long-handled crescent axe, swinging it directly at Levi's head. The lord had no intention of backing down. With a roar, he raised the giant sword in his hand and swung it forcefully at the knight in mid-air. Clang! The sound of the giant sword and giant axe colliding in the night sky briefly drowned out the fighting, and the sparks that flew up caused a slight stinging sensation in eyes adapted to the darkness. The weight of the jungle leopard and rider in mid-air, nearly 1,000 pounds, was transmitted to Levi's palm through the sword, forcing the lord to grip the giant sword tightly, deforming his gauntlet. But the rider was in even worse shape. His iron axe only blocked for a moment before he lost control of the force of the impact, his weapon flying out of his hand as the giant sword came down on his head. With a splatter, the knight in mid-air didn't even leave a word behind, as he and his mount were split in half from head to toe by the two-edged giant sword under the moonlight. Red and white rained down, as if a blood rain was falling. The four halves of the corpse fell to the ground with a thud, like a butchered pig cut in half, and a generation of warriors met its end. Experience plus 1410. A string of small characters flashed in the lower right corner of the Lord's vision, then faded away. Kill. The orc barbarians' morale soared. It wasn't the first time they had seen their leader's cruel method of killing. No matter how brave the warrior, they were like chickens and ducks waiting to be slaughtered in front of him, split in half with a single sword. It made them unable to restrain themselves, and a strong sense of pride and honor welled up in their hearts, as if they also possessed that invincible power and wanted to unleash it. The Northland wildlings averaged about 8 feet tall, weighed more than 200 pounds, and were burly and agile. The brave knight just now was even 7 feet tall, with muscles all over his body. But compared to the orc barbarians, who were all 7 feet 3 inches tall and weighed 500 pounds, they were still dwarfed. Apart from Levi, the myriad forms of life generally followed a rule: weight is often directly proportional to strength. 500 pounds of weight can accommodate more power than 200 pounds. So often the stronger side is taller, although there are exceptions like dwarves. Although these shorties don't develop vertically as much as people would like, their horizontal development is unmatched. According to this rule, the orc barbarians were far stronger than these Northland wildlings, because they were a whole lot smaller. In this small-scale melee, the crushing advantage brought by strength is difficult to compensate for with anything else. Not to mention that the orc barbarians had undergone systematic strength enhancement and were no longer the hicks wandering in the far north wilderness. This change could be described as earth-shattering. Now, not only were they incredibly strong, but they also played with battle axes and javelins in a variety of ways, and their battlefield awareness was extremely sophisticated. When the Dala tribe's jungle leopard warriors pounced, a volley of javelins shot down a dozen Dala warriors. The ensuing melee was even more one-sided. In just a moment, the jungle leopard warriors were all knocked down by the barbarians, leaving only the howls of the jungle leopards. But in this moment, the Dala tribe also realized that a group of enemies had suddenly attacked from the right and began to organize their troops to meet them. Otherwise, if this team advanced from the right, they would suffer heavy losses. Several orc barbarians wearing iron armor and wielding fine steel battle axes followed Levi, forming the sharpest blade. Swish! A javelin appeared in Levi's hand. He mustered his strength and threw it forward. Like a ballista bolt, the javelin seemed to teleport at close range, instantly shooting down the foremost Dala warrior, and then continued to fly backward unabated, disappearing into the crowd. Only a series of screams echoed in the darkness. Charge! Charge! The barbarians roared and launched a fierce attack in the direction of the flying spear, and the opposite side also launched a fierce charge without showing weakness. The Dala archers in the rear, at a high altitude, could easily see the battlefield below with the help of the moonlight. A group of people, they didn't know where they came from, were mixed with the warriors of their tribe. They wanted to shoot, but were afraid of accidentally injuring their teammates. While their attention was all below, they didn't know that a team had quietly crept up behind them. Kill! Zat roared and jumped up first, chopping off the head of a Dala tribe archer with an axe. The orcs no longer hid and rushed forward to chop down the unprepared archers. The barbarians were stronger than these Dala warriors in terms of both equipment and strength. In addition, it was a surprise attack. With preparation against unpreparedness, a dozen people easily chopped down these 30 archers. Go, support the boss! Zat straightened his horned helmet, shook the blood off the axe blade, and took the initiative to act as the blade of the V-shape, launching a charge to the left of the battlefield. Cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind Zat, stood at a high place and saw clearly that the boss had led people to penetrate from the right side, while the Dala tribe was shrinking its defense line and transferring most of its strength to the right side. It would be useless for him to follow, so he might as well break in from the left side and make them fight on 3 fronts to disperse their strength. As northern barbarians living in the Cass Mountains, the warriors of the Dala tribe are not weak, much stronger than that group of wilderness coalition forces. It's a pity that their opponents are stronger, whether in strength, equipment, martial arts, especially the fighting spirit on the battlefield. This is a gap they can never cross. Although they invested a full 400 people into the battlefield, now they are facing not only the raiding Levi, but also the feed remnants defending behind the city walls. Not to mention fighting on 3 fronts, fighting on 2 fronts is a big taboo for military strategists at any time, which will greatly disturb their own formation and damage the morale of the warriors. Perhaps there are military strategists such as Han Xin and Bai Chi who can easily dispatch soldiers to cooperate with each other even in 10-sided combat, but it will definitely not be this group of northern barbarians who are all illiterate. The warriors of the Dala tribe attempted to extinguish this team from nowhere with numbers. But they were horrified to find that this team was like a meat grinder. No matter how many warriors were thrown in, it was like meat patties beating dogs a one-way trip. Instead, their own front line was constantly shrinking, and the living space was constantly becoming smaller. The orc barbarians did not even attack deliberately, but simply lined up in a V-shaped formation and chiseled into it, and with a casual wave at the enemies blocking the way, they could easily smash the bones of this group of northern barbarians. Levi, acting as the blade tip, advanced step by step towards the inside. The crowd in front was cut down like wheat, one stubble after another, and crushed to pieces by the barbarians' thick thighs on the ground. Countless fresh minced meat and broken limbs were left behind, and the scalding hot blood made the land muddy. If they were only inferior when facing the barbarians, facing Levi was like a field of wheat to be harvested, being reaped piece by piece. The warriors of the Dala tribe racked their brains, but they couldn't understand how this short iron can had more strength than that group of orcs. As more and more companions fell, they began to fear, until the loud bone whistle sounded, and one by one, they began to shrink their defense line with a relieved expression, and withdrew from the battlefield in an orderly manner. After all, they are a large tribe that survives in the chaotic wilderness, so they won't be collapsed and scattered by a sudden small group of enemies. The addition of fresh troops made them realize that they could not capture this camp tonight, so they did not want to continue to squander precious tribal warriors here. Levi swung his greatsword in a circle, and cut down all the Dala warriors who were the slowest to evacuate in a half-arc at the waist, scaring this group of Dala warriors to evacuate 3 points faster, fearing that this killing god would catch up and cut down another piece. Levi stuck his greatsword on the ground, exhaled a hot breath, and watched the northern barbarians, like wounded wild dogs, licking their wounds alone, retreat from the battlefield in the night. In fact, he also wanted to chase after them, pursue and kill them, and expand the results. But the barbarians' physical strength had reached its limit. In one day, they had just experienced a battle of 50 against 700 in the morning, and then traveled for half a day, and then launched a fight again. If this group of barbarians hadn't all advanced 1 or 2 levels, plus the 12th level medical skills, which made their physical recovery speed more than twice as fast as usual, they would have been unable to hold on. The barbarians were panting heavily, looking at this group of enemies withdrawing from the battlefield with great regret, feeling that they had missed something. The temptation of system advancement made the morale of this group of big fat men still high even after a day of exhaustion. If this group of barbarians were replaced by extraterrestrial demons, they would know exactly what they missed was a creature called Experience Baby. Levi. By Ruisi Tina trot down from the hillside, and Mutua, a name, loyally led several orc guards beside her. This is the reason why Levi asked Mutua to protect by Ruisi Tina. If Zat was asked to protect by Ruisi Tina, it is not guaranteed that this honest fellow would see an opportunity on the battlefield and leave a few orc barbarians to protect by Ruisi Tina in order to expand the results, and go to the battlefield himself. But Mutua would not. Compared to the tiger-headed and tiger-brained Zat, he is more patient. This should be what he has trained as an orc captain for a long time. After all, his every word and deed used to determine the future of the orcs, so he is extremely stable. After Levi's observation during this period, Zat is more suitable as the head of the assault army, while Mutua is more suitable as the captain of the guard. Just as the two met, and by Ruisi Tina just wanted to speak, all kinds of screams began to sound in the mountains and forests where the Dala tribe retreated in the distance, the angry roars of the Dala warriors, and a series of sounds of iron colliding also followed. By Ruisi Tina's small face was at a loss under the illumination of the moonlight. The barbarians looked at each other. Although they were too far away to see what happened, they knew from the movement that the Dala tribe had been ambushed again on the way back. Tonight's war can be described as vividly showing the mantis catching cicadas, and the oriole is behind. Until the end, no one knows whether they are the oriole or the mantis. For the iron ore, all kinds of freaks and monsters have come out. It's really eye-opening. Levi's sneering voice came from the iron helmet, and by Ruisi Tina couldn't see whether the expression under the helmet of this lord was ugly. Levi, let's go in first. By Ruisi Tina suggested. Now only entering the camp of the Feed tribe and hiding under the high walls can make her feel slightly at ease. Yeah. Levi nodded, picked up a cowhide wooden shield from the ground. This cowhide-wrapped wooden shield can easily defend against the attack of arrows. He held the shield in one hand, used the shield to protect by Ruisi Tina, and slowly advanced towards the foot of the city wall, while the barbarians stayed in place. As the beginning of this storm, the feed remnants, even if the Gao Yabao, a place name, team helped them repel the strong enemy, the guards still did not relax their vigilance. On the watchtower, the archers drew their bows and arrows, and the three-edged arrowheads shone coldly in the moonlight.
As long as the situation was not right, they could immediately shoot the enemy into a hedgehog.
Having survived in the Cass Mountains for so long, they know a truth: the enemy of the enemy is not necessarily a friend, maybe it is another jackal. This is also the reason why Levi picked up the shield. He is not afraid of wearing iron armor, but he is afraid that this group of treasures will accidentally shoot their own princess to death on the spot, then the fun will be great. Perhaps knowing that approaching the city wall alone, there must be something to say, this group of feed remnants did not shoot arrows to warn, but instead let the two walk to the bottom of the city wall. Broken Iron Can, tell us your intention. The Lord felt that he had been greatly insulted. He admitted that the iron armor on his body had become dented in many places after 2 battles. But this is the scar of the battle. It is a mark of glory. How can it be said to be broken? Who is that treasure that doesn't have eyesight? He gathered his energy in his dantian, a concept in traditional Chinese medicine, and his voice shook the mountains and forests. Blind treasure, your princess, brothers, please ask for follow-up reading and tickets. The author kneels down. Omega, with his focus on his dantian, Li Wei said in a deep voice, I am Baron Li Wei, the pioneering lord of the DB Kingdom, the master of Highcliff Keep, and I have come with your princess, Barasina, to assist you. A murmur arose from the 4-blade-high city wall. They didn't know where this baron from the DB Kingdom came from, nor had they heard of Highcliff Keep, but they were very clear about their own female clan leader. With Li Wei's eyesight, he could see some archers lowering their arrows in the moonlight. Soon a childish voice responded, I want to see my sister. In the moonlight, a burly figure also climbed onto the city wall. It's Mir. Barasina said happily in Li Wei's arms. Having received Barasina's confirmation, Li Wei nodded, put down the shield in front of him, and used both hands to hold the little girl's buttocks and lift her above his head. This was to make it easier for the opposite side to clearly see her face in the dark night sky. If the situation was wrong, Li Wei could quickly put Barasina down and protect her in his arms. Mir, it's me. With her buttocks being held, Barasina's cheeks flushed red, but she immediately waved to the tall figure on the city wall. It's Sister Barasina. Standing on the city wall, Mir easily saw the figure being held up by the iron can below. Thanks to the moonlight, it was his sister whom he had been longing for. Open the city gate and let my sister and her followers in. Mir quickly ordered the Federate remnant warriors to open a hardwood door wrapped in iron skin, estimated to weigh 1,000 pounds, to both sides. Having announced so many titles earlier, only to be casually summarized as a follower by someone who inexplicably demoted him by several levels, the Lord clutched his chest, feeling a surge of anger. This treasure, is this the person who called him a broken iron can earlier? Enter the city. With an angry shout, the Highcliff Keep team filed in through the city gate, with Li Wei bringing up the rear, a depressed expression on his face inside his iron helmet. Behind the wall was a large gentle slope, and after walking up, it was a flat ground with 4 watchtowers, full of archers. Further back were rows of wooden buildings that were exceptionally exquisite compared to Highcliff Keep, mostly 2 to 3 stories high, neatly arranged in rows, with the ground paved with flat stone roads. Some houses also had a small garden in front, planted with vegetables such as tomatoes. This was less like a tribe and more like a small town. Right now, the stars and moon were hanging in the sky. It was late at night, and although things could barely be seen under the moonlight, these wooden buildings were lit up with lights. In the open space, in addition to the Federate warriors wearing leather armor and holding wooden spears, there were also many women and children running back and forth to help the wounded. These wounded were either unlucky enough to be bitten by arrows at night, or had a wound on their chest where the flesh was turned out by a sharp blade. In fact, if it weren't for the protection of the city wall, the Dala tribe, like jackals and wolves, would have broken through this town long ago. This city wall was built between 2 cliffs and was only about 20 blades long. Such a narrow distance meant that all 400 warriors of the Dala tribe could not be fully deployed to participate in the siege, which made the pressure faced by the Federate remnants far less severe than it seemed. It seemed that this group of remnants had a couple of tricks up their sleeves to survive in the Cass Mountains for hundreds of years. The Lord, who took off his helmet and held it in his arms, examined the location where the small town was built and gave a fair evaluation. The return of the clan leader made the Federate warriors show joy, but it could not dispel the hidden sadness and the desolation that permeated the air.
"Sister, I didn't expect you to come back at this time."
A tall figure walked out of the crowd, a full 1 blade and 9 tall, burly, but with a childish face, the happiness on his face briefly covering the bleak sadness. Li Wei looked at Barasina, who was less than 1 blade and 5 tall beside him, and then at this brother who was 3 points stronger than him, and he couldn't figure out how these two were actually siblings even if he racked his brains. Barasina did mention to him that she had a naughty younger brother in the tribe, and the Lord had always thought he was just a little kid, but now he was silent.
"Is this called naughty? Mir, where's Grandpa Mondi?" Barasina's eyes searched behind Mir, as if trying to find someone who didn't exist.
Grandpa Mondi, Uncle Sith, and brother are all dead, so I'm temporarily acting as the clan leader. It's all my fault, I couldn't protect them. Mir sniffed, tears almost falling, but he tried his best to hold them back. From the moment she came in and only saw Mir, Barasina had some guesses, but when she really heard this bad news, her body couldn't help but tremble, and she took a deep breath. Now she was the clan leader of the Federate remnants, and if she showed sadness at this time, it would be an unparalleled blow to morale.
"Mir, it's not your fault.
Now that Grandpa Mondi and the others are gone, you have to be strong." Barasina stood on tiptoe and patted Mir's shoulder, who was bending over at the right time, and comforted him softly. Looking at Barasina, who clearly had a baby face like a little girl, but was actually looking serious like a little adult, standing on tiptoe to comfort Mir, who was 1 blade and 9 tall and very burly. Li Wei really couldn't hold back. Please forgive him for laughing in this serious scene. As everyone knows, while God opens a door for you, he also closes a window for you. God obviously gave Mir a strong body, but his mind was still like a child who hadn't grown up. He seemed smart and alert, but he was far from being able to take on a responsibility, which was obviously known to all the Federate remnants. Like a lost child finally finding his mother, and a rushing river finding an outlet, Mir's tears, which he tried his best to hold back, could no longer be suppressed, flowing from the corners of his eyes across his cheeks, and finally converging on his chin, turning into teardrops that fell on the ground.
"What are you laughing at? Are you laughing at me?"
Mir suddenly raised his head to look at Li Wei, his voice with a sob.
I'm guilty."
A certain lord didn't expect his little action to be caught on the spot. "This is Baron Li Wei, the pioneering lord of DB, the champion of the DB arena, and also a knight with chivalry. From now on we will be his subjects,"
Barasina introduced solemnly.
Most of the Federate remnants knew what she had done this time, and they bowed slightly with curiosity. Even if this lord had some embellishments, he would obviously not be too bad with so many titles. Even Li Wei, who had a thick skin, blushed when he was praised so seriously in front of a group of people.
"You must be my brother-in-law?"
At this moment, Mir asked with an excited face. Looking at Mir, who was half a head taller than him, Levin didn't know when he had gained such a big little brother-in-law.
"Mir, what nonsense are you talking about?"
"You have to call him Lord." Bairuisi Tina was both angry and anxious, her small fist pounded on Mir's waist, her small face flushed red in the darkness.
Bairuisi Tina's punch was completely painless for Mir, and a vivid disappointment appeared on his face.
In fact, he had seen the Lord's heroic appearance under the city wall, and always thought he was a strong man with a full beard. He didn't expect that after taking off his helmet, he would be as handsome as an elf. If he wasn't his brother-in-law, he couldn't understand how his sister convinced this brave and handsome knight to personally rush to the battlefield to help.
Bairuisi Tina's younger brother was too rude from any point of view.
Levin didn't know how old he was, but his mind was as naive as a child. Perhaps because he had witnessed his relatives die one by one in front of him, the mountain-like heavy responsibility was weighing on him, making his inner world close to collapse. The unreleased pressure was like the cold north wind constantly eroding his fragile inner heart. So when he found someone to rely on, he temporarily retreated from his brief maturity, resulting in some strange behavior. Levin couldn't say he was angry about this, but rather felt sympathy. After all, he shouldn't have to bear this responsibility at all. Levin ignored the two siblings' small movements and said to Jate, a name, come and take off my armor. He still hadn't taken off the armor on his body, and the blood stains on his body had long since dried and formed black spots. Jete, Aname, and Mutua, Aname, came to their boss and began to remove the armor. After 2 battles, some parts of the armor were attacked and became dented, causing damage to the joints. The 2 orcs used some force with the help of pliers to buckle it down. Whoosh! Every time a layer of armor was unfastened, the blood that had not had time to solidify splashed directly on the ground, and the smell that had gradually faded away in the night wind became rich again. Jete, Aname, and Mutua, Aname, looked in awe and admiration. The enemies killed by the boss alone were almost as many as they had killed. The terrifying giant sword swept across, and the opposite side fell down in pieces, just like the ryegrass they cut in their hometown to feed the livestock. Tina, can you find a place for me and my men to rest? After a day of fighting, we are very tired. Taking off the burden of the armor, Levin felt a little relaxed and stretched. The tribe has extra houses, but they may seem a little short for your men, but there is no problem in resting. Bairuisi Tina, Aname, walked in front, leading Levin and his party to a row of wooden buildings without lights. The 2 walked together, and Bairuisi Tina, Aname, hesitated for a while before speak. Levin, although Mir is a little naughty, he is not usually like this. I don't understand at all. He clearly has the talent to be a general, but his behavior is as naive as a child. Levin said as he walked, God gave him this talent, but he doesn't use it. Levin's eyes were very sharp. In his opinion, Mir didn't have any genetic diseases that damaged his intelligence. He was very smart, and 10 Jate, Aname, added up were no match for him. The reason why he is like this now is entirely because he is too well protected, so that he has lost the ability to be independent. To be honest, if we hadn't rushed over tonight, if we had come tomorrow, there would only be ruins and corpses left here. Levin, you are a little too harsh. Mir is only 16 years old. Bairuisi Tina, Aname, was also very helpless. Mir is actually very smart, but he uses his talent to tinker with some strange things. Levin stopped and stared straight into those sapphire-like eyes. Tina, I can fully understand that he is young, but the world won't, and the enemy won't either. Do you know what I experienced when I was 15 years old? Levin asked, but before Bairuisi Tina, Aname, could answer, he continued, a powerful earl wanted to take me as a male pet. I chopped down dozens of guards and ran out of the castle. In the end, I worked as a mercenary, a waiter for noble women, and also fought in the arena. After traveling west and south for 3 years, I experienced so much before I had everything I have now in the north. Ah! Bairuisi Tina, Aname, was dumbfounded. She didn't expect Levin to have such an experience, and she didn't expect Levin's age to be the same as hers. Levin ignored Bairuisi Tina, Aname, surprise and took a deep look at her. What I want to say is that a loving mother spoils her son, so does the sister. After speaking, he walked towards the camp divided for the barbarians without looking back. He said this just because he didn't want a good seedling to be ruined by Bairuisi Tina, Aname, protection. Mir can have this physique at the age of 16, and he is completely material for the battlefield. Especially since this kid is very smart, as long as he is cultivated a little, he will definitely achieve something in the future. Now there is a shortage of talents in Highcliffe Castle. Apart from him, there is no one who can lead troops to fight. If this kid can be cultivated, he will definitely become one of the pillars of Highcliffe Castle. As for the experience at the age of 15, it was exactly when he had just transmigrated over. The predecessor was a down-and-out baron, and finally he was so poor that he sold anus. Fortunately, he transmigrated over in advance to prevent all this, otherwise he would not be able to preserve one's reputation in old age. The women and children of the Fade, Aname, remnants are preparing food and mulled wine for the Highcliffe Castle warriors. This century-old town has abundant supplies. According to what Bairuisi Tina, Aname, said, the food reserves are enough for the people here to eat for more than a year. Levin, who only ate 2 bird eggs in the morning to have a snack, was indeed a little hungry after a day of rushing about. Walking into the house, he took the bread stuffed with vegetables and meat from the table and tore it apart, taking a spoonful of braised beef with potatoes by the way, nodding as he ate. When it comes to food, you still have to look at humans. Orc barbarians may be good at roasting meat, but the food they make is only barely edible. The bread soaked in hot milk emitting a milky fragrance. One bite and the milk bursts out from it, filling the mouth, and is also accompanied by the meaty aroma of roasted venison. This unique combination of ingredients made Levin's eyes light up. The potatoes were stewed soft and glutinous, perfectly absorbing the rich gravy. The beef was tender and not old, and it turned into minced meat with a gentle pursed lips at the entrance. Tonight's food was the most satisfactory meal he had eaten since he left Duchess Aim's mansion. However, Levin stopped after eating only 6 points full. Now no one can say when the next batch of enemies will arrive. If he eats too much, it will affect his performance. The barbarians, who were veterans of the battlefield, obviously understood this principle, and they also just filled their stomachs casually and stopped moving. After eating their fill, the barbarians weren't particular. In twos and threes, they leaned against the walls in the wooden house, closing their eyes to rest. Back in the tribe, when they went out hunting, the sky was often their blanket and the ground their bed. They could fall asleep lying on the grass. Tonight, they even had a place to shelter from the wind, which was already a very good resting spot for the barbarians. Zat leaned against the wall and didn't know how long he had slept before he was awakened by a slight tremor. He touched his watermelon-like round head, looking at the wooden building with some confusion. "Boss, why do I feel like this building is shaking a bit? Is it going to collapse?" "No way, this building is obviously very sturdy, built under the personal guidance of a master architect." As a civil engineering worker, Li Wei could tell at a glance that this wooden building was designed by a master architect. Whether it was the structural planning or the utilization of space, it was perfect, and it wouldn't collapse just because of a few barbarians. Li Wei was extremely energetic. Even if he didn't sleep for days and nights, it wouldn't be a big deal for him. At this moment, he was enthusiastically playing a small game of hitting wooden plaques with a group of sniveling-fed children on the stone road at the entrance. This was a game popular among the Debi people. A palm-sized wooden plaque, engraved with various little devil patterns, was placed on the ground 5 run away, and then stones were thrown at it. Each person had 5 stones, and whoever knocked it down the most times would win the wooden plaque. "Damn it, you guys actually won. I'm going all in." Relying on his empty-handed strategy, Li Wei won 7 or 8 wooden plaques, then deliberately lost 3 rounds in a row, betting all his remaining 5 wooden plaques on the final round. As everyone knows, going all in is a sign of wisdom. And the 3 fed children with snot bubbles hadn't realized the treacherousness of human hearts. Having won 3 rounds in a row, they gradually became confident, thinking that this big brother was just a lousy player who loved to play, and they also bet all the wooden plaques in their arms. The round 2 determined the winner was naturally no longer an ordinary game. The wooden plaque was placed 20 run away by Li Wei. Whoever could knock it down would get all 4 piles of wooden plaques. The ending was naturally obvious. With the Lord's accuracy, even if the wooden plaque was placed 50 run away, he would hit it every time. Everything before was just someone's self-directed performance. The 3 little brats who had all their wooden plaques won by the Lord understood the principle that human hearts are separated by a belly for the first time. Often, people who look honest and upright are the most deadly when they screw people over. Li Wei returned the wooden plaques to the 3 fed children who were about to cry, and touched their heads, warning them that the victory that seemed to be right in front of them might be an even deeper trap. "All of Highcliffe Fortress, assemble! Let's see which jackal-smelling blood has come again today." Li Wei clapped the dust off his hands and led the way towards the city wall. On the way, he ran into by Ruisi Tina. Seeing that she was still rubbing her eyes with some dark circles, he knew that the clan leader had also been tense last night, and the slightest disturbance would wake her up. The deep and powerful sound of a horn also came from the watchtower in the distance. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The guarding warrior shouted hoarsely. Although the sun hadn't risen yet, the sky was already faintly bright. According to the time in his previous life, it was probably around 6 or 7 o'clock. The sleeping camp quickly woke up. For a time, all that could be heard was countless messy footsteps. Fed warriors gathered in twos and threes from the camp to the city wall. They hadn't taken off their leather armor when they slept, and their weapons were placed under their pillows, just so they could quickly enter a state of combat when an enemy attacked. Arriving at the city wall, Li Wei found that Mill was holding a cylindrical object to his eye socket. "What's that in your hand?" "Brother-in-law, you're here." Mill looked happy and proudly explained the item in his hand. "This is something I invented. It can make things hundreds of steps away look as big as a giant stone. I gave it a name, magnifying glass." The Lord, who had automatically filtered out the address, looked at Mill, who was unbelievably burly, with a very complicated expression. He hesitated, and finally said, "Let me see." Just when Mill wanted to explain to Li Wei how to use it, he didn't expect that his brother-in-law felt more familiar with it than he was, and couldn't help but scratch the back of his head. It really is a telescope. Looking at the magnified objects in the monocular telescope, Li Wei felt complicated. Is this what Ruisi Tina said about liking to tinker with strange little things? This thing, for this world that doesn't have radar and other detectors, the Fed people on the battlefield, can be said to be a sharp weapon. This kid actually figured it out himself. He's simply a genius. To be honest, Li Wei didn't think about making these little things for a while because of his excellent eyesight. He didn't expect to see it here today. Although it's only a prototype and doesn't have the function of adjusting the magnification, it's still amazing. This thing is good. Mill was extremely happy to be praised. In the past, not only Uncle Mond, but also his sister said that he was wasting his talent on meaningless things. Wasting his talent on meaningless things, this was the first time he had been recognized. Who's coming this time? Li Wei peered into the distance with the telescope. A team was driving towards the camp from a distance. The Evil Tooth tribe. Ruisi Tina's expression was very heavy. Looks like they're not much stronger than the Dala tribe last night. The Lord commented, not understanding why Ruisi Tina valued them so much. This was also a group of northern barbarians with brown curly hair, but unlike the people of the Dala tribe, they didn't have feather decorations on their heads, but only necklaces strung together with various teeth around their necks. Their wheat-colored skin was painted with unknown patterns drawn with white dye. Compared to the Dala tribe, they were obviously more like savages. Everyone was bare-chested, wearing animal skin skirts and straw sandals. They didn't even have decent leather armor. Their weapons were mostly spears and bone knives. There were about 300 of them. In the situation of a wilderness tribe, it was estimated that they had brought 9% of the young and strong men in the tribe. This gave the Lord, who had just fought a group wearing leather armor and iron weapons, a dreamlike feeling, as if he had suddenly gone from a civilized society to a primitive tribe. He couldn't help but feel a little contempt. $400 warriors with relatively good equipment in the wilderness were repelled by the warriors of Highcliff Fortress last night, let alone this group of small Karami. Their shaman knows witchcraft. Seemingly seeing Li Wei's contempt, Ruisi Tina said so. What? Li Wei raised his voice by 8 degrees, his face full of astonishment, and couldn't help but confirm again. I just heard the elders say that a Fed descendant married into the Evil Tooth tribe. Witchcraft. Li Wei wasn't surprised that the descendants of the Fed were marrying into the various tribes of the Cass Mountains. Without this layer of trade, how could these locals have allowed a group of outsiders to live here for hundreds of years? The Lord solemnly sized up the team that had stopped more than 150 steps away from the city wall. Regarding the matter of the other party knowing witchcraft, although Ruistina wasn't too sure, he believed it. He had once seen someone perform so-called magic on the streets of Cologne. It wasn't some kind of street magic, but a person who had wandered to Cologne completely released an ice crystal out of thin air on the street. Unfortunately, the power was mediocre, at most it could pierce a layer of cloth. Li Wei said that he could kill 100 of these magicians without panting. But as long as it's related to existences like magic and witchcraft, it's worth paying attention to. It's hard to guarantee that some kind of witchcraft might appear in the wilderness that allows someone to perform a curse just by obtaining a strand of someone else's hair, especially since these Evil Tooth tribe people are covered in unknown patterns, looking rather spooky. Do you know what kind of witchcraft they know? With the idea of knowing the enemy and knowing yourself, you can fight 100 battles without defeat. The Lord tried to get more information from Ruistina. They hide it very tightly. My ancestor only knew that their shaman has been inheriting some kind of witchcraft.
Ruistina shook her head.
This made Li Wei a little embarrassed. If the other party really mastered some unknown witchcraft, it would be inevitable to suffer a big loss in battle. But just when Li Wei was thinking about how to deal with these evil Tooth Tribe people, he didn't expect that the other party would send 2 people to approach the city wall on their own initiative, obviously to negotiate.
Are they here to assist you too? Li Wei asked.
Ruistina just shook her head, her face full of incomprehension. Although her elders married into the evil Tooth Tribe, the friendship between the two sides was only limited to not attacking each other, and it was far from reaching the level of military assistance.
State your intentions.
When the two were 30 steps away from the city wall, Li Wei sternly reprimanded their actions and waved his hand. The feet archers raised the bows in their hands and stared at the 2 people under the city wall. The Lord naturally took over the guidance of the feed descendants. With the high-level officials all dead, the Mill and Ruistina's siblings had the highest status among the entire feed descendants. And Mill didn't feel anything wrong with his behavior, and Ruistina also took him as the leader. In this way, he naturally became the new lord of the feed descendants.
The most burly man below is the chief of the evil Tooth Tribe.
The evil Tooth Tribe has a custom that every time they hunt and kill a powerful beast alone, they will collect their teeth and hang them around their necks. This chief has 3 circles of beast teeth hanging around his neck. He is definitely an exceptionally brave warrior.
Ruistina introduced from the side. Li Wei looked down.
The leading northern wilderness man was at least 2.5 rin tall, and his bare upper body was covered with scars, proving that he was a warrior who had survived countless life and death battles. Regardless of anything else, just the fact that the 2 dared to walk to the city wall under the pressure of nearly 100 archers, and without wearing iron armor. This courage is worthy of admiration. Upon learning that you discovered the iron ore but didn't tell the evil Tooth Tribe who are your friends, the shaman is very angry, but considering the past friendship, the shaman still decided to help the feed friends resist the jackals. And in order to make the relationship between the 2 tribes closer, the shaman decided to condescend and marry your chief as a Shanu. The northern wilderness man who was the chief looked down at the feed descendants on the city wall, while the people he brought were strutting and talking in fluent common language. From Ruistina's knowledge, these wild people basically know the common language, and the chief of the evil Tooth Tribe obviously felt that he would lose his status if he spoke himself, so he specially found a messenger.
Not very capable, but his airs are even higher than his, a genuine Deber noble.
The Lord withdrew his previous remarks. The reason why these 2 dared to walk to the city wall had nothing to do with courage, but they were sure that the feed descendants didn't dare to go to war with them. Li Wei didn't know whether this confidence was given to them by the hidden shaman, or because the feed descendants used to rely on marrying off their daughters to beg for peace, making them think that the feed descendants were weak and deceptive, or something else.
But at least Li Wei couldn't help but laugh. Although he hasn't met the shaman of the evil Tooth Tribe, there is an unwritten rule for those who become shamans in the wilderness. In addition to knowing witchcraft, each shaman is the most knowledgeable and experienced person in the tribe.
And in the wilderness where everyone is illiterate, to have knowledge and experience, one can only rely on age accumulation, which means that the age of each shaman is basically not too young. This old codger is ugly but thinks beautifully. This old codger is ostensibly marrying Ruistina, but secretly wants to annex all the feed descendants and turn them into people of the evil Tooth Tribe, and even take the iron ore into his pocket. Directly killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Li Wei kicked Jate and asked this guy to speak for himself. After all, general to general, soldier to soldier. Want to marry our chief, but don't even dare to show your face. Who knows if you're a human or a ghost? If you're a pig's head, does our chief have to marry over? Under Li Wei's instruction, Jate shouted loudly and hilariously. The people of the evil Tooth Tribe didn't expect that the speaker was actually a green-skinned orc with fangs, and didn't understand where the feed descendants found these barbarians. But they were only slightly surprised, and then quickly discussed it. Before long, it seemed that they had discussed the result, and 4 strong men from the evil Tooth Tribe carried a simple wooden sedan chair out of the scattered crowd. They stopped when they were 100 steps away from the city wall. Ordinary arrows couldn't reach this position at all. It was estimated that they thought this was a safe distance. Tomato banana leaves were lifted, and the first to come out were two curvaceous female northern wilderness people, wearing animal skin skirts and animal skin chest wraps, and their bare skin was also painted with strange patterns. Soon, a little old man who was only 1.5 rin tall walked out of it, wearing a shaman robe, with 2 bird feathers of different colors inserted on his head for decoration, and holding a cane made of unknown wood in his hand. Sam looked proudly at the distant city wall. Now that 300 warriors of the tribe have arrived, these Feed descendants must have suffered heavy losses after yesterday's battle, and they are physically and mentally exhausted and dare not be enemies with the evil Tooth tribe. Now he is giving them the possibility of forming an alliance. As long as they are not stupid pigs, they will definitely not let go of this opportunity. At that time, he will not only be able to marry the beautiful chief of the Feed descendants, but also annex the Feed descendants and occupy the iron ore. Sam seemed to have seen the near future. The evil Tooth tribe gradually developed and expanded in his hands, becoming the overlord of the entire wilderness, and the corners of his mouth gradually raised slightly. However, what is that? Sam squinted his eyes and carefully looked at the black line that was gradually enlarging in his eyes. The wilderness gods are above. This is an arrow shot from a ballista? How could the Feed tribe have a ballista? He screamed in fright, collapsed on the ground, and crawled towards the wooden sedan chair in a panic. Front of you may actually be a trap. The sudden javelins not only startled the people of the evil Tooth tribe, but even Beatrice, who was closest to Li Wei, didn't expect him to strike suddenly. Damn it, we came specifically to help you overcome this difficult situation, but you, the Fedor tribe, attacked the shaman with a ballista, acting like jackals who repay kindness with evil. You will face the revenge of the evil Tooth tribe. The evil Tooth tribe warrior who delivered the message under the city wall was hopping mad, scolding righteously. However, if these two guys could stand still while yelling, their words would seem more genuine. As it turned out, when Li Wei threw the javelins, they were so scared that they ran back to their own team with their tails between their legs, fearing that they would be shot into hedgehogs if they were a step slower. The confidence they previously had to stand under the city wall was based on the assumption that the Fedor tribe wouldn't dare to antagonize their evil Tooth tribe and create a new enemy at this time. But now, this confidence had been shattered by a single spear, especially since the shaman's condition was unknown. Li Wei didn't know how these two guys still dared to provoke hatred here. Swish, swish. He casually threw out 2 javelins as a reward for them. The finely crafted steel javelin shot out like lightning, instantly pinning the 2 men, who had just run 60 paces away from the city wall, to the ground, leaving only the ends of the spears still vibrating. Li Wei's javelins were too much for even ogres who were 3 blades tall to withstand. Even if they wore iron armor, they could easily pierce through it with the added force, let alone 2 unarmored Northland barbarians. The situation was clearly favorable, but suddenly the chieftain was impaled on the ground, obviously dead, and the shaman's condition was also unknown. The evil Tooth tribe, having lost their leaders, fell into turmoil, looking at each other, unsure how to respond to the situation. Open the city gate. Warriors of Highcliff Fortress, follow me to charge. Fedor warriors, stay behind to provide support. Li Wei would definitely not miss such a great opportunity. He raised his arm and shouted, leading the charge down the city wall, with the Orcish barbarians following behind him. The saying goes, capture the leader to capture the entire army, and, in team battles, target the backlines. After this group showed their intention to marry Beatrice, Li Wei wanted to lure out the elusive shaman and use a counterplot. Unexpectedly, this old fool actually dared to come out. Perhaps he felt safe at a distance of 100 paces from the city wall, because ordinary bows and arrows could hardly reach that far, and even if they could, the accuracy would be uncontrollable. But he didn't expect that Li Wei was a cheat. Back in Corin, he could accurately snipe the knights of the Golden Lion Legion at a distance of 400 paces. A distance of 100 paces was no different from placing a target in front of him. Li Wei naturally wouldn't miss this great opportunity and directly threw the javelin. With his accuracy, he would obviously not miss the target at this distance. The shaman was successfully hit by his spear. Li Wei wasn't particularly happy with this obvious outcome, but rather felt a little regret. He thought that this shaman who knew witchcraft might have some profound witchcraft and extraordinary strength, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even withstand one of his spears, much weaker than he imagined. This disappointed Li Wei, who had originally expected an earth-shattering duel between a knight and a spellcaster that would resonate throughout the entire DB. He even came up with a name for this duel that would be recorded in history and passed down for thousands of years: the end of the spellcaster. When passing by the two corpses that had been dead for a long time, Li Wei didn't even glance at them. They were just insignificant characters. Perhaps this evil tooth-tribe chieftain had hunted dozens of ferocious beasts and possessed superb martial skills, which even Beatrice was afraid of. But when he couldn't even block one of his spears, he wasn't worth the Lord spending extra brain cells to remember him. As of now, the only one who can withstand one of his spears without dying is Sir Damon, who has cultivated Do Chi. Li Wei had tried to cultivate Do Chi before, because when his strength reached a bottleneck, he needed to use other systems to increase his strength again. Unfortunately, he found that low-level Do Chi manuals were as helpful to him as adding a cup of water to the ocean, completely useless. It would be better to kill more people and continue leveling up. High-level Do Chi manuals were firmly in the hands of the great nobles and could not be obtained with money. In addition, those so-called nobles who cultivated high-level Do Chi manuals couldn't even last one round in his hands, so he stopped being obsessed with cultivating Do Chi. But the main reason was that he didn't have a high-level Do Chi manual. If he did, he wouldn't mind cultivating it. If he could develop something, it would be a sure profit. Your shaman and chieftain are dead, why don't you surrender? Before the two sides even made contact, Zart, at Li Wei's signal, chopped off the head of the evil tooth-tribe chieftain and raised it high on his battle axe, roaring with the Orcish barbarians. The roar of more than 40 Orcish barbarians resounded throughout the sky, like thunderous rage, shaking people's hearts. Without anyone to control the overall situation, the chieftain's head was disrespectfully raised on an axe, and the shaman's condition was also unknown. The blow to the evil tooth tribe was unparalleled. The morale of the evil tooth tribe warriors visibly declined and they had lost their will to fight. Perhaps history is not lacking in troops who can maintain morale and fight the enemy even after their commander is beheaded, but in Li Wei's impression, only that red flag fluttering troop has done it. A group of Northland barbarians obviously didn't have this tenacious spirit. When the barbarians officially crashed into the evil tooth tribe's ranks and began to slaughter, devouring the flesh and blood in front of them like a meat grinder, the sight of severed limbs and broken arms caused these Northland barbarians to resist only slightly before starting to rout. They ran in a chaotic mess towards the surrounding mountains and forests, everywhere. 40 barbarians couldn't stop the rout of more than 300 people. They could only loudly scold the nearest people to surrender. After nearly hacking down several fleeing evil tooth warriors, excluding those who ran away and died, there were finally 70 or 80 people squatting on the ground, anxiously accepting their fate. They were the warriors at the very front. When the rout began, they couldn't rush out at all. To avoid being killed, they could only squat on the ground and surrender. This battle can be said to be even easier than last night. The barbarians only hacked to death dozens of evil tooth warriors before their ranks began to rout on their own. The orcs didn't even warm up. But Li Wei knew that the reason this battle was won so easily was due to the asymmetry of information and the evil tooth tribe being too confident. The shaman didn't know that his javelin skills had reached perfection. Not to mention 100 paces, even at 300 paces he was confident in accurately sniping. And the only chieftain was too confident, exposing himself to danger. As a result, both leaders were beheaded by Li Wei, leading to a lack of leadership. They only needed a little pressure to rout on their own. Boss, this old geezer isn't dead yet. Just as the barbarians were clearing the battlefield, Zart walked over, carrying a small old man like a chick. This shaman had a bloody hole in his shoulder, and the blood had dyed most of his clothes red. Every time Zart moved, the wound would be tugged, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. However, whether he used witchcraft or something, the wound didn't bleed. Li Wei wasn't surprised that the shaman wasn't dead. He hadn't intended to kill him directly with that shot, deliberately avoiding vital points. Zart threw him in front of Li Wei. "What's your name? What kind of witchcraft do you know?" Sam pursed his lips, unwilling to speak, trying to maintain his dignity as a noble spellcaster. He was a seasoned old fox, not really intending to die hard, but just putting on airs to raise his value. In his opinion, every spellcaster should be respected.
He firmly believed that with his skills, he would be a guest of honor even at a Deborah noble's banquet, and today would be no exception. But ideals often differ from reality. Zart, give this old rascal some persuasion. Li Wei was too lazy to waste words with a prisoner and directly handed him over to Zart, who looked the most honest and simple. He was indeed curious about spellcasters, but if he really showed that he valued him, it would only play into the shaman's hands. Yes, boss. Zart's face showed a simple and honest smile. Then, he placed his thick palm on Sam's shoulder, with a malicious smile on his face. Old bastard, so you're the one who wants to marry Tina, the chief steward of Highcliffe Keep, huh? Zart had another sentence in his heart that he didn't say. Tina is the boss's woman, how dare an old bastard like you covet her? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Looking at the orc's strange smile, Sam's Adam's apple kept moving. He felt that he seemed to be a little too tough. Zart pushed the shaman towards a dark corner. The orcs on the wasteland, besides hunting, also raise livestock, and herdsmen often have a unique whip technique. Zart, who used to herd northern sheep in his early years, was naturally no exception. Brother-in-law, your wisdom is as vast as the sea. 300 tribal warriors were easily dealt with by you. Mir looked at the crestfallen evil-toothed tribe warriors being escorted into the camp with amazement, his face full of admiration. 300 tribal warriors were actually dealt with so easily, without any casualties. Mir simply couldn't believe it. Li Wei laughed heartily, seemingly extremely pleased with the flattery, and didn't mind Mir's address. He patted him on the shoulder. Follow me and learn well. I won't say anything else, but at least you can have 50% of my skills. Mir just smiled awkwardly. Li Wei could tell at a glance that this kid wasn't interested in these things, so he waved his hand and sent him away. After learning that Mir had developed the telescope himself, Li Wei stopped insisting that he should display his talent on the battlefield. He wandered around the camp alone with his hands behind his back, thinking about some things. The Fedden warriors he encountered along the way all looked at him with admiration. Obviously, the method of repelling a tribe without losing a single soldier had opened their eyes, and they knew that this future superior of theirs was not a kid like Mir. Under his leadership, this war was very likely to be won. The Dala tribe and the Evil Tooth tribe could gather 300 to 400 strong men, and the tribe size was at least over 1,000. They were considered a powerful force in the Cass Mountains. Being repeatedly frustrated within a short day and not gaining any advantage here at the Fedden tribe was enough to slightly deter other forces. According to Li Wei's speculation, the Fedden tribe would usher in a brief period of calm for at least the next few days. But calm doesn't mean peace. It just lets those lurking in the dark know that the Fedden remnants are not so easy to chew on, and they will spend time accumulating stronger power. After that, naturally, a more turbulent wave will sweep over. This battle, besides protecting the iron mine and allowing Highcliffe Keep to begin building a military industry, had a deeper strategic level, which was to consume the strength of this group of natives. To allow this group of wasteland natives to only recuperate in the mid-term. To prevent them from gathering more power to crush Highcliffe Keep and to leave enough development time for the future development of Highcliffe Keep. The Cass Mountains are not too far from Highcliffe Keep. Anyone with a little knowledge would obviously not tolerate Deborah's bridgehead being placed in this position, as it would greatly compress their living space. Others thought he was only interested in the iron mine, but Li Wei looked further. Therefore, this battle was not only for the iron mine, but also a battle for survival. Retreating one step would mean Highcliffe Keep without any fortifications. Even if the enemy's power was huge, there was no room for retreat. Moreover, with the system in hand, once the war timeline was extended, they would not fear any enemy. Li Wei had explored the Fedden camp and found a pool belonging to a spring, and the Fedden tribe's food reserves were also extremely abundant, enough to support them for a year. In other words, they were not afraid of siege warfare plans. As he walked, Li Wei suddenly heard a few screams in the distance, followed by a storm of whips lashing into flesh. He walked over and saw that the shaman was tied to a wooden stake, and the burly Zart was swinging a leather whip left and right. After finishing, this guy also unbuttoned his pants, peed on the ground, and then pressed the wooden stake, constantly bringing the shaman's old head closer to the ground, as if to feed him a taste of the orc's freshly brewed hot tea. The shaman was so frightened that he looked horrified,
feeling that it was more painful than being whipped. Especially the soaring stench, which made him almost vomit. Li Wei was silent and prepared to leave with his hands behind his back. He didn't expect that Zart would play so perverted. In terms of interrogating prisoners, he was still a few points inferior. "Lord, I confess. I confess everything." As a result, just after taking a few steps, a desolate cry came from behind. The shaman no longer had the lofty appearance he had before, and tears and snot were about to flow out. He was obviously frightened. Zart also sought his boss, scratching his round head honestly. Coming closer, Li Wei put his hands behind his back and was about to ask when a stimulating stench rushed into his mind. "Zart, it seems you've been having some internal heat lately." The Lord said this expressionlessly and left the scene steadily and quickly with his hands behind his back. "Bring this old rascal over here." Zart touched the back of his head in surprise, only feeling that his boss was simply a god, even knowing that he had internal heat. Could it be that besides being a monster in martial arts, his boss was also proficient in medicine? Unable to figure it out, he untied the rope and carried Sam up. "Name?" Li Wei sat grandly on the armchair, looking down at the shaman slumped on the ground. "Sam, what kind of witchcraft do you know?" I know. Having realized that this lord had no respect for spellcasters, Sam started talking non-stop to avoid getting whipped a few more times. "My lord, I know healing spells and stone skin." "So weak?" The lord couldn't believe it. Where was the 100-mile ice seal spell or fireball? He didn't have any of them. "My lord, the fact that I can master 2 spells is already considered a gift. Besides, stone skin can make a person's skin as hard as stone, which is definitely a very useful spell on the battlefield." Sam was a little indignant that Li Wei was questioning his expertise. "Can it withstand a shot from my gun?" Li Wei said disdainfully. "That's right, that guy is really good at singing his own praises," Zart muttered quietly from the side. Sam was silent. If shamans weren't as fragile as human spellcasters, and each shaman's physical strength wasn't much worse than their own spells. Plus, he had healed himself. Otherwise, he would have met his dead grandmother long ago. The terrifying shot was actually thrown by this man in front of him, not some kind of ballista. That shot wouldn't be stopped by stone skin, even iron skin wouldn't work. But Sam only dared to slander in his heart. Smack! "Tell me honestly, were you the ones who attacked the Dala tribe last night?" Li Wei slammed a temporarily made gavel on the wooden table in front of him with a smack, with the air of an ancient master interrogating in court. "We fought with them before. With such a good opportunity last night, we certainly wouldn't let it go. But their chief took advantage of the chaos and ran away with dozens of warriors. We didn't manage to keep them all." "You are very honest. This is a good start and a good beginning for us to build trust." Swish! A flash of silver light passed. Li Wei walked in front of Sam, drew his long sword, and before he could react, used the holy sword to cut the ropes binding his hands and feet. At the end, he even made a sword flourish before returning it to its scabbard. Sam was so frightened by the blade that brushed against his skin that his hair stood on end, and his face was pale. He wanted to burst into curses, but at the moment he was about to say it, he realized his situation was not good and forcibly held it back. If trust is built like this, then there's no need. How many warriors in your tribe are left behind? How strong are they? None. Hey, you're still not being honest? Do you think the whip in Grandpa Zart's hand doesn't bite anymore? Smack! Zart took off the cowhide whip from his belt, raised his hand and whipped it, hitting Sam on the back. The pain made him scream and said with a mournful face, "My lord, there really aren't any. The most valiant and skilled warriors have been defeated by you. Now the evil Tooth tribe doesn't have a leader who can convince the public, and they can no longer organize warriors to fight. Explain in detail." Total number, location, able-bodied men. Li Wei held a wooden board and a charcoal pencil in his hand. Logically speaking, the strength of the troops left behind is far inferior to the main force that went out to attack, but history has taught Li Wei a lesson: being cautious is a virtue. Especially since the evil Tooth tribe hasn't lost 100 warriors, unlike the crippled Dala tribe.
Li Wei has to prevent them from making a comeback. Now they happen to be lacking a leader. Li Wei will decide whether to take advantage of the victory and pursue, directly destroying the possibility of their comeback, depending on the situation. Sam spoke as he recorded. But these things are just for reference. He still had to scout. A little carelessness in marching and fighting could lead to capsizing in the gutter, and once it capsized, it would be irreversible. More than 1,000 people. There should be about 300 able-bodied men who can wield knives and swords, plus those who escaped back. Looking at the data, Sam said. Li Wei nodded. This number was about the same as he had estimated. Putting away the wooden board, Li Wei, who was about to leave, suddenly remembered something. By the way, are there many shamans in the wilderness who know witchcraft? Not many. As far as I know, in the tribes of the Cass Mountains, I am the only true shaman. And among the alien races in the wilderness, only kobolds, minotaurs, trolls, and orcs are rich in shamans. Sam said with some pride. After all, among so many human tribes in the Cass Mountains, he was the only one who knew magic, and he knew 2 spells. At the same time, he felt a little aggrieved. Such a rare shaman was not only captured by a certain magic idiot, but also not cherished. The self-esteem of a spellcaster was at play, but reality had to force him to bow his head. Oh? Then how did you learn these 2 witchcrafts? Li Wei really didn't expect that orcs and kobolds could become shamans. The main reason was that he had always lived in the south, and the south was mostly inhabited by alien races such as lizardmen and mermen. Sam hesitated, because this was his secret, but when he saw the orc barbarian eagerly reaching for the cowhide whip on his butt, he suddenly felt that this secret was not very important. My lord, I have a magic scroll. Magic scroll? Actually it's a stone slab that records several spells. Sam looked at the cowhide whip in the orc barbarian's hand with caution. As a shaman, his physique was not much worse than that of young people, but even a thick-skinned black mountain boar could not withstand a few whips from this muscular fool. Where's the stone slab? I put it in the tribe. The location is very hidden. No one can find it except me. If you want it, my lord, I can take you to get it. Sam stood up straight and said with a serious face. You better pray that what you said is true. Li Wei took a deep look at this little old man. But an idea was gradually forming in his mind, but the premise was that everything this old boy said was true. Sam breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time thought that he was about to be valued. After all, he had contributed even the most precious things. He was also a shaman who knew magic, and he should not be so underestimated no matter what. As a result, the next second, Li Wei personally tied him up tightly with a rope. No, where did you learn this tying technique from? Sam was dumbfounded. Tying people up was fine, but why was this kind of tying so shameful? It made him only able to squirm on the ground like a caterpillar. The Lord was a witchcraft illiterate who didn't understand anything, and was both curious and cautious about witchcraft. He was very worried that this old shaman would cast some kind of witchcraft on him in the middle of the night, so to prevent accidents, he simply tied his hands and feet. Thinking that magic required chanting spells, he also asked Zart to stuff the shaman's stinky socks into his mouth, and then nodded in satisfaction. The reason he did this was because he had not received the old man's application to join the team from beginning to end. The summer weather was scorching, and only the gentle mountain breeze offered a hint of coolness. Standing on the watchtower, Levi looked into the distance, past the dense mountain forests, to the vast grasslands beyond. In reality, the Feed tribe was located just on the outskirts of the Cass Mountains, so standing at a high point offered a clear view of the grasslands. The clouds cast shadows on the earth, slowly rolling across the land. The bright ground would be enveloped in shadow, only to be illuminated again shortly after. Everything on this earth was constantly changing, but the earth itself remained unchanged, as it was before, and as it will always be. The northern border and the southern border were about to go to war, the Debracourt's position was unclear, the wilderness was full of dangers, and the forces were complex. No king had ever unified it since ancient times. Feeling the insignificance of his own being compared to the vastness of the heavens and earth, and the ever-changing situation, Levi's chest swelled with pride. He couldn't help but recite into the face of the oncoming mountain breeze, "Now a madman sharpens his knife in the night,
the Emperor's star wavers, and Mars is high.
Oh, the age of great contention, Levi, what are you saying?
A voice came, and it turned out that Beatrice had come up behind him at some point. The Lord's expression was blank. I said I want to eat steamed cheese, preferably a large piece.
Cheese? What kind of dish is that? Is it delicious? Beatrice asked, puzzled.
It's not a question of whether it's delicious or not, but knowledge is power.
By the way, what are you doing here?
Me? I wanted to find a place to catch the breeze.
I didn't expect you to be here too, Beatrice said with a smile, tucking her white hair, which had been scattered by the wind, behind her ear.
Then enjoy the breeze. I'm going to increase my power.
Beatrice was stunned, watching the Lord disappear in a puff of smoke. She couldn't understand, was cheese really that delicious?
Someone probably doesn't understand the embarrassment of a boy's chinibya spirit erupting, only to be caught on the spot, enough to make him dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. The Lord didn't expect to make it in time for lunch.
Several acquaintances were there.
The feed remnants' diet was much lighter than the orcs, mostly bread with goat's milk, plus some berries, which was enough to fill them up. Zart and the others were grabbing roasted lamb chops with their hands, tearing and chewing. Surprisingly, Mir, that kid, was mixing with the orc barbarians, eating like an orc, completely lacking the elegance of the feed remnants.
Levi really didn't understand.
This kid had the physique of a warrior and ate like a warrior, yet he liked to tinker with design.
Brother-in-law, come and eat a piece of meat to fill your stomach. Aunt Lesion's roasted meat is delicious today.
Mir raised the roasted leg of lamb in his hand, his mouth full of grease, and the collar of his clothes was stained with a lot of oil. Levi sat on a stool, picked up an unfamiliar berry from the plate, and took a bite. Mir, take me to see the iron mine you discovered. He had been in the feed tribe for almost a day. Last night, he was busy resting, and as soon as he woke up, the evil tooth tribe attacked again. Only now did he have time to see the goal of this trip, the iron mine.
Okay, brother-in-law. Seeing that Levi didn't refuse the address, Mir called out more and more diligently and naturally, follow me.
After quickly finishing his food, Mir led the way towards the rear of the camp.
Zart and Mudo, 2 hicks who had never seen an iron mine, quickly finished the meat in their hands and followed when they heard they were going to see the iron mine.
The feed remnants camp was built in a flat canyon, with cliffs on both sides. The shape of this camp was like a gourd, with an entrance only a few dozen blades wide, but it became wider as it went inside.
This iron mine is at the rear of the camp. We only discovered it because of a landslide.
Most of the houses in the camp were destroyed by the landslide. Fortunately, these houses were empty houses that were built in advance and no one lived in. Mir explained, and soon led a few people to the back. Behind was a slightly low and sloping mountain.
Some feed remnants were using iron picks to mine the ore bit by bit.
Without a doubt, this was an open-pit iron mine. There was no need to dig mine tunnels to enter the interior for mining, or rather, the entire mountain should contain iron ore.
This made the Lord a little happy.
After all, open-pit mining was much safer and simpler than entering a mine tunnel. In fact, we only discovered this iron mine a little over a month ago, so even if there are enemies attacking now, we are still mining ore day and night to improve our strength and forge equipment. Mir said with a slight helplessness. Originally, after discovering the ore, they were hit by surprise, but they were not overwhelmed. Instead, they strictly prohibited everyone from revealing the news to the outside world.
But there is no airtight wall in the world.
It was only concealed for half a month before the Dara tribe found out, and then it spread further and further. Mir even felt that now all the forces in the Cass Mountains knew that they had discovered an iron mine.
Levi nodded.
The houses that were smashed down on the flat ground were everywhere. Obviously there was no time to clean them up. After only taking a look at the iron mine, Levi, who was relieved, rushed to the place where the feed remnants were smelting iron. Before he even got close, a heat wave hit his face. On the flat ground stood one-time kills made of clay. The feed remnants threw pieces of ore into the kills, which were 1 blade and 5 heights high, and then constantly pressed up and down on the simple bellows made of cowhide to keep the kills at a high temperature.
In fact, smelting iron is far from as simple as it looks.
The mined ore cannot be used directly, but but must be repeatedly calcined in the kiln to reduce the impurities until it becomes an iron blank, which can then be used to make weapons.
And this is just ordinary ironware. If you want to obtain fine steel ingots, it takes more time and the process is more complicated.
So the manufacture of a complete set of plate armor takes at least several months. Thinking about it this way, a set of plate armor costing hundreds of gold coins is actually not very expensive. There is definitely not enough time to manufacture armor now, so we are all forging some iron spearheads or iron arrows. Mir explained as he led Levi into a small house.
Zart and Muto also lowered their heads and squeezed in. Holy crap!
As soon as he entered, Levi was shocked. In a small house the size of a living room in his previous life, the walls were covered with various weapon blueprints, lances, long swords, etc.
There were even detailed blueprints for various armors.
What shocked Levi the most was that he actually found the design drawing of a ballista on the worktable in the middle of the house.
The details were so detailed that every required part and the cooperation between them were marked.
The meticulousness and detail contained within could not be constructed by whimsical ideas alone, but must be a work born from countless researches and attempts.
Genius, genius. 1 in a million genius.
The Lord opened his eyes for the first time and muttered to himself. The corners of Mir's mouth raised slightly unconsciously, gently stroking the drawings with his hands, as gentle as a mother taking care of her child. The Lord was caressing the drawings on his workbench, made with parchment and meticulously outlined with a quill pen dipped in ink. His expression was as if he were watching a Dongfeng Express missile about to rise from a small artillery workshop.
You designed all of this?
I just studied some books passed down from our predecessors. It's nothing much, Mir said, scratching his head bashfully.
That's still amazing. Li Wei said sincerely.
Picking up where others left off sounds easy, but how could one absorb it without talent? Even those nobles who have mastered profound battle chi secrets are not all battle chi masters, some are even inferior to commoner swordsmen. It is the best explanation that a person without talent, even if entering a mountain of treasures, will ultimately gain nothing. Originally, Tina said that Mir liked to tinker with strange things, and Li Wei thought it was just child's play. Moreover, when it came to tinkering, knowing the gadgets of another world, he believed that no one could surpass him in this regard. It seems he underestimated the people of the world and Mir as well. The Lord placed his hand on Mir's thick shoulder, looking at this burly young boy. Mir, if your sister says you're tinkering with strange things again, not learning anything, come find me. Saying this, Li Wei waved his fist. I'll beat her but until it blooms. Someone completely forgot the words he had used to criticize Tina not long ago. Now, Mir's position in the Lord's heart leaped up, even surpassing the chief steward of Highcliffe Castle.
Mir, I have high hopes for you. Once things here are settled, I'll appoint you as the chief armorer of Highcliffe Castle.
Although Highcliffe Castle's arms industry is still nowhere to be seen, it doesn't prevent the Lord from drawing a pie in advance.
Li Wei's enthusiasm made Mir somewhat unaccustomed. What's the range? How's the accuracy?
Although it hasn't been built yet, it's a conceptual weapon, but after my multiple calculations, as long as the materials are excellent, I conservatively estimate that it can shoot through a layer of iron armor at 1,000 paces, but the accuracy cannot be controlled beyond 400 paces. When talking about his area of expertise, Mir was full of confidence and pride, completely different from the eggplant-like figure on the battlefield. In fact, I feel that the arrow trajectory won't deviate too much at 700 or 800 paces, but the hand cannot aim accurately with just the naked eye.
The magnifying glass I made is prepared for this. Awesome! Li Wei couldn't help but give a thumbs up.
As everyone knows, whether in the past life or now, the actual performance of things that are conservatively estimated generally far exceeds the official data given. In other words, if the ballista on the design drawing is manufactured, the actual performance is estimated to be 30% to 50% stronger than the conservative estimate. Zat and Muto, the two big fools, stared at the drawings, looking left and right, unable to understand anything. However, seeing their boss's shocked expression, they also felt that this thing must be extraordinary. In terms of surface data alone, this already designed ballista is a whole level stronger than the mainstream ballista used in DB, both in terms of range and accuracy. Of course, it is estimated that it still cannot compare with the dragon hunting ballista. However, the power of the dragon hunting ballista is certainly related to its unique design, but its manufacturing materials also account for nearly 70% of the effect. Its bow arms, which serve to release kinetic energy, are all made of orichalcum. This metal is purple in color, extremely tough, and has excellent flexibility. Like mithril and adamantite, it is an extremely rare magical metal and is the best choice for making ballista bow arms. And its powerful resilience, ordinary bowstrings simply cannot withstand. Only the dragon tendons of magical creatures, dragons, can make this great weapon move. The combination of the two allows it to have the ability to hunt aerial dragons. DB's armaments can only be regarded as second-rate in the entire medieval continent. Although the mainstream ballista must be a product of cost-effectiveness and far from representing the most sophisticated ballista in the current country, the ballista designed by Mir is enough to shock the half-century-old designers of DB. After discussing some details with Mir in the small house again, Li Wei left with his hands behind his back, satisfied. And Mir once again refreshed the image of this future brother-in-law in his mind. He originally thought that Li Wei was just a reckless man with great military talent, but he didn't expect that he also had outstanding talent in design. Many unique insights enlightened him, and the difficulties that he couldn't figure out in the past were solved easily. He quickly picked up a quill pen and wrote down these valuable knowledge on the parchment paper. After wandering around, Li Wei found by Ruisi Tina. "Does your tribe have kinks?" "Kinks?" Ruisi Tina was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, "Because our tribe is located deep in the wilderness, the materials are basically self-sufficient. Occasionally, selling furs and the like has to wait for the caravans to pass by before they can be sold, so there are probably only more than 3,000 kinks." Ruisi Tina didn't know what Li Wei wanted money for at this time, but since he decided to become Li Wei's leader, it wouldn't matter if all these materials were given to this lord. Li Wei, who was poor and owed 600 kinks, looked at Ruisi Tina with different eyes. "Is this the strength of a little rich woman?" "Give me 1,000 kinks," Li Wei took a deep breath and said slowly. Li Wei was going to use this money to buy standard equipment for the barbarians in the system store, and fully arm them to deal with the upcoming crisis. Buying equipment from the system is not only expensive, but also easy to make people wonder why he can turn so much equipment out of thin air. But Li Wei had to do this. It is still unknown how fierce the offensive of the wilderness natives will be next. He cannot abandon it because he is afraid of exposing the existence of the system store. What's more, after such an outrageous thing as God of War's gift occurred, these guys would automatically conjure up reasonable results for any outrageous things that happen to him. "I'll go get it," Ruisi Tina said without hesitation, turning to the Fed tribe's warehouse. A whole box of gold coins was quickly carried into Li Wei Fed's residence by 2 meters of Fed exiles, and then appeared in the system store's balance at an even faster speed. To be honest, the system's products are dazzling. Not only are there various weapons and armors, but also various kinds of food, which can almost be regarded as a portable supermarket. Li Wei directly pulled the goods to the bottom. He wanted to see if the system sold any magical weapons or the like. But soon, he returned to his own page with a blank expression. The bottom of the system is full of extremely fancy names, such as the Spear of Piercing Heaven and Earth, the Staff of the Sky, etc. The Lord, who considers himself low-key and simple, feels that this kind of flashy thing is not suitable for him. Of course, it has absolutely nothing to do with the string of zeros behind it. After a series of battles, the barbarians are all Tier 4 units, and there are even 11 Tier 5 units. Li Wei looked at their standard equipment at each stage and found that, in terms of weapons alone, the battle axes and war hammers made of refined steel bought from the dwarves were not much worse than the standard weapons of Tier 5 units, so there was no need to replace them. After comprehensively comparing the standard armor of Tier 4 and Tier 5 units, Li Wei found that the defense gap between the two was not very large. Tier 4 units were chain mail underneath and a layer of lamellar armor on the outside, while Tier 5 units were a full set of plate armor. However, the price difference between the two is extremely large. The former only costs 30 gold coins per person, while the latter costs nearly 80 gold coins. After a little thought, Li Wei decided to exchange for 40 sets of Tier 4 lamellar armor. The barbarians will definitely upgrade later, so use the Tier 4 lamellar armor to transition for now, and then directly buy Tier 6 standard equipment when they are all Tier 6. 1,000 gold coins is definitely a huge sum in the eyes of civilians, enough to buy several maids and a manor to live a leisurely life, but it is only enough to make a sound when used to arm the army. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000 gold coins given by Beatrice disappeared, and he had to add 200 more. A famous person once said that war is burning money, but Li Wei thinks this is nonsense, because burning money is not so fast. The development of Highcliffe Castle is like a gold-swallowing beast, and there is no prospect of return in the near future. It is said that the Debella Kingdom invests millions of gold coins in military affairs every year, but of course, how much of it actually goes to military affairs is unknown. Li Wei slumped on the recliner, feeling hopeless. He thought that after becoming a lord, he would be surrounded by maids, ladies, and endless banquets. As a result, being a lord is not as good as when he was a mercenary. At least Mrs. Philia never charged him for his wine, and sometimes even gave him money. Well, after this is over, I must quickly get the military industry of Highcliffe Castle up and running, and then make a lot of money in the wilderness. The lord thought with a sigh. Li Wei never thought about opening a restaurant or making soap like in his previous life. How could these things make as much money as the arms business? An iron weapon in Debella probably costs dozens of silver coins, but in the wilderness, Li Wei dares to sell it for several gold coins, with a profit of at least 5 times. Debella strictly prohibits the sale of weapons and equipment to the wilderness, which has led to extremely high prices for these things in the wilderness. Li Wei is not afraid that these wilderness natives will pose a threat to Highcliffe Castle with weapons. He has strict indicators for the sale of weapons. Eliminate the first generation, lag behind the second generation, mass equip the third generation, elite arm the fourth generation, research the fifth generation, and plan the sixth generation. He only sells the lagging generation to the outside world. Moreover, how can selling weapons to them allow them to live a stable life? For example, Li Wei sets the number of people who buy weapons from him. When extra people want to join, he says, "I'm sorry, the production capacity of Highcliffe Castle is limited. We have already signed agreements with 3 tribes and cannot sell more weapons. It's difficult for me too. This group of wilderness natives will definitely go back and fight each other like dogs. After all, you are right next to me, and now you are well equipped. Who knows if you will suddenly attack me? It's better to strike first and then grab this spot." The more fiercely a bunch of tribes fight each other, the more money Li Wei makes. Soon, Zart was called in. When he saw the wooden boxes full of the ground, he looked puzzled. Li Wei kicked open one of the boxes. "This is armor?" Zart took out the lamellar armor placed in the box with his hand and was surprised and delighted to find that the size was just right for the orc's body. You must know that armor can be said to be another life. In terms of importance alone, a soldier wearing heavy armor can at least soldiers without armor. The barbarians only have 12 sets of iron armor, and the rest are all leather armor. Zart didn't expect the boss to get so many more. Looking at the quantity, it's just enough to arm the remaining orcs. Although the Fade remnants also have some iron armor, it is too small for them, whose average height is 2 and 3 blades. And it is obviously impossible to buy it back at this time. So he couldn't figure out where the boss conjured the armor from out of thin air. War God, facing Zart's questioning gaze, Li Wei just smiled inscrutably, uttered 2 words, and then pointed to the Fade remnants passing by outside and made a silent gesture. Zart immediately understood and nodded, and went to find the barbarians to receive the equipment as if nothing had happened. Time flies, and 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Li Wei calculated an account. The cost of upgrading the barbarians is actually nothing. The big head is always equipment. A tier 6 unit must cost at least more than 100 gold coins to assemble. If it is 1,000 soldiers, it will cost more than 100,000 gold coins. And this is not a one-shot deal. Although the first expense is the most, these 1,000 soldiers will also cost 10,000 gold coins a year to support. It's like buying a car in the previous life. Just spending hundreds of thousands to buy it doesn't mean it's over. You still have to spend thousands of dollars every month for maintenance, refueling, and the like. Debella's annual military expenditure is millions of gold coins. If all of it is used to support soldiers without discount, it can support at least hundreds of thousands of soldiers. But in fact, there are at most tens of thousands of elite soldiers, and with the rabble, there can only be about 100,000. If Li Wei had these millions of gold coins, it would be enough to pull up a 5,000 strong elite soldier team with all tier 6, and these soldiers would not dare to say that they could sweep the Middle Ages continent, but at least attacking Debella would be easy. Thinking about it this way, Li Wei felt much better and comforted himself that this is how the elite route is. If he also learned the practice of the Debella kingdom, 1,000 gold coins could at least arm a soldier's team of several hundred people, but the combat power would naturally be discounted.
Sam, is your spell okay?
Going out to the garrison planned for the barbarians, Li Wei heard a noisy voice.
When he walked over, he saw a group of barbarians surrounding Sam, the little old man. What's going on?
The Lord looked at Sam quickly chanting unknown bites, and then a grey light flew out of his hand and landed on a goat. Sam insisted on pulling us to perform his magic, saying let us see the power of magic. Muto shrugged his hands, with a smile on his face. This old boy said that if the goat with his added magic can be cut through the skin, let us each draw 10 whips.
Is that so? Li Wei smiled and became interested.
Anyone can come, if you can cut through the skin, I will let you each draw 10 whips.
Sam, who was surrounded, said confidently. His stone skin technique can directly add it to hundreds of people.
Now he adds all these magic powers to a goat, and the defense power is no different from stone. Brothers, I'm sorry, I thought I updated 2 chapters yesterday, but I just realized now that I didn't, so I made it up.
Oh? Let me try.
Hearing this, Li Wei rolled up his sleeves and walked in, wanting to see just how strong this spell was.
Cough, how can we trouble you to do it yourself, my lord?
Let the barbarians handle it. Sam felt a cold sweat running down his back and quickly said obsequiously. In reality, he had thoroughly witnessed this lord's monstrous strength these past few days, watching him practice swordsmanship with a giant sword the size of a door panel every morning on the flat ground. When a giant sword the size of a man came down, forget stone skin, even iron skin wouldn't be effective. Li Wei smiled as he looked at Sam, staring at him until he stiffened, before nodding, you have a point.
Muto, you try it. Sam secretly breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the fine beads of sweat from his forehead.
If he had really let this lord try, he would have been whipped for sure. A few hundred lashes, even if he were strong, would have sent him to meet his ancestors.
Muto walked over with a curved knife.
He didn't use his 30-pound battle axe, as a goat wasn't worth using his best weapon. The goat's skin, after being enchanted with stone skin, didn't change much, but it was faintly shrouded in a layer of grey light. Muto, holding the knife, scared the goat into bleeding, but it was tied to the stake and couldn't break free.
Without further ado, Muto brought the knife down squarely on the goat's neck. Bah!
The poor goat only had time to let out a terrified scream before its body was knocked to the ground by gravity, its neck limply collapsing.
Although its neck wasn't cleanly severed as expected, the bones inside were definitely broken. Muto looked at the cold gleam of the blade.
He hadn't used his full strength, merely a casual swing. But that was enough to chop off a goat's head, yet now it had only broken its neck.
Of course, the goat clearly wouldn't survive such an impact.
Your spell isn't that great. Looking at the dead goat, Muto curled his lip.
He hadn't even used his full strength. Sam, with a stiff neck, argued forcefully, did the skin break or not?
Muto scratched his head. Although the goat had been killed by his axe, the skin hadn't broken.
How many people can this spell be applied to? How long does it last?
Li Wei kicked the goat on the ground and asked. He could see that this spell was like putting on a layer of armor, without the effect of absorbing all damage like in wizard novels. If it encountered a strong man using a warhammer, it would obviously be useless. But even so, it was still valuable.
Li Wei took out a small knife and tested it.
The goat's skin was now like wearing leather armor. My lord, I can apply it to at most 100 people, and it lasts for half an hour. Sam said proudly, then hesitated before saying, but the more people, the weaker the effect, not nearly as good as applying it to one person. If you apply it to 50 people, how much does the power decrease? Li Wei directly asked what was most useful to him at the moment. Next, when the Wilderness Coalition arrives, the barbarians will definitely be the main force, facing this gathered bandit army head-on. If there is a spell buff, casualties will inevitably be reduced.
It should be equivalent to a layer of cowhide? Sam said uncertainly. Li Wei nodded.
It was a bit worse than he thought, but it was better than nothing.
Now the barbarians' equipment has been updated.
Except for the 10 or so wearing iron armor, the rest are all wearing chainmail undergarments with studded armor on top. If they also have stone skin. Even if the enemy's attack can break through the studded armor, the remaining force will stop in front of skin comparable to cowhide, greatly increasing the barbarians' chances of survival. After learning some more details, Li Wei left with his hands behind his back.
Sam also wiped the sweat from his forehead.
He felt that talking to this lord was no different from facing a jungle tiger, as if he would devour someone at any moment.
It's almost lunchtime now, let's go eat. Sam said familiarly, then headed towards the camp's cafeteria. You still want to eat? Do I need to tell you what to do next?
Muto sneered, showing the 3-finger-thick cowhide whip on his butt, which Zart had handed over to him.
Sam smiled awkwardly and tied himself up again with rope very skillfully. He cursed inwardly.
He had performed the spell earlier in order to integrate with them, but he didn't expect these orcs to be far from as stupid as they seemed. The 2 orcs were still not satisfied and went over to tie him to the stake. Zart nodded in satisfaction and left with his hands behind his back, leaving an orc to watch over him in shifts. The lord circled around and came to the area where the Evil Tooth tribe warriors were held.
My lord.
Guarding them were 10 Fed warriors wearing leather armor and single-handed swords at their waists. They respectfully saluted with their hands on their chests. If by Ruisi Tina's sudden announcement that this DB nobleman was their future lord had caused some second thoughts, then since personally witnessing this lord easily defeat more than 300 enemies, only heartfelt admiration remained.
Li Wei nodded slightly and walked in.
The 72 prisoners lying on the ground sat up one by one after seeing someone enter, looking at Li Wei with different expressions. There was hatred, fear, and even flattery, all in the same way.
Li Wei didn't mind, and just said calmly, "Are there any who want to join High Cliff Fortress?
Joining will get you out of prisoner status, you can become my citizens, and enjoy the treatment that citizens should have."
Li Wei was too lazy to tell them any great principles.
A group of savages probably wouldn't understand, so he just talked about the benefits. A group of people looked at each other. Finally, one person hesitated for a while and cautiously asked, "My lord, what do we need to do to become your citizens?" The reason for his question was that the fact that the Fed remnants had discovered iron ore had been exposed, and the attacks would definitely not be limited to their Evil Tooth tribe. Recruiting them at this time was mostly to use them as meat shields to fill the battlefield and reduce pressure. This was also something that their Evil Tooth tribe often did. When they captured people from enemy tribes, they would let them go to the front to consume the strength of their own tribe.
"Just work for me." Li Wei told the truth.
Although these northern savages were all individually strong and quite burly, Li Wei didn't like them as soldiers. Even if he expanded the soldiers of High Cliff Fortress in the future, Li Wei would basically only choose from the Fed remnants. Compared to physique, the Fed remnants were not worse than these savages, and most of the Fed remnants knew a few words. The difference between the two, in ancient times, was the difference between good families and local ruffians. It was obvious who to choose to join the army. Li Wei would let these northern savages shine for High Cliff Fortress's military industry or animal husbandry. "My lord, I am willing to become your subject." The wild man who asked the question first said through gritted teeth. He had no family in the tribe, he was alone. Rather than being a prisoner and not knowing what the future holds, it would be better to state his position now. "Very good, from now on you are a subject of Highcliff Castle. 3 meals a day, guaranteed to be full." Li Wei patted him on the shoulder. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was a little incredulous. After all, 3 meals a day and guaranteed to be full was a treatment only the chief and shaman enjoyed. And they only needed to work, they didn't need to fight. Although they were warriors, they only had 2 meals a day at most, and they had to take care of the little cubs and their families, so their lives were actually very tight. After all, their food all relied on hunting and looting, which was very unstable. Regardless of whether it was true or false, they always had to try.
Many people began to waver in their hearts. My lord, I also join. Me too. In an instant, Li Wei received more than a dozen applications to join the team, and he smilingly approved them one by one.
Li Wei's team panel did not have a limit on the number of people, so he was not afraid of these subjects wasting places, but he divided these teams into subjects and soldiers separately. So even if he led the barbarians to win the war, these subjects would not get experience points, which was another difference between the Mount/U0026 blade system and the game. Even if these subjects undergo long-term personal training and their experience accumulation reaches the upgrade conditions, Li Wei does not intend to upgrade them at present.
If there are outstanding individuals among them, they will be absorbed into the army and upgraded.
Li Wei was not stingy with rewards for those who dared to be the first to step forward, but for those who joined later, he only promised them 2 meals a day.
But even so, they looked excited.
Li Wei didn't say much polite words, and directly ordered people to make them a meal. Before long, a dozen or so Evil Tooth Tribe warriors who had become subjects of Highcliffe Castle were squatting outside the place where the prisoners were held, eating their rice in large mouthfuls while holding bowls. There was a large piece of marbled braised meat in the bowl, which made the prisoners swallow their saliva, and their eyes glowed green. Although Li Wei would not abuse the prisoners, he would not treat them like lords. He would give them leftovers once a day, just enough to keep them from starving to death. Now that someone had set an example, this group of poor wild men would probably all surrender before long. The Lord can't guarantee anything else, but he can guarantee that even if he sells his ass, he won't let his subjects go hungry.
As for goblins and kobolds, they are just slaves. It's good enough to give a slave a bite to eat, let alone be picky. If you don't do it, there are plenty of people who will.
There are a lot of goblins and kobolds starving to death in the wilderness waiting for this position. The Evil Tooth Tribe warriors who had eaten their fill were then sent to mine.
The tranquility of the Fed tribe did not last too long.
Only a day later, as soon as the sun was dimly lit and the dew on the grass had not yet dried, the horn sounded on the watchtower to warn of danger. Looking around, there were countless heads moving and wandering in the mountains and forests, and birds and beasts were startled and flew away. Those were groups of wilderness bandits. They were still waiting, still brewing, but this process would not last too long. The Fed warriors quickly assembled, and the burning legion of Highcliffe Castle was also ready.
Everyone was prepared for this expected battle.
Wearing the 3-layered heavy armor repaired by the Fed blacksmith, holding a 2-bladed high-square giant shield in his left hand, and a giant sword in his right hand, Li Wei led the armored and armed orc barbarians to take the initiative to leave the protection of the city wall and lined up in front of the city wall. One after another, heavy square steel shields nearly 2.5 blades high were slammed on the ground by the orc barbarians' great strength, stirring up bursts of dust. The silent warriors were like steel sculptures, and only the eyes exposed from the helmet proved that inside the steel were flesh and blood. Behind them were Fed warriors holding spears.
When the barbarians couldn't hold on, this was the last line of defense for the city wall.
The city wall of the Fed remnants was only 4 blades high, and they could not defend the city against the large number of wilderness bandits. They only needed to suffer hundreds of casualties to fill this height and rush into the Fed remnants' camp by stepping on the corpses of their companions. So Li Wei had to lead the orc barbarians to protect the city wall as much as possible, and buy more shooting time for the Fed warriors behind him who were drawing bows and arrows, so as to maximize the defensive role of the wall. These steel shields were the result of the Fed blacksmith's day and night work at his request. Perhaps it would take a lot of time to build weapons and armor, but just shields alone could be made a lot in a day. In a world where technology has not really developed, the telescope is undoubtedly a reconnaissance weapon. It can not only detect the enemy's movements in advance, but also carefully investigate the details. This storm, which had been brewing for 3 days, was more serious than Li Wei thought. The wilderness natives from different tribes actually united briefly in the face of the hard bone of the Fed remnants.
However, the Lord didn't think much of it. Even if they united, they were just a rabble. This was a literal rabble.
No organization, no cues, no cooperation, and not even a leader to command the entire army. But the number was really large. A closer look revealed the figures of all the common races in the vicinity: goblins, kobolds, northern barbarians, forest lizardmen, and even a dozen or so ogres were mixed in. Trolls and ogres are two kinds of creatures. The easiest way to distinguish between the two is that the former has normal intelligence, while the latter is like a demented child. However, when God closes a door, he will inevitably open a window. Although these ogres are demented, with an IQ like an 8-year-old child, their size is more than 4 blades, their weight is several thousand pounds, and their strength is extremely great. They are real behemoths, and those goblins and kobolds are only as tall as their knees.
How many people are on the other side?
Li Wei put the giant sword on the shield in a grand manner. The sound came out through the cross-iron bucket helmet, which seemed very dull.
4,000 or more?
Zat was a little unsure. After all, the mountains and forests have an impact on the line of sight, and the native coalition is messy, without cues, and there is no way to specifically count the number of people.
What about our people?
48, 368. Not bad, I'll kill a few hundred, and the rest can kill 10 each, which is not very difficult. Although he didn't know the expression in the boss's helmet, judging from the tone, he should be smiling.
Zat also grinned, and his tense nerves eased a bit.
Although he was a veteran of the battlefield, to be honest, including the boss, a total of 48 people had to resist the first wave of nearly 4,000 people. He had never fought such a rich battle.
It's going live tomorrow.
Actually, I don't really know what to say. As a newbie, there are many places where my writing isn't good, and I've been scolded by you readers quite a bit, but obviously, changes are impossible now.
I can only learn from this and avoid these toxic elements in the future.
The only compensation I can offer is to update explosively when it goes live.
The Mount /U0026 blade seedling is not easy to grow.
This newbie shamelessly begs you readers for a first subscription. I kneel and thank you all here. Finally, here are a few books by other great authors that I recommend. I use Danzo to refine the Myriad Souls banner. He says I'm too extreme. This is a Naruto fanfic written by an experienced author.
Quality is guaranteed, and it's already a substantial read.
Joy of Life, Ahan Succubus, rebel from the start. A Joy of Life fanfic, written very interestingly.
Everyone can go and check it out.
Grinding Out an Immortal Wizard, a wizard leveling up novel.
If you're interested, you can also check it out.
Begging for First Order, the feed warriors present couldn't laugh. They gripped their long spears tightly, their knuckles white, the cold weapons in their hands the only source of security they felt. If a few hundred people were just a dark mass, then a force of over 4,000 was spread all over the mountains and fields, stretching as far as the eye could see. The feed tribe was like a lone boat in a storm, ready to be capsized by a single wave at any moment. The feed warriors, who had never seen such a large-scale battle, were extremely nervous, the mountain wind blowing their unique white hair and their pale faces with tightly pursed lips reflecting each other.
Zart, I remember you kept a mistress back in Colon? The Lord asked suddenly, with a hint of amusement.
Zart scratched his head, wondering why his boss was asking about something he already knew, especially at a time like this. Right now, they could already see a frightening number of bandits stirring, ready to attack at any moment. The surrounding feed warriors were extremely tense, not understanding why their lord had the leisure to chat about personal matters at such a time, but they couldn't help but prick up their ears while keeping their eyes on the front. After all, it was quite a novelty for an orc to keep a mistress.
Yes, Zart nodded without thinking too much about it.
Although he was an orc, as a male, he naturally had needs. I've seen this massive lady, I believe her name was Madame Marlene.
What I want to know is, how many bed frames did you break?
Li Wei made an exaggerated gesture in the air with his hand, his tone playful, and before Zart could answer, he said with a sigh, I think at least half of your earnings went into that.
What a huge expense.
It was an incredibly corny joke, but the corners of the feed warriors' mouths turned up slightly. Especially when they saw Zart's 2.5-meter tall, burly figure, they could almost imagine what the so-called Madame Marlene must look like to be described as massive.
The feed warriors' tense expressions were gradually calmed by their lord's confident and uniquely relaxed demeanor.
Zart, standing to the side, pouted aggrievedly. Everyone else was amused, but he was the only one who felt hurt. Bestial howls echoed from the bandits and the mountains, spreading like a plague, from sparse to dense, from scattered to continuous, until the entire sky was filled with the bandits' cries. These shouts from different races converged, filled with greed and bloodlust, like the undead returning to the world, swarming towards them in a dense mass. Li Wei jumped up from the giant sword he was using as a stool and struck his shield with the giant sword, creating a unique, loud clang of metal to ensure that the surrounding warriors would hear him.
Alright, lads, enough with the chit-chat. Now let's send these ignorant jackals to hell. Prepare for engagement.
Li Wei roared, raising his steel shield in front of him. Swish, swish, swish. The feet warriors raised their three-bladed long spears in unison, holding a round shield in front of their chests, forming a forest of gleaming spears that would turn any enemy attempting a powerful charge into a hedgehog. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The feet archers on the city wall all drew their bows, aiming at the sky, ready to launch their arrows. The bandits began to move, surging like waves, without formation or order, a dark mass stretching as far as the eye could see, but the visual impact alone of thousands of people charging, mixed with those ogres, was like a lone boat on the sea about to face a storm that would stir up huge waves, making it hard to breathe. The goblins and kobolds were at the forefront. Although these bandits had no discipline or tactics to speak of, driving these two creatures, as numerous as rats, to the front to deplete the enemy's stamina first was something every wilderness native would subconsciously do. Swish, swish, swish. Countless arrows flew from behind the wall, densely covering the sky, making one's scalp tingle. These arrows flew to their highest point and then fell heavily, striking the stronger races behind the goblins and kobolds, shooting down countless tall bandits. These goblins and kobolds were not worth wasting valuable shots on. The ogres, who were like living targets, received special attention. Even though they swung their thick, man-sized giant clubs in advance, there were always some stray arrows that would bite them, causing them to grit their teeth in pain. However, the rain of arrows, which would be fatal to others, was only a minor injury to the ogres, not enough to make them fall to the ground, but instead aroused their ferocity. They picked up rocks the size of heads from the ground and threw them at the barbarians, smashing against the steel shields with a shattering sound. Charge! Charge! The orc barbarians roared, lifting the steel shields erected on the ground and crashing into the approaching bandits, kicking off the full-scale melee. The strength of the orc barbarians was naturally beyond doubt, and now that they had all been blessed with systematic power, they were no longer the hicks who roamed the borderlands. Screams and blood were as cheap as weeds. The steel shields specially made for the barbarians weighed more than 30 pounds, and when these strongmen lifted them up to charge, the kobolds and goblins facing them were no different from being hit by a speeding car, their bodies flying out like broken sacks and falling heavily to the ground. The goblins and kobolds looked in horror at the shield formation that was constantly advancing, which was like a high wall to them. The wooden sticks and stones in their hands could not break through the shields at all, and the height of more than 2 meters made it impossible for them to jump over directly. Unfortunately, they were surrounded by other bandits constantly surging up from behind, and they had lost the right to retreat, becoming the first batch of victims in this war. On the wall, Sam, who had been temporarily conscripted, was assigned the task of casting stone skin on the burning legion warriors in the front of the high cliff fort. The closer the range buffing spell is to the target, the better the effect. Sam originally wanted to hide under the city wall and perform the spell casually, but after glancing at the burly muddit next to him, he wisely came to the city wall. Sam had never seen such a large-scale battle before. The tribe's previous wars were like small skirmishes compared to this. He was so scared that his legs were weak, and he cast stone skin successfully only after chanting it twice. Only after the spell was successfully cast did he feel that the cold gaze that had been watching him disappear. Is it here? Li Wei, who suddenly felt as if he was wearing a layer of leather armor, took the time to glance at the city wall. Although the addition of stone skin greatly increased the skin's defense, it inevitably sacrificed a bit of agility, but that bit of agility was nothing. It was like changing from short sleeves and shorts to long sleeves and pants. Whoever uses it will know, begging for the first order, soon the bandits discovered the weak point of the shield formation. Compared to the steel shields that were 2 blades wide and 5 blades high, the shield in the middle was only 2 blades high. Everyone agreed that size was proportional to strength. Since this shield was so small, the person holding it couldn't be as strong as those next to him. Thinking they could take advantage, the bandits fought to break through. But soon, they regretted their cleverness. A greatsword stretched out from behind that shield, easily piercing through the 2 long blades as if skewering meat. What terrified them was that the greatsword, skewering 7 or 8 bandits, was easily lifted and then flung clean.
What immense strength!
That greatsword, plus the corpses, must have weighed nearly 1,000 pounds. Li Wei, with his shield, charged out of the line formed by the orc barbarians and into the crowd. The wilderness bandits in front tried to resist the impact, but were horrified to find that it was like a mountain, impossible to stop at all. After charging out 10 steps and knocking away dozens of bandits, Li Wei stopped.
The bandits, after a brief moment of shock, were overjoyed.
They originally had no way to deal with the shield formation, but this human dared to charge out on his own, so they rushed forward to attack him.
This was exactly what Li Wei wanted.
Only in the most crowded places could he harvest lives. He wielded the greatsword with one hand, creating a zone of death within its range. Even the slightest graze of the sword tip resulted in chests and abdomens being ripped open. Even lizardmen who were 2 blades tall were felled like wheat. This anomaly caught the attention of the giant, a top-tier fighter among the wilderness bandits. A giant roared and charged over, its feet crushing the goblins in its path into meat paste. It swung its club, made from a tree trunk, down with force.
Well done!
Li Wei shouted, raising his shield to meet the blow.
Boom!
With a loud crash, the upper half of the tree trunk in the giant's hand exploded into countless wood chips under the force. To Li Wei's surprise, the attack drove his legs up to the knees into the ground. He forgot that while he could withstand the giant's attack, the soil beneath his feet could not.
Li Wei!
By Ruisi Tina, who had been watching from the watchtower, was terrified, her face as pale and pitiful as a begonia flower beaten by rain. The giant, standing a full 4 blades tall, naturally possessed unquestionable strength. A blow from such a creature could turn someone in iron armor into a pancake.
The explosion of the tree trunk, thicker than a man, showed the power of the blow.
Li Wei, now noticeably shorter, made it hard to believe that anyone could survive such an attack.
Seeing this, Sam was overjoyed.
As long as Li Wei died and the Fader tribe was defeated, he could gather the captured tribal warriors, leave here, and return to the tribe to continue being his own local emperor. Probably only the barbarians, who had witnessed their leader create various miracles, believed that he would not die so easily.
The next moment. Damn it!
Li Wei cursed, pushing himself up from the ground with both hands. The giant's combat power was truly commendable, at least it was the only one who had given the Lord a disadvantage so far. Feeling that he had lost face due to carelessness, the Lord discarded his shield and long sword and charged directly forward. Li Wei's resurrection filled by Ruisi Tina with joy, but his act of discarding his sword and shield confused her greatly. Discarding weapons and shields on the battlefield was no different from discarding one's life. But the Lord's next move made by Ruisi Tina covered her tempting cherry lips. Li Wei rushed forward, dodged an attack, and then bent down to hug the giant's thick leg. The intention of this action was obvious.
"This is impossible!" Sam exclaimed.
It was already unbelievable that Li Wei could withstand the giant's full-strength attack, but now he wanted to overturn this 4-blade-tall, thousands of pounds heavy beast.
How was this different from a monkey trying to overturn an elephant? The Lord's actions could not be described as overestimating himself. What the hell do you know? How could your soft egg tendons imagine the strength of the boss? Mutua cursed.
He was already dissatisfied with being sent by Li Wei to watch over this old geezer. As the vice-commander of the Burning Legion, he couldn't be on the battlefield, but instead had to guard such a shrinking coward. Now this coward dared to question the boss, who had long been regarded as a god of war, which was even more serious than directly insulting him. Looking at Mutua, who pulled out a 3-finger-thick cowhide whip, Sam thought that a wise man submits to circumstances, and kept his mouth shut, but in his heart, he looked forward to when Li Wei made a fool of himself, and wondered if this orc could still be as tough as he was now. The Fader warriors on the city wall were stunned for a moment. They thought Li Wei wanted to knock down this giant beast, and while they had expectations, they also felt that this was not something that human power could do.
"Rise!" Li Wei roared, the veins on his arms inside the armor bulging like earthworms.
In full view of everyone, Li Wei's waist straightened. The giant cried out, its huge body out of control, collapsing like a mountain.
Bang!
With a dull thud, the ground trembled, and the bandits who could not dodge were crushed into meat pies by the huge creature, and dust flew. The simplest and purest display of strength brought the most shocking visual impact. The crowd on the city wall was silent for a moment, and even the howling bandits around them closed their mouths. Then there was a roar that resounded through the sky. All the Fader warriors who saw the scene cheered excitedly, and their morale greatly increased. Even those who didn't see it, under the impetus of so many people, began to get hot-blooded, and their fear of this group of wilderness bandits was gradually decreasing. No, what does Lord Li Wei still want to do? Suddenly, a Fader warrior discovered that after Li Wei knocked down the giant, he did not use his sword to make the final blow, but continued to hug the giant's leg. And the next second, something that shocked their worldviews happened. Li Wei, hugging the giant's leg, lowered his center of gravity, and then suddenly exerted force, and the giant's huge body was turned by him. Swish swish swish. Like waving a broom, all the bandits around were swept away by the giant that Li Wei used as a weapon. They screamed and flew into the air in an arc, and then fell heavily on the ground. Broken bones and tendons were already the lightest of injuries, and more were directly killed by the impact of this thousands of pounds heavy beast. Li Wei also cleared a vacuum zone with a radius of about 5 blades. The scene suddenly fell silent, and everyone looked incredulously at the person on the battlefield who was playing with the giant like a toy. God! Hercules, Sam looked blankly at all this. The faith in his heart collapsed at this moment, and he murmured in a low voice. There is more in the evening. Sam knew how brave and mighty the giant, little giant like ogre was. It definitely wasn't a fake with a fat body. But it was being tossed around like a rag pillow by the slender figure who only reached its thigh, even more powerless than a woman. Ooh-ka! Ooh-ka! The ogre, being used as a weapon and swung around by Li Wei, cried out in fear. But no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't break free from the control. This reminded it of the fear of being dominated when it was just born, not long after it came into this world, when an adult ogre grabbed its ankle and threw it around. It felt just as helpless as it did now. Its bean-sized brain couldn't comprehend why a small dwarf had such great strength. Li Wei grabbed the ogre and smashed it around wildly, quickly gathering a pile of minced meat around him. The weight of thousands of pounds crashing down was something no one could withstand. The remaining bandits, with terrified faces, hurriedly squeezed out of this inhumane slaughterhouse, fearing they would become the next indescribable object lying on the ground. The sudden outburst frightened these wild men. Li Wei's surroundings became a restricted area, and no bandit dared to actively step into this range again. The feed warriors on the city wall watched with numb expressions. Today, this lord had given them too many shocks. Even if the lord tore an ogre apart with his bare hands in the next second, their hearts wouldn't stir any more waves. Sister, is brother-in-law a hero blessed by the god of war in mythology? Mill asked in a hollow tone. No, brother, he is the god of war in mythology. Iruisi Tina's tone was even more hollow. With Li Wei's increasingly outrageous actions, Iruisi Tina had gradually come to believe what this lord had said before. Otherwise, there was no way to explain how a human could have the strength of a giant. Even with Li Wei's current abnormal physique, he couldn't help but pant slightly after wielding an object weighing thousands of pounds. The ogre in his hand, no matter how thick-skinned it was, had long been dead after being recklessly abused by him. Looking around, he saw corpses everywhere, and the densely packed bandits bypassed him one after another, continuing to charge towards the barbarians. The battle had reached the point where the barbarians had abandoned their steel shields, and one by one, they rushed into the bandit pile, hacking and killing indiscriminately. 40 or so barbarians in this meat grinder were like a drop of ink in a river, not noticeable at all. Fortunately, the teachings of Li Wei were remembered in the hearts of these barbarians. Even in the face of this disadvantageous situation, they did not fight on their own. Instead, they formed teams of 5, scattered in 2s and 3s on the battlefield, watching each other's backs. These small teams were like reefs in the sea. No matter the wind and rain, the waves swept over them, they remained as solid as a rock, standing firm. This made the bandits suffer a lot. The beastmen wearing armor couldn't even break through the defenses with their broken iron weapons. And as soon as they were hit by an axe from these barbarians, they would be separated from their bodies. Moreover, these iron lumps were gathered together, watching each other, and there was no chance to sneak attack. They wanted to pick on the human warriors who looked obviously easier to bully, but before they could get close, they were poked into hedgehogs by the forest-like spear formation, and piles of corpses quickly piled up like small mountains. And the ogres they had high hopes for, not to mention being wantonly played with as toys by the Iron Can. A burly beastman wearing an exaggerated horned helmet and iron armor had easily chopped off the heads of 3 ogres with his flexible movements. It can be said that the situation from the beginning was not as smooth as they thought, but instead fell into a stalemate. Boss! Jate, panting, came to Li Wei's side. Facing the large number of wilderness bandits, only it had the strength to rush to Li Wei's side, so it did not hesitate to cut a bloody path to come and help. The number of ogres was extremely small, but the role they played was almost like siege equipment. In a one-on-one situation, it was almost difficult for the barbarians to solve them without injury. Only Jate, a heroic unit who had followed him for more than 2 years, could deal with them. Although there were many bandits, only powerful races such as lizardmen and ogres could cause some trouble to the barbarians. Goblins and kobolds, including humans, could only send heads to the barbarians to gather upgrade experience. The orc barbarians benefited from the team combat method formulated by Li Wei, and their cooperation was impeccable. In addition, they were wearing full body armor, so they could cope with it. However, the 100 or so feet infantrymen were caught in a bitter battle from the beginning. Everyone knows the principle of picking soft persimmons. The barbarians wearing armor and holding sharp weapons were obviously hard bones, which led most of the bandits to choose to attack the weaker feet infantrymen, increasing their pressure. Because of the spear formation, the bandits could not break through at first, but as the corpses piled up and their physical strength was lost, the feet infantrymen had begun to lose people. But Li Wei did not help them. A war is bound to have losses, but as long as there is victory, these losses are worth it. His goal has never been to slaughter these insignificant characters. The only ones who can really determine victory are the ogres who act as siege equipment and the lizardmen who are the main force. Or rather, as long as the backbone of this group of bandits is resolved, they will collapse on their own. All of you, aim at those 4-legged snakes. Li Wei roared and ordered, regardless of whether the feet archers on the city wall could hear him in the shouts of killing. Jate, you go and solve the 2 ogres on the right, and I'll take care of the 5 on the left. After giving the order, Li Wei picked up a javelin on the ground, and without looking, he threw it away. Whoosh! The javelin that shot out instantly blew the head of an ogre that was punching the city wall. The blood splattered on the feet warriors on the city wall. While lingering with fear, everyone's expression was invigorated, and there was a kind of fanatical worship in their eyes that was slowly sprouting. The purpose of these ogres was not to rush into the crowd and join the fight, but to rush to the city wall, preparing to smash a gap in the city wall that was blocking the allied forces, so that they could enter one after another. Li Wei naturally would not let them get their wish. He carried the giant sword and rushed towards the remaining 4 ogres. The wilderness bandits were horrified and avoided this killing god one after another. Some who could not dodge in time were cut down by Li Wei with a wave of his hand. Li Wei, who had suffered a dark loss, would never fight hard with this group of big fools again. After dodging the attack with his agile speed, he suddenly waved his sword, and the ogre's 2 thighs were cut off together. After wailing a few times in pain on the ground, it came to an abrupt end. Raising the giant sword that chopped off the ogre's head, Li Wei easily solved the remaining ogres in the same way. This group of big fools only had strength, but they did not know any swordsmanship or martial arts. For Li Wei, they were no different from lambs to be slaughtered. Although Jate was not as relaxed as him, it was only a matter of time before he solved the 2 ogres. Li Wei underestimated the allure of an iron mine to these natives. Until now, they had lost at least 20% of their members, and even the giants who served as a source of morale and siege weapons had been dealt with by him and Zart, but these bandits had not collapsed and continued to charge forward as if undying. However, after a moment's thought, Li Wei understood. An iron mine was more precious to these weapon-lacking wilderness natives than a gold mine. Deborah strictly prohibited the sale of large quantities of ironware to the wilderness, so gold mines were almost like golden stones to the natives. But with an iron mine, they could refine their own weapons, arm warriors, and then annex the surrounding weaker tribes. When their strength expanded to a certain extent, they could go south to plunder the wealthy human villages. So the significance of this iron mine to them was not just money, but the chance to develop into a large tribe, preventing Deborah from restricting them on weapons. It was an opportunity to rise in the wilderness. The wilderness people were fighting for resources, and Highcliffe Keep was fighting for a foothold and more living space. Neither side was right or wrong, nor was there any justice or evil. They were simply fighting for their own interests. And this benefit required countless lives and blood to build. Li Wei's greatsword had already shattered countless enemies. As the battle intensified, the wilderness natives above decided to pile him to death with numbers. This was common sense that everyone knew. As long as one was still within the realm of biology, one could not avoid the problem of physical exertion. In the eyes of the wilderness people, he had slaughtered so many people and wielded a greatsword, so the physical exertion was terrifying. Perhaps he would collapse from exhaustion in the next moment. Unfortunately, the first batch of wilderness people who held this idea had been slaughtered, and later ones almost climbed over the corpses of their comrades to continue the attack. Looking around, he was already surrounded by corpses, and the grimacing wilderness people kept jumping down from the corpses, as if endless. If there was an hourglass timing, it would not have been more than half an hour from the start of the battle to now, but for both sides, it felt even more difficult than a year. The 4-blade-high city wall could only be considered a slightly higher fence, and it was soon filled with corpses. The wilderness people stepped on the corpses of their comrades and kept rushing into the Fader camp. All the Fader archers threw away their bows and took a small round shield and a one-handed sword to start a melee, roaring and filling the gap. Bryce, Christina, and Mir were protected by the Fader soldiers Li Wei had instructed in advance and retreated back to the camp. The Fader spearmen who were blocking the wilderness natives from climbing the wall under the city wall also suffered heavy casualties, and they were able to survive only after retreating to the vicinity of the barbarians and reducing the pressure. The soil under their feet became muddy under the soaking of blood, and both sides struggled desperately in this mire, squeezing out the last trace of life to take away one person from the other side. This was the first time Li Wei had experienced this kind of battle in terms of numbers, and the key was that there was no retreat. Both sides could only pray that the other side could not hold on first. However, Sam's healing spell could always add a trace of physical strength to the people of Highcliffe Keep at a critical moment, allowing them to see the hope of victory. "Spare me, I really don't have a drop of magic left." Inside the camp, the little old man Sam collapsed to the ground with a pale face, wailing miserably, as if he had been ravaged by a dozen Deborah peasant women with wooden barrel waists. 4 or 5 consecutive all-healing spells emptied the magic in his body. At this moment, he felt dizzy and nauseous after speaking. This was a symptom of severe depletion of magic. Seeing that this shaman really had no magic power, Bryce Christina, with a tight little face, put down the mithril sword on his neck, cast a healing spell on me immediately after the magic power recovers. "Don't think about running away. I will definitely cut off your head before I die." After giving a warning, she listened worriedly to the sounds of fighting coming from the city wall. The crisis of the tribe allowed this lowly patriarch to grow up quickly, and when Li Wei was away, she resolutely took on the responsibility of leadership. In the battlefield, Li Wei mechanically wielded a greatsword of hundreds of pounds. This excellent weapon bought from the system was now full of gaps and might break into 2 sections in the next moment. His body, which had never felt tired, also began to protest. Originally, the weight of hundreds of pounds was nothing to him, but quantitative change led to qualitative change. He had just experienced wielding a giant monster of several thousand pounds, and now he was wielding a greatsword non-stop, which finally made him experience the meaning of the word tired for the first time since he crossed over. I don't know how long it took, but the wilderness people who were charging head-on gradually became scarce, and the piles of corpses made up of broken limbs and arms were impacting the nerves of the latecomers. They could no longer bear this kind of victory that was like a mirage, seemingly in front of them but could not be captured, and they wailed and abandoned their companions, and began to flee in groups. The shouts of killing had stopped, leaving only the uncontrollable screams of the wounded filling the sky. Marshal Mu was as majestic as ever. Zart could no longer hold on, and his double-edged battle axe fell to the muddy ground. He leaned slowly against the city wall and sat down, grinning with his mouth open. "Marshal Zart, you are not bad either." Mutua also started commercial flattery, sitting next to him with a grin. When the battle entered a fever pitch, he also joined in. None of the warriors could stand and maintain their posture. Most of them found a place to lean on and rest, but more of them simply lay on the ground in a large character without any image. Their gasps gathered together, as if they had collectively contracted asthma. Although their brows were furrowed with the pain of exhaustion, there were more smiles of relief. By the way, where is the boss? Zart, who had recovered a trace of strength, subconsciously scanned the battlefield. The situation was too chaotic just now, so everyone could only take care of the enemy in front of them and could not take care of others at all. Whoosh! Suddenly, a pile of corpses 6 or 7 blades high collapsed in his sight. You could tell at a glance that only the boss could kill so fiercely, directly piling up a mountain of corpses. Zart was stunned for a moment, and then he shouted, "It's not good, the boss is being suppressed." What? The boss was killed? The screams of the wounded made this shout a little unclear. Everyone was shocked, and their faces were full of disbelief and loss. It was a sense of loss that a god had collapsed. Yes, even the strongest person, facing the main attack of thousands of people, how could they survive? They ran around and told more people about this. Li Wei is dead? How is this possible? Bryce Christina was stunned, and the holy sword that Li Wei temporarily asked her to keep fell to the ground without her noticing. When everyone said so, sadness could not be suppressed on her face. Unexpectedly, the person who should not have died the most in this battle is now dead. Bryce Christina felt a tightness in her heart. She wanted to say something, but she opened her mouth and could not make a sound. Finally, she left everyone and ran to the outside of the city wall alone, leaving behind a thin figure with fluttering white hair. "Don't spread rumors that I am an eunuch," crying, "I didn't expect to catch a cold yesterday and my head was dizzy, so I only had time to update 2 chapters. I feel better today, and there will be at least 1 more chapter tonight. I wanted to put them together and send them together, but I was afraid that you would really think I was an eunuch, so I will send these 2 chapters first." News that I'm dead? Who the hell spread the rumor that I, Duke, had died? These were Li Wei's first words as he was dug out from the pile of corpses. He hadn't expected that while he was still alive and well, someone would spread false news in an attempt to usurp his position and inherit his Highcliffe castle. Damn it, there are bad people among the masses. The Lord clutched his chest, feeling a surge of anger. "Boss," Zat touched his bald head, grinning foolishly. It was obvious at a glance that this idiot had spread the news. "Looking at your big and burly frame and thick eyebrows, good heavens, your loyalty is not absolute, which means you are absolutely disloyal." After pulling his hand out of Zat's grasp, Li Wei took off his helmet and threw it on the ground. The already deformed helmet rolled a few times, and he wiped away the blood flowing down from his hair, spitting out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. After a brutal slaughter, he looked as if he had swam back from a sea of blood, no longer resembling a human being. If he appeared on the streets late at night, he would definitely scare people into thinking they had seen a ghost. Looking around, there were bizarre corpses everywhere, covering the ground of the canyon, making it a scene of carnage. Roughly estimated, this group of wildlings had lost at least 30 to nearly 40% of their manpower before they could no longer withstand such casualties and completely collapsed. Damn it, if anyone dares to say that this group of bandits from the wilderness is a ragtag bunch again, I'll be the first to argue with them. The Lord cursed. Such casualties before a complete collapse, regardless of which kingdom they were in, would be considered the elite of the elite. If a real ragtag bunch had half of this bravery and spirit of sacrifice, one by one, those pioneering lords should stop pioneering and prepare to hang themselves. "Are you all right?" By Ruisi Tina, who had rushed over, saw Li Wei's figure, and a surge of unspeakable joy welled up in her heart, eventually turning into a worried question. As the Lord moved, minced meat and blood fell from the gaps in his plate armor, forming a distinct red carpet path. "I'm fine," Li Wei replied as he unbuckled the armor from his body layer by layer. Once he was only left with a linen short-sleeved shirt, he couldn't help but stretch and move his muscles. The blood and minced meat on his body were all gifts from the enemy. Even the blow from the giant that had given him a slight disadvantage only looked intimidating but actually didn't cause him any harm. The surrounding barbarians were completely convinced. After a great battle, they were suffering from the aftereffects of exhaustion, their bodies limp and unable to muster any strength. Those humans were lying on the ground, temporarily unable to get up. As a result, their boss was as if nothing had happened, his physique more terrifying than a dragon. In reality, after lying in the pile of corpses for a while, Li Wei had recovered 70 to 80% of his strength. The Lord took the opportunity to open the system team panel and took a look. Except for the 4 orc barbarians recuperating in Highcliff Castle, none of the barbarians he brought had died, but everyone was injured. This was within his expectations. This time, the Wilderness Coalition army seemed to have a large number of people, but their equipment was crude. Moreover, the barbarians were not what they used to be. The weakest were Tier 4 units, and they were all wearing 2 layers of armor. After the only giant that could pose a threat to them was dealt with by him, the bandits with rusty iron knives had trouble breaking through the barbarians' armor, so it was naturally difficult to kill the orcs. This had nothing to do with martial skills or bravery, it was purely equipment crushing. It can be said that the iron armor guaranteed the barbarians' lower limit, and their own bravery brought out the greatest use of the iron armor. However, looking at the casualties of the Fed warriors, Li Wei sighed. Excluding those stationed at Highcliff Castle, there were more than 400 young and middle-aged Fed people here, almost all of whom participated in the battle. As a result, only more than 200 were left now, with nearly 40% of the manpower lost, which can be described as a heavy death toll. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that they were protecting their own tribe, coupled with his various morale-boosting methods, they would probably have collapsed long ago. The reason for their heavy casualties was nothing more than the barbarians' bravery causing the wildlings to subconsciously attack these weaker enemies, thus the barbarians' pressure was less than expected. It is terrifying that the orcs did not suffer any casualties in this war, but this is not something to be proud of. There were almost no commendable tactics in this war. It all depended on equipment crushing and which side was more afraid of death, and who couldn't withstand the casualties first. For system soldiers, the victory of a war, in addition to various rewards, is itself the most generous harvest. Li Wei didn't know how many of the dead enemies he had killed, but he thought it should be no less than several hundred. Coupled with the number of people killed by the warriors, the accumulated experience was unimaginable. At this point, all 30 or so Tier 4 orc warriors advanced to Tier 5 units, giant axeguards, and the military strength of Highcliff Castle was raised to another level. What surprised Li Wei slightly was that, under such massive experience blessing, not a single Tier 5 unit could be upgraded. It seems that the experience to advance to Tier 6 units is massive, and the experience of a single war is not enough to upgrade. But thinking about it, it's normal. Leaving aside that sealed Tier 7 unit, Tier 6 is already a top unit, and it certainly won't easily reach the upgrade standard. The Fed warriors who had long been included in the system team also reached the upgrade standard. All of the Tier 1 Fed civilians were upgraded to Tier 2 Fed militia, and the Tier 2 units were also upgraded to Tier 3 units, Fed warriors. As for Tier 3 to Tier 4, there was not a single one. After all, Tier 3 units are already considered regular soldiers, and this situation is normal. Li Wei, who had long had the barbarians spread the word about the God of War's gift, naturally couldn't wait to upgrade all of them. The gold coins required for the upgrade were not much, and the money remaining in the system was completely sufficient. If he didn't upgrade against the clock, there would be suspicion of being exposed. So now, all of the Burning Legion's orc warriors are Tier 5 units, and the Fed warriors here are 60% Tier 2 units, and the rest are all Tier 3 units. When fighting hard, adrenaline surges and you don't feel too tired, but once you relax, fatigue and exhaustion arrive as scheduled. Fortunately, system unit upgrades come with some stamina recovery, although not enough to make them continue to be full of energy, but at least enough to keep them in a state of stamina where they can just move. After the battle, after resting for a while, the barbarians walked around the battlefield one by one, searching for the wildlings who had not completely died, and giving them the final blow one by one. Even if Li Wei was short of manpower, he would not support these wounded enemies. Ending their remaining pain one by one is the greatest grace to them. As these enemy wounded were dealt with, sorrowful cries began to sound in the sky above the Fed tribe. Some of these fallen Fed warriors had wives and children, and some were still very young with only parents, younger brothers, and sisters. And these family members were looking for the figures of their children. When they didn't see their familiar figures among the standing people, sorrow inevitably welled up in their hearts. This is an inevitable thing in war, and all Li Wei can do is to treat the soldiers' families as kindly as possible. Although this battle completely crippled and terrified the surrounding wilderness natives who coveted the iron mine, the Fed tribe also paid a huge price. After the war, they were like wounded lone wolves, beginning to lick their wounds in solitude. Although the wilderness summer tends to be cool, the midday sun is still scorching. To prevent too many corpses from piling up and causing a plague, the people hurriedly gathered the wilderness people's bodies together, preparing to burn them in a fire. As for the bodies of the Fed warriors, they were all collected, allowing their respective families to identify them, and then find an opportunity to bury them together. DB's culture in this regard is not much different from that of my previous life, both believing that burial and intact corpses are a sign of respect for the dead, and also provide a place for the living to place their hopes. This is unlike the kingdom of Saint Misa in the West, which believes that only by cremating the dead can their souls reach the kingdom of God and continue to serve their worship deity. Tina, have the casualty statistics been compiled? Li Wei, who had washed the congealed blood from his body, shouted twice in the camp but received no response. It wasn't until he reached the place where the soldiers' remains were being kept that he saw Mir holding a corpse in his arms, his face filled with grief. The corpse's chest and abdomen had been brutally cut open with a knife, and even the heart, which had stopped beating, could be seen. Iruisi Tina was comforting Mir beside him. Walking over, Li Wei finally saw the face of the corpse. It was still very young. In his previous life, he would probably still be a minor. Among the Fed remnants, who averaged 1 8/10 of a rin, this young man was only 1 6/10 of a rin, a shorty who appeared very thin. However, his face showed no pain, but rather a sense of relief and pride, a kind of unprecedented peace and serenity. This is Mir's childhood friend. Although he was much weaker than Mir, his dream was to become a knight renowned throughout DB. Iruisi Tina sighed. He shot 4 wilderness people, and was finally cut through his leather armor by a lizard man wielding a scimitar after the lizard man climbed over the wall. He was almost cut in two. By the time we arrived, he was already dying. At first, seeing so many familiar faces falling in pools of blood, she would also feel uncontrollable sadness, but now she has gradually become numb. Too many people died in this war. Or rather, if it weren't for Li Wei, her tribe's fate would either be to be crushed or to become a vassal of other tribes, which wouldn't be much better than the present. This is a brave warrior, better than many knights. May he rest in peace, the Lord said, clenching his fist and placing it on his chest in tribute. When he was in the Western Territory in the South, he had seen countless knights, some with titles so long they could fill an entire page of a family tree. But these guys didn't have half a shred of knightly spirit, and their courage wasn't as great as imagined. At least, facing today's seemingly impossible to win situation, more than 30% would definitely take the opportunity to run away halfway. At such a young age, being able to resist fear and bravely fight the enemy is worthy of everyone's respect. Li Wei saw regret, confusion, and helplessness in Mir's eyes. Although Mir didn't say it, Li Wei could roughly guess why. The past is dead, like yesterday. The future is alive, like today. Li Wei patted Mir on the shoulder, looking directly into his eyes, instead of regretting that if you had learned martial arts and stayed by your friend's side, he wouldn't have died, which is meaningless. It's better to work harder in the present and cherish the future. You still have your sister and other companions worth cherishing. Li Wei looked up at the blazing sun in the sky, dazzling and scorching. In this hot weather, if the wounds of the injured are not treated quickly, they are likely to become inflamed. And with the scarcity of medicine in the wilderness, if a wound becomes inflamed, it's basically a death sentence. Enough lives have been lost today. If the losses are expanded because of this, it would simply become a joke. Mir silently picked up the corpse and left. Li Wei didn't know if he had listened to what he said, but in this situation, one often has to rely on oneself. Tina, how are the injured? With Sam here, those with serious injuries have been saved, and the minor wounds are being bandaged. Okay, remember that the white cloth used to bandage the wounds must be boiled at high temperature for more than 20 minutes. If there is high-proof alcohol, try to use high-proof alcohol to clean the wounds, Li Wei said seriously. In this weather, wound infection is definitely more serious than the injury itself, and Li Wei couldn't help but treat it seriously. Casualties, how are they? Li Wei finally had to raise this serious question. 156 killed in action, more than 40 seriously injured, by Ruisi Tina revealed a look of sorrow. Many of those killed in action were uncles who had watched her grow up, and some were childhood friends. It can be said that she knew almost everyone in the entire tribe, but now so many are gone all at once. Li Wei just touched her head to comfort her. Feeling the heavy hand on her head, Bai Ruisi Tina felt much more at ease. The two, chatting, soon arrived at the place where the wounded were being treated. This was a temporary wooden shed, with thick wooden pillars embedded in the ground to serve as supporting columns, and wooden planks laid flat on top to provide shade. It was ventilated on all sides without any obstructions. This was what Li Wei had requested. In this kind of place where the wounded gather, it is important to maintain air circulation to prevent wound infections. Old man Sam, come and drink a bowl of water. Inside the wooden shed, Mutua handed a bowl of water to Sam. Now, in the wilderness where doctors are scarce, Sam, who knows a bit of healing magic, is invaluable. The seriously injured are all being rescued by this shaman. Jate naturally softened his attitude a little. You big fool, you still have some conscience. Sam glanced at Jate, as if regaining his former superior air. Just as he picked up the water and was about to take a sip, a pair of hands rested on his shoulders. Turning his head and seeing that it was Li Wei, he trembled all over, and the water almost spilled on the ground. Lord, Sam said, his mouth somewhat dry. Now, in his heart, Li Wei is completely a demon in human skin, more terrifying than the undead. Good job. Li Wei just praised him and then ignored him, looking at the wounded lying on the bedboards. Lord! Discovering him, the wounded exclaimed and wanted to salute, but Li Wei raised a hand to stop them. These wounded were missing arms and legs, and some had large chunks of flesh bitten off their necks. It can be said that after about half of the wounded recovered, not to mention going to the battlefield, whether they could work was a problem. At this moment, they looked at Li Wei with fervent eyes. After this battle, Li Wei's figure had been deeply imprinted in their hearts. Recalling what this lord had done on the battlefield was almost like a god. It was also because of this god-like lord leading them that they were able to win this war that seemed destined to be lost no matter how you looked at it. After scanning the crowd, Li Wei didn't make any grand pronouncements. Instead, he said in a deep voice, as warriors of Highcliff Fortress, you have done exceptionally well. I am proud of you. To win this battle with a nearly 10-to-1 disadvantage in numbers, even the most discerning war expert would consider this an outstanding achievement. Everyone involuntarily puffed out their chests, feeling a sense of shared glory. You have sacrificed a great deal for Highcliff Fortress. Now, you no longer need to rush to the battlefield, but Li Wei's words took an unexpected turn, causing the injured to become anxious. Did the Lord think they were worthless and planned to abandon them? Before they could continue their pessimistic speculations, Li Wei spoke again. Highcliff Fortress will be responsible for supporting you for the rest of your lives, including the families of those fallen warriors. Highcliff Fortress will take full responsibility for them. At this point, Li Wei smiled and joked, of course, you also have a mission, which is to produce as many healthy, fat babies as possible to strengthen Highcliff Fortress. After all, Highcliff Fortress can't just let you eat and drink for free. Everyone laughed, and some of the injured who could still move patted their chests and shouted, Lord, I may not be good at anything else, but I am especially good at producing offspring. I will give Highcliff Fortress a big, fat baby next year and have him join the Highcliff Fortress Legion. That's right, that's right. Although we can no longer fight for Highcliff Fortress, our sons can. I would like to help the Lord, but unfortunately, I don't have a wife yet. It's okay, Highcliff Fortress will provide wives for free. No one can avoid this mission. Li Wei laughed at the young warrior with a broken leg who said he didn't have a wife. The gloomy atmosphere in the wooden shed was swept away, replaced by an atmosphere of passionate excitement. The feed warriors, who already admired Li Wei, now had even more fervent eyes, with a hint of emotion deep within. Even in the wealthiest St. Misa kingdom in this world, the treatment of fallen soldiers was limited to a pension, and after layers of exploitation, it was hard to say how much actually reached the families. But no one was like Li Wei, not only taking on the responsibility for their entire lives but also providing them with wives. This made them feel the significance of their participation in the battle, gave them a greater sense of belonging to Highcliffe Fortress, and brought them complete peace of mind. Although Chieftain by Ruisi Tina would not abandon them, they had nominally become Highcliffe Fortress's subjects before this. If this lord really wanted to abandon them, their fate would be difficult to predict. Fortunately, this lord treated his soldiers like his own children. After encouraging them to recuperate, Li Wei left the wooden shed. Li Wei, by Ruisi Tina looked at the lord with emotion. "Stop, don't say anything tearful. I can't stand that. Since you have decided to rely on Highcliffe Fortress, you are members of Highcliffe Fortress. Highcliffe Fortress will not be biased." Li Wei interrupted by Ruisi Tina. This made by Ruisi Tina, whose eyes were a little teary, immediately hold back her tears, her face both touched and amused, quite comical. "Thank you, Li Wei, you are," by Ruisi Tina said seriously and solemnly. "I didn't expect to still not be able to get rid of the friend card even here." Li Wei covered his ears and laughed, grumbling. This friend card reminded him of a friend in his previous life who was given a friend card by his girlfriend. Leaving by Ruisi Tina alone in the wind, her white hair fluttering. The most difficult moment has passed, and now all that is needed is to wait, and time will smooth everything out. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. There was not a single corpse on the battlefield, only bloodstains mixed with the soil, proving that an unimaginable bloody battle had once taken place here. The remains of the feed warriors were all buried yesterday on a green lawn on the back mountain. All the wounded who had not died on the battlefield were out of danger, thanks to the bonus of Li Wei's system medical skills and Sam's healing skills. All that was needed next was time to recuperate. The Evil Tooth tribe prisoners all surrendered after the war and were then sent by Li Wei to mine and work. They worked 11 hours a day, with a 1-hour break at noon. Considering that this was physical labor, Li Wei stipulated 3 meals a day, but meat was only served every 3 days. Even so, these prisoners were very grateful. After all, they only had to work every day to get 3 meals a day, and there was no danger. It was simply the life of their dreams. Looking at their past, they were either hunting or plundering other tribes every day, and whether they could survive tomorrow was a question. Now they don't have to worry about these things at all. They can just concentrate on working to get food. The sun had not yet risen in the morning, and the climate was very pleasant. After a good night's sleep, stretching outside the door, the gentle mountain breeze brought the unique earthy fragrance of the Cass Mountains, which was the most comfortable time of the day. But the Evil Tooth tribe had no intention of enjoying this beauty and had fallen into a state of panic. The warriors who had set out on the expedition some time ago had left full of confidence, but by the second day, hundreds of them had returned in a state of disarray. After careful questioning, not only did they fail to seize the iron mine, but even the shaman and the chief were killed. Fortunately, they did not lose too many men. While they were discussing what to do next, a wilderness coalition suddenly attacked, whether to avenge their chief and shaman or for other reasons. They once again chose to join this coalition formed in the wilderness. As a result, the seemingly unstoppable wilderness coalition of more than 4,000 people was defeated by the Feed tribe. Only a few scattered Evil Tooth tribe warriors escaped back, wanting to ask something, but they trembled all over as if they had malaria and refused to open their mouths. They just kept murmuring about demons in fear. Their appearance explained everything. The news that not only had they been defeated, but also that the tribe's warriors had suffered heavy losses spread like wildfire. Even the little kids in the tribe knew that the tribe had suffered a defeat, and that Uncle Beard, who loved them and their mothers the most, had left his life on this land and would never return. The remaining 100 men were fiercely discussing whether to stay here or escape, but no one could convince the others. So they turned to greet each other's direct female relatives. The loss of 80% of the young and middle-aged men was tantamount to cutting off both arms of the Evil Tooth tribe. No matter what choice they made, what awaited them was more cruel than meeting wolves in the wilderness. Near noon, a group of Feed people wandered around the tribe, occasionally shooting 2 arrows into the tribe and slowly shrinking the line of defense to surround it. If the brothers have typos, please feel free to catch them. After all, typos are hard to prevent, although I have checked several times, there may still be typos that have not been found. These feed people were cautious and did not rush to plunder this tribe, which was clearly no longer capable of fighting. This shows that these are all seasoned warriors tempered in blood and fire, which made the people of the Evil Tooth tribe feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. When the men saw a group of orc barbarians in iron armor lurking suspiciously in the mountains and forests, their determination to resist shattered like icicles falling from the eaves in winter. No one knew the terror of these orcs better than they did. Li Wei didn't expect this group of northern barbarians, known for their unruly nature in DB, to surrender so quickly.
My lord, the northern barbarians are not really uncivilized savages, why can't they understand the situation?
The little shaman old man, following behind the lord, said indignantly, the people of DB have too many prejudices and discriminations against the northerners in the wilderness.
I don't think you understand the saying a wise man submits to circumstances.
Li Wei, who still hadn't received this old bastard's application to join his team, cursed unhappily, strode forward, and walked towards the Evil Tooth tribe's camp. The Evil Tooth tribe was a medium-sized tribe of about 1,000 people in the Cass Mountains. Apart from the less than 100 able-bodied men remaining, there were nearly 1,000 women, children, and elderly. These northern barbarians basically have wheat-colored skin and brown curly hair, and their pupils are like Yellowstone, slightly dull yellow eyes. The able-bodied men were naked to the waist, wearing simple animal skin trousers. The women were slightly better, but they only used animal skin clothing to cover the important 3 points. The flat abdomen, slender and strong thighs were undoubtedly exposed. These tribal women are not like the people of DB, most of whom become barrel-waisted by middle age, but instead have slender figures. Like women who specialize in spending time in the gym in his previous life. And most of the Evil Tooth tribe's children didn't even wear clothes, whether it was to reduce clothing wear and tear, or because they were too lazy to wear them in the hot summer. However, due to the northern climate, these northern barbarian children look robust, and should grow up as burly as their fathers. As for the Evil Tooth tribe's houses, they are basically simple wooden structures, with animal skins laid on the roof to act as waterproof cloths, and some cattle and sheep are fed in the livestock pens. Although the people of the wilderness do not farm, they are adept at herding, so each tribe, in addition to hunting, will raise some livestock to reduce tribal pressure. However, judging from the current situation, this tribe is clearly still struggling on the poverty line. Highcliff Fortress is a territory that is not yet perfect, most of whom are warriors and civilians are scarce, like a weapon with only a blade but no handle. Without the support of the handle, this blade cannot be used at all. Li Wei once thought about how to make the civilians of DB, who live in warmth and wealth, give up their homes and come to live in this poor and desolate land. The conclusion is to go to sleep. You can have everything in your dreams. Later, he realized that he was too narrow-minded. Why should he be confined to DB civilians? After opening up the pattern, he realized that there are civilians everywhere in this wilderness.
Not to mention those alien tribes, the northern barbarians in the Cass Mountains alone are an immeasurable number.
Therefore, this trip is not only to find the stone slab that Sam said recorded magic, but the most important thing is to bring this group of northern barbarians into Highcliff Fortress. Li Wei had Zart lead the orcs and feed warriors to drive the Evil Tooth tribe towards the feed tribe. Those women and children didn't know what was going to happen next, crying and howling in fear, a scene of chaos. According to the law of the jungle and the wilderness, collective beheadings are very common. It was because they knew this that they trembled like sifting chaff, their faces full of despair. Li Wei calmly watched all this, and did not explain. The two sides were originally enemies facing each other with swords. He had not degraded them all to slaves. It was already the only kindness brought by the 9-year compulsory education. My lord, I will take you to find the scroll I mentioned that records magic, Sam said quickly, hoping to be valued. Sam felt that life was wonderful. He was a thorough opportunist, and after the defeat, he was only temporarily showing weakness, preparing to find an opportunity to escape. After all, as a shaman who knows 2 spells, no matter where he goes, he will be regarded as a guest of honor, instead of being ignored for his talents like the Highcliff Fortress Lord, who is a witchcraft idiot. What's more, it can be seen at a glance that the feed tribe that has submitted to Highcliff Fortress is about to be crushed by the wilderness army, and he doesn't want to be a funeral object. But since seeing the demon-like strength of this lord, the wilderness army was defeated by hundreds of people, he was very eager to gain the favor of the Highcliff Fortress Lord. With his many years of experience, this lord will definitely achieve something in the wilderness, and it won't be long before his name may resound throughout the Middle Ages continent. At that time, the widely circulated lord will also have a Sam the Great Mage beside him who has made great contributions to this. Sam began to fantasize about the future days for no reason. Just then, Li Wei glanced at Sam next to him, and the system panel suddenly received this guy's application to join the team. Sam, this old guy, has lived for half his life, and is a typical old fritter, too slippery to catch. Since being caught, whether it is kindness and power or threats, he has agreed well on the surface, but in fact he is still holding back bad water behind his back, and his loyalty has never reached the minimum team standard judged by the system. If it weren't for the fact that he was a rare spellcaster, the Lord would have dragged him to enjoy the 007 blessing long ago. Now I don't know what happened, his loyalty has strangely increased, reaching the system's team standard. No matter how cunning you are, you still have to drink this Lord's. Cough cough, don't even think about escaping this Lord's palm, Li Wei said triumphantly as he was about to click confirm, but the team application flashed twice and disappeared. Damn it, this old kid's loyalty only lasted a few breaths before disappearing. How dare you play a double game? Even I, the Lord, don't. Li Wei glared at Sam a few times, and said angrily, you have no food to eat tonight. Go and reflect on why. Sam was dumbfounded, and at the same time felt a little guilty. He had suddenly gone back on his word again, thinking about observing Highcliffe Fortress for a while, to see if it was worth joining. After all, he hasn't seen what Highcliffe Fortress looks like until now. But looking at the Lord's performance, he seemed to have discovered his insignificant little thought. He followed closely behind with small steps, somewhat uneasy. Soon, the group came to the place where Sam had hidden the magic stone slab. No wonder this old kid is so confident that no one can find it. Li Wei didn't expect that the place where he hid things was actually an underground passage that had existed for who knows how many years. Northern wildlings, Sam led the group to the wooden house he had specially built. The house wasn't very big, and the items inside were cluttered. The walls were decorated with goat heads and various unknown animal teeth. Crude layers of wall panels also held various stone powder ground dyes, feathers of various colors, and strange things in bottles and jars. It was full of mystery. This wooden house completely satisfied Li Wei's inherent impression of shamans. Only these shamans in the wilderness would decorate their residences like this, whether to increase their own mystery and make people more awed, or something else, was unknown. After turning an unknown beast head that served as a decoration in the house, the ground, which was originally covered with animal skins, revealed an underground passage full of traces of time with a series of clanging sounds. The dark passage, large enough to accommodate an adult and extending downwards, was like a giant abyss about to devour life. Everyone was a little surprised. This passage clearly had at least several hundred years of history. It was one thing that the mechanism could still be activated, but they didn't expect it to appear in a savage tribe. Please come in, sir, Sam said obsequiously, stepping aside. Li Wei just looked at him with a smile, without moving his body at all. Sam's expression froze. As an old fox, he naturally knew what this meant. He chuckled and lit a torch, taking the lead into the passage. Only then did Li Wei nod in satisfaction. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. If this old bastard had joined the system team just now, he wouldn't have minded showing off a wave of trusting people and not doubting them, demonstrating the demeanor of a monarch. But this old boy was jumping back and forth, so Li Wei had to be cautious. Just as he was about to follow, Jate stopped him. Boss, I'll go first. Jate took off his exaggerated bullhorn helmet, held a torch in one hand and a fine steel double-edged battle axe in the other. Facing the relatively narrow passage, his tall and sturdy body bent over and squeezed in. Li Wei understood after thinking for a moment and didn't stop him. Yes, he was no longer the lone wolf he used to be. He had a large family under him looking up to him for food. I'm afraid this group of people valued his life more than he did himself. Maybe one day when it got cold, they would take the initiative to add a piece of clothing for him. Leaving 5 barbarians to guard at the entrance of the passage, Li Wei, protected by Jate and Mu Tuo, walked in. In this kind of narrow place, if they really encountered a danger that even he couldn't resist, it would be useless for more orcs to enter.
A small number of people would be more conducive to him.
The downward passage was only about 2 ren high and 1.5 ren wide, just right for humans, but Jate and Mutua had to bend over all the way. Here, underground, except for the entrance, the surrounding sealed stone walls cut off the possibility of any light entering. Even under the illumination of the torch, the visibility in the dark passage was still no more than 3 ren.
It's so dark here. The Lord's words immediately echoed in the passage, sounding very hollow. It's so dark here, sir, there's an echo in here, you have to be quieter.
Sam suddenly appeared at a corner holding a torch, his wrinkled face revealing a strange smile in the light.
Damn, you want to scare this Duke.
Li Wei cursed and directly gave him a flick on the forehead. Hurry up and lead the way.
Sam looked aggrieved, moved the torch away from his face, rubbed his sore neck, and continued to lead the way.
The air here is quite fresh, you can clearly feel a breeze blowing out of the cracks in the stone. There should be a dedicated ventilation channel to the outside. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Sam suddenly stopped moving forward, but used the torch to light the piles of firewood that appeared in sight one by one.
These dried pine woods were full of oil and more flammable than highly concentrated liquor.
It seemed that Sam had prepared them in advance. The dark space gradually became as bright as day with the burning firewood. Unlike the narrow passage in front, this was an underground stone chamber, and the surrounding cyan-black stone walls had obviously existed for an unknown amount of time. The stone chamber was very empty, with only a stone platform in the center. On the stone platform was an egg the size of a palm, but unfortunately, this egg seemed to be carved out of stone, with exquisite patterns similar to clouds and trees all over its surface. Sir, this is where I hid the magic scroll.
In fact, this is also where I found it.
Sam walked to the stone platform and bowed piously, as if what was in front of him was not a stone egg, but the god he believed in.
Is this a dragon egg?
The bumpkin lord, who had never seen the world, asked a soul-like question.
Dragon egg?
Sam sneered, very disdainful, and then bowed slightly to Li Wei, putting his hand on his chest. Sir, please allow me to keep you in suspense.
At this moment, the shaman's aura was different, like those knowledgeable old scholars in Wangting University. Although the Evil Tooth tribe is just an ordinary tribe in the Cass Mountains, its history is actually very long.
Even without written words and books passed down, our true origins have always been recorded in the oral traditions of our ancestors. In the past, the Cass Mountains were not like they are now, with countless large and small scattered tribes. There used to be a country here, the country of the mountains, that was its name.
And you are the people of the country of the mountains? Li Wei timely offered a supporting line.
That's right, the large and small tribes in the Cass Mountains were actually all people of the country of the mountains before. The country of the mountains worshipped the goddess of nature and was a subject of the goddess of nature, but after the country of the mountains was destroyed, the goddess of nature also disappeared.
Damn! Don't tell me this egg is what this goddess of nature transformed into.
Li Wei's heart was pounding, and he felt a sense of suffocation enveloping him. What could be clearly known was that in the magic era thousands of years ago in the Middle Ages, these gods were truly real, and those powerful dragons or magical creatures were nothing compared to these gods. No wonder Sam was so disdainful of the dragon earlier. Li Wei didn't expect this group of northern barbarians to have such a history, which was quite shocking in the current situation. Even Jate, the big fool, unconsciously showed a trace of awe on his face. Orcs also worshipped the orc god, and although this goddess of nature was not what he worshipped, she was worthy of respect as a god. That's not the case, it's just that this egg carries the exclusive imprint of the goddess of nature, and it is clearly related to the goddess of nature, Sam explained. This made Li Wei secretly relieved, although he didn't show it on his face. As long as anything in this world is related to gods, it is worth being very vigilant about. In an era 1,000 years ago when gods were active, believing in gods could truly bring divine favor. The renowned paladins and archbishops who controlled various divine spells were all recipients of divine blessings. In that great age of magic, these trendsetters, blessed and guided by the gods, traversed this land, leaving behind stories that have been passed down for millennia, undoubtedly the elite few.
Unfortunately, the power of time is enough to smooth everything out.
The glory of these trendsetters belongs only to the past. After the magic tide, the traces of the gods became less and less, until they disappeared completely, becoming myths. These trendsetters also disappeared in the long river of time, and even some of the countries they established have been destroyed for many years.
Obviously, this mountain kingdom and the goddess of nature are among them.
My lord, the scroll recording magic is what I found in this cave.
Sam respectfully took a keyboard-sized bluestone from the stone platform.
After taking it, Li Wei carefully examined it.
The stone slab was engraved with words he didn't recognize. Although Li Wei is currently a warrior, he also yearns to become a melee mage like Gandalf.
Unfortunately, after staring at it for a full 3 minutes, he didn't hear the words "he is the chosen one" or that he had passed the test.
This stone slab was just an ordinary bluestone, without any magic flowing.
The magic on the scroll needs to be learned, and the prerequisite is to have magical talent, Sam kindly reminded. Glancing at him, the Lord threw the stone slab to Zat and asked him to keep it safe, turning his gaze to the egg placed on the platform. Speaking of which, you said this thing is related to the goddess of nature.
Could it be the illegitimate child of the goddess of nature? Because of the lack of magic, it turned into an egg and couldn't be born?
As a magic illiterate, Li Wei stroked his chin and began to speculate seriously. After all, judging from the night novels he had read, the relationship between gods was also very complicated, and it was normal to have a few illegitimate children. And the only thing that eggs can be associated with is the gestation of life. In addition, since magic gradually disappeared, the gods also gradually disappeared, so Li Wei felt that his brainstorming guess was worth studying. If there was a real magician who was proficient in the divine system here, he would definitely be so angry at this folk magic enthusiast and god blasphemer's remarks that he would jump and curse. Unfortunately, Sam is also a mediocre hillbilly, touching his head and said, "Actually, I have experimented with various methods, but this egg has no reaction, just like a real stone. My lord, although I can't make this egg show its extraordinariness, maybe you can do it, you can also try it." Sam changed his tone, and his tone was like a clumsy trafficker who was cheaply selling spinach.
Sam's words were sincere.
In his opinion, this lord himself is very mysterious. He is as strong as a giant, but his body is pitifully small. He doesn't look like he can possess terrifying power. It completely violates the most basic law of life that size and strength are directly proportional.
But the reality is so unreasonable.
This impossible combination happened to be matched together. The Lord calmly protected Zat in front of him.
Just kidding.
Although this inconspicuous stone egg is only related to the goddess of nature, and it looks ordinary. But it can exist here for so many years, and the surrounding stone walls have a layer of stone skin under the washing of time, but this egg is still as new as ever. This is worth pondering, proving that it is not as simple as it seems.
What's more, even Sam, the authentic descendant of the Mountain Kingdom, can't make it show its true appearance.
It's useless for him, a Debirian who can't be reached by 8 poles, to rush forward. This has absolutely nothing to do with being afraid of death. It's just that the Lord chose to follow his heart. If there were a few Debirian archbishop-level magicians escorting him, holding the idea of gambling on a bicycle and turning it into a motorcycle, Li Wei would grit his teeth and do it. But the reality is that there is only a half-baked shaman and 2 orc barbarians next to him who show clear eyes when discussing magic or gods. Perhaps it would be no problem for them to chop people into meat fillings, but asking them to guard against these ghostly things is like a monk touching his head a waste.
It's like insisting on finding slaneage to guide you and achieve double pleasure in spirit and body. This is not how you court death.
Ahem, I won't touch the egg, but after all, it's related to the goddess of nature and is a sacred object of your tribe.
Take it with you and leave here together. Li Wei gave his opinion.
Although he didn't want to touch this egg, it didn't mean he would put this thing that was obviously related to the gods here. This may be the psychological effect of being both jealous and unwilling to let go. Sam didn't continue to ask for anything, and took the stone egg from the stone platform, wrapped it in cloth and put it in his arms. Li Wei, who had been staring at it, didn't notice any changes in the egg. After the purpose of this trip was achieved, the group returned to the evil Fong tribe along the passage. My lord, please be sure to keep this secret for the evil Fong tribe.
Sam prayed after coming out.
Li Wei nodded in agreement.
In a sense, if this egg is really related to the gods, then its value is no less than an iron mine.
If the archbishops and scholars of Deborah knew about this news, perhaps they would leave the Crusader knights who believe in the gods to launch a wave of northern expeditions, and welcome the noble Son of God back to a place that conforms to his identity, rather than a poor country full of hillbillies and illiterates. Regarding this journey, the Lord felt the quiet mountain breeze, but his heart was filled with emotion. He didn't expect that he just came to recruit residents and take back the magic scroll recording magic, but it led to an unknown secret. Even the gods will disappear without a trace under the passage of time. That stone room has existed for at least 1,000 years. It is still unknown whether this egg is still useful. As for why this stone room exists here, after 1,000 years of time, why this egg is still as new as if it was put in yesterday. These doubts. The secrets in it have also become old news after the passage of time, and can no longer be known. Back in the Fetter tribe, a pile of messy things such as the arrangement and disposal of the evil Fong tribe made the Lord dizzy again. In the end, he took charge of the general direction and handed over the details to Barry's Tina, the chief executive of the High Cliff Castle. The beautiful name is experience, so that Barry's Tina can grow up as soon as possible. In the evening, Li Wei opened the second plenary meeting of the High Cliff Castle. The theme of this meeting is the future development strategy and policy of High Cliff Castle. There will be another chapter in the evening. I am speeding up the code, and strive to write the previous one. Am still a soldier at night. Bean-sized oil lamps illuminated the wooden house temporarily used as a meeting room. Everyone sat around the long table, and two well-shaped maids added hot tea for each person. Li Wei sat at the head of the table, with Bairuisi Tina on his right, followed by Mir, and on his left was Zat, the Iron Fool, followed by Mutuwa and Sam at the end. Unknowingly, the first meeting had only 2 or 3 people, but now the team has taken shape. Okay, the second internal meeting of Highcliffe Castle officially begins. Li Wei tapped his fingers on the table, and the crisp sound made everyone concentrate. The content of this meeting is to set the development strategy and policy of Highcliffe Castle. The Wilderness Coalition coveting the iron ore has been completely crippled by us, and at least in the next few years, they will not be able to muster the courage to the iron ore again, and what we have to do is to use this time to develop rapidly. The most important thing at present is to make the iron ore not only meet our internal consumption, but also have additional production capacity for external sales. Li Wei looked at Mir. For this, I plan to establish an armory team, led by Mir, specializing in smelting iron ore and making weapons and armor. After these days of self-digestion, Mir has seen a lot, and is not dejected, with a solemn chest to show. In order to increase the guard strength of Highcliffe Castle, the Burning Legion will add a second legion, the number of which is to be determined by 200. I will select members from various tribes. The head of the legion will be Zat for the time being, and the first legion will be temporarily managed by Mutuwa. This decision was something Li Wei had thought about for a long time. At present, Highcliffe Castle has a population of about 3,000 after receiving the Fader tribe and the Evil Tooth tribe, not counting the Knoll tribe. There are 400 young adults among them, plus about 500 stationed in Highcliffe Castle. Naturally, it is impossible for all of these to serve as soldiers. After all, Highcliffe Castle cannot afford it with its current strength. So Li Wei decided to choose the best of the best, and 200 is a suitable number. What makes Li Wei a little helpless is that there are still too few managers in Highcliffe Castle, so he can only let Zat take care of the second legion in addition to the orcs. Sam, who was sitting at the back, carefully observed his words and expressions, and understood that this was not a meeting at all, but a reward for meritorious deeds and distribution of positions. Everyone who came to the meeting was assigned a very important position, and he is now at this meeting. Obviously. That is, his talent has finally been discovered by the Lord of Highcliffe Castle. Thinking of this, Sam couldn't help grinning and looking forward to what position he would be assigned later. Although he was once a shaman above 1,000 people in a tribe, even if the position in Highcliffe Castle is higher, it is impossible to be greater than the Lord, but he is still excited. After all, how can the self-appointed leader in the countryside be compared with the noble conferred by Deborah? In addition, I am also preparing to set up a spellcasting team. Speaking of this, Li Wei looked up at Sam in the back. Sam quickly straightened his chest and showed a well-controlled smile. Well, Sam will be in charge of, say it. Say it quickly. Sam kept shouting in his heart, and the corners of his mouth were rising crazily.
Sam will be a team member," Li Wei emphasized. "Ah?" Sam looked incredulous and couldn't help but euphemistically reminded, "Sir, did you say something wrong?" "Not wrong, you are a team member," Li Wei said word by word. Sam slumped on the chair like a deflated ball. He didn't expect that as the only spellcaster in Highcliffe Castle, he couldn't even get a team leader. "Is there any justice?" The Lord knew the truth of giving a sweet date after a stick, and his tone eased slightly. "Although you are just a team member, your status is higher than the team leader. Think about whether you are the only spellcaster in Highcliffe Castle now? As long as you teach the members who become spellcasters, even if he becomes the team leader in the future, he has to call you master. Isn't that more face than the team leader?" Li Wei directly started drawing big cakes out of thin air, and the main thing was to get something for nothing. "Yes." Sam's eyes lit up. He is now the only spellcaster in Highcliffe Castle. As long as he teaches his disciples, even if they become team leaders or something, they have to be respectful to him. In an instant, Sam also completed his self-strategy and began to imagine the scene where the spellcasting team he built with one hand would respectfully call him the legendary great magician. And when this spellcasting team resounds throughout the wilderness or even Deber, his Sam legendary great magician will be the greatest contributor. Looking at the excited Sam, Li Wei smiled slightly in his heart. This old boy finally ate the pie he drew. It's no wonder that Sam was hooked. Although he was old and sophisticated, he had always been in a high position, and no one had ever drawn a pie for him. He was still trapped in the poor place of the Cass Mountains and had little knowledge, so Li Wei directly reduced the dimension as soon as he came. Seemingly motivating Sam, in fact, Li Wei wanted this guy to teach more shamans to fill the vacancy of spellcasters in Highcliffe Castle. After the iron or defense battle came to an end, Highcliffe Castle faced a problem. That is whether to move the base to the Fader tribe. After all, there is an iron ore here, which is of great significance. However, Li Wei directly denied it after thinking about it. Although the location of the Fader tribe is only on the periphery of the Cass Mountains, it is still in the continuous mountains. Although this location can well avoid Deber's pursuit, it is definitely not a location conducive to development. As we all know, to get rich, first build roads. The importance of transportation infrastructure to economic development is self-evident. Building roads can improve transportation conditions, make logistics unimpeded, shorten travel time, promote commodity circulation, and thus promote economic development. Convenient transportation can transform a region's resource advantages into economic advantages, form commodity circulation channels, promote exchange, and create wealth. The simplest saying is that a wide road will attract more merchants. After all, who would waste more time taking bad roads if there are good roads to reduce time? The location of the Fader tribe is destined to be difficult for economic development, while Highcliffe Castle is located in the vast plains. Even if roads are not built, carriages can still pass, which is obviously suitable for developing into a central city. The flat grassland is also more suitable for building cities and roads. After thinking, Li Wei told everyone his decision. After a few days of repairs, all the Fader tribe and the Evil Tooth tribe will move to Highcliffe Castle one after another. Only soldiers and slaves for mining need to be stationed here. Li Wei plans to develop this place into a mining base, only needs to station a certain number of soldiers, and the mined ore will be transported back to Highcliffe Castle for smelting. Li Wei had several considerations in doing this, aside from the fact that the Cass Mountains were not suitable for development. On a military level, even if the iron mine were to be seized, the enemy wouldn't be able to take the ore away. He would have plenty of time to fight a war of attrition with those vying for the mine. He could even let the iron mine go first, wait for the internal infighting among those vying for the mine to reach a boiling point, and then clean them up. However, if Highcliffe Fortress were located there, they would be forced into a defensive war, remaining passive throughout. No one rejected this proposal. Faced with Li Wei's obvious military acumen, they felt that no one in the room could compare. Although they didn't understand the deeper implications, they trusted this lord's judgment without a doubt. With the war over, it was naturally time to return. Now, almost half a month had passed since leaving Highcliffe Fortress, and Li Wei couldn't wait to go back. A total of more than 3,000 people were divided into 5 groups for the migration.
Highcliffe Fortress didn't have enough housing, and if 3,000 people rushed there at once, they would probably have to live under the sky for half a month. Unlike the hasty raid when they came, the return was much more lavish. Although the feed remnants lived in the mountains, they naturally had resources such as horses. After all, although the wilderness was poor, the natural grasslands ensured that there was never a shortage of horses on this land. Migration wasn't just about moving people, the supplies and livestock stored by the Evil Tooth tribe had to be transported to Highcliffe Fortress. In addition, the large group included the elderly and children, so the speed of travel could only be described as a snail's pace. Li Wei rode a tall black horse, galloping ahead of the group. It took the resource-laden team the better part of a day to emerge from the Cass Mountains. Adding the time to pack and prepare in the morning, the sky was already tinged with the red of sunset. Before them lay a vast and boundless grassland, where black wheat grass, reaching past the ankles, rolled like waves of wheat. Having been in the mountains all this time, constantly surrounded by dense forests, Li Wei suddenly faced this vast and expansive world. He felt an indescribable sense of freedom, as if returning from a cage, and couldn't help but shout at the top of his lungs. The sky is high for birds to fly, the sea is wide for fish to leap, I, Hu Hansan, am back. Li Wei, who is Hu Hansan? Turning his head, Bai Ruistina had arrived behind him on a white horse without him noticing. Oh, a friend of mine, Li Wei said casually. His skin had grown thicker, and he no longer felt embarrassed when caught in the throes of his inner Chinibu, as if it were just a gentle breeze on his face. Bai Ruistina tucked back her white hair, which had been scattered by the wind, and rode alongside Li Wei. Is Mill capable of managing the following matters alone? Her words were tinged with worry and distrust. That's right, Li Wei had left Mill alone and the feed tribe to be responsible for the subsequent migration and the development of the iron mine. Originally, it would have been best for Bai Ruistina to stay, but Li Wei, who had become accustomed to being a hands-off leader, definitely had to bring this Grand Steward back to Highcliffe Fortress to handle logistical matters. Before transmigrating, he had to be a workaholic just to earn a meager salary, but if he still had to work every day after transmigrating, then what was the point of transmigrating? Now that he had become a lord, he naturally wanted to experience what it felt like to be a boss. No one is born knowing everything. How can you see a rainbow without experiencing wind and rain? You can't keep coddling Mill, thinking of him as a child. You have to believe in him and give him a chance to prove himself. Facing the gentle breeze, Li Wei's already long, choppy hair, uncut for months, was blown into disarray. He tilted his head slightly, and the setting sun shone on half of his face, as if gilding it with gold. Do you know what Mill came to me for the day before yesterday? Bai Ruistina was momentarily stunned by his handsome face and eyes as deep as the starry sky, but she quickly recovered, suppressed the agitation in her heart, and looked away. What did he say? He wanted to learn swordsmanship from me. Ha, a person who hates fighting and is even afraid of killing actually wants to learn swordsmanship from me for the first time. Li Wei laughed a few times, then calmed down. Everyone will grow, and the final result of growth is uncertain, but the environment can determine the direction of growth. Having experienced this war, Mill has gradually become a qualified man. He was too well protected by you in the past. After saying that, Li Wei kicked his horse and galloped forward, enjoying the freedom and vastness of the world alone. To be honest, some people can't even get this kind of training opportunity even if they begged their grandfathers and grandmothers. And because of Bai Ruistina's relationship, Li Wei was even willing to let Mill go through the experience with him as a safety net. In his previous life, what difference was there between this and a chairman promoting a green college student directly to general manager? Even a biological father wouldn't go so far. However, it was also because Li Wei valued Mill's talent. If he was truly hopeless, Li Wei wouldn't bother with so much and would at most let Highcliffe Fortress support a freeloader. The next morning, after a day of travel yesterday, it was very close to Highcliffe Fortress, and it would only take another half day to arrive. Li Wei habitually stood on his horse, holding binoculars to see far and wide. His level 11 riding skill, coupled with his extreme body control, allowed him to walk on flat ground even when standing on horseback. As for the binoculars, he had taken them from Mill. As soon as he saw it, he quickly slid down and sat on the horse, shouting and rushing forward, "Zat, take the brothers and come with me, the others rest in place first." Li Wei actually saw a group of wildlings besieging a caravan through the binoculars. The caravan's mercenaries had formed a circle with the carriages, acting as simple fortifications.
This was the tactical arrangement that all Deborah caravans would make when facing the plunder of wilderness bandits, simple and practical.
Because there were several tall and burly tough guys wearing ragged leather armor among the bandits, coupled with the overwhelming number of people, the mercenaries were having a hard time resisting.
In fact, after some observation, the Lord found that he had to take at least half the responsibility for this matter.
Through details such as equipment and racial distribution, this group of wilderness bandits was clearly an old acquaintance. It was the group of wildlings that the Lord had led the team to defeat in the Feed tribe. After their defeat en route, out of survival instinct, they spontaneously gathered together again, forming countless teams of various sizes and began to band together to keep warm.
Like ink dripping into the sea, they spread in all directions into the wilderness.
Unfortunately, a caravan happened to return from the depths of the wilderness and ran into them. Faced with a mercenary escort group that was clearly outnumbered, they didn't believe that these people were as brave as the Feed tribe. The rich caravan also made them unable to restrain the greed in their bones, and evil intentions arose. After all, we can't beat that group of orcs who are so fierce, but we can't deal with a few small fries? So they prepared to make a big score to make up for the losses of the previous war. This caravan consisted of 8 large cargo wagons pulled by pairs of horses, laden with goods and guarded by 40-odd well-equipped mercenaries armed with swords, not counting the drivers. The wild bandits numbered nearly 200, including several dozen tall, muscular lizardmen. Having had their courage broken, the wild bandits' combat effectiveness was noticeably reduced, and they were surprisingly unable to overcome the mercenaries, despite their numerical disadvantage. The main culprit behind this was a woman in leather armor and high boots, a spirited figure with a hood, who stood atop a wagon, constantly drawing her bow.
Even amidst the chaos, she could accurately send arrows into the lizardmen's eye sockets, her shots unerringly finding their mark.
This archery skill, reaching 1/10 of the Lord's level, made the bandits hesitant and fearful, afraid of becoming the next target.
This led to a brief stalemate between the two sides.
Seeing this situation, Li Wei quietly led the barbarians, approaching from the rear, spreading out the team to form a pocket, preparing to encircle the wild bandits. The wild remnants were originally engaged in fierce combat with the mercenaries, and upon discovering a team approaching from behind, they intended to divert troops to counterattack.
However, upon closer inspection, they recognized these hulking figures.
Immediately, they raised white flags with lightning speed, dropping their weapons and squatting on the ground one by one.
This left the mercenaries completely bewildered. They had been fighting tooth and nail just moments before, but suddenly surrendered?
And their expressions were as if they had seen the undead. The natives were on the verge of tears. These enemies were too terrifying. Even after defeating them, they continued to pursue and kill. Even 3,000 to 4,000 people couldn't conquer this tough nut to crack. The wild natives didn't believe their rabble could stand against these orcs. The orcs herded the dejected prisoners together, watching them coldly. Originally, if Li Wei had waited for the caravan to be destroyed and all the spoils to be seized by these wild bandits, then these spoils would rightfully belong to Highcliffe. However, after thinking about it, Li Wei abandoned this tempting idea. This caravan had just returned from trading in the depths of the wilderness, and the goods on the wagons were mostly wilderness products like animal hides or milk.
Currently, Highcliffe could only be considered a military territory and couldn't process these things on its own.
Transporting goods like animal hides to DB for sale would be troublesome and time-consuming, and without familiar buyers, being ripped off was guaranteed.
Secondly, Highcliffe's reputation as a newly emerging territory was far more important than these goods.
Only with a widespread reputation would merchants be attracted to stay in Highcliffe to replenish supplies, thereby driving Highcliffe's economic development. Li Wei was well aware of the principle of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. If this caravan were to be lost here, and the news spread, most caravans would choose to avoid this dangerous route. Conversely, if Li Wei could guarantee the safety of this trade route, caravans would surely flock to this road. The bandits who robbed the caravan were finished, and the crisis was resolved. However, the mercenaries did not lower their weapons and remained vigilant, with one crossbowman even quietly loading another bolt into his crossbow.
The straightforward orc barbarians couldn't stand this. We kindly saved you, and this is how you treat us? They raised their weapons, ready to fight. Zad even launched a zero-frame attack, sending a curse, damn it, a bunch of, we are civilized people, say fewer DB swear words. Li Wei waved his hand to stop him. This guy had lived in the DB kingdom for 3 years, and hadn't changed his Orcish temper at all, but had learned all the swear words. The mercenaries' concerns were not unreasonable. Although these orcs had indeed helped them out, in this chaotic and disordered wilderness, the enemy of your enemy was not necessarily a friend, but could be another jackal. And these hulking orcs didn't look like good birds either. Although he could understand, it didn't mean Li Wei didn't mind. Sitting on his tall horse, he rested one hand on the hilt of the holy sword at his waist, his smile cold, as if he would draw his sword and issue an attack command at any moment. Although this newly arrived team had less than half the number of wild bandits, the overwhelming momentum was 10 times stronger. The mercenaries swallowed involuntarily, and fine beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Although the morning breeze was gentle, bringing a hint of coolness, they felt as if they were under the scorching midday sun, their bodies relentlessly baked, unbearably hot. The atmosphere became tense. After a long time, a mature female voice came. Put down your weapons, these are friends who came to help us. All the mercenaries couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from their foreheads. The female archer on the roof of the car jumped to the ground, moving lightly and nimbly. She handed the bow and the half-hand sword at her waist to the mercenaries next to her for safekeeping, and walked towards Li Wei while lifting the hood on her head. As Li Wei judged, it was a woman, and quite beautiful. Her features were extremely delicate and fair, with a fox-like charm, and a head of beautiful red hair scattered around her waist, and the bangs woven and gathered behind her revealed her slightly pointed ears. Unlike the girls like by Ruisi Tina and Leah, this woman was very mature, the type of Fulina, but less noble and aloof, and more fiery and seductive. Fortunately, Li Wei was no longer a bumpkin who had just crossed over and had never seen a natural beauty. Now he has a clear mind and is not surprised by the collapse of the sky. Muriel? Turning his head, he saw that Bai Ruisi Tina, who had solved the battle, had already followed. When Bai Ruisi Tina rode her white horse and stopped side by side with him, Li Wei asked curiously, "Do you know each other?" "She used to trade with our tribe." Bai Ruisi Tina simply introduced, then leaned into Li Wei's ear and whispered the second half of the sentence, "This is a very dissolute half-elf." The Lord looked up and down at the half-elf, and also leaned into Bai Ruisi Tina's ear, and gave a pertinent evaluation in a low voice, "Indeed very slutty." Looking at the two people who were getting together and whispering in front of her, colluding with each other, Muriel's expression froze, and she cursed in her heart. It was one thing to be inexplicably attacked by wild bandits early in the morning, but now she was being openly ridiculed. Muriel's mood was like a sunny day suddenly raining, and the umbrella was broken, which was terrible. Elves are born with keen ears and eyes, and half-elves naturally inherit this talent. The whispers of the two people were no different from speaking loudly in her ears. Muriel pulled out a stiff smile and bowed her chest in salute. "I am Muriel, a businessman from the Mithril Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for your selfless help to the Martel family." "I am Levi, a noble of Debay, the pioneering baron, and the master of Highcliffe Keep." Levi sat upright on his black horse, nodding slightly, perfectly embodying the demeanor of a noble lord. Although Levi had always lived in the southern borderlands, he had heard of the Mithril Merchant Guild, said to be one of the largest private merchant guilds in the northern borderlands. Levi looked at Mireille's burgundy hair, speculating maliciously, guessing that this little lady probably had close ties with the Martel family of the northern borderlands, maybe even the northern Grand Duchess Frelina's mistress or sister. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire the resilience of the Martel family's bloodline. Generally, purebred elves have blonde or silver hair, and even half-elves born from unions with humans mostly have hair colors between these two. This was the first time Levi had seen a half-elf with burgundy hair. However, his liege, Leah, did not inherit the red hair of the Martel family, but instead the standard blonde hair of the Aselli family, which was probably why Duke Silent intended to pass the title on to this young woman. "Lord, we have suffered heavy losses, many people have died. Miri took a deep breath, pretending to be pitiful. "We need help, please feel free to ask for anything you need, gold, goods, weapons, the Mithril Merchant Guild will never be stingy with treating friends." Tears welled up in her eyes, coupled with that delicate face, making people want to cherish her.
By Ruisi Tina on the side showed an expression of "See, I told you so."
Levi nodded in agreement.
This woman is no good person, tears fall as she wishes, hundreds of times better than those awkward actors from his previous life. A caravan supervisor who roams the wilderness doesn't even blink when shooting wilderness bandits. Levi really doesn't believe that this little setback and loss would make her feel wronged and cry.
It's all a routine.
Looking at the two exchanging expressions, Mireille had never felt so bad, feeling that her carefully crafted performance was wasted on a dog. She knew by Ruisi Tina, the inexperienced tribal chief of the Fed tribe.
When the caravan entered the Cass Mountains to trade, didn't she just have a slightly better relationship with her grandpa Mond, which led to a slight reduction in the price of purchased materials? Was there a need to hold such a grudge? And did this tribal chief latch onto a big lord?
Looking at these orc warriors all wearing armor, one knows that ordinary pioneering small lords cannot afford them. Only those big lords can feed these big eaters and have the strength to equip them all with armor. But she had never heard of this Highcliff Keep. She had only been in the depths of the wilderness for a month or two. When did such a force appear on this land? What help? Levi originally had the idea of befriending the caravan, so that whether it was buying supplies or attracting other caravans to rest at Highcliff Keep, it would promote the development of Highcliff Keep. As long as it wasn't too difficult, he didn't mind helping with this little favor. The caravan has suffered heavy losses in manpower and is no longer sufficient to cross the wilderness and return to White Stream City, so I hope to rest in your territory for a while.
Mireille sighed.
To be honest, she didn't understand why she would suddenly encounter nearly 200 wilderness bandits, and not the kind of goblins and kobolds that just fill the numbers. Logically speaking, only those large tribes could organize such manpower from this level of wilderness bandits. But she had already displayed the banner of the Mithril Merchant Guild, and this group of wilderness bandits still attacked regardless. This led to the loss of nearly half of the caravan's manpower, and the remaining guards were all injured. Not to mention whether they could withstand the bumps of the journey, this manpower was not enough to protect the caravan through the next journey. Mireille took out a red scroll, with red light flowing on it, engraved with some unrecognizable characters. As it gradually unfolded, Mireille whispered some words, and the light on it disappeared all at once, as if it had turned from a precious gemstone into a piece of scrapstone.
What is this thing?
The Lord, a magic idiot, exposed his country bumpkin nature, taking the scroll in his hand and looking at it back and forth.
This is a magic scroll recording a message spell.
I used it to send a rescue message to White Stream City, but unfortunately it is expensive and can only be used once.
I wouldn't use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Mireille said helplessly.
The value of this single magic scroll is comparable to 2/10 of this harvest.
How soon will reinforcements arrive?
Hearing the word expensive, the Lord casually put the discarded magic scroll into his empty money bag, preparing to take it back to Highcliff Keep for the only spellcaster, Sam, to study. It will take at least 4 days at the earliest. It is too far from White Stream City here.
Only now did Levi finally see real annoyance on the half-elf's face.
It's okay, the gates of Highcliff Keep are always open to generous friends. The Lord comforted her. There is a calm little river in the wilderness called the Rushing River, next to which is a hill with densely packed wooden houses, called Highcliff Keep. After half a month, the appearance of Highcliff Keep officially appeared in sight. When the team was less than 20 miles away from Highcliff Keep, they were discovered by patrolling Knoll cavalry.
Lord, you are finally back.
After discovering that the person in the lead was the master of Highcliff Keep, Hogg jumped off his dire wolf excitedly and ran up to kneel on one knee. Different from when Hogg was first taken in a few months ago, this little wolf cub has grown as if he had taken hormones after being nourished with big fish and big meat for a few months. Now he is 1 8 blades tall, with a big waist and round arms. The scarred Knoll and the lame Knoll following behind him also quickly paid their respects. The two brothers were only slightly smaller than Hogg. Yes, you have grown taller again after only half a month. You are almost taller than his lordship me. The Lord also sighed, then spurred his horse straight towards Highcliff Keep. Let's go home first.
A group of people accelerated their speed in a mighty manner.
However, compared to the orcs who were frolicking and gleeful, the morale of the mercenaries and coachmen was extremely low. They had permanently lost their other half of their partners, and even the remaining mercenaries were all injured. Although they had been mentally prepared for this since becoming mercenaries, it was difficult to accept when it really happened. In Levi's view, whether some of the seriously injured could live through tonight was a question. One of the mercenaries had his chest and abdomen broken open by the lizardman's rusty iron knife. Although these broken iron knives were not sharp, they were all enchanted. As long as they broke through the flesh, they were comparable to biological weapons, which in this world was almost a death sentence. If Levi were in Mirei's position, it would be difficult to have any way to save these lives. But Levi smiled slightly. Unfortunately he was not Mirei, and he had ways to heal these wounded. It's just that Mirei would have to pay a certain reward. Brothers, because of moving, I didn't have time to write yesterday, please take a day off. I'm very sorry. Along the way, Muriel quietly surveyed this pioneering territory. The armed guards were terrifyingly strong, but whether it was the infrastructure or the various items within, everything showed the simplicity and desolation of this pioneering territory, as if all the funds had been spent on the pioneering guards. On the way, she had already learned that Beatrice Tina had led her entire tribe to pledge allegiance to this lord. With over 2,000 inhabitants and a powerful pioneering guard, Muriel seemed to see a powerful overlord about to rise in this land. Muriel, there is a shaman in my territory who knows healing magic. If you need it, you can tell me at any time. At the foot of the hill, Li Wei dropped a sentence with a smile, leading the team upwards. A shaman? Muriel was pleasantly surprised. The wilderness was indeed rich in shamans, but out of 10 tribes, only one might have a shaman, and most of them were enhancement spells like berserk, mixed with some negative consequences. There wasn't even one who knew healing magic. The current situation of the caravan was very dangerous. Nearly half of the mercenaries had been lost, and the rest were all injured. If they encountered any trouble, the entire group would be wiped out. The importance of a shaman who knew healing magic was self-evident. This news greatly boosted the morale of the mercenaries. The wounded who were originally waiting to die because of their injuries also looked at Muriel with hopeful eyes, hoping that she could invite the shaman over as soon as possible. Faced with Muriel's request, Li Wei naturally agreed and sent Sam over. The mercenaries with minor injuries began to build tents in a sheltered location at the foot of the hill and lit a bonfire. The seriously injured mercenaries also gradually recovered under Sam's healing magic and were temporarily out of danger. The mercenaries' camp was very particular. It was not very far from the hill, but not too close either. This distance allowed High Cliff Fort to feel comfortable, and also allowed them to receive timely help from High Cliff Fort when they encountered danger. At the same time, the nearby stream allowed them to access clean water at any time. This group of mercenaries had obviously been wandering in the wilderness for many years, and they were extremely skilled in setting up camp. In just 1 hour, they had built an impeccable temporary camp. Li Wei squatted on the hill, stirring the potatoes in the fire with a branch while watching the mercenaries orderly settle the wounded with great interest, and gratefully thanked Sam. Under the offensive of this half-elf Muriel, the old guy was like a withered tree in spring, his face as rosy as a peach. Li Wei was not afraid that Sam would be poached. Muriel was a smart woman and would definitely not dare to poach someone from a military pioneering lord at this time. On the hill, Beatrice Tina was arranging for the migrated Fed remnants to build wooden houses, planning to move in tonight. The first batch of people brought over were basically craftsmen and carpenters from the Fed tribe, so Li Wei didn't have to worry about building houses at all. He only needed to divide an area for them to build on their own. The terrain on the hill was open and could easily accommodate tens of thousands of people. Li Wei planned to build an inner fort directly on it and slowly expand it into a city in the future. With the addition of these residents, High Cliff Fort finally had some popularity. Everyone was working hard to build this future home, but Li Wei, as the lord, was idle. He could only bake potatoes here alone. He pulled the blackened potatoes out of the fire, scraped off the carbonized skin with a wooden stick, revealing golden layers, and then coated them with a layer of chili powder. He took a bite and hummed with satisfaction. This was one of the few hometown foods he could eat in another world. Chili was one of the seasonings used by commoners in Debay. The upper nobles disdained to use this thing. It was estimated that only a time traveler like him would treat it as a treasure. After all, he couldn't live without spicy food. The commander is too powerful.
The second commander is no match at all.
Just then, a burst of noise came from behind. He turned his head and saw a group of barbarians gathered together cheering. After several large-scale wars, the orcs were no longer the hicks they used to be. Their strength had improved extremely quickly, and now they were all fifth-order units. The most direct manifestation was that the orcs had all grown taller again, with an average height of over 2 blades and 4, and their bodies were even more burly. Not to mention Zart, who was a hero unit. The number of people he killed barely reached 1/10 of his. These vast experiences allowed him to level up 5 times. Li Wei added all the attribute points he obtained to strength and agility, and the skills were Iron Bone and Power Strike. The increase in attribute points not only greatly increased his strength, but also brought his height to 2 blades and 6, still half a head taller than his companions. The orcs were standing in a circle, and in the center of the circle, Zart was waving his hands triumphantly, while Mutuo was lying on the ground with a gray face. It turned out that after Mutuo advanced after several battles, he felt that he had obtained the gift of the god of war and his strength had greatly increased, so he wanted to get back at Zart. Unfortunately, the result was still no different from before. He couldn't even last a round and was knocked to the ground, which made him doubt his life. I am the little overlord of the southern arena, Mutuo, you still need to practice. Enjoying the praise of his fellow brothers, Zart smiled very happily. For some reason, his fellow clansmen suddenly became quiet. Zart took this as their worship and admiration for him. Little overlord my ass. Li Wei kicked him from behind, sending him flying. Are you all idle? Go back to training. The orcs scattered in a hurry and returned to the training ground to continue today's training. Muriel was sitting cross-legged on a tablecloth spread on the grass. Several veteran mercenaries were sitting respectfully not far away, including Sam. The wooden cups in front of them were filled with wine-red tea, filled with the smell of berries. This was cranberry wine, which had become popular among the people of Debay recently. It had a slightly sweet and sour taste at the beginning, but a strong fruity aroma would linger after a careful sip. This kind of fruit wine that didn't sting the throat was very popular among women. Mr. Sam, can you tell me about High Cliff Fort? Muriel put down the elven longbow she was carefully wiping and showed a bright smile. The surrounding mercenaries lowered their eyes and dared not look directly, only Sam stared at her with fascination, until Muriel asked a question, then he calmed down and took a sip from his wineglass. High Cliff Fort, huh? Sam dragged out his voice, and just as Muriel's eyes showed anticipation, the old boy smiled. Sorry, this is a confidential matter. After saying that, Sam took small sips of the fruit wine. Although he always had a smile on his face, it was clear that he wouldn't say anything. Sam's answer surprised Muriel very much. She was very confident in her appearance. After being snubbed by the Lord of High Cliff Fort earlier, she did not doubt herself. After all, the Lord of High Cliff Fort, in terms of appearance alone, was enough for a group of noble women to be willing to fund his pioneering, so he would definitely not be addicted to women. But why was an ignorant old lecher from the wilderness like this too? Muriel suddenly felt a little inferior. Capitalist shame on him. Mireille was confident that the shaman in front of her must have been captivated by her charm. Even if he wouldn't spill any important information about Highcliffe, he should at least reveal some trivial details. But as it turned out, she failed again. Sam looked at Mireille's somewhat unwilling appearance and cursed inwardly. This half-elf wanted to die and even wanted to drag him down with her. If it was discovered that he had revealed information about Highcliffe, he would probably be hung from the rafters and whipped by that demon-like man tonight. No one knew the terror of this lord better than he did. He had secretly calculated after that war and concluded that this lord had killed at least 400 or 500 people single-handedly, and nothing happened to him afterward. This was beyond terrifying, only a devil could be described like that. As the chief archmage of Highcliffe, I advise you not to inquire randomly. It will be better for you. Thinking of this, Sam's expression turned cold. After saying that, he got up to leave, but after taking a few steps, he returned to pick up the half-empty glass of wine on the ground, snorted coldly, and then left. Humph. Chief Archmage was naturally a title Sam had given himself. He believed that as long as he followed Li Wei, it wouldn't be long before his name would resonate throughout DB. This was just enjoying it in advance. But this wine was really good. Mireille and the mercenaries looked at each other. The orc warriors of Highcliff seemed to be very powerful. After a long while, Mireille finally spoke, feeling somewhat unhappy after being thwarted twice in a row. Not just powerful, but extremely powerful. A middle-aged mercenary with a weathered face and slightly graying hair said in a low voice, "We've been to orc barbarian tribes before, but like them, basically none. To be precise, the chieftains in those orc tribes don't even feel like they could beat any random orc here. Generally speaking, these orcs are known for their strength, but their martial skills are often lacking. However, I saw one of the orcs using a battle axe with effortless ease. Such advanced techniques are difficult even for human weapon masters to achieve." The middle-aged mercenary took a sip of the wine, which was actually not to his liking, but he was subconsciously doing something to mask his shock. "You must know that every chieftain is definitely the strongest among the orcs to be able to serve. After all, the wilderness is about the survival of the fittest." But the Highcliff Orc Guard each had strength no less than those orc chieftains, which was truly unbelievable. You saw earlier, just seeing these orcs caused those wilderness bandits to lose their courage and not even dare to think about resisting, which shows that they must have fought before, and the Highcliff Guard defeated them in an absolute crushing manner. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to resist. Mireille said heavily. This was also why she had taken the initiative to lower her guard and befriend Highcliff at that time. After all, from the surface, it was clear that if Highcliff chose to attack the caravan, they would definitely not be able to resist. Mireille didn't actually care about the wars that Highcliff had experienced. What she cared about was how a group of unruly orc barbarians could willingly listen to a human lord. Moreover, this kind of obedience wasn't just about being bought off with money. Mireille could see the color of worship for that lord in the eyes of these orcs. Orc barbarians only worship brave warriors. Could it be that this lord subdued these barbarians by force? Mireille's delicate brows furrowed into a frown, feeling that this was impossible. Wanting to win against these orc barbarians in a one-on-one fight, even knights who had cultivated battle aura would probably find it difficult. The meeting in the camp fell into a brief silence, and finally Mireille said with a slight sense of relief, "Fortunately, this lord is temporarily showing us goodwill." "This lord will definitely make a career," the middle-aged mercenary also sighed. "Yes, an orc guard fully armored, and the addition of the Feed tribe, the strength of this pioneering territory is a bit beyond the norm." Mireille stared blankly at the hill, listening to the voices coming from above with the wind, her eyes containing unknown emotions. At noon, Sam sneaked back to Highcliff, looked back to see that no one was there, but just turned around and stumbled. "Lord! Lord!" Seeing who it was, Sam put on a flattering smile. "You had a good time at Mireille's place today." Li Wei folded his arms, his smile looking a bit strange. As everyone knows, this lord's smile is more terrifying than his seriousness. Sam's legs softened and he almost knelt, crying with a face. "Lord, my loyalty is as tenacious as the bitter love flower in the Cass Mountains. That half-elf even wanted to seduce me to reveal information about Highcliff, but I didn't say a word." "Oh? Really?" Li Wei looked at him with a non-smiling expression, staring at Sam's forehead sweating, and after a long time, he changed the subject. "I believe in your loyalty. I came to you for something else." Li Wei turned and walked to the side. Sam secretly breathed a sigh of relief behind him and wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. "Last time I heard you say that kobolds are also a race that produces shamans, right?" "Yes, Lord, besides kobolds, there are also orcs and trolls," Sam answered truthfully. Soon the two came to a location on a hillside near the foot of the hill. Looking out, all the grass below was turned over. Hundreds of goblins and kobolds mixed together, waving wooden hoes in their hands, cultivating the land in the scorching sun. An old kobold with a dozen strong members of his clan was patrolling, and if he saw anyone slacking off, he would immediately whip them and scold them. However, most of them were whipping those smaller goblins. "Lord, you're finally here. These damn mongrels will slack off as soon as they get the chance." Finding Li Wei's figure, old Neil quickly put down the whip in his hand, trotted to the front and knelt down, kissing the lord's deerskin boots with a flattering expression. This made Sam secretly despise him. As expected of a kobold, he was completely a lackey. Old Neil, I have seen everything you have done, and you have not disappointed me. Li Wei praised with satisfaction. Since he was appointed as the slave foreman in charge of cultivating the land, this old kobold squeezed these goblins even harder than he did. First, he castrated all these goblins to prevent them from having other thoughts. The 2 meals a day were grass roots boiled with insects, and they were provided by themselves, which greatly reduced Highcliff's food consumption. If the fixed work was not completed, the goblins would collectively starve. In order to be able to eat, these goblins were working hard every day. After all, after losing their roots of trouble, their only goal was to survive. In the past 2 months alone, he had cultivated endless fertile land. This time, I want you to learn magic and continue to add bricks and tiles to Highcliff, Li Wei said with a smile. He remembered that the healing spell had stamina recovery. If old Neil learned it, whenever these slaves were about to collapse from exhaustion, a healing spell would allow them to work for him like a perpetual motion machine, right? Li Wei realized he was a genius. If this plan was feasible, he could extend it to the iron mine. After all, the faster the mining speed, the faster Highcliff would make money. Even if Sam was unhappy in his heart, unwilling to impart precious magical knowledge to a hillbilly kobold, under the suppression of the Lord's dictatorial iron fist, his dissatisfaction did not last long. Archmage Sam, may we begin? Old Neil wrung his hands, somewhat uneasy, cautiously inquiring of Sam, who was sitting cross-legged. He never thought that one day he would be able to learn precious magical knowledge. You should know that in the barren wilderness, those shaman wizards cherish their knowledge, preferring to take it to the grave rather than pass it on. Yet, as a slave, he could be valued by the Lord and learn magic. Old Neil was determined from the bottom of his heart to study magic diligently and be loyal to the Lord. Under Old Neil's continuous flattery, Sam's face looked much better, and he honestly said everything he knew. The Lord, who always had the heart of a mage, listened in for a while, and finally left expressionlessly. He shouldn't have hoped for anything from a half-baked shaman. Sam's level of teaching was not just lacking in vision, but also misleading. The things he talked about seemed to have no problems, but in fact, they were nonsense, all his own imagined folk remedies, not even as good as the folk tricksters in the southern border. Li Wei could only treat a dead horse as if it were still alive, hoping that old Neil could understand. Anyway, he didn't expect to learn magic from old Neil, and it would be better to go to the churches and kidnap a saintess to teach him these knowledge day and night when he had power in the future. To repay Highcliff Castle's selfless assistance, Mireille offered 3 carriages of goods as a thank you gift. Li Wei originally wanted to pretend to decline, in order to show the selfless and glorious image of Highcliff Castle, but he was afraid that they wouldn't give it if he declined, so he simply accepted it. After all, this was what he deserved. In person, he was too embarrassed to directly ask what they were, but he secretly prayed that it would be salt or tea cakes. After all, this was the hard currency in the wilderness. When the orcs drove 2 Wendigo beasts, panting and puffing, to pull the carriages full of goods back to the hill and began to unload, Li Wei was a little surprised to find that the things inside were not what he had guessed. Lifting the white cloth that served as sunshade and rain shelter, he revealed rectangular wooden boxes, and when Zart pried them open with an iron rod, they revealed neatly arranged exquisite oak barrels, which also exuded a strong aroma of wine. Using a small knife to poke open a hole, the wine-red liquid gurgled out, and Zart quickly stretched out his mouth to catch it, and the wine in the oak barrel the size of a head quickly flowed out. "Boss, it's wine. And the standard is very high, it's a rare item." Zart gave a thumbs up, his face full of surprise. He also opened the other 2 carriages, and it was the same. Li Wei stroked his chin, very puzzled. Due to the huge material needs of pioneers and natives in the wilderness trade has always been quite prosperous, and the value of materials flowing into the wilderness every year in spring, summer, and autumn can reach millions of gold coins. Merchants bring salt and tea, and even smuggle ironware to the wilderness, and then bring back a large number of livestock, horses, furs, or slaves from the wilderness. It's not impossible to bring back brewed wine from the wilderness, but when did the hillbilly wilderness people start brewing their own wine? Just the oak barrels used to hold these wines are exquisitely made, and the tightening strips in the middle are also engraved with patterns for decoration. No matter how you think about it, it's not something a group of wilderness people can make. Suddenly, Li Wei had a flash of inspiration and thought of Mireille's identity. Aside from being probably a subordinate of the Duchess of the Northern Border, her other identity was a half-elf. As everyone knows, the wilderness is very large, so large that it borders 3 countries in the Middle Ages, and no one knows how many forces are inside. Then it is not impossible for an elven tribe to exist inside. Only this group of elves who advocate perfection in art would put so much effort into a package, and the brewing of fine wine is also one of the elves' skills. The wine they brew is among the best in the entire Middle Ages. It seems that Flynna has made friends with an elven tribe through Mire, this half-elf, at some point. To be honest, if it were in ancient times, the entire Middle Ages would have been ruled by elves, giants, and dragons. Humans could only serve as slaves between the 3. Later, with the changes in the magic tide, when these natural magical creatures lost the magic they depended on to survive, humans, who had always served as slaves, began to turn the tables. Although humans were still no match for these powerful creatures in terms of personal strength, the speed at which humans reproduced was something these creatures could not match. Coupled with the terrifying learning speed of humans, various weapons emerged as the times required. After hundreds of years of war, the 3 powerful races that once enslaved humans were beaten so hard that they could no longer raise their heads, and could only huddle in various parts of the world. Humans also naturally became the strongest force in the Middle Ages. But it is undeniable that the elves still possess top magical knowledge and cutting-edge military equipment manufacturing skills. For nothing else, Li Wei was carrying a long sword made of mithril by the elves. And only the elves know the source of mithril, this magical metal. Li Wei could hardly doubt whether Flynna, the Duchess of the Northern Border, had a deeper arrangement with the elves in secret. Although the elves have declined and their branches are scattered all over the world, this decline is only relative to the humans of the entire Middle Ages. The strength of an elven tribe alone is probably not weaker than a count's territory, and it should not be underestimated. The main thing is that High Cliff Castle is caught between the 2, which is very uncomfortable. Li Wei was a little worried, but as the saying goes, people without immediate worries must have long-term concerns. Unlike Zart, who was foolishly holding an oak barrel, imagining drinking 1 barrel and keeping 1 barrel, only caring about killing the enemy, the Lord considered more. Originally, Li Wei thought that the sudden arrival of the dragon near High Cliff Castle was a bit of a threat, but he didn't expect an elven tribe to come now. The elves described in the novels are all peace-loving, but in fact, this peace is just a statement after they declined. When the 3 races stood side by side, they fought each other to the death in order to truly become the overlord of the world. Why didn't they say they loved peace at that time? The so-called love of peace is just that their strength is not enough, so they can only be grandsons first. Whatever, not to mention anything else, now High Cliff Castle is not just a pioneering territory with 2 or 3 cats. As long as there is enough time, High Cliff Castle will grow into a behemoth. Li Wei waved his hand, signaling the orcs to move the goods into the cellar. Now he not only has a system but also holds an iron mine. If he still can't develop, then none of these pioneering lords can succeed. As late September approached, the wilderness gradually began to cool down, and some of the weaker residents even put on outer garments. With the increase in the population of High Cliff Stronghold, the division of various areas naturally could not be as hasty as in the early stages. Centered around the pool with a spring on the hill, the Ferd craftsman built a 4-blade-high wall, enclosing an area, and constructed buildings inside, the most conspicuous of which was a 3-story wooden building. The 3-story wooden building was the administrative center of High Cliff Stronghold, accessible only to high-level personnel. Subsequently, these houses within the wall were only for the soldiers of High Cliff Stronghold to be stationed here, considered a military stronghold, and basically no idlers could enter. The remaining residents settled around like egg whites surrounding the yolk. As for the slaves of High Cliff Stronghold, they could only solve their settlement problems at the foot of the hill. However, Li Wei didn't need to worry about these things. As the Lord, he was probably the most relaxed person in the entire High Cliff Stronghold. Having free time, he teased a group of wolf cubs, instructing them to pick up pebbles by the river. Li Wei would reward the one who picked up the most with a piece of roasted venison he had prepared himself. These little cubs will all be brave warriors in the future. Li Wei looked at these vigorous knoll cubs with satisfaction, picked up a skewer of roasted venison and handed it to Hog, who was loyally guarding him. Hog quickly raised his hand to refuse. Seeing that it wouldn't eat it no matter what, Li Wei didn't insist, and threw it to a small knoll instead. It respectfully bowed with a hand on its chest before enjoying the seasoned skewers, leaving its companion swallowing saliva on the side. Look, others can't necessarily get it even if they want to. Li Wei curled his lips and mocked Hog. Hog just grinned and didn't say much. If Sha-Te were here, he wouldn't even need to be told. That big fool would just grab it and flaunt it, focusing on eating it first, regardless of whether he'd get scolded later. It could be said that throughout High Cliff Stronghold, only Hog, Sha-Te, and by Ruisi Tina had the honor of having the Lord personally roast skewers for them. Li Wei cherished these hero units like treasures in his hands. Boss, why are you roasting meat here by yourself without calling me? Speak of Chow Chow, and Chow Chow arrives. Jia-Te's loud voice soon rang out, and he reached for the skewers on the fire. Slap. Roast your own. Li Wei slapped his hand away expressionlessly. Jia-Te curled his lips, and under duress, his huge body could only squat on the ground and slowly pick up the skewers to roast. As a result, he finally managed to roast it, and was about to eat it when Li Wei snatched it away. The outside is a bit burnt. The Lord gave a pertinent evaluation, and Jia-Te looked as aggrieved as a 700-pound baby. But there was nothing he could do, since Li Wei was his boss. He could only pick up a bunch of skewers and act as a barbecue worker. Have Mu Tuwa and the others made a decision? Li Wei asked while eating. Yes, they've decided to set off in a few days to migrate their entire tribe from the far north, so they can be back before winter. When it came to serious matters, Jia-Te was very serious. Li Wei was about to speak when a sound of horses' hooves, approaching from afar, disturbed the leisurely barbecue time. The flat grassland terrain allowed people to see far, and with his exceptional eyesight, he could easily see a group of human cavalry heading towards High Cliff Stronghold. Without Li Wei's instructions, Hog howled, and a team of 11 Knoll cavalry rushed down from the hill. He rode his dire wolf and took the lead. In a few months, with the Knoll's growth rate, some of the wolf cubs in the Knoll tribe had grown up to the point where they could serve as warriors. The two sides stopped when they were 100 or 2 steps away from each other. The leader of the attacking human cavalry took the initiative to exchange a few words, and the Knoll cavalry dispersed to let them pass, but still surrounded them vigilantly. As long as the situation was not right, they could launch an attack immediately. Finally, when they were 50 steps away from Li Wei, the cavalry took the initiative to dismount and led their horses over. These cavalrymen were tall and burly, all wearing chain mail, equipped with cavalry swords, and carrying crossbows on their backs. They were among the elite even among DB's soldiers. Good day, Baron Li Wei. The leader was a middle-aged knight in chain mail, and he respectfully saluted. Before Li Wei could ask how he could recognize him at a glance, the middle-aged man took the lead and said, Duchess Fulina and Miss Leah asked me to send their regards to you. You're here to pick up the Mithril caravan, right? Li Wei put his hands in his pockets, and the wind on the wilderness slowly blew his bangs back, revealing his fair forehead. You guessed correctly, the middle-aged knight complimented. His eyes were full of curiosity about this baron. Before coming, Duchess Fulina told him to befriend this baron, but when he was about to leave, Miss Leah found him again and asked him to send her regards. Along the way, he wondered which baron could be valued by both duchesses at the same time, and only understood after meeting him. Leaving aside other things, the baron's appearance alone was enough to make a group of upper-class ladies fall in love. It seemed that his previous guess was correct. This Mithril Chamber of Commerce must be related to Fulina, Li Wei thought to himself. At this time, Mireille, who heard the movement, also rushed over. Okay, you guys talk. Let me know when you're ready to leave. Li Wei waved his hand, the Knoll cavalry dispersed, and he lost his mood for barbecue, putting his hands in his pockets and walking towards the hill. Night Sykes, thankfully you've finally arrived. Seeing the reinforcements, Mireille finally felt relieved. She hadn't been sleeping well these past few days. I apologize, Lord Mireille. We encountered some wilderness bandits on the road, and it took some time to deal with them. The middle-aged knight, who seemed to have a not-so-low position, was still respectful to Mireille. Don't mention it, you've traveled a long way, take a good rest for a day first. Mireille greeted the 30-man cavalry team and walked towards the caravan's camp. Along the way, Sykes curiously looked around the pioneer territory, and his expression changed from casual at the beginning to serious.
Are you shocked?
After discovering that it was Mireille who asked the question, Sykes nodded. Before coming, Duchess Fulana only told me that this was a newly developed territory, but from what I've seen along the way, whether it's the residents or the strength of the guards, I'm afraid even some earldoms can't compare.
In fact, Sykes concealed a point. Duchess Fulana asked him to pick up the Mithril Chamber of Commerce and also asked him to investigate how Highcliff's stronghold was developing now. If the development was not good, in Duchess Fulana's words, it was to try to recruit this knight. But the current situation obviously made it impossible to recruit him. People reads novels?
To celebrate the departure of the Matua people, Highcliff Keep held a grand bonfire party after nightfall. This place was, of course, just a remote spot in the vast wilderness, with only a crescent moon overhead illuminating the land, and no other settlements within 50 miles of Highcliff Keep. However, with the current large population of Highcliff Keep, it had gained a sense of vibrancy, allowing it to have a lively celebration. Whole jungle deer, hunted by the warriors of Highcliff Keep during the day, were placed on the grill, with drops of oil dripping from the orange-red flames. The wine sent by Muriel was also uncorked one after another, poured into the huge stomachs of the orcs. When Li Wei was grilling the meat, he used his own chili powder, which, combined with the crispy and tender grilled meat, was barely accepted by those who had never eaten spicy food, like by Ruisi Tina. To express their gratitude for Highcliff Keep accepting them as its people, the feeds called dozens of fair-faced young women from their clan to dance the most famous Tata dance of the former Feed Kingdom by the central bonfire. Dozens of girls held hands, kicking their white legs like butterflies flitting through flowers, captivating everyone's attention. A melodious and graceful folk song emerged from the girls' clear voices, like larks, immersing people in this peaceful moment.
Even the rough and burly orcs slowed down their movements, savoring the moment.
When the girls shyly bowed with their hands on their chests to end the performance, the Lord took the lead in applauding with thunderous enthusiasm. Whenever we celebrate the spring equinox, the Feeds put down all their work on this day and gather around the bonfire to dance this dance that has been passed down for hundreds of years.
By Ruisi Tina's eyes showed a nostalgic look, her face full of longing.
Li Wei, do you know that on this day, girls will express their love to their beloved? In this world, the 4 seasons are governed by 4 goddesses, and the Feed Kingdom used to believe in the goddess of life, who was in charge of spring, so they attached great importance to the first day of spring, regarding it as the most important festival of the year, which was also given the meaning of the revival of all things and a new beginning. Li Wei, who had lived in this place for 3 years, could be regarded as half an otherworldly person, and naturally understood this.
By the way, how did the Feed Kingdom fall? As a straight man, Li Wei was more curious about how a huge kingdom could collapse in an instant.
The fall of the Feed Kingdom was so decisive and easy that it even felt unreal, as if the towering mountain that had stood before them in the previous second had silently turned into flat ground in the next. According to the ancestors, the Debay royal family suddenly led the Griffin Knights to attack the royal city, and the king was also betrayed by his most trusted guard knight, which led to the paralysis of the Feed Kingdom's command center, and then the usurpers defeated them one by one.
By Ruisi Tina recalled, and then added, these are actually passed down by word of mouth, and I don't know if they are true.
Her tone was very calm, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. After all, this was an old history from hundreds of years ago, and even the deepest hatred would gradually wear away under the great power of time.
I know a little about this.
The betraying knight was later called the Kingslayer. He thought he could use this to rise to a high position, but in reality, no ruler would reuse a villain who used loyalty as a bargaining chip.
The Sky Knight sent by Lu Cheng didn't know when he slipped over and interjected.
He was the first person to corrupt the spirit of chivalry.
This kind of person is not worthy of being a knight.
He added with a disdainful expression at the end. Originally, Sky should have stayed with the mercenaries of the caravan, but the mysterious color of the Lord of Highcliff Keep was too strong, making him unable to resist wanting to learn more about it. Thinking of what he had done to the feudal Lord Leah before, Li Wei subconsciously touched his nose to cover up his embarrassment. It seems that this Sky Knight is a person who strictly adheres to the spirit of chivalry, the Lord thought secretly.
What happened later?
Muriel also joined the conversation, holding a glass of heated wine in her hand. Under the light of the fire, her attractive curves were revealed without a doubt. Beer, night, bonfire, barbecue, onlookers, and elements of bragging and chatting were all gathered. Later, although the power holders would not reuse a Kingslayer, they would not be stingy with his reward. In the end, he was granted a relatively fertile knight's territory, and died depressed in his own manner. Sky said while shaking his head, the expression on his face was unclear, but more of it should be sighing. At that time, no one could understand why he would betray. This knight had always had an excellent reputation before his death, otherwise he would not have been named the Kingdom Knight Commander by the King of Feed, and owned a territory that even the earls were ashamed of. Sky drank a large glass of wine, but his betrayal only exchanged for some money and maids, and a territory that was rich but countless times smaller. Maybe this king was actually the knight's enemy. The boy whose family was destroyed by the king worked hard for many years to climb to a high position, and when he saw the opportunity for revenge, he naturally did not hesitate to act. Later, he killed his enemy, and there was no meaning to live, so he naturally died depressed. What an inspirational story! Li Wei guessed with an open mind. Lord Li, you must have read too many folk knight novels. Muriel rubbed her forehead and couldn't help but complain. Just guessing. The Lord laughed, and finally emphasized again, fearing that everyone would not believe it. Anyway, I don't read this kind of corrupt novels. Who would read it if they are normal people? Everyone looked at the Lord with suspicion. Lord Li was a little exasperated and said fiercely, believe it or not. This bonfire party lasted until late at night before the excited people gradually became tired. Li Wei's cheeks were flushed, and all the orcs who tried to compete with him in drinking were defeated by him. One by one, they were all carried back. You know, in his previous life, in order to deal with Party A, Li Wei drank a lot, and was known as the little white dragon in the wine. Even if he swam around in a wine vat, he would not get drunk. Not to mention that his physique is already inhuman now, and he won't get drunk even if he drinks it as water. Among them, Muriel even had the idea of getting him drunk and getting more information out of him, but she ended up getting drunk and spitting everything out. Fearing that she would spit out something that could not be reviewed, the Lord quickly arranged for several maids to send her to the guest room of Highcliffe Keep for temporary accommodation. Anyway, from then on, Lord Li became famous in one battle, and he defeated the entire Highcliffe Keep by himself. This record is enough for him to brag about for a lifetime. There are two Li Wei, after solving the others, only by Ruisi Tina was left, still giggling and hugging her legs. The Lord was a little helpless. I'm telling you, unfathomable than the ocean. I told you, you can't hold your liquor, yet you insisted on toasting me, Li Wei said, somewhat speechlessly. Originally, seeing by Ruisi Tina standing on the bench with such heroic spirit, Li Wei thought she had a high alcohol tolerance, so he clinked glasses with her. But he didn't expect her to be a lightweight who gets knocked out after one cup. With her alcohol tolerance, she could only sit at the kids' table at a banquet. Hog, I'll have to trouble you to patrol Highcliffe's stronghold tonight. After instructing Hog, who hadn't touched a drop of alcohol, Li Wei carried by Ruisi Tina back to her room in a princess carry, just like holding his daughter. Although there were no enemies around Highcliffe's stronghold for the time being, Li Wei still maintained the concept of better safe than sorry. Patrols and watchtower guards were never relaxed. The moon hung high, and Highcliffe's stronghold fell into silence, with only the sound of the night breeze rustling through the grass. The night passed without incident. In the early morning, Mutu led 10 orc warriors and dozens of servants from the Evil Tooth tribe to bid farewell to Li Wei. He had already decided to return to his old home in the far north wilderness and move the entire tribe to Highcliffe's stronghold. The tribe's situation was not good. They had left in the first place because the tribe couldn't support so many people. Now that they had found a worthy leader to serve, Mutu couldn't wait to bring his clansmen over to enjoy the good life. He said solemnly, "Boss, we're leaving. Go early and return early." Li Wei wanted to pat Mutu on the shoulder, but then he realized that this guy had grown taller again, so he could only gently punch him twice in the chest. After accepting the Fei De tribe and the Evil Tooth tribe, Highcliffe's stronghold, with its iron mine, saw a rapid increase in population and output. In contrast, its military strength seemed inadequate. The Orc Guards, who served as the main force, were of course indispensable, but the remaining 200 soldiers were selected from the Fei De remnants. They were only suitable for serving as archers and were not suitable for charging into battle. The Jackal tribe currently had only a dozen warriors. Highcliff's stronghold urgently needed the addition of some powerful races to increase the front-line charging warriors.
Expanding military strength was obviously imminent.
However, if Muta's journey went smoothly, the Orc guards could be expanded in a month or two.
Li Wei watched as their figures disappeared at the end of the horizon.
When Mireille woke up with a somewhat muddled head, the memories of last night also flooded back like a tide. She didn't expect this lord to have such a good alcohol tolerance, able to knock down so many people and still be able to knock her down. This also caused her little plan to fall through. Just then, she felt a void in front of her chest. Looking down, she realized that her tight combat suit had been replaced with a loose linen shirt.
Mireille was shocked.
Looking around at the environment, it was clear that she was in a wooden house in Highcliff's stronghold, not a tent in the caravan's camp. After quickly checking her body, she breathed a slight sigh of relief. When she walked out of the room, the blinding sunlight made her couldn't help but cover her brows. After adapting to the light, she also noticed Li Wei squatting on the ground.
Li Wei, she said with a complex expression.
Li Wei could tell what she was thinking at a glance, and said lightly, "Don't think about that sweet thing.
This lord doesn't have the time to change your clothes. 2 maids changed them for you.
The clothes are drying outside, go get them yourself." After speaking, he didn't even raise his head, using a tree branch to tease the cricket on the ground, quietly watching the ants gradually kill this lively and kicking giant insect. Since he was a child, he had liked to watch ants rely on numbers to kill enemies that were countless times stronger than themselves.
He still found this kind of fun very interesting even today.
Of course, he would only squat and watch ants when he was bored. These words left Mireille speechless. It turned out that she was purely being presumptuous. Her proud appearance was probably not even better than a piece of pork in this lord's eyes.
"Lordly, thank you for your care during this time.
We should be leaving today," Mireille said, calming her mood and getting down to business. Li Wei clapped his hands, stood up from the ground, and stretched, the collision between his bones making a sound like popping beans. "Well, remember to promote Highcliff's stronghold more in the trade association," the lord said lazily. The more caravans that rested and resupplied at Highcliff's stronghold, the more it would promote the economic development of Highcliff's stronghold, so Li Wei was naturally happy to have these caravans come to Highcliff's stronghold.
"I'm afraid I don't need to promote it.
Highcliff's stronghold will soon resound throughout the entire northern territory," Mireille chuckled.
A pioneering territory with extremely strong military power in the wilderness is extremely important for every caravan.
This allows them to have a place to resupply and seek help when they encounter difficulties. After all, paying these pioneering lords some money is better than having all their supplies robbed by wilderness bandits. And Highcliff's stronghold, such a powerful pioneering territory, is naturally the most suitable resting place in the eyes of caravans. Moreover, this lord seems to be quite easy to get along with, except for being not interested in women and being a bit annoying when he speaks. His character is also good, and there will be no incidents of double-crossing.
"Lordly, is there anything you need?
Perhaps next time I pass by Highcliff's stronghold, I can bring it to you."
Li Wei rubbed his chin and thought for a moment.
"Help me keep an eye out for profound dochi manuals on the market. I'll pay you when you come to Highcliff's stronghold."
"Okay, but don't have too much hope."
Mireille stated the fact that everyone knew, profound dochi manuals are hidden tightly by those great nobles.
Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy them.
Also, bring me some books about the goddess of nature. Suddenly thinking of the stone egg related to the goddess of nature that Sam still had, Li Wei said again.
"Goddess of nature?
This is a god who has been down on her luck for who knows how long.
Do you want Highcliff's stronghold to believe in this god?"
In this era, no one except scholars would deliberately study these gods. Mireille only thought that she had guessed the Lord's thoughts. Although the mainstream belief in the Deborah kingdom is the 3 gods of justice, there are also many people who believe in other gods. Especially pioneering lords, in order to gather the loyalty of their people, they will find a god for them to believe in and have something to rely on.
You wouldn't understand even if I told you, and you wouldn't understand even if I explained it.
You shouldn't ask, the interests involved are too great, it wouldn't do you any good to know. I can only say that the water is very deep, so I can only say that those who understand, understand, and those who don't, can't.
The Lord's set of rhetoric left Mireille speechless. She retracted her previous evaluation. This guy has a bad personality, completely unlike a noble, and just likes to see people embarrassed. Mireille crossed her arms in a fit of pique. My good lord, they say women are as unpredictable as the ocean, but I feel you are even more difficult to fathom than the ocean. Coupled with her hot figure, this action was extremely tempting. I'll take that as a compliment. The Lord, a Sigma male, waved his hand, as if he didn't see that graceful figure, and left without looking back. Close to noon, Levi found the Sky Knight in the merchant caravan's camp, grooming his warhorse in preparation for departure. Sir Sky Knight, please deliver this letter to Miss Lyria, and extend my regards to the Duke. Sky received the letter, sealed with sealing wax, and carefully placed it inside his chest armor. Rest assured, my lord, I will deliver it. Levi nodded. He preferred entrusting the letter to Sky, who had just arrived, rather than Mireille, because the middle-aged knight possessed a strong sense of chivalry. Levi's judgment of character was usually accurate. Such individuals often valued their code and honor above their lives and would not stoop to reading private letters. Although, he wasn't particularly worried about the letter being read anyway. Lord Levi had always lived an upright and honorable life, with nothing to hide. Finally, with his hands behind his back, the Lord watched the merchant caravan depart, and the cool breeze made him feel strangely empty. He shook his head to dispel the fleeting sentiment. However, the departure of Muto and the merchant caravan did diminish the lively atmosphere of Highcliffe Castle somewhat. But within a few days, more activity and life would arise at Highcliffe Castle. Slaves, acting as laborers under the direction of the feed artisans, erected a series of earthen blast furnaces not far from the roaring river. The two Wendigo beasts, under the encouragement of the Lord's whip, as thick as 3 fingers, became amiable and began hauling mined iron ore from the feed tribe to Highcliffe Castle. These beasts stood 2.5 rin tall at the shoulder, weighed over 1,000 pounds, and possessed incredible stamina, making them perfect for hauling goods. One Wendigo beast could pull a full cart of iron ore, consuming only 10 bundles of ryegrass per 100 kilometers. And this tender green grass was abundant in the wilderness. The most experienced blacksmith in the feed tribe was named Ans. The moment the Lord saw him, he knew he would get along with a dwarven blacksmith. He was a small, white-haired old man with a full beard. Perhaps due to years of forging, he was quite robust and sturdy. If the Lord hadn't asked, "Are you a dwarf?" which almost made the little old man pull out his family tree, no one would have believed he didn't have dwarven blood. However, the name also reminded the Lord of the gnome named Megan. Speaking of which, he still owed him 600 gold coins. Since the Feed and Evil Tooth tribes joined, they had voluntarily offered their wealth, replenishing the Lord's treasury to a considerable extent, totaling over 2,000 gold coins. But Levi didn't plan to repay it immediately. The contract stipulated within a year, meaning next year around July or August. The significance of 600 gold coins now and 600 gold coins next year was entirely different for the Lord. Ans poured the burnt charcoal into the blast furnace, then added the iron ore in proportion, and finally picked out the slag from the separation residue, repeating the process. Until only regular iron blocks of varying sizes remained, he then melted these iron blocks into molten iron, forming trapezoidal iron ingots about the size of a palm. Once cooled and neatly arranged, these iron ingots could be used directly to forge weapons or armor. Later, if he wanted to improve the quality of the iron blocks, he would need to continue reducing the carbon content, neutralizing it to a high, low, and medium degree, to create steel. And weapons made of fine steel were highly sought after wherever they were in the Middle Ages continent. Zart curiously squatted on the ground like a bear, watching the cooling iron ingots, scratching his bald head, unable to understand why the stone-like iron ore could become iron ingots after being burned. To be honest, he had come specifically with the idea of learning the craft, because the orcs lacked blacksmiths. He believed that with the orcs' intelligence and eagerness to learn, they would definitely not be worse than those potato-like dwarves at forging weapons. Stop watching, you're only suitable for swinging a hammer and forging iron. Levi couldn't stand his clear and foolish gaze. However, Levi thought of something. The technology in this world was backward, and blacksmithing relied on manpower. Therefore, a burly strong man was naturally suited for blacksmithing.
Although these feed people were proficient in blacksmithing and were considered burly among humans, they were still not comparable to orcs, trolls, and other foreign races. Now that Highcliffe Castle's blacksmithing industry was booming, all it needed were 007 employees. The Lord was considering whether to capture a few trolls or ogres specifically to swing sledgehammers. After all, it would be a waste if these roughnecks didn't become blacksmiths. But these things had to be done in a few days. Now, Levi had something more important to verify. Several experienced feed blacksmiths led their apprentices to line up the anvils and began to transform the iron ingots into weapons. Zart also joined in, holding a blacksmith's hammer. The hammer, which seemed large in the hands of the feed people, looked like a mineral water bottle in O'Neill's hands. Levi bought a 5th-tier troop type, the Orc Great Axeguard's exclusive double-edged axe from the system, and instructed the blacksmiths to try to forge similar weapons as much as possible. He was doing a simple experiment. The soldiers in the system all had standard equipment, such as the 4th-tier troop type's warhammer, the 5th-tier troop type's Great Axeguard's double-edged battle axe, horn iron helmet, and iron armor. These equipment could always be purchased in the system store. However, the previous military expenditure was so tight that the Lord wished he could split one coin into two, so he had never fully equipped the orcs with the system's standard equipment. The Orc Guard had been using weapons bought from the Negan weapon shop in Whiteflow City, and even the lamellar armor they wore was bought by the Lord in loose pieces. So far, the effect of doing so didn't seem bad. Every time the Orc barbarians advanced, their strength would increase significantly. But Levi wanted to know if there was any significance to the different standard equipment that the system specifically provided for soldiers at each stage. Or rather, if there was any difference between letting the barbarians use the equipment provided by the system and the equipment he forged in reality, and whether the standard equipment provided by the system would increase their strength more. The feed blacksmiths were all experienced blacksmiths. As soon as they got their hands on the double-edged battle axe that Levi bought from the system, they praised it repeatedly, saying that the weapon was definitely made by a master. Whether it was the weight, shape, or the exquisite, it was just right. Lord, we can't guarantee that we can forge a weapon comparable to it, we can only try to make it not too different from it. In the end, the feed blacksmith said with great regret. It's okay, just do your best. The most important thing is that the weight and shape should not be too different. There's no need to pursue those patterns at all, Levi comforted. He never thought of letting the blacksmiths forge a weapon that was exactly the same as the one produced by the system. Although the system's weapons were expensive, the quality was indeed unquestionable, and you definitely got what you paid for. Brothers, I'm adjusting the update time to group the chapter times together. There will definitely be 3 updates tomorrow night, and the time will basically not change in the future. There will be 3 updates at 8 o'clock in the evening. 3 chapters. Please subscribe. Heating, forging, quenching, grinding, and then wrapping the axe handle with cowhide to prevent slipping. The fed blacksmiths were experienced and methodical when it came to forging weapons. Weighing the hand-forged double-bladed battle axe, apart from its lack of exquisite craftsmanship, Li Wei felt that both its weight and feel were almost identical to the system's. Zat also gave a fair assessment, stating that there was little difference between the two. However, Zat was a hero unit, and the system did not plan standard template equipment for heroes, so his feelings were not enough to prove the conjecture. Li Wei handed the battle axe to the Burning Legion's orc warriors, letting them experience the difference between the system's standard template equipment and the hand-forged one. These rough and burly men gave an astonishingly consistent evaluation. Everyone loved the system's template equipment, believing it felt excellent, as if it had merged with them and could be wielded as easily as their own limbs. Of course, they weren't saying the hand-forged one was bad, but it always felt a little off, like a foreign object. Simply put, even though the double-bladed battle axes were almost the same, when the orcs used the systems, they could leave identical cuts on the wooden stake with every swing. But once they switched to the one forged by the fed blacksmiths, this terrifying control disappeared without a trace, and the cuts they made were no longer consistent. This difference couldn't be explained by feel or state, it was entirely due to the system's influence. Li Wei guessed that the system not only granted the soldiers improvements in strength and martial skills upon advancement, but even these template weapons carried the system's power. Once the two were combined, it created an effect greater than 1 + 1 = 2. This discovery made Li Wei both surprised and frustrated.
The overall strength ceiling of the system's soldiers was even higher, but the equipment upgrade became a problem again.
After all, every time the system's soldiers leveled up, they had to update their equipment.
Even mountains of gold and silver couldn't withstand such consumption.
The system's template equipment cost even more than what he could forge himself. The system charged around 18 gold krones for a double-bladed battle axe, but forging one himself, including labor, materials, and time costs, would cost at most 4 or 5 gold krones.
The premium was too high.
After comprehensive consideration, the Lord decided that the low-level units from Tier 1 to Tier 4 would use weapons made by High Cliff Fortress according to the system's template equipment. And the high-level units above Tier 5 would be armed with template equipment purchased from the system. This would not only ease High Cliff Fortress's financial strain but also improve its military strength. Of course, the top priority was to have the Fed blacksmiths build ballistae according to Mill's blueprints. These things were truly massive. Having ballistae and not having them were two completely different things. The difference was comparable to nuclear weapons in his previous life. If High Cliff Fortress placed dozens of them on the city walls, it would be enough to deter most evildoers. However, including apprentices, there were only 50 or 60 Fed blacksmiths. Faced with the endless stream of iron or that the slaves were digging from the Fed tribe, manpower was severely insufficient. Li Wei began to form a slave-catching team, personally leading the team to capture trolls and ogres alive whenever possible.
No one understood why.
Although trolls were somewhat intelligent, they were unruly, and ogres were complete idiots. Even deformed children were smarter than these creatures.
What was the point of capturing these two species alive? Wasting High Cliff Fortress's food? No one knew, but the Lord didn't plan on doing anything democratic anyway.
In this technologically backward place, manpower was the primary productive force. The powerful trolls and ogres were excellent labor for mining or blacksmithing, and the Lord would naturally not let them go. Besides, the Lord hadn't yet avenged the last time the trolls gathered a wilderness coalition to attack High Cliff Fortress, and the ogres and wilderness bandits robbed iron ore. This time, he would make them atone for their sins by working for High Cliff Fortress for the rest of their lives. The failure of the dozen or so troll warriors last time didn't deprive the troll tribe of all its young and strong members. Therefore, after the troll tribe, which was uneasy and afraid of High Cliff Fortress's revenge, saw that no one came, they completely relaxed and continued to live in this fertile pasture. After all, migrating a tribe was not a simple matter. It would not only easily lead to conflicts with other tribes, especially since winter was approaching, and they could not spend time on migration. They were spending this time trying to store as much food as possible.
Male trolls went out hunting, while female trolls grazed cattle and sheep.
And when a team of orc guards wearing uniform bull-horned helmets appeared here, the outcome was already doomed. After easily taking down 2 or 3 resisting male trolls, this troll tribe with 70 or 80 members also became one of High Cliff Fortress's vassal tribes. As for the ogres, it was extremely comical.
When the High Cliff Fortress warriors found them, these idiots were lying in the mountains sunbathing.
After the Lord jumped down from above and chopped off half of an ogre's body with a sword, and a dense crowd of people emerged from behind, these 19 ogres kowed out and worshipped, perfectly demonstrating the Lord's style of conquering people with virtue.
The troll tribe was arranged to take root in a leeward position under a hill.
After learning that High Cliff Fortress was just driving them to serve as vassals, the trolls felt much more at ease, but they felt a little awkward in their hearts. In the past, they had become the suzerains of other weak tribes.
When had they ever become vassals and supported others as suzerains?
As for the ogres, these guys were kept like livestock in the downwind of the hill. They ate and drank heartily as if they had arrived in paradise, which worried the peasants in charge of feeding them. The appetites of these gluttons were too good. Even if they were fed mud mixed with fodder, the fodder in the territory was declining sharply. Finally, old Neil learned about this and proposed that he had a solution. Just when the Lord was expecting him to have some Zhang-Liang-like plan. This guy said that goblins often died from exhaustion or because they didn't survive after being castrated, and they could be used as food for the ogres. The main idea was to make the best use of waste and squeeze the value of the goblins to the limit. Good fellow, I thought you were Zhang Liang, but you are Changyu. Li Wei felt that he was already considered a radical, but now he felt that old Neil, this conservative, was too radical. To this, Li Wei advocated not agreeing or refusing, letting them decide for themselves. After all, he was already a boss, and he naturally couldn't take the blame for things that were not conducive to unity. But from the bottom of his heart, Li Wei didn't dislike it very much. After all, do goblins count as people? Moreover, this was a phenomenon in the wilderness. Why do some powerful suzerain tribes bring goblins, who are so weak in combat, when fighting? It's to serve as rations when there is not enough food. Although the meat of this creature is smelly and not tasty, it is filling, at least it keeps people from starving to death. The most important thing is that this kind of guy, who has a vitality as tenacious as weeds, is everywhere. With the food source solved, the pressure on High Cliff Fortress to raise these gluttons was also much less. White Stream City. Located at the very center, the White Castle is constructed entirely of marble, with exquisite patterns carved on its walls, exuding an ancient charm. This castle was built by the Martel family in the Northern Territory after hundreds of years of management. In an aerial garden on the top floor of the castle, golden tulips are planted everywhere. A blonde girl is sitting by the clear pool, her plump little feet dangling in the water, the sunlight shining on her as if plated with gold. She gazes into the distance, her moth-like eyebrows unconsciously furrowed together, wondering what she is worrying about. Princess Leah, Night Sky requests an audience. A crisp-voiced maid came to the side and awakened the girl from her thoughts. Sky? Leah looked surprised, instantly lifted her little feet from the pool, and wanted to walk outside holding her skirt, but after taking 2 steps, she realized that she had lost her composure, and then quickly stopped and said, "Let him in." Leah didn't expect Sky to return from Highcliffe Castle so quickly, and now that he came to her, Li Wei must have something to convey. As the knight she personally knighted, it can be said that Li Wei is one of her current supports. Or rather, the only trustworthy team she currently has. When Night Sky walked into the tulip garden, he saw a blonde girl sitting in the courtyard looking at him intently, her eyes full of anticipation. "Princess Leah, Lord Li Wei asked me to bring you a letter." Sky did not hesitate, handed the letter from his arms to Leah, and then bid farewell and left. Unsealing the envelope and flattening the folded parchment, Leah was slightly surprised to see the neat and powerful handwriting. She didn't expect Li Wei's handwriting to be so good. She knew Li Wei's background. He was a down-and-out baron who had never attended a noble school or been taught by a scholar. Therefore, it was even more rare to be able to write such good handwriting. Reading it word by word, the smile on Leah's face grew brighter, as bright as the tulips in the garden. The first half of the letter was basically greetings, asking how she was doing, and slightly caring about her. The second half briefly talked about the development situation. When she saw the last sentence, Leah exhaled like an orchid, and her whole body relaxed a lot. "Wherever your sword points, is the direction I advance." This was the final sentence, looking at the words that were obviously heavier than the previous ink. Leah could already imagine that when writing this sentence, the Lord was holding not a quill but a gleaming long sword. This sentence basically stated his position: as long as she needed it, this Lord would fight for her at any time. This made her feel as reassured as if she had taken a reassurance pill. Lord Fulina. Just as Leah was preparing to read it again carefully, a respectful voice suddenly came from the door. Strangely, she subconsciously hurriedly put away the letter. "This damn fat pig, why doesn't he die sooner?" A scolding voice came, and Fulina, dressed in a waist-cinching dress and looking heroic, appeared from the corridor. "Aunt," Leah called out. Fulina sat on the stone bench, poured herself a glass of fruit tea with a depressed expression. "Did the king stop us again?" Leah asked. "Only this duchess, who controls the entire Northern Territory, dares to openly insult the King of DB. The Northern Territory is preparing its troops to attack the new South Territory Duke, which is now widely known in DB, from the king to the common people. Such a major event involving the entire DB will naturally be met with obstruction. First, there was the advice of the noble house, and then the king of DB sent Griffin Knights to scold him with letters. After all, there are only 4 dukes in the entire DB, who are the top dignitaries in DB besides the king. Now that 2 dukes have launched a war, the impact on DB is immense. If it is not handled well, it will make the DB monarchy unstable, so the king will definitely stop it. This dead fat pig, it's fine to stop us, but he doesn't care about the actions of the Southern Territory at all. It is rumored that this king once loved a woman from the Aseli family, which is indeed true. Fulina sneered again and again, if he dares to stop me, I will beat him together. It's not that Fulina is talking big. The Martell family has long been dissatisfied with only being able to control the barren Northern Territory. They have been preparing their troops these years, just waiting for the opportunity to come. Now the title that should have belonged to Lia has been taken away, and the eldest daughter of the Martell family has also been imprisoned. Fulina will not let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to conduct military activities against the Aseli family. The lords of the Martell family have been yearning for more fiefdoms for more than a day or two. The Northern Territory has been looking forward to the war for a long time. And the king's group of Griffin Knights are probably already weakened by the luxurious life in the royal city and lost their courage, and are no longer to be feared. After venting her depression, Fulina felt much better, and turned to ask about Li Wei. How is that baron's development going? Not bad, Lia replied briefly. Fulina didn't ask any more questions. Sky had already told her about the changes in Highcliffe Castle. She didn't expect that this baron could really develop a not-so-small territory in the wilderness. Now that the war is imminent, even if it is just a baron, it would be good to win him over. But it is impossible to say how important it really is. I have contacted some old nobles in the Southern Territory. They have agreed to help us get back the title. After all, these old nobles are loyal to the old duke, not a group of usurpers. Then we can rescue your mother. Fulina said to herself. Lia just listened quietly. From the day she came here, she knew that she had no say, just to be a mascot to call on the old nobles in the Southern Territory and an excuse to start a war. Although this Aunt Fulina is very nice to her, this kind of niceness only lies in her being a niece. Aunt Fulina, I plan to visit Knight Li Wei when the first snow falls. After waiting quietly for Fulina to finish speaking, Lia said her first request after arriving in the Northern Territory. Hearing this, Fulina was stunned, hesitated on her face before slowly nodding. At this time of year, whether for safety reasons or other reasons, it is best for Lia to stay in the castle. However, it is for the lord to inspect the territory of his knighthood and give certain support. She couldn't say anything to stop her. Tell me when you are ready to leave, and I will let Night Sky take someone to escort you there. Lia nodded. After she read the letter, she had this idea. Going to Highcliffe Castle can not only enhance her relationship with Li Wei, but also go and see how her knight is developing and give some support. With a significantly increased population and funds, Highcliffe Fortress began a vigorous construction effort. Previously, there were neither people nor money, so the most important city wall was just a circle of wooden stakes stuck in the ground as decoration. But now that everything is ready, it is natural to start building the city wall. Highcliffe Fortress does not support idlers. The ogres, these foolish fellows, were all sent to the Cass Mountains as laborers to transport the boulders used to build the city wall back to Highcliffe Fortress. After discussing with the furred craftsman for a night, Li Wei decided to build a city wall as high as 8 units of length around the slope of the hill. This is undoubtedly a large project. With the current number of people in Highcliffe Fortress, it would be unrealistic to build it in less than half a year. So, in the initial stage, a 5 or 6 unit of length city wall will be built for use first, and then gradually improved. Knight novels may be magnificent heroic epics, but reality is just various calculations for petty gains, and the survivor is king. The importance of a city wall is self-evident. Another point is that the wooden houses built for convenience and speed are not practical for the wilderness. The disadvantage is that they consume too much wood and cannot meet the growing population of Highcliffe Fortress. Moreover, the gaps in these wooden buildings are also very difficult to deal with. The winter in the wilderness can be described as bitterly cold. Once winter arrives, these houses can hardly resist the ubiquitous white hair wind. Li Wei had planned to transform them long ago, but he had no time and manpower, so he has been delaying it until now. His plan is not to demolish the original wooden houses, but to plaster the inside and outside with clay to reinforce them. This method is very practical, which can not only solve the winter warmth problem, but also avoid demolishing these wooden houses that have been built with great effort. Considering that the subsequent timber is simply not enough to meet the housing needs of Highcliffe Fortress, Li Wei decided that future houses should be built with wood and bricks. He has already given the key points of firing red bricks to the furred craftsman. According to the current situation, the first batch of red bricks will be available in half a month to see the effect. After all, firing red bricks is not difficult. This group of craftsmen has been engaged in building for a lifetime, and they can quickly understand these things just by mentioning them. This is entirely due to cognitive bias. The first step is often the most difficult, no matter what it is. As long as you take this step, the subsequent innovation or transformation will be much easier. It's just that cement is a little difficult. With the current volume of Highcliffe Fortress, it can be manufactured, but it is difficult to mass produce. After all, grinding alone would consume a lot of manpower, so the Lord temporarily put it behind him and will decide whether to get it out in the future depending on the situation. Although the ogres are not very smart, they are strong enough to pull carts without any technical content. Even if the wheels are entangled by weeds, they can use brute force to move them horizontally. Occasionally, when they want to be lazy, the Highcliffe Fortress warriors acting as supervisors will fiercely whip them with leather whips, and then a burst of mournful long cry will sound. When they arrive at their destination, eating the 2 large buckets of unknown food rewarded to them, they will be happy and completely forget the pain just now. Li Wei, in order to avoid work, dragged Zat and Hog to the river to relax. A few days ago, he took the time to have furred craftsmen carve a set of poker cards out of wooden tablets. After teaching Hog and Zat, the two of them became visibly addicted. They would play a few games in their spare time to pass the time. It is definitely impossible for men to play cards without gambling anything, but the two goods are so poor that they can't even take out a penny from their pants, so the Lord can only bet their hair. But Zat is a big bald head, so in the end he can only bet the hair on his little head. The two newbies are just getting started and are very addicted. They are honest in playing cards and don't know how to cheat. They are about to be won bald by an unscrupulous lord. Lord! Sam, the little old man, shouted all the way down from the hill that Kobold has learned magic. No playing, let's talk business. Li Wei smiled and threw the bad cards in his hand into the pile. Looking at the 2 kings and 4 twos in his hand, Zat, who thought he could win this time, had his happy smile frozen on his face. Hog touched the scalp on his head that was already bald, and grinned with a happy smile. Tell me specifically what's going on. Li Wei clapped his hands and stood up from the small stool. Just now I was teaching old Neil to learn magic, but I didn't expect it to actually release it. Sam said a little panting. Oh? What kind of magic is it? Healing technique? Li Wei asked happily. He didn't expect old Neil to really learn magic. This shows that the Lord's decision is completely correct. Wise. When he goes back, Li Wei is going to open a shaman class. The students will be selected from the kobolds and orcs that are rich in shamans. He can even let the furred people learn it. As long as 2 or 3 people learn magic, Highcliffe Fortress will be a big win. Lord, it's soil fertility. Sam said cautiously. To be honest, he didn't steal or hide anything. He taught old Neil, the old kobold, to learn healing technique, according to the Lord's requirements, but it couldn't learn it no matter what. Later, he thought about it and decided to treat a dead horse as a living horse doctor and let it learn the magic recorded on the slate. Unexpectedly, it did learn it this time, but it was soil fertility. And this magic is completely insignificant compared to the more practical healing technique. The gap between the two is extremely huge. If a shaman who knows healing technique goes to Deber, he will definitely be treated as a guest of honor, but a shaman who knows soil fertility can only be a serf to farm. Soil fertility? Li Wei scratched his head. This result is completely contrary to the original idea, but after thinking about the role behind this magic, he smiled again. Everything will not achieve perfection every time. Soil fertility is also very good. Li Wei has heard of this magic. It is said that it can increase the harvest of crops by about 30%. If it is used with the farm fertilizer he made, Highcliffe Fortress will not worry about food in the future.
So where is old Neil? Li Wei asked with some confusion.
According to reason, after learning magic, with this kobold's personality, he would have run over to lick his shoes and offer this good news.
His magic power was exhausted and he fainted. He is resting in bed. Sam answered honestly.
After all, he is a new shaman.
One magic can exhaust his few magic powers from meditation, and then he faints. This is very common.
Some stupid ogres who awaken magic will even be startled and then start releasing magic randomly, causing severe depletion of magic power and death. Old Neil is already very normal. Let's go see this new fierce general added to Highcliff Fortress.
Li Wei smiled and walked towards the mountain. Sam, the old brand shaman, looks down on garbage magic like soil fertility.
Li Wei understands very well, after all, he is not the lord. This magic, in a sense, is more useful to Highcliff Fortress than healing technique. After various tests, old Neil, one of the only 2 spellcasters in Highcliff Stronghold, was still unable to learn any of the spells on the stone tablet.
It was as if he was naturally disliked by the soil enrichment spell. Although the Lord was somewhat disappointed, he was still satisfied.
Currently, Highcliff Stronghold's food supply relies entirely on the food reserves plundered from other tribes by the Fader tribe and the Highcliff Stronghold Guard. Faced with the current situation of only outflow and no inflow, they can only last for about half a year. However, this spell, combined with farm manure, will solve the food crisis in Highcliff Stronghold. It is already early September, and there are only 10 days left before sowing winter wheat. Fortunately, thanks to the Slaves 007 style efforts, a large area of fields has been cultivated all over the mountains and plains. Farm manure has also been piled up in the fields, one mound after another.
As long as they wait until mid-September, they can start sowing. Then, around April next year, Highcliff Stronghold's granaries will usher in an explosion of fullness.
Li Wei couldn't predict how much the harvest would be with the blessing of the spell and farm manure, but he thought it would definitely be a number that would surprise everyone. It's just that old Neil's magic power is so pitifully low, he'll be completely drained after casting the spell only once. In such a short period of time, there's no way to apply the spell effect to all the cultivated land. In response, Li Wei assigned him to the soldier category in the system. When the Knoll cavalry patrols, they also have an additional task, which is to take this old kobold around to attack wandering bandits who don't have eyes, in order to level up as soon as possible. After old Neil learned the spell, Sam, the weather vane, didn't know if he was stimulated. Li Wei received his joining notification, and this old boy was more obsequious than ever before. However, it was precisely because of his joining that Li Wei discovered a problem. As a shaman, Sam's other attributes are only slightly higher than his tribesmen, but his intelligence is as high as 15 points. You must know that the intelligence of an average normal human is only about 6 points. Although Sam has such high intelligence, his IQ is not very good, comparable to Jate, this crouching dragon and young phoenix, so the Lord guessed that this intelligence is also related to mental power, not just IQ. And the common sense in the Middle Ages is that the mental power of spellcasters is very high. According to scholars' research, magic power is closely related to mental power. The higher the mental power, the more magic power there is. Li Wei speculated that after the system soldiers level up, the increase in intelligence attributes can also increase mental power. If old Neil's experiment is successful, that means that as long as a spellcaster appears in Highcliff Stronghold, the Lord can let him improve his strength at the fastest speed. This speculation made the Lord so excited that he didn't sleep all night, and the next day, before dawn, he pulled old Neil out of bed and asked Hogg to take him out to attack the bandits who didn't have eyes and share the team experience. Recently, something unknown happened in the wilderness, and there are so many bandits wandering into the patrol range of Highcliff Stronghold that it's a bit abnormal. Basically, they all charge up to fight desperately as soon as they see people with red eyes. Shate dug open their stomachs, but found nothing inside, empty. This made everyone a little puzzled. After all, how can they maintain the strength to fight without even eating anything? But no matter what, after confirmation, after old Neil leveled up, the number of spells cast increased from 1 to about 3. That is to say, Li Wei's guess was completely correct, which was good news that made the Lord overjoyed. He arranged a spell learning class overnight and drove Jate, by Ruisi Tina, and Hogg into it. Anyway, it's the same to drive one duck as it is to drive a flock of ducks. If hero units like Jate and Bairuisi Tina can learn spells, it will have a huge impact on High Cliff Stronghold. The only bad thing is that Sam's workload has become heavy. However, Li Wei didn't care about this, anyway, he wasn't the one teaching. At this moment, he also experienced the feeling of the superior saying a word and the subordinate running his legs off. As a result, when the Lord walked past the school building specially built for learning with his hands behind his back, he almost fainted from anger. Through the specially reserved window, the little old man Sam carefully explained everything he knew to the 3 high-level members of High Cliff Stronghold. Then, he pointed to the spell recorded in the ancient text of the Mountain Kingdom on the stone tablet and explained it in common language. Bairuisi Tina was writing down some key points with a feather pen with a serious face. Hog, although his eyes revealed confusion, was obviously listening very carefully. Only Jate, this rough man with big feet, was lying on the desk sleeping soundly, snoring like thunder. The Lord walked in with a cold face. Realizing that someone seemed to be out of luck, Sam quickly shut his mouth and said nothing. What the Lord didn't expect was that Hog, this wolf cub, was quite loyal. Seeing him come in, he quickly kicked Jate, who was sleeping next to him. It was just like when he was caught by the director of education in his student days, and his deskmate reminded him. Unfortunately, this honest fool scratched his butt and continued to sleep. Bang! Li Wei came behind him and directly slapped him to the ground with a big neck. The huge force crushed the wooden table, and dust was everywhere in the room. Hog, you heartless wolf cub, dare to hit me? The orc woke up instantly from his sleep and roared angrily. There were only General Manager Bairuisi Tina and Sam in the school. These two were as thin as bamboo poles and obviously didn't have the strength to collapse it with the wooden table. Only Hog, whose strength had gradually caught up, could do it. Jate felt a burning pain in the back of his neck, as if he had been hit by a boulder. As a result, looking at Hog, who was looking at his nose and heart, doing it properly, the orc seemed to understand something. His Adam's apple rolled, and he secretly glanced slightly. This look almost scared his soul out. Ha, Hog, the weather is really nice today, let's go patrol High Cliff Stronghold. Jate was quick-witted, touched his bald head, and wanted to leave with Hog's shoulders. Get over here. Okay, boss. Without the slightest hesitation, Jate flashed to Li Wei's side with a flattering expression, rubbing his hands a little uneasy, and said with an awkward smile, boss's strength is as good as ever. A big guy who was 2.5 blades tall and almost reached the roof bowed and fawned over a small man. This ridiculous scene made by Bairuisi Tina couldn't help covering her cherry mouth, her eyes narrowed into a slit with laughter. It is estimated that only this lord can deal with Jate, this orc, Bairuisi Tina thought secretly in her heart. Unexpectedly, he would be caught by Li Wei. Jate was a little depressed, and glared fiercely at Sam and Hog, who were gloating. As for Bairuisi Tina, she was a bit stupid but not silly. Facing this future one of the mistresses, he didn't dare to act presumptuously. Facing this good-for-nothing, Li Wei felt a mix of disappointment and exasperation, worrying like an old father. I sent you to learn, are you learning in your dreams? Boss, these things recognize me, but I don't recognize them. Jate lamented with a mournful face, I'd rather kill hundreds of enemies than listen to this stuff. You ungrateful wretch, go train with the soldiers. Li Wei waved his hand as if swatting a fly. Sir, I'll go too. Hog quickly raised his hand as well. Li Wei nodded helplessly. The two beasts scurried away as if escaping a man-eating demon's lair. It seemed that training was much easier for them than studying. It seems that learning magic cannot be forced. Without talent, one can only stare blankly at these things, just like the Lord. He also had the heart of a mage, but the damn system was not helpful. There was no class transfer system, and the Lord was upset in his heart. At this moment, Bairuisi Tina carefully raised her fair little hand. Li Wei, I don't seem to be able to learn it either. It's normal that you can't learn it. Go back, and you don't have to come in the future. Li Wei nodded. He didn't treat Bairuisi Tina the same way he treated Jate. This made Bairuisi Tina relieved, and she nodded her little head and left. Only Sam and Li Wei were left in the room. Sam was a little uneasy, wondering if Li Wei would blame him. Don't worry, I came to you this time for something else.
Li Wei waved his hand. "What is it, sir?" Sam asked.
"I want you to contact some of the more powerful tribes in the wilderness and tell them that Highcliff Fortress is willing to sell them weapons." Currently, Sam is the only local in Highcliff Fortress, so Li Wei naturally turned to him for this matter.
"What?"
Sam was taken aback, and then he began to earnestly persuade him, "Sir, no one understands the locals in the wilderness better than I do. If you sell them weapons, they will not be grateful, but will use these weapons to rob Highcliff Fortress. They are a group of poor and fierce fellows." Having decided to rely on Highcliff Fortress, Sam now sincerely hoped that Highcliff Fortress would develop better and better, so he didn't understand what was wrong with this lord. He finally managed to capture an iron mine, but instead of using it himself, he sold it to others.
Fierce? Can they be fiercer than me? Sam was desperate, cursing in his heart at some hopeless stubborn person. Would this lord only regret it when others were at the city gates with weapons made by Highcliff Fortress?
He suddenly wondered if his decision to rely on Highcliff Fortress needed to be reconsidered. Finally, under the order of the dictatorial lord, Jate led a certain number of guards to accompany Sam to establish weapon trade with some tribes. In fact, Li Wei had considered transporting weapons to Bailu City to sell to the Debei people. But this was not cost-effective. The weapons sold to the Debei people not only needed to be of good quality but also needed to be reasonably priced. It was not worth the loss of manpower and time to create good weapons. As for selling to the wilderness natives, it was enough to just open the edge of an iron piece with the shape of a weapon. This kind of inferior product would not be bought by even the poorest pioneering lord in Debei, but it was a sought-after item in the iron-scarce wilderness. Li Wei came up with an idea to make gun poles out of white maple wood, then wrap the tip of the gun with iron skin, and then polish it a little, and a recommended spear was freshly baked. Killing people is definitely no problem, but it is not sure whether it will be damaged after using it twice. But it doesn't matter, Highcliff Fortress also provides maintenance services, and only a little maintenance fee is required. And Highcliff Fortress can mass-produce this kind of weapon. After finally capturing the iron mine, the lord was preparing to fleece some wool from this group of wilderness natives. The Mithril caravan passed by Highcliff Fortress 10 days later and brought the previously ordered books about the goddess of nature, but there were no suitable fighting spirit secrets, so they were not purchased. But compared to this trivial matter, Li Wei noticed that this time the caravan had several times more guards and mercenaries than last time, and even equipped a dozen sharp-eared half-elf archers. You must know that the strength of elven archers is as suffocating as the commission to hire them. Their appearance can only prove that the caravan has spent a lot of money on guard power this time. Ni Ruaer did not come this time, but the Sea Kai Knight who came last time came. Li Wei took the opportunity to say hello when they were stationed by the river to drink their horses. Sea Kai Knight, long time no see. Sea Kai was patiently explaining the skills of riding a horse to a new knight. When he found Li Wei coming, he quickly stroked his chest and saluted, "Good day, Lord. Has something happened in the wilderness recently? It feels a bit chaotic." "Lord, maybe you don't understand because you just arrived in the wilderness. Every time it gets close to winter, these wilderness natives will go south to plunder small villages on the northern border or some pioneering territories." "Is that so? I always feel that it won't be that simple." "Lord, don't think too much. In fact, a few days ago, some natives who didn't know whether to live or die attacked Bailu City. This happens every year before winter comes." Sea Kai said with certainty. "With the current force of the Highcliff Fortress Guard team, it is enough to resist these scum blinded by interests. Actually, a Minotaur tribe called Kushenri went south and cleaned up those fat and small tribes. Some small tribes received the news and moved south in advance and cleaned up even smaller tribes, which affected here." Sea Kai hesitated and revealed some internal news. "The Duke has sent someone to negotiate, and you don't have to worry about it, Lord. It is not uncommon for the wilderness natives to go south. Once winter comes, the northern border will be covered with white snow. At that time, it will be extremely difficult to find food, so the wilderness natives will go south before winter comes, trying to plunder enough food to survive the long winter. And the behavior of this Minotaur tribe has affected the security of the northern border, and the Duke will not sit idly by. If it weren't for the imminent war with the Southern Territory and the need to preserve strength, the Duke would have negotiated with force long ago with his temper. The new recruits who had just joined the caravan looked at Li Wei with curiosity. He did not understand why Sikai, this great knight, would be so respectful. After getting some news, Li Wei patted Sikai on the shoulder and returned the favor. Sikai knight, go to the warehouse to get 3 barrels of wine and let the brothers have a good time. Just say I said it. Who is this? After Li Wei's figure disappeared from sight, the new knight asked curiously. A big man you can't afford to offend. Sikai got on his horse, and the tall yellow horse slowly walked towards Highcliff Fortress. Meeting this generous lord, you are lucky to have a good meal. After the trade caravan departed, the lord, along with his men, wandered around the area where they had stopped. Looking at the grassland where the wheels had passed, leaving 2 deep ruts, Levi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Generally speaking, trade caravans venturing into the wilderness mostly carry goods like salt, tea, essential items that are scarce in the wilderness. But even if these goods filled an entire carriage, they wouldn't be so heavy that the wheels would sink so deeply into the ground. It's strange. Last time, although I didn't know what the Miriel were trading with an elf tribe, it clearly wasn't things like salt, as elves don't lack those. Levi brushed off his hand after measuring the depth of the rut and stood up from the ground. This time, not only are the carriages pulled by 2 horses each, but they are also equipped with dozens of elite half-elf archers, and even the guard mercenaries have increased to 80. There must be a bigger secret hidden within this, the Lord concluded. Who cares what secrets they have? I'll just take some men, mask up, and rob them, then we'll know everything. Zat made a throat-slitting gesture fiercely. Levi glanced at Zat. If you call this guy stupid, he at least knows to hide his identity with a mask, but this mask is as good as not wearing one. With their burly builds, anyone would know that only Highcliff Castle could raise them to be so green and fat. When I first met Zat, he was quite meticulous despite his roughness, but since joining Highcliff Castle, he has become more and more like a brute, always wanting to rush into things without thinking. I wonder who he learned that from. Hogg, who was standing beside him, gathered his breath in his dantian. As long as Levi gave the order, he could use a wolf howl to summon the Knoll cavalry and chase after the caravan to entangle them. Levi felt it was necessary to properly educate these 2 brutes. He walked towards the Lord's Hall, saying, "We are civilized people. Don't always think about resorting to violence. People who don't know us will think Highcliff Castle is some kind of evil force. Besides, everyone has their own secrets. We just need to know that whatever the Mithril caravan is transporting doesn't pose a threat to us. There's no need to delve too deeply." Zat's face was hidden in the shadows, and he secretly curled his lips. He probably didn't even believe his own lord's words. Otherwise, why would he bring people here so eagerly as soon as the trade caravan left, trying to find some clues? Hogg, on the other hand, seemed to be thinking about something. After the expansion, the Lord's Hall was now large enough to accommodate 30 to 40 people, with a long table in the middle. It could serve as the dining hall for Highcliff Castle's high-level officials or as a conference room. Sam, Beatrice, Tina, and 2 wilderness natives were inside. Some time ago, Sam was sent out to find tribes to establish weapon trade relations with Highcliff Castle. The Lord's requirement was that these tribes must be dripping with wealth and, preferably, not get along with each other. Now, at first glance, the Lord showed a rewarding smile, just like seeing a pig raised plump and white during the new year. One of the natives was a skinny old wildling from the Northlands. The only 2 teeth in his toothless mouth were wrapped in nuggets of gold, revealing an aura of nouveau riche. He was obviously extremely proud of his 2 gold-covered teeth, and saliva splattered whenever he opened his mouth, revealing his gold teeth completely. The other one surprised Levi a bit. It was a lizardman warrior, 2 blades tall, with knotted muscles and red scales, constantly flicking its tongue. His expression was very disgusted with the human old man next to him, obviously indicating that the relationship between the 2 was not good. "This is impossible. Your prices are too expensive." As soon as he walked in, the gold-toothed old man slammed the table, his face somewhat distorted. Beatrice Tina, who was acting as the negotiator, just smiled calmly. 2 Orcish brutes walked up, flexing their pectoral muscles. Seeing this, the old man sat down sheepishly. "Although the weapons you sell are all iron, a spear costs 2 animal hides, which is a bit too harsh." Even the Deber spears, when converted to gold coins, are only worth one animal hide, not to mention that your weapons are not even as good as Deber's.
Bame argued reasonably.
He was the old chieftain of the Windsurge tribe, and on the strong recommendation of his old friend Sam, he had come to Highcliffe Castle with half belief and half doubt to find out. When he saw the tall furnaces standing by the river at Highcliffe Castle, he completely believed it and rushed over in a hurry. The temptation to sell ironware was too great, causing him to subconsciously ignore the possible conspiracies. Even the guards were left waiting at the foot of the hill. If Deber's goods are so good, why don't the Deber people sell weapons to you locals?
Everyone knows Deber's strict ban on selling weapons to the wilderness.
Levi sat down next to Beatrice Tina, sneering repeatedly. If you don't buy them, there are plenty of others who will. You have to understand that it's not me begging you to buy my weapons, but you begging me to sell weapons to you. I'm selling weapons to you at the risk of being beheaded, and instead of being grateful, you're complaining about the price.
If you don't want to buy them, get out.
Lord!
Bame's lips trembled when he heard this. Because what Levi said was completely correct. Ironware was scarce in the wilderness, and Deber strictly prohibited trading weapons to the wilderness.
It could be said that this pioneer lord was currently the only person who could sell weapons in large quantities. What he said earlier was just an excuse to lower the price, but he didn't expect this pioneer lord to be so tough. I can accept this price, and even add a little, but the weapons cannot be sold to him. The lizard-man warrior, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke, pointing his slender claws at Bame next to him. Can't sell to your mother, Alexei, I'll **** your mother. Bame was so angry that his nose was crooked, and he immediately cursed, I was wondering why you stinky lizard man would appear here. So, you want to buy weapons to attack our Windsurge tribe?
I'm telling you, it's impossible.
Levi watched the two tearing at each other with a smile. These two were specially found by Sam. Bame was the old chieftain of the Windsurge tribe, and Alexei was a lizardman warrior sent by the Atre lizardman tribe. The two tribes were located in the Blackwood Forest in the northwest. Because their territories were adjacent, bloody conflicts often occurred to seize more resources, so the relationship was naturally strained. Lord, our Windsurge tribe is willing to accept the price you just discussed. Alexei's words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, making Bame make a decision in an instant. If this lizard man bought weapons back from Highcliffe Castle, they would definitely attack the Windsurge tribe, and they would suffer a great loss because their weapons were backward. Bame would not stand idly by and watch this happen.
You didn't agree to the price I gave you just now.
Sorry, now the price has increased. If you want to buy weapons from me, you have to pay 30% more. Levi leisurely picked up his teacup and sipped it, smiling.
What?
Bame was thunderstruck, his face filled with disbelief. He hadn't expected Leeway to raise the price at this moment. Lord, you can't do this. Before he could finish, Leeway interrupted him calmly, now it's 40%.
What exactly do you want?
Bame's eyes turned red as he asked through gritted teeth, the price of your weapons is already half higher than Debay's.
This is the limit our Windsurge tribe can accept.
You black-hearted pig, you're still raising the price.
What exactly do you want? What a foul mouth I have.
After speaking, Bame quickly slapped himself. I'm sorry, Lord. I shouldn't have said that to you.
I was wrong.
Please don't hold it against me.
Now it's 50%.
The Lord was still smiling, but his eyes were colder. Fine, this dog was the first to dare to scold him, early, to his face. The petty lord thoroughly remembered him. The Windsurge tribe was a large tribe with several thousand people. Clearly, the brave warriors within the tribe gave this Bame enough confidence to lose his reverence for the Lord. Sam, that old fox, was also full of bad intentions. He clearly hadn't told Bame, his former dearest friend, that the Lord had once led a team to defeat a wilderness coalition army of several thousand people. Even if he brought all the young and strong of the tribe, it would barely be a fraction of that number. If he knew, who knows if he would be sweating profusely.
Damn it, Bame cursed.
Facing Leeway's unwavering stance, he finally helplessly agreed, okay, I agree.
Add an extra 5% to the price you said. He emphasized the last two words. There was no way around it. When he saw Alexei, Bame knew he had to buy the weapons back no matter what. Therefore, facing the high price, he could only swallow the bitter pill and endure it alone. Fortunately, the Wind Surge tribe was very wealthy, so even this price was bearable. Zat, take him to see the goods. Let's go, old man. Such a contemptuous address made Bame's expression unpleasant. According to the usual rules, such disrespect would warrant at least 100 lashes. However, looking at this burly orc with muscles all over, Bame's mood suddenly calmed down a lot. Forget it, a brainless fool. It's not worth arguing with him. Turning to leave, Bame didn't forget to glare fiercely at the lizard man provocatively. Although the Wind Surge tribe spent more money to buy weapons, these lizardmen were so poor that they could only wear tattered leather skirts. Bame didn't believe they could buy many weapons. After updating the Wind Surge tribe's weapons, the first thing to do would be to destroy these lizardmen, and then go south to. Bame had already begun to imagine the days after the Wind Surge tribe rose to prominence. After Bame's figure disappeared from the Lord's Hall, Alexei cautiously inquired. Lord, were you serious about what you said earlier? Nonsense, I'm a man of my word. Li Wei rolled his eyes. The way he said it made him sound like someone who changes his mind at any time. Alexei breathed a slight sigh of relief. Just 10 sandglass hours ago, this lord had suddenly found him and said that as long as he said a word at a crucial moment, the weapons he bought would get a 20% discount. Even without any benefits, he would do this good deed of disgusting the Wind Surge tribe. The conflicts with the Wind Surge tribe had become increasingly fierce in recent years. Although the warriors of their tribe were all exceptionally brave, they were outnumbered, so they were at a disadvantage in the situation. When he heard that a Debay noble was willing to sell weapons in the wilderness, he rushed over without stopping. He just didn't expect that this noble was actually the ruthless character who had repelled the Wilderness Coalition army with inferior forces, so he was even more respectful. Li Wei waved his hand, and Hogg took the lizard man to see the weapons. If it weren't for fleecing the Wind Surge tribe, he wouldn't have bothered to come in person. After all, his current status was different. If every Tom, Dick, and Harry required him to receive them personally, how embarrassing would that be? The Wind Surge tribe occupied a maple forest, and each year they earned a lot of money through trade from the maple syrup produced by this maple forest. Li Wei had long coveted this piece of fat meat. However, the Wind Surge tribe was not some small fry. It had a population of 3,000 to 4,000, with nearly 1,000 warriors. If they went in hard, Highcliffe Castle would inevitably suffer losses. Therefore, Li Wei wanted to gradually weaken the strength of the Wind Surge tribe through this method. By trading weapons, he secretly suppressed the Wind Surge tribe and supported the Lizardmen tribes that were at odds with them. In this way, Highcliffe Castle could not only make a fortune but also let the two fight like dogs without wasting a single soldier. Then, he could clean them up. This trick was played very well by the Eagle Sauce in his previous life. The Lord only learned a little bit of the fur. Bame, who didn't know he was part of the Lizardmen in Lord's Play, happily arrived at the Highcliffe Castle's armory. When the two orcs pushed open the warehouse door, the dazzling array of weapons, flashing with cold light, made Bame dizzy, like a country bumpkin who had come to a vault full of gold bars. A bone-deep greed appeared on his face. If all these weapons were obtained by the Wind Surge tribe, it wouldn't be long before the Wind Surge tribe became the overlord of the wilderness. Don't think about playing any tricks. Zat grinned. My temper is not very good. If I accidentally hurt you, it would ruin everyone's friendship. Bame's expression was uncertain. To be honest, he really had that thought in his mind just now. Leading Bame to a corner where wooden boxes were neatly stacked, Zat opened a wooden box. Hiss! A sound of inhaling cold air rang out. Looking at the weapons in the box, a feeling called jealousy rose in Bame's heart. Why weren't these weapons from the Wind Surge tribe? Neatly arranged in the box were spears with blades 8 feet long. The shafts were made of white maple wood, which was shiny and obviously waxed and maintained. The spearheads were made of iron ingots, and the sharp blades seemed to be able to pierce through the scales of lizardmen in an instant. Bame felt that he had to take back his previous statement.
Just based on this appearance, it was not much worse than Debay's goods. 10 boxes of spears, 5 boxes of battle knives, and some scattered single-handed swords, Zat counted one by one. Just as Bame wanted to try the goods. Pay upon delivery. Zat crossed his arms, his huge figure like a mountain blocking Bame's fiery gaze. Bame, who originally wanted to argue a few words, saw Alexi's figure also appearing outside the armory, stomped his foot fiercely, and said somewhat irritably, "Wait for me. I'll go back to the tribe to get the money." After speaking, he rushed out in a hurry. The next day, when Bame and Alexei arrived at Highcliffe Castle, they had already used all the goods they could spare from the tribe to trade for weapons. For the poor wildlings, a gold coin was not as valuable as a piece of meat in this area, so they basically bartered. As White Christina, who was in charge of logistics, the job of calculating the value of the goods naturally fell on her shoulders. The two tribal representatives who had exchanged their weapons glanced at each other and hurried back to their respective tribes with the weapons. A tense atmosphere permeated among the guards they brought. Li Wei sat on a small stool, cracking pumpkin seeds, watching the figures of the two teams disappear from sight, and couldn't help but sigh, "It's going to be another bloody storm." His tone was rather gloating. Days passed, and the turmoil in the wilderness did not stop at all, but instead, undercurrents surged, with a tendency to intensify. The southward movement of a large tribe was no less than throwing an adult tiger into a flock of sheep for the wilderness, and the entire flock would face a devastating blow. Before a stable and peaceful situation was re-established, chaos and turmoil would be the theme song here. More than 90% of the people in the world judge people by their appearance. It's not really snobbery, it's just for survival. In this regard, there is no difference between the wildlings and the DB people, and it is an eternal truth to enjoy the shade under a big tree. When he saw Bame for the second time, this guy had completely lost the complacent demeanor he had last time. The whole person was a lot more decadent, and the two big gold teeth in his mouth were no longer exposed. His meticulously groomed hair had become a bird's nest shape because it had not been taken care of for a long time. The Lord couldn't help but smile, and asked with a smile, "My respected, noble and wise old chieftain Bame, why are you sautrash after not seeing you for a few days?" Bame looked up at this lord, his lips trembling with anger, but after thinking of something, he finally looked like a deflated ball, and said weakly, "Sir, I am here to buy weapons." "Come on, take our noble guest from Highcliffe Castle to get the weapons." Hearing this, Bame recovered a little bit of energy, straightened his back, and left with the man, leaving only a thin figure. His sullen look made the orc barbarians look at each other and show an unexpected and unclear smile, gathered together and pointed, and finally couldn't help laughing. This made the thin figure even more hunched, and his body seemed to be trembling slightly. The Lord suddenly had a feeling of bullying the lonely and widowed elderly, and felt condemned by his conscience. Since the Wind Surge tribe and the Lizardmen tribe returned, there was nothing to say between the two sides and they directly started fighting. After all, everyone knows the principle of a strike first to gain the upper hand, strike later to suffer. These days, they have been fighting like dogs. Originally, the Lizardmen tribe was at a disadvantage. Whether it was the number of warriors or the sophistication of weapons, it was inferior to the Wind Surge tribe, and they were defeated. Just when they were about to be unable to hold on, they suddenly found wild, sophisticated weapons and wild archers in their back mountain. This instantly reversed the situation, and the two sides fought evenly matched, and the battle became anxious. Now, the manpower and material resources that both sides have invested in it have made it impossible for them to turn back. Only by completely defeating the other side can they recover their losses. Bame knew that those so-called wild archers and weapons were likely to be funded by the Lord of Highcliffe Castle, but there was no turning back once the arrow was fired, and the Wind Surge tribe had to fight this war. Therefore, he could only come to purchase more sophisticated weapons to enhance the strength of the tribal warriors. "Sir, the Wind Surge tribe is now in the midst of a fierce battle, and it is really impossible to spare extra manpower to the supplies. Therefore, I pray that Highcliffe Castle can send warriors to our tribe to transport the military expenses for purchasing weapons." Bame said very humbly, which shows that this great tribe could not bear the war during this period. They couldn't even gather the manpower for the guard. "Small problem, I might as well send someone to deliver the weapons to you." The culprit who caused all this did not pick on this matter, and waved his hand quite generously, with a very lordly demeanor.
Go to Zard and ask for a few people, just say I said it. However, Li Wei didn't raise his head the whole time, and scooped up stewed potatoes with beef in big mouthfuls. Since White Christina came to Highcliffe Castle and discovered her cooking skills, in addition to managing logistics, her task was also to cook for the Lord. Thank you, sir, your generosity is as vast as the sea. Bame said gratefully, but it is not known how much sincerity there is in it. Good day, sir. Not long after Bame left, Alexei rushed over. Compared with a few days ago, one of its eyes was blind, and its body was covered with newly scarred wounds, adding a bit of a fierce aura. You two really come one after the other. The Lord, who had no free time at all, took the silk scarf handed over by the maid and wiped his mouth. Tell me, what's the matter? Not enough weapons, or do you need manpower? Neither, sir, I am here to thank you for your selfless help. Alexei respectfully put his hand on his chest and saluted. Wilderness tribes are often quite indifferent, let alone to outsiders from DB. If it were before, I am afraid that these two would inevitably treat the Lord with contempt. Fortunately, it is not what it used to be. After a few tough battles, Highcliffe Castle became more and more famous in the surrounding area after fermentation, and even established a well-known brand in the circle. Brave warriors returning from ancient times, equipment so sophisticated that it is unimaginable, and even a shaman who knows witchcraft, together constitute the influence of Highcliffe Castle on the outside world, and it is spread more and more strangely by the losers. The name of blood-colored waistcutter is so loud that it can make a child crying loudly from the natives shut up immediately. Rumor has it that this is a demon holding a giant sword, with endless power, always wearing iron armor and unable to see his face. As long as he is glanced at by his eyes, even the bravest warrior will be cut in half, and then painfully search for his lower body on the ground, day and night. These names have made those tribal chiefs who used to be arrogant suddenly become flattering, and Alexei is just one of them. As for Bame, after learning about this, he often regretted late at night why he had offended this lord in the first place, and now he can only swallow the bitter fruit it brought alone. Oh? Li Wei became a little interested. How do you want to thank me? Alexei shouted a few times, and soon a handful of goat-human girls walked in from outside the door. These demi-human girls have the shape and cute appearance of human girls, but also have the characteristics of goat humans. The two small horns on their heads and the goat tails behind there add a bit of ethnic flavor. The goat hooves landed on the floor, making a crisp sound with the same rhythm, which was inexplicably a bit pleasant to the ear. This group of girls are very delicate and lovely, crowding together, it simply makes the most beautiful section of the Benyong River full of bitter love flowers pale in comparison. Are you testing the cadres with this? Which cadre can't stand such a test? Alexei explained that these goat people happened to run into their team when the Wind Surge tribe was at war. They thought they were an affiliated tribe of the Wind Surge tribe, but after capturing them, they learned that they had been wandering from the north. Struggling to properly deal with these poor people and unable to bear their continued suffering as wanderers, they were sent to the Lord. After the lizard man finished speaking with a slightly emotional tone, he stood there quietly, as if he were truly a kind-hearted person who always thought of others. Li Wei stared at this lizard man again and again, and finally sighed in his heart, you can't judge a book by its cover. This Alexei looks like he has thick eyebrows and big eyes, but he doesn't even use drafts when telling lies. However, the Lord doesn't care whether these goat girl slaves were robbed or how they came to Highcliffe Castle, there is no reason to send them back. Now that you have come to Highcliffe Castle, then Highcliffe Castle will be your home from now on. Li Wei smiled and clapped his hands. Come, give this lord a massage. The girls obediently walked around the lord with small steps, one kneading his shoulders, two kneeling beside him and hammering his thighs, one feeding him fresh fruit, and another gently fanning him with a feather fan. Life is getting better and better. Li Wei, lying on the recliner, opened his mouth with a look of enjoyment to eat the plum handed over by the goat girl, and then spat the pit into her hand. Alexei showed a smile on his face and retreated knowingly. For lizard men, the goat people are useless. Their combat power is pitifully weak, so they are used as cannon fodder or handymen. They usually just do odd jobs in the tribe. However, humans seem to like these thin goat girls very much. Some slave hunting teams from DB even come to the wilderness specifically to capture them. With a flexible mind, Alexei decided to test the waters.
He didn't expect that this lord, like the DB nobles, also liked these beast girl slaves.
It's so hot, but luckily things are done. Li Wei, what do you want to eat for lunch today? I'll make it.
A somewhat tired voice came, and by Ruisi Tina walked in from the door of the Lord's Hall, rubbing her waist.
When she looked up, by Ruisi Tina's eyes showed an incredible look.
In the Lord's Hall, 5 cute goat girls of different colors were spinning around someone, like a bunch of beautiful butterflies dancing. At this moment, if it weren't for someone's face that was so familiar, she would almost have thought she had come to the wrong place. Okay, I'm running around dealing with things on the way to cook for a certain lord, but I didn't expect someone to be so carefree. By Ruisi Tina complained a little.
This matter can really only be blamed on a certain Lord Li.
It was already tiring enough to manage the logistics of Highcliffe Castle, but because of his good cooking skills, this chief executive was also given the job of chef. As a result, it would be fine if he was hiding here and living a leisurely life, but he was caught on the spot. Cough cough, the Lord smiled awkwardly, clapped his hands, and the goat girls obediently lined up and left the Lord's Hall.
Fortunately, he came up with an idea and sighed pretentiously. Oh, I'm really a little soft-hearted.
The large tribe of Kushienri went south, causing many tribes to seek refuge. These affiliated tribes lost the protection of their patriarchs and found it difficult to survive, so they were displaced to the lizardmen tribes. Li Wei looked compassionate, like an enlightened monk who was even worried about stepping on flowers and plants when walking. Alexi's tribe couldn't protect themselves and couldn't provide them with a safe guarantee, so they sent them over, begging for the protection of Highcliffe Castle. How could I bear to refuse?
Later Zat, my lord, there's movement. There's movement.
At this time, Sam rushed in from the door with an excited look on his face. His excitement was no less than seeing his mother, who had been dead for many years, come back to life. The Lord saw it as a life-saving straw and quickly changed his words.
No, it's this guy Sam.
This old boy is always coming up with bad ideas, saying that these girls are helpless and that choosing some as maids is also a good deed. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a kind-hearted pastor who was worried about moths flying into the fire and extinguishing the candle, without the slightest demeanor of the rumored blood-colored waist chopper. In order to make it more credible, the Lord added, you know, this old boy Sam has never been a good thing from beginning to end. When he came to rob the iron ore, he also ostentatiously had 2 beautiful maids serving in the palanquin, so it's not surprising that he can come up with these bad ideas. I didn't. Sam was silent for a moment looking at the Lord's fierce eyes. I said it. He felt a little desperate in his heart.
Why did he always come at the wrong time? So you gladly obeyed?
By Ruisi Tina put her hands on her hips and couldn't help but be a little angry. No, I righteously refused. Unfortunately, the Lord's serious expression only lasted for a moment before he smiled, but then I thought about it and felt that what he said made some sense. I am a dignified lord who has been fighting for half my life. Later, I couldn't stand my repeated requests, and the Lord had no choice but to agree to my unreasonable request.
Sam took the initiative to take over.
Once the matter of taking the blame starts, although the heart is lost as if something is gone forever, it is inevitable to become handy. Yes, that's how it is. The Lord nodded repeatedly. Okay. By Ruisi Tina rolled her eyes, then I'll go cook first.
There's no need to cook today. You've been tired all day too.
Take a good rest. I'll ask Zat to call a few cooks to cook later. The Lord, who was inexplicably guilty, had no face to let By Ruisi Tina cook, so he quickly got up and pressed her on the chair.
By Ruisi Tina nodded and didn't refuse.
Every day, she runs up and down to deal with the various logistics work of Highcliffe Castle and has no time to rest.
It's good to relax now.
It wasn't until this time that the Lord remembered that Sam seemed to have something important to report and turned his attention to him. Speak, what do you have to report? Sam tried hard to squeeze out a smile, but his old face full of wrinkles had the opposite effect and looked like he was crying. The excitement just now had disappeared after such an interruption.
My lord, that stone egg has movement. Sam said calmly. What? A deafening voice sounded, and the Lord couldn't control his emotions. That stone egg has reacted. Sam emphasized again.
Fuck.
It's really no wonder that Li Wei was so shocked. Even if it was Pope St. Gregory, who was famous for his calmness hundreds of years ago, he would have to say Hail Mary first. Although Sam kept emphasizing that this stone egg was related to the goddess of nature, and Li Wei himself speculated whether it might be some strange thing like a divine child. But now all these things have disappeared, and the probability of this egg being a dead egg is very high, but it would be terrifying if it starts to show movement. Inside Sam's house, Ruisi Tina looked at the stone egg served on the central table, still not quite believing that this ordinary stone egg could be related to the goddess of nature. Li Wei didn't have the leisure to explain to her at this time, and looked at Sam seriously. Tell me in detail what happened? Didn't you give me an invalid magic scroll some time ago, sir? Sam first mentioned other things. Li Wei nodded. This magic scroll was secretly taken by him from Mireille. His original intention was to let Sam, the only spellcaster in High Cliff Fort, study it to see if he could also make scrolls that could record spells. Actually, I should have thought of it. At this time, Sam showed a look of annoyance. Magic power. It's magic power. The magic power remaining on the magic scroll was absorbed by the stone egg and produced a change. Sam looked ugly. He never thought that he would have something that could change the stone egg. There is a saying, the answer you have been longing for is on yourself. If he had hatched the stone egg in the first place, he might have been able to reproduce the glory of the mountain kingdom, instead of being someone else's vassal like now. Are you thinking about running away with the egg? Looking at Sam's uncertain expression, Li Wei suddenly said this. My lord, my loyalty to you is like a surging river. Sam was startled, and instantly remembered the horror of this man known as the Blood-Waste Cutter beside him. This is a real ruthless character, who chopped down hundreds of people alone, and nothing happened after the end, and he is still alive and kicking. Li Wei looked at the stone egg with a tangled expression on his face. He was now like an old farmer trading gold mines with the devil. He wanted to own this gold mine, but he was afraid of whether there were any traps in it. If he didn't trade, he would be reluctant to watch this gold mine disappear before his eyes. Li Wei has a good memory. At the beginning, this stone egg was almost the same as a stone, but now there is obviously a grain of rice-sized area on the surface that has become different. The stone skin has peeled off, revealing its original appearance. These are obviously due to absorbing magic power and undergoing some unknown changes. Let it have the possibility of coming alive. If you supply it with magic power, how long will it take to hatch? This egg reacts to magic power, and it is likely that it needs to be hatched with magic power, so the Lord asked. My lord, if I exhaust my magic power every day, it will take a full 50 summers to completely shed the stone skin from the stone egg. Sam gave a pertinent time. This is also the reason why he did not do it even though Li Wei said this idea before. Shamans are indeed long-lived, but he is now in his 40s, and 50 years is a long time that he doesn't know if he can live that long. What if it is supplied with magic items containing magic power? As long as the quantity is sufficient, 1 day is enough. Sam said a nonsense. The Lord covered his chest and frowned. Li Wei, are you okay? Ruisi Tina was startled by this. Something's wrong, my heart hurts badly. Are you injured? Ruisi Tina was anxious to come forward to check. Could it be that Li Wei suffered internal injuries in the previous battle? Did it finally break out today? Ruisi Tina guessed anxiously. No. Li Wei stretched out his hand and pressed Ruisi Tina's little head, who rushed over to check, with a painful expression on his face like an old farmer whose life savings were about to be looted. I feel sorry for you. You must know that in this era of scarce magic, magic items are more valuable than gold. As a result, this stone egg needs magic power to hatch. Either buy magic items and smash them out with money, or spend time. This reminds the Lord of the online games in his previous life. As long as work hard on tasks every day. After a year of hard work, it is finally obtained, but it is already outdated. In reality, this is not only Krypton gold, but also Krypton life. Even if he sells his life as the Lord of High Cliff Fort, he can't afford a few magic items. At this point, after weighing the thickness of his wallet, Li Wei suddenly sighed. He can't afford to hatch this thing.
Currently, the most cost-effective items containing magic power on the market are magic crystal mines. This is a natural magic containing ore, and it is a magic material that all magic items need to use. But a fist-sized magic crystal stone costs hundreds of gold marks or more. The key is that it is out of stock. This thing is a strategic material, and each country controls it more strictly than weapons and equipment. Looking at this stone egg, Li Wei had a sense of powerlessness that it was useless to keep it and a pity to discard it. This stone egg will be handed over to you for safekeeping. In the end, the Lord waved his hand with little interest. This caught Sam off guard, and he stared blankly at the back of the Lord leaving. To be honest, he didn't run away with the egg because he was thinking of letting the Lord buy magic items to hatch the stone egg. But judging from the current situation, this Lord actually gave up. This is a stone egg related to the goddess of nature. It may be a god inside, or at least a powerful magical creature. He actually gave up because of a little difficulty? Sam felt a little disappointed, and at the same time felt that this Lord was too stingy. If he was the Lord of High Cliff Fort, he would hatch this egg even if he sold everything he had. Li Wei, is that really related to the goddess of nature? My lord, you have asked this question for the 10th time. Li Wei stopped helplessly, and by Ruisi Tina, who was caught off guard, bumped into the Lord's waist. Aren't I surprised? By Ruisi Tina stirred her fingers a little embarrassedly. First of all, regardless of whether Sam's old man said that this thing has something to do with the goddess of nature, it is enough that this stone egg is definitely not simple. Can you imagine an egg that has survived for thousands of years? Even if it has nothing to do with the goddess of nature, it is unique enough. Li Wei explained patiently. Back in the underground secret room, the traces of time on this egg could not be faked at all, but now it shows signs of recovery because of magic power. In fact, there is another reason that makes me hesitate. At this time, Li Wei's expression became serious. I asked the Mithril Caravan to bring back books about the goddess of nature. Guess what I found in it after studying it? What? Li Wei's mysterious appearance made by Ruisi Tina nervous. One sentence, Gina symbolizes the god of rebirth and hope. We respect you, love you, we look forward to you leading us to a beautiful country. Li Wei sang in such a tone, as devout as a believer who regarded God as his father. In fact, by Ruisi Tina knew that this guy was a thorough atheist. In his words, believing in God would not earn him half a clink. Is there anything special about this sentence? By Ruisi Tina didn't quite understand. This sentence, from the surface, is just a simple honorific to worship the gods, and it has nothing to do with that stone egg. However, the Lord's strange tone had a different kind of funny, which made her couldn't help covering her small mouth and snickering. Later, I studied the literature all night with candles, and found something interesting in it. At this moment, the Lord raised his eyes falsely to something that didn't exist, like a knowledgeable court scholar. Gina, in the ancient language of the mountain country, means high, noble, birth. At this moment, the Lord seemed to have transformed into a demon who suddenly appeared at the head of a child's bed at night, and his language was extremely threatening. Stop it! By Ruisi Tina rolled her eyes and slapped away the Lord's flailing hands. This person, and even intelligent life in a broad sense, once they have more contact with the Lord of High Cliff Castle, other things are hard to say, but rolling their eyes is definitely something they learn quickly. Ha, just livening up the atmosphere, don't take it personally. Seeing that he didn't scare by Ruisi Tina, the white-haired little lowly, Li Wei secretly curled his lips. What is the connection between the two? My dear steward, how come I didn't realize you were so stupidly cute? This noble birth is just related to this stone egg. Li Wei gestured a big circle with his hand. Think about it, isn't this stone egg being born? And it's related to the goddess of nature, so there's no problem saying it's noble. I see. By Ruisi Tina showed a suddenly enlightened expression. I thought you were usually as shrewd as an undead. Why are you so stupid today? Do you have a fever? Li Wei stretched out his hand and touched by Ruisi Tina's forehead. To say that who in High Cliff Castle can match him in intelligence, it is only this High Cliff Castle steward. Otherwise, Li Wei would not rest assured to hand over these things to her to do. I didn't expect that even such a simple point could not be understood. I'm so busy every day, now that I'm relaxed, I don't want to use my brain. by Ruisi Tina said with some resentment. As one of the few people in Highcliffe Castle who can count and read, a certain lord used the idea of using her to death if she is not dead, and she is still using a quill pen to deal with the affairs of Highcliffe Castle on parchment in the middle of the night. And this person is already snoring at this time. Ha, isn't this the more capable you are, the more work you do? Li Wei laughed and tried to get away with it. To be honest, it's not his fault. The entire internal affairs of Highcliffe Castle currently have no development at all. The management of the lords is not much more brilliant than the local ruffians collecting protection fees. It is completely a mess. Jate, Huagu, Mutua and this group of followers are fierce in battle, but if they are asked to pick up a pen to count the population, livestock, and manage logistics allocation, they should stop as soon as possible. In this case, by Ruisi Tina, the only hero unit with logistics management skills, naturally has to take the lead. Finally, regarding this stone egg, the Lord decided to hatch it to see what it was. Isn't there a saying that the bold die of fullness, and the timid die of starvation? However, this matter needs to be considered in the long term, after all, as everyone knows. Only things related to magic can be described as burning money. And as long as anything in this world is related to money, don't think about being noble anymore, there is only calculation in weighing the pros and cons. This stone egg is obviously a gold-swallowing beast that does not know how to harvest. The Lord does not consider himself a gambler, so it is impossible to put all the treasure on it. Currently, he is preparing to let Sam cultivate it with magic first. As for directly buying magic items, Li Wei would not do such a thing. Buying directly without a Wei will obviously be treated as a sucker. Li Wei is preparing to ask Muriel and Leah in by Lu City to help pay attention. As the sun sets, the sunlight paints everything with a golden edge, and the busyness of Highcliffe Castle for a day returns to calm at this moment. Boss, you let Joss escort the supplies with a few people, aren't you afraid that something will happen to them? Jate asked worriedly. 1 against 3. What could happen? The Lord said nonchalantly, I told them to run if they see something wrong, not to mention who dares to grab the tiger's whiskers under their noses now? Several tough battles have completely made the name of Highcliffe Castle known. The surrounding neighbors know that a ruthless character has come here. As long as the banner of Highcliffe Castle is raised, the previously arrogant chiefs will show the most sincere smiles and offer the best food to treat distinguished guests like running water. Li Wei is still worried about not having an excuse to clean up these wilderness natives. Recently, Jate has often taken barbarians to eat and drink, euphemistically saying to reduce the pressure on Highcliffe Castle. The Lord will naturally not care about this kind of thing. Instead, strongly support it. Tisk, that's right. Now this group of wilderness natives are more amiable than anyone else, for fear of offending Highcliffe Castle, and the next day, sneaky orc warriors will appear around the tribe. A pair of threes. Jate, who played a pair of threes, instantly looked at the Lord with a face full of complaints. What are you looking at? Who told you to grab the landlord? The Lord glared at it. Huagu touched his head, grinned and smiled, feeling that he should be able to keep the few hairs on his head. Gorgon sat upright on the flat and wide back of a divine steel-haired black mountain deer pig, wearing a well-maintained knight's iron armor, a broad greatsword behind his back. His posture was straight but his eyes were blankly looking at the distant horizon where the sky and the earth meet. This black mountain deer pig is a second-generation descendant of a hybrid of bighorn deer and black mountain pig. Although it does not have the talent magic of the first two magical creatures, it is still quite powerful in combat. The warrior is 2.5 blades tall, his arms are as thick as gnarled old wood, his breathing is like alternating light and dark, with a unique rhythm, and his palms are wrapped with gray cloth strips like boxing apprentices in the Southern Territory. There is no doubt that this is a top warrior who has mastered advanced martial arts. Gorgon came from a kobold tribe. He was extremely extraordinary from birth. Not only did he master the fire element, but his body was also much taller than his tribe. As he gradually grew up, he learned his identity. He was a dragon vein kobold containing dragon blood, a darling of heaven, destined to be extraordinary from birth. Indeed, it was so. Since its birth, no one of its kin was a match for it. Later, it fought all the strongest warriors of the surrounding wilderness tribes and remained undefeated. It suddenly felt lost,
not knowing the meaning of its existence. Until the arrival of Lady Sophia. She was like the sun to life, the stars to the earth. Lady Sophia was like a guiding light in its confused life, pointing out the path forward. Gorgon didn't know why Lady Sophia, a dragon, would come to the barren wilderness, but it was undoubtedly a gift from the gods to this poor creature. Lady Sophia, who had suddenly arrived in the wilderness, had nothing, but she spotted it in the crowd at a glance. The lady gave it a new life and a new direction. The dragon bloodline within it was destined to fight for Lady Sophia, eventually engaging in a moving battle with an unknown powerful enemy, a tale that would be passed down for thousands of years. It led its subordinates to wipe out the surrounding tribes, incorporated the surrendered dependents, and was appointed by Lady Sophia as the commander of the Dragon Legion. After receiving the appointment, Gorgon knew it had to do something for this lady. And it felt that only the throne that humans had been fighting for could reflect Lady Sophia's nobility. Therefore, it had a new goal, to help the lady unify the wilderness, become the king of the wilderness, and then rule the whole world. So, after the Dragon Legion initially possessed combat power, Gorgon began to lead a large army to actively attack and destroy the large and small tribes in the wilderness, on the one hand, to train the warriors through low-intensity combat and seize food, and on the other hand, to take the opportunity to collect treasures for the lady. These were all insignificant things it could do for the lady. Just a few days ago, it heard a piece of news that two large tribes in the south were fighting, and almost everyone had a piece of ironware. This made Gorgon instantly realize that this was an opportunity. The wilderness people were not comparable to those weak humans in terms of martial valor, but the reason why they were always defeated in wars was because of these sophisticated weapons and equipment. With these weapons and equipment, the strength of the Dragon Legion would obviously be taken to a higher level. Looking at the vast grassland and the vast sky, feeling the oncoming breeze and the accompanying breath of vegetation, Gorgon had an unusually strong feeling destiny is on its side. Lord, 20 miles ahead is the Black Forest where the two tribes are located. A jackal scout captain drove a wolf to a position behind the black mountain deer pig and said respectfully. The war wolf under its buttocks was cruel and bloodthirsty, but in the face of the fierce beast carrying some monster blood, it still inevitably exposed the weakness hidden in its nature. Its four legs were trembling slightly, and it did not dare to breathe loudly. Gorgon came back to his senses and nodded slightly. Yes, I know. Let the brothers rest for a while, and launch an attack after replenishing their strength. Gorgon believed that pure martial valor was just recklessness, because even if the strength of an individual was strong, it would be dwarfed in group warfare. Therefore, it bought a book called Night Aben from a human merchant. According to the human merchant, this was a diary of a knight's struggle to become a king, and it was a bedside reading for every Debirian. Therefore, it read it day and night, and drew some famous quotes from it. A rash attack will usher in a faster end, so it is especially important to conserve energy. How wise and elegant! Gorgon chewed on this sentence repeatedly, it liked it very much. Lord, do you need to let the brothers go ahead to find out the situation of these two tribes? No need. In the face of the Dragon Legion rushing forward like a wheel, the fate of these two tribes can only be crushed like a praying mantis. Gorgon showed a disdainful smile. Don't overestimate them, they are just a slightly larger tribe, essentially no different from those goblins. Yes, sir. The scout captain clenched his fist and gave a military salute on his chest, and hurried away on the wolf. It's no wonder Gorgon is so confident. Its Dragon Legion has more than 3,000 people. Apart from the kindred and goblins used to make up the numbers, there are about 2,000 remaining powerful races. The most elite are the Minotaurs led by its vanguard. These Minotaurs are nearly 3 blades tall, burly, and equipped with the most elite equipment. Each is wearing a simple iron armor and holding a giant wolf tooth stick or warhammer. They are the elite among the elite, small in number, but after being trained by it according to the book, they can almost be manipulated like arms and fingers. It can be said that even if it encounters the regular army of Debir, Gorgon is confident to touch it. The confidence that doesn't care is nothing more than strength. The jackal cavalry blew a loud whistle and began to order the transmission. After a brief period of panic and confusion, after figuring out what the Lord was thinking, everyone sat on the grass to rest, which was barely considered to be obeying orders. Today is the 7th day of the war between the Wind Surge tribe and the Lizardmen tribe. Seeing the sun setting in the west,
the two sides left dozens of corpses in a basin where they fought, and with the loud horns of their respective tribes, they began to retreat in an orderly manner. Since the lizardmen tribe picked up wild weapons and archers in their own territory, the Wind Surge tribe's rapid advance has fallen into a quagmire. The two sides are now strangely deadlocked together. Every day, in addition to leaving dozens of corpses, there is no other change. The warriors breathed a sigh of relief. Today's fighting is over anyway, it's time to go home. Luckily they survived another day. As for tomorrow? Let tomorrow's troubles be left to tomorrow. Anyway, those tribal elders didn't stipulate that they should take down the other side tomorrow. Several warriors from the Wind Surge tribe cleaned up the battlefield, and even waved goodbye to the lizardmen on the opposite side who looked a little familiar. The two sides looked at each other and nodded tacitly. No one knows if they can survive tomorrow, so they cherish these enemies who have survived with them for a few days, and they have a kind of alternative comradeship. Of course, if the two sides meet on the battlefield, stabbing knives will definitely be more ruthless than dealing with other strangers. Just so that they can step on the other's head and laugh wantonly, and say, "Brother, I have lived one day longer than you." The tribe's location is still half a meal away from here. The reason why the battlefield was chosen here is because the corpses are prone to rot in the hot summer, and no one wants to clean up the corpses after the war, so it is convenient to choose the battlefield in a relatively far place. Tribal leader Sam looked at the warriors who returned without any progress, his face as gloomy as the dark clouds in the rainy season in October in the southern border. But when he turned his head to face the guards of Highcliffe Castle, he showed a bit of flattery. "Captain Joss, I have packed all the equivalent goods for this batch of weapons for you, just transport them directly." Although Joss was confident that Bame wouldn't dare to deceive Highcliffe Castle, his inherent caution led him to inspect the carriage's cargo one by one. However, the main reason for his caution was that this was the first time the Lord had entrusted him with such an important task, and he preferred to spend a little more time rather than make any mistakes. "No problem." Joss nodded, finally revealing a slight smile. "Chieftain Bame, we'll head back then." Wilderness tribes bartered goods as they had no fixed currency. Therefore, the materials used to exchange for weapons were naturally the Wind Surge tribe's specialty, maple syrup. This maple syrup was made by boiling the sap of sugar maple trees, which had an extremely high sugar content. It was as sweet as honey, with a unique flavor, and rich in minerals, making it a very special and natural nutritional product. The Deer people loved to eat pancakes and toast dipped in syrup, and also liked to pour syrup on grilled meat or some vegetables. Some nobles also liked to crush maple sugar with ice to make drinks, which were icy, sweet, and soft in texture. When eating, one could only feel the ice and sugar slowly sliding down the throat, which was very comfortable. Taking a sip in the hot summer was simply refreshing from the soles of the feet to the scalp. However, true connoisseurs often drizzled it on lightly seared foie gras, which was the real delicacy. These maple syrups were all packed into sealed oak barrels. Highcliffe Castle planned to keep some for its own use, and the rest would be taken to Whiteflow City for sale. This kind of thing was a best-selling item, so there was no need to worry about selling it at all. Li Wei had even written to Rolina, and this wealthy merchant had offered a suitable price and said she would take as much as they had. This also gave Highcliffe Castle a decent source of income. Looking at the convoy with only a few dozen guards, it could be said that this number was pitifully small. Any slightly stronger tribe could rob them, but Bame didn't have the slightest idea. He just quietly watched the silhouette of the convoy leaving in the sunset. He shook his head. All he could do now was to try to be on good terms with Highcliffe Castle. Ever since he learned that the destruction of the Wilderness Coalition army of thousands of people was the work of the Lord of Highcliffe Castle, he couldn't have any other thoughts. The Wind Surge tribe was very powerful when taken out alone, with a population of about 2,000 people and nearly 700 or 800 warriors. However, this number was only a fraction of the Wilderness Coalition army that went to seize the iron mine. Such a powerful coalition army was beaten to a pulp, and he didn't think the Wind Surge tribe could stop it. Just as he turned around and was about to leave, he seemed to hear some very strange noises. His excellent eyesight allowed him to see Joss, who had just disappeared on the horizon, leading his men back in a panic, as if there were undead behind them. Joss, Bame looked puzzled and wanted to find out something, but no one paid him any attention and passed by him one after another. But it was no longer needed, because he finally knew what made this group of Highcliffe Castle warriors abandon the 9 carriages full of supplies. It was a gradually enlarged black line, accompanied by the sound of trampled grass, the howling of wolves, and the sound of blades being drawn. It was wilderness bandits. A horde of wilderness bandits of a terrifying number.
Damn it! Damn it! Bame's face turned pale instantly.
This team had at least 3,000 people at a glance, and they were coming fiercely. He didn't understand why such a coalition army appeared here, and why the Wind Surge tribe hadn't received any news at all.
Enemy attack! Enemy attack! He shouted miserably.
The Wind Surge tribe warriors, who had just finished the battle and hadn't had time to put down their weapons, hurriedly resisted the enemy again. Bame hurriedly smeared mud on his body and crawled into a particularly lush bush when no one noticed. Under the beautiful and peaceful sunset, the shouts of killing suddenly broke out.
Did you find out?
Gorgon grabbed a goblin with a terrified face with one hand and carefully wiped the bloodstains on the giant's sword with its body. It learned this from the book. The human knights with superb martial arts would wipe their swords with a handkerchief after each battle to maintain them. It did this only because it almost died at the hands of goblins when it was young. These wilderness people were far less brave and physically strong than its elite vanguard, only their weapons were a little more sophisticated, but this difference in weapons was far from enough to make up for the difference in strength between individuals. Coupled with the advantage brought by the surprise attack, the battle instantly turned into a one-sided situation, and it was declared over in less than a meal's time. However, Gorgon discovered another thing that made it very excited. When cleaning up the spoils after the dust settled, it found a carriage pulling goods in an open space. When it opened it, there were neatly arranged fine ironwares. Gorgon understood after a little thought that this batch of weapons had just been transported over, and the people of this tribe had not had time to distribute them, so they were easily defeated. My lord, this batch of iron weapons was indeed provided to them by someone.
Great!
After throwing the goblin, who had been scared unconscious, into the ogre's mouth, Gorgon easily turned the broadsword into a swordflower and carried it on its back, showing off Gorgon's superb swordsmanship. Who was the other party?
It's a pioneering lord from Deer, whose territory is called Highcliff Castle. As he spoke, the Knoll Scout couldn't help but laugh. These ignorant hillbillies described them as very powerful, like warriors fighting for the gods.
Thinking of this, the scout couldn't help but straightened its chest. Although they were not fighting for the gods, they were indeed fighting for the dragon. Therefore, they could proudly say that these wilderness natives were hillbillies.
It's just a small pioneering territory. Although this tribe is quite strong, it's not very knowledgeable. There's no need to pay attention to it. Gorgon made a decision in an instant. What kind of military strength can a pioneering territory have? At best, it's just a group of losers who can't survive among humans and try to show their skills in the wilderness. At most, there are hundreds of pioneering warriors. It's completely incomparable to its dragon army. Not to mention exchanging goods through transactions, which indirectly shows that the other party's strength is not strong, otherwise there is no need to take such peaceful means. Gorgon couldn't believe how many weapons this pioneering territory that could provide weapons to wilderness tribes had, but it seemed that there was plenty of surplus to sell. Lord Sophia, you are one step closer to your goal. Gorgon murmured. After destroying this pioneering territory, the dragon army that seized the weapons will usher in a substantial increase in strength. Wouldn't it be easier to unify the wilderness? My lord, but we will be in big trouble if we blatantly attack a Deer pioneering territory, the Knoll Scout hesitated to say. If only a small force attacked the pioneering territory, even if it was destroyed, Deer would not care. But they gathered 3,000 or 4,000 people to form a legion, which was no less than a small army. If Deer knew about it, they would definitely not turn a blind eye to this threat, and would definitely send people to destroy this threat in the cradle. Yes, it's really troublesome if we are discovered. Gorgon looked at the direction pointed by a prisoner and sneered, but how long will it take Deer to discover that a remote pioneering territory has been annihilated? Half a month, the Knoll Scout captain interjected. But I think it's more than 3 months. None of them noticed that in a bush not far away, a person like a puddle of mud was holding his mouth tightly, not daring to make any sound. The dawn was breaking, the sky just beginning to show a hint of fish belly white, and the crouching behemoth that was Highcliff Keep was slowly awakening. 200 bare-chested strongmen were wielding their sweat on the training grounds, the sounds of bowstrings twanging in an unbroken stream. The Fader warriors, assigned to the Burning Legion's 2nd Army Archery Corps, were practicing archery. Li Wei observed their practice. As expected of Tier 4 Fader longbowmen, even when faced with rabbits darting about, they could find their rhythm and accurately hit them from 60 paces away. While they couldn't be said to hit the mark every time at 100 paces, it was already extremely rare. It should be known that they were all using Tier 4 template longbows that Li Wei had specifically bought from the system U longbows. These bows were half a man's height, and within 40 paces, equipped with heavy armor-piercing arrows, they could penetrate a layer of iron armor. Only these warriors, hand-picked by Li Wei from the Fader tribe, with their burly physiques and long arms, could draw them with the strength bestowed by the system. During this period, these Highcliff Keep warriors hadn't been idle. After their morning exercises, they would actively hunt down those ignorant wilderness bandits to gain experience. Therefore, all 200 of these warriors were now Tier 4 units, only one tier behind the orcs. However, their equipment wasn't as luxurious as the orcs. Each was only equipped with a longbow and a hand-and-a-half sword, and to maintain mobility, they only wore a leather jacket over chainmail. As for the Orcish brutes, Li Wei had Shui, the old blacksmith, lead his apprentices to focus on forging the iron armor for the brutes to wear. Although the refinement was far inferior to Debor's plate armor, the defense was no less than, and perhaps even surpassed it. When he was in the Fader tribe, Li Wei had already bought 2 layers of armor for the Orcish guard. Adding this times iron armor, they wore a full 3 layers of inner chainmail, lamellar armor, and specially made large-size iron armor. It could be said that they were armed to the teeth. The weight of all this added up to nearly 200 pounds. Currently, apart from the orcs, who were all Tier 5, no other warriors in Highcliff Keep could carry such weight and still move freely. However, the cost was also enormous. The amount of gold crowns sunk into this 50-man Orcish guard, roughly estimated, couldn't be less than 2,000. Of course, with such unreserved construction, Li Wei dared to pat his chest and say that this guard, placed in the entire Middle Ages continent, whether compared with any kingdom, was the elite of the elite, the best of the best. After all, no kingdom was currently extravagant enough to equip its soldiers with 3 layers of heavy armor, especially when these soldiers could still move freely after wearing them. After eating breakfast, Li Wei, with nothing to do, took advantage of Mireille gathering a mahjong game in Highcliff Keep. Our monarch of the kingdom of Debor is called Harland. This person was purely lucky to become king. The throne came too easily, leading him to indulge in wine and women and neglect state affairs after ascending the throne. Mireille was explaining some things about Debor to a group of country bumpkins from Highcliff Keep, and had just reached the current king's past. How lucky was he? Zart immediately picked up the thread, taking advantage of the crowd's attention being drawn to secretly steal a tile from the middle of the table. Unfortunately, he was glared at by the Lord, who had eyes like a hawk, and could only reluctantly put it back. This matter would take a while to explain in detail, so I'll make it short. Please do. In fact, this king is the late king's illegitimate son who was left outside. Mireille took the lead in dropping a bombshell. The late king had 2 princes and 1 princess. The crown prince was naturally the eldest prince. But no one expected that the eldest prince would unfortunately be pierced in the abdomen by a wild boar during a hunt and eventually die on the way, while the second prince was found dead in the Canary Garden 3 days after becoming the crown prince in order, thus obtaining the titles of 3-day crown prince and womanizing crown prince. Mireille showed a meaningful smile, not knowing whether it was disdain or ridicule. With the idea of asking if she didn't understand, Ruisi Tina raised her white and tender little hand. Sister Mireille, what is the Canary Garden? A brothel, the Lord took the lead in answering. Although he had been hanging around the western and southern borders and knew very little about the affairs of Debor's royal city, as long as he was a man, no one would not know about the famous Debor brothel, Canary Garden. After all, it was said to collect beauties from various races, even Orthodox elves, but the only drawback was that it was expensive. It was rumored that one night would cost dozens of gold crowns. It was a real gold-selling cave, in every sense of the word. Ruisi Tina looked at the Lord with a searching gaze, revealing the meaning of "You are so familiar, have you been there?" Don't look at me like that. Although I like to be glib, I have never actually been to such a place. Li Wei looked righteous. Regarding this, the Lord did not lie. In this world with backward medical development,
brothels were simply a gathering place for infectious diseases. He didn't dare to guarantee that he was lucky, so for the sake of his life, he wouldn't go. However, he heard that Canary Garden had virgins, and if there was a chance, Li Wei wouldn't mind trying. I didn't expect Lord Li to still be a virgin, Mirai's mouth curled into a smile. Honestly, in this era of male supremacy, it was generally common to have tasted women at the age of 13 or 14. Men like Li Wei, who had already reached adulthood and were still virgins, were as rare as mithril, or even non-existent. "You're being a little presumptuous," the Lord felt deeply offended. The previous owner was a down-and-out baron who was almost selling his ass, so naturally he didn't have the money to go to brothels. After he transmigrated, he was afraid of contracting some disease and didn't dare to go, so he was strangely still a virgin. What happened later? The old king no longer had the ability to reproduce, so when he was forced to prepare to pass the throne to his married-out daughter, he suddenly remembered that he still had an illegitimate son. When everyone found this lucky one, he was still working as a male servant in the Canary Garden. In this way, with the old king's support despite opposition, he smoothly became the king. Mireille spread her hands, her face unclear whether it was envy or jealousy. A lucky one? That's not necessarily true. This new king may be the final mantis, the Lord had a different view. These things were too coincidental from an outsider's perspective, and the Lord just happened to firmly believe that coincidences in the world often had traces to follow. After expressing his views, the Lord suddenly pushed the tiles in front of him. "Sorry, Pihu, I won again, pay up." Pihu also counts as winning? Mireille, who had only learned mahjong a few days ago, was stunned and reluctantly took out 2 gold krones from her pocket. Don't underestimate Pihu, the Lord smiled and put the gold krones into his gradually bulging wallet. Muriel arrived at Highcliffe Fortress 3 days ago, but this time she wasn't just passing through with a trade caravan. She came to deliver something to Li Wei and planned to stay a few extra days since she had nothing else to do. Unexpectedly, this gave the Lord an idea, and he eagerly taught Muriel how to play mahjong before organizing games. Naturally, playing cards couldn't be without stakes, so each game had a minimum bet of 2 gold krones. Muriel was the type who was terrible at it but loved it, and the more she lost, the more excited she got. In just 2 or 3 days, the Lord had won over 100 gold krones from her, making a significant profit. As for Zart and Beatrice, who were there to make up the numbers, their money was sponsored by the Lord, essentially moving from his left hand to his right. However, it also made the Lord realize that you can't judge a book by its cover. Muriel, who didn't even blink an eye after losing over 100 gold krones, was clearly a hidden wealthy woman. The Lord was winning so much he was numb, even selling his ass didn't earn him money this quickly. I'm not playing anymore. Having lost so much money and not won a single game, Muriel looked like she was doubting her life, and she waved her hands repeatedly. Honestly, 100 krones wasn't much to her, but not winning a single game after playing so many rounds really put her in a bad mood. This made the Lord smack his lips with lingering interest. It seemed that exploiting the sheep too hard wasn't a good idea. Next time, he should cheat less and let this woman win a few games. But I didn't expect you to be so detailed in your research of these historical events, Li Wei said casually. In his mind, Muriel was just a big-breasted, brainless half-elf, but he didn't expect her to have such a deep understanding of historical documents. Unexpectedly, Muriel looked puzzled. Research? This incident almost threw Deborah into chaos back then. The scandal of the Deborah crown prince choosing an illegitimate child was even known throughout the countries. How could you not know about it? Back then? How many years ago are you referring to specifically? Muriel's confident manner even made Li Wei doubt himself. He racked his brains to recall the memories of his predecessor, but he couldn't find any information about this well-known event, as if he wasn't from Deborah at all. I don't remember exactly, but it should be more than 30 years ago. The Lord asked expressionlessly, "Guess how old I am this year?" This misunderstanding was truly speechless. Although half-elves don't have the same lifespan as true elves, they are still long-lived compared to humans. The lifespans and growth cycles of the two are completely different, leading to a significant difference in their perception of time, hence this misunderstanding. Li Wei finally realized the meaning of the saying that circulated online in his previous life: an elf can see 3 generations of humans pass, and the elf is still there when the human is gone. To be honest, I'm especially curious about your relationship with Duchess Florina, the Lord said, his desire for knowledge particularly high at this moment. It's not a good thing to be too curious sometimes, Lord, Muriel said unhappily, as if she knew what the Lord of Highcliffe Fortress was thinking. TCH, she's probably Florina's stepmother, or even from Florina's grandmother's generation. The Lord didn't dare to say this out loud and could only slander her in his heart. With no cards to play, the Lord simply lay on the recliner, letting the Goatman girl massage his slightly stiff back from sitting for too long. Wearing a pair of wooden-soled sandals and draped in a tiger-skin coat, with a slender-waisted, long-legged, and beautiful maid by his side, he looked every bit like a money-grubbing and lecherous second-generation warlord. As for why he was a second generation, it's because the first generation wasn't as handsome as him. Lord! Lord! At this moment, a warrior of the Burning Legion dragged something that was neither human nor ghost, rushing over quickly. Goodness, what the hell is this new species? Even Li Wei, who knew the diversity of species in this world, was startled by the creature before him. Lord, this person says he is Bame, the chief of the Wind Surge tribe, the orc said, scratching his head. Hearing this, Li Wei carefully examined this non-human, non-ghost thing, and after a long time, he could make out some resemblance to Bame. What the hell happened to you? In his memory, Chief Bame wore proper Deborah attire, his brown hair tied up in strands with hair ties, and 2 conspicuous gold teeth that made the Lord's heart race. But now, the well-dressed Chief Bame had become a complete savage, his whole body covered in mud, his hair a messy tangle, emitting a stench. If he curled up into a ball, Li Wei would have thought he was a large pile of cow dung. He wondered what this old boy had gone through. Lord! The Wind Surge tribe is finished. The Wind Surge tribe is finished. Highcliffe Fortress will be next, Bame cried out as if he had seen a savior, wanting to hug the Lord's leg. Smack! Li Wei kicked Bame to the ground, saying fiercely, "Damn it, how dare you curse my Highcliffe Fortress?" Li Wei's good mood from the early morning had disappeared at this moment. After all, no one would be in a good mood if they were told they were finished first thing in the morning. Lord, there is an army about to attack Highcliffe Fortress. Bame shouted miserably, as pitiful as a chrysanthemum that had been cruelly ravaged. Just then, as if to confirm what Bame had said, a low horn sounded in Highcliffe Fortress. Li Wei was dumbfounded, and the tiger skin coat he was wearing silently fell to the ground. At this moment, he looked like a warlord surrounded by a large army, about to fall. The beautiful maids behind him, Beatrice and Muriel, were as helpless as the concubines about to be divided. Can anyone tell me who the hell dares to attack Highcliffe Fortress? He was sitting at home, and disaster came from the sky. This made the Lord both angry and furious. A giant door-sized sword, reinforced by the feed craftsman, appeared out of thin air in his hand, and he dragged the giant sword out in a rage. Assemble! Assemble! The Lord's roar resounded throughout Highcliffe Fortress, and the anger contained within made everyone feel uneasy and silently mourn for the person about to bear the brunt of his wrath. So, this was just a misunderstanding? The Lord's face was terribly cold as he sat on a blue stone. The orc reporting was fully 2.5 humans tall, wide and fat, and at this moment, he was hanging his head so low that he wished he could bury himself in the ground. Yes, boss. The cool morning breeze felt like late October, but beads of sweat were dripping from the orc's forehead. Zart, standing beside the Lord, was as straight as a marble pillar, not daring to breathe loudly. What happened here? At this moment, a puzzled voice came. There will be another chapter tonight. Say you are a wizard? Just then, Sam walked over with a puzzled look on his face. He had been meditating in his room to recover his magic, and first heard the sound of the horns, followed by the Highcliffe Castle Lord's order to assemble, so he rushed over. Wasn't there a call to assemble? Why aren't there any soldiers around? You have the nerve to ask what happened. The Lord glared at Sam inexplicably. I heard the call to assemble, so I came over. Sam realized that the atmosphere seemed a bit off, so he shrank his neck and said cautiously. Li Wei raised his hand and smacked the shaman to the ground. You dare to say that? I've been shouting for ages, and you only arrive after it's all over. Sam kept his mouth shut. He had only come over after hearing that there was no more commotion.
Zat couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth slightly. Sam had successfully taken the blame for them.
Unfortunately, the small action didn't escape the Lord's sharp eyes, and he jumped up and kicked Zat in the back, causing him to fall face first into the dirt.
You have the nerve to laugh. Look at the warriors in your regiment, they can't even distinguish between enemy and ally. How are you leading this legion? Do you believe I'll demote you to the bottom and make you a common soldier? Zat couldn't laugh anymore. He spat out the grass in his mouth and glared fiercely at the orc warrior. Sam took advantage of the Lord's scolding of Zat and ran away without looking back. He thought he could clock in at the end, but he didn't expect to be the one getting hit. Li Wei, what exactly happened?
Mireille and Beatrice also ran out of the Lord's hall.
It's nothing, just a misunderstanding. Mudo and the others are back, and they were mistaken for an enemy attack. Li Wei waved his hand dejectedly, not expecting Mireille, an outsider, to see such a joke.
Get out, those who spread false information go and receive military law. Zat, you write me a 500-word self-criticism. If I don't see it tonight, you're in big trouble.
Li Wei said with a sneer.
This misunderstanding was all because of that old beam, who came back shouting that someone was going to attack Highcliffe Castle, causing the warriors to become extremely nervous and see enemies everywhere. At the slightest movement, they immediately blew the horn to warn of danger. But all in all, it was still due to the lack of intelligence gathering. Li Wei wouldn't comfort himself. If it's not good enough, it's not good enough, proving that Highcliffe Castle still has a long way to go.
Zat's face turned ashen in an instant. He would rather be whipped 100 times than write a single word. Wasn't this purely trying to kill him?
He laughed angrily and walked towards the training ground with the orc warrior who caused all of this, his arm around his shoulder. After about a month, Mudo, who had gone to relocate the tribe, finally returned. Looking down from the hill, Li Wei saw nearly 400 or 500 orcs, men, women, and children, slowly approaching, driving herds of livestock called horned cattle. These strong cattle were more than 2 blades tall at the shoulder and weighed thousands of pounds. Their bodies were covered with mountain-like luggage, looking like a whole clan was moving. Faced with the unknown environment, the orc children anxiously hid in their mothers' arms, but their mothers were equally at a loss in the face of this situation. Although Mudo had repeatedly emphasized that there was no danger, some orc barbarians couldn't help but hold wooden sticks and wooden spears in the front, but they were quickly stopped by the more experienced and cautious elders. Li Wei took the initiative to stride forward to meet them. What he didn't expect was that he actually saw Joss and a dozen Fader's warriors in the orc, but now was obviously not the time to ask questions. The Lord gave them a look, and Joss, understanding immediately, led the people towards the Lord's hall. "Boss, this is the great chieftain of our tribe." Mudo pointed to an extremely strong orc. In terms of age alone, this should be an old orc, but his strong and solid muscles didn't show any signs of relaxation, and his size was even a circle larger than Zat. You should know that Zat is now a full 2 and 7 blades tall. This old orc is not much smaller than a troll. Chieftain is the meaning of the chief, right? Li Wei happily slapped the muscular old man's hand. The thick palm was calloused like sandpaper, making him feel like he was slapping the palm of a giant beast like an elephant. Li Wei didn't understand Orcish, but combining the old orc's body of iron-like muscles, it was not difficult to judge that only the great chieftain could possess this symbol of strength. "No, it's shaman, my lord." Oric bowed with his hand on his chest, with great respect. Mudo had told him about Highcliffe Castle. Although some things were a bit too magical, the well-equipped equipment and attendants couldn't be faked. Especially the belief of reverence like that of a god couldn't deceive people. He was old and willing to believe the judgment of the tribe's most outstanding chieftain, and be loyal to this young lord. Puff! The orc women were offering the sharpest fangs of the strongest magical creatures hunted in the tribe, and a cup of pure white milk, according to the orc's ritual of loyalty. The former represents fighting for the Lord, and the latter represents loyalty as pure as milk without impurities. Li Wei had just picked up the milk and took a sip when he couldn't help but spray it all over Mudo. "Cough cough, you, cough cough." Li Wei carefully looked at the old orc again. He was burly, his arms as thick as marble pillars, and he must have been an exceptionally brave warrior when he was young. Li Wei also noticed one point: this old orc actually had fingers-length horns on both sides of his forehead. "You are really a shaman?" Li Wei still couldn't believe it. Honestly, no matter how you look at it, this old orc was a thorough warrior like Zat, not a shaman who knew witchcraft.
Lord, you are really full of misunderstandings and prejudices about shamans. Auric patiently explained, shamans are not skinny, weak old men, on the contrary, every shaman is a qualified warrior. Is that so? Li Wei looked at Muto and the others in doubt.
Currently, the only ones in Highcliff Castle who have truly learned witchcraft and become shamans are Sam and old Neil, and these two are skinny little old men who look weak. Therefore, Li Wei subconsciously thought that all shamans were like this. Now suddenly there was a shaman who was even bigger than Zat, which made the Lord somewhat unaccustomed. Perhaps it's a bit presumptuous, but I'd like to know what kind of witchcraft you know. This caster's style was too unique, but Li Wei naturally couldn't hide his joy at being able to get a casting unit for free. After all, Highcliff Castle's spellcasting team currently only has 2 cats, big and small, and urgently needs someone who can shoulder the burden. Blood Rage Awakening, Dragon Scale Blood Art, Blood Sucking Healing.
Auric blinked his eyes, looking very innocent.
Good news, he is indeed a shaman, and knows 3 witchcrafts. Bad news, they are all berserker witchcrafts that buff themselves.
Li Wei's hanging heart finally died.
After the mix-up, the Null Cavalry began to patrol in a radius of nearly 30 miles around the hill, ensuring they could spot any enemy as soon as possible. The Fed archers of the 2nd Legion held their bows on the hill with triple the guards, not even a mouse could escape their sharp eyes. The residents of Highcliff Stronghold, unaware of what was happening, keenly sensed that something was wrong, hurriedly carrying their children back to their wooden houses, where pairs of nervous eyes could be seen through the windows. The Riverclaw tribe, the Fed tribe, and the Evil Tooth tribe were all stationed on the hill. As for the trolls, ogres, and those goblins and kobold slaves, they were all placed at the downwind side of the hill. In contrast to the tense atmosphere on the hill, these Highcliff Stronghold slaves, who hadn't received any news, were still repeating their usual work. The ogres were pulling carts of clay for building blast furnaces from a nearby clay field to the blacksmith shop by the bounding river. Inside the blacksmith shop, there was a continuous, crisp sound of metal clashing against metal. The blacksmith shop, specially built with a roof 4 ren wide and 5 ren high, was exceptionally spacious, fully allowing these 3 ren tall trolls to use their strength. Their arms, as thick as old trees, made sparks fly with every swing of the hammer, their efficiency far surpassing that of the Fed apprentices. It could be said that Highcliff Stronghold's ability to produce weapons in such large quantities was largely due to the contribution of these hammer-wielding trolls. Since the entire tribe came to Highcliff Stronghold more than half a month ago, these trolls had fully adapted to life here. They only needed to exert some effort to forge iron every day to obtain abundant food. Now, without anyone forcing them, they would actively come to forge iron, fearing that Highcliff Stronghold would drive them away, each troll having a sense of elation at having gotten a great deal. The castrated goblins who survived continued to open up as much farmland as possible before the winter planting season arrived. As for the kobolds, except for old Neil leading dozens of kobolds to watch over the goblins, all the others were sent to the Fed tribe to mine, contributing to Highcliff Stronghold's military industry. At this time, a pre-war military meeting was being held in the Lord's Hall, with all the major figures of Highcliff Stronghold present, and Mireille and Auric participating as special guests. Jossie was recounting everything that had happened in the Wine tribe. At the time, he was leading the warriors to escort supplies back to Highcliff Stronghold when, unexpectedly, they encountered several Knoll scouts just a few steps away. After the Fed warriors shot them down, they were preparing to capture them and ask what they were doing, but unexpectedly, an allied force, estimated to be at least 2,000 strong, immediately appeared behind them. Jossie, his face pale with fright, didn't think twice and led the warriors to abandon the supplies and run away. This allied force, which had emerged from nowhere, clearly didn't intend to let them go, and sent out a 20-man Knoll cavalry squad in pursuit. Later, by a stroke of luck, they unexpectedly ran into the southward-bound Orc tribe, and with the help of the Orcs, they eliminated the pursuing cavalry and extracted a lot of intelligence through interrogation. This allowed Highcliff Stronghold to face the enemy without being completely in the dark. When the Lord first heard that this force was the Dragon Legion, he was greatly startled. He naturally still remembered when a dragon came to the wilderness and became Highcliff Stronghold's neighbor. Dragons, as powerful magical creatures, have always been worth taking seriously whenever they are mentioned. Although they no longer have their proud magic, their dragon breath, which is enough to melt steel, their scales as hard as iron, and their wings that can soar through the sky, still place this creature at the top of the food chain.
It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that one dragon is worth 1,000 troops. Moreover, dragons are creatures with terrifying appeal. Even if they do nothing, a large number of goblins, kobolds, or lizardmen will rush to become their followers. And in the wilderness full of alien races, they are obviously even more at ease. In Levi's memory, a dragon could easily pull together a ragtag legion of tens of thousands of followers just by virtue of its reputation. For example, in the dark swamp of the West, a black dragon known as the Thorn Queen occupies this place, with nearly 50 to 60,000 followers under her command. Even St. Jose, a large country, is very troubled and can only let her dominate on the edge of its territory. Highcliffe Stronghold, even with all its residents counted, isn't even a fraction of their number. If the enemy really reaches this scale, he can completely ask DB for help. After all, this location isn't too far from DB. Presumably, the kingdom of DB certainly wouldn't sit idly by and watch a dragon grow stronger here and become the next Thorn Queen. Nipping it in the bud is definitely the most cost-effective way. Fortunately, Jossie interrogated this aspect of the intelligence in advance, which made the Lord, who was almost bluffed, breathe a sigh of relief. Compared to the Thorn Queen's Dragon Legion, this legion is like a fledgling, with a little over 4,000 people, half of whom are goblins and kobolds, who are combat power of 5 trash. Only a little over 4,000 people, and they dare to call themselves the Dragon Legion? The Lord, who was almost scared into writing a letter to Flinna for help, was full of confidence again. Very good, I didn't bother it, but now it's coming to my door. Then let's fight. Let them know that Highcliffe Stronghold's things are not so easy to take. When he learned that this dragon had moved in and become Highcliffe Stronghold's neighbor, Levi deliberately avoided this area no matter what he did in order to avoid conflict. Unexpectedly, now they are taking the initiative to come to his door. Whether it's to solve this thorn in his side or for something else, this war is inevitable. However, strategically despising the enemy and tactically valuing the enemy is the Lord's motto. In addition, we must consider the possibility of that dragon joining the battlefield. Levi tapped the table, attracting everyone's attention. For the Lord, the other side is just a little more famous, and in essence, it's no different from the wilderness bandits who robbed the iron ore some time ago. All of them are poorly equipped ragtag troops. He was able to lead Highcliffe Stronghold to overcome the weak and defeat the strong in the past, let alone Highcliffe Stronghold, whose strength has now increased several levels. The only thing that the Lord is afraid of is that dragon. To be honest, he is not sure if he can withstand a dragon breath. I don't think this issue needs to be too worried about. Mireille expressed her opinion. Oh? Her confident look made Levi show joy. Could it be that Mireille has a way to deal with this dragon? Because I don't think Highcliffe Stronghold has the ability to deal with a dragon. Mireille sincerely said the second half of the sentence. Lord Levi, let's retreat back to Whitestream City. It's not shameful. If we keep our capital, we can always come back sooner or later. Highcliffe Stronghold has only 4,000 people including all the residents. Mireille doesn't know why this lord would use the arrogant word only to describe this dragon legion. Such a tough battle in my life. She mentally calculated. Highcliffe Fortress had over 300 active soldiers on the surface. Knoll cavalry, feed warriors, and Orcish brutes were all powerful races, their combat effectiveness beyond doubt, only lacking in numbers. But even if all able-bodied men in Highcliffe Fortress were mobilized, they could muster at most 1,000 people. Such a huge disparity in numbers would be a disadvantage even in a defensive battle, not to mention there was a dragon backing the enemy. Muriel didn't know where this lord's confidence came from, to have the audacity to say such arrogant words as the enemy is only a mere 4,000 and still act like victory was assured. Disturbing the morale before the battle even begins. If I didn't see you were a woman, lordship would have given you 10 lashes already. The lord stood up and slapped the table, his face very ugly. He thought Muriel had some brilliant idea, but she immediately started to undermine morale and advise retreat. Is it so hard for lordship to admit you're not a match? Facing Li Wei, who didn't realize his mistake, Muriel felt inexplicably angry. Do you know what a 1 to 10 or greater numerical disadvantage means? Do you know what a dragon means? Muriel became more and more agitated, slamming her palm heavily on the conference table, standing up as well, roaring, "You haven't even seen a dragon.
I'm telling you, a dragon's size alone is enough to blot out the sky, like the arrival of the apocalypse, making it impossible to even think of resisting, and a single breath of dragon fire can melt your most elite 100 soldiers alive. I once personally witnessed a dragon being ridden into war, and in just half a day, it completely crushed a 4,000-strong army. Your approach is simply sending your soldiers to their deaths. Having shouted out all the words in her heart at once, Muriel felt much better. She said so much only because she hoped this lord wouldn't cling to unrealistic ideas. Retreating to Whiteflow City was the best option at present. She didn't have the saintly virtues of the church's holy maidens, simply not wanting to watch this group of people she could still talk to go to their deaths in vain, making meaningless sacrifices.
Half a day? I only need a sunset.
Zart, who had always been unsmiling, trying to maintain a serious face, suddenly laughed, and the solemn Lord's Hall then erupted in laughter that could overturn the dome. Apart from Muriel, only Auric didn't understand the joke, but in order to integrate into this young group, this old orc over half a century old also scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. Muriel looked desperate, her fair and large chest heaving with anger, cursing the incorrigible stubborn fools in her heart. Only the old-timers of Highcliffe Fortress knew that the Lord hadn't lied. Back then, against the nearly 4,000-strong Wilderness Coalition, the Lord had only led a 50-man guard and a few hundred defenders. In less than half an hour, he had the Wilderness Coalition abandon over 1,000 corpses and flee in disarray, swallowing the bitter fruit of defeat alone.
So Muriel's remarks instead aroused their confidence. 4,000 people? It's not like they haven't fought that before. As for dragons? How many troops can a dragon be? This temporary military meeting is over. So what if it's a dragon, dare to provoke Highcliffe Fortress and we'll fight? The Lord brought the meeting to a close. Dismissed.
Yes. The heads of Highcliffe Fortress's burning legion stood up abruptly, saluting with one hand, their military boots colliding with a snap, a crisp sound ringing out in unison. This startled the sullen Muriel. She didn't expect that in the face of such a situation, these Highcliffe Fortress warriors would still have such terrifying morale.
Auric also followed the young people's movements, feeling the dormant blood in his body gradually awakening, grinning to reveal 2 orc tusks.
Dragons, I haven't fought such a tough battle in my life. When Auric was young, he had a title, Storm's Roar, meaning he was as powerful and belligerent as a storm, his temper naturally as explosive as a storm. Back then, in order to find an evenly matched enemy, he even went to the far north ice plains alone to find a great snow bear, just to wrestle with it. As he grew older, with more responsibilities, he had to restrain his temper, gradually becoming mature and steady. But this didn't mean his violent temper and belligerence had disappeared. On the contrary, after these became introverted, they began to accumulate, and when they reached a suitable time, they would erupt like a wave, unstoppable. Tina, go write a letter to your Muriel and have him rush to Highcliffe Fortress, Li Wei instructed, feeling a little dignified in his heart, but more excited. In the past, he was just playing house with a bunch of wilderness hicks. This was the first time he was going up against a tough character, and if he could take care of this dragon, both his reputation and wealth would see a big boost. After all, dragons were rumored to possess treasures that could rival a country's wealth.
No problem. By Ruisi Tina nodded and smiled gracefully.
She hadn't learned anything from Li Wei, only learned to believe in him. This lord never did anything he wasn't sure of. No one was a fool, stubbornness was nothing more than strength. The heads of the burning legion walked away with their arms around each other's shoulders, talking and laughing, and Muriel really didn't understand their backs. It was one thing to maintain morale in the face of a powerful enemy like a dragon, but why weren't they even a little nervous when the war was about to begin? It's one thing to maintain morale in the face of this situation, but why aren't they even a little nervous?
Muriel muttered.
These words happened to be heard by the Lord. You wouldn't understand this, a 4,000-man infantry regiment, even if it's a regular army, obviously won't be very fast, let alone a bunch of wilderness rabble, the Lord explained, plus some miscellaneous things to drag them down. It's more than a day's journey from here to the Wind Surge tribe, conservatively estimating that the enemy will arrive in 4 or 5 days. If we're nervous now, then what's the point of fighting? The entire Highcliffe Fortress, with thousands of people, began to operate, preparing for the upcoming war. Li Wei left Auric alone. He had something to ask this old orc. Auric,
Do you have a way to deal with dragons? Li Wei asked directly. This old orc was a dragon-blooded orc and also possessed 3 witchcrafts. With the idea of possibly picking up a bargain, Li Wei came over. Ah? Me? Auric was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Lordship, I do have the bloodline of a dragon, but to put it nicely, it's a dragon vein, and to put it bluntly, it's a dragon-blooded mongrel. What am I going to use to deal with a pure dragon? Sorry, I was just thinking. Li Wei didn't have much disappointment either, waving his hand to let the old orc leave. However, Li Wei always felt like he had forgotten something, racking his brains for a while, but when he remembered, he was dumbfounded. Wait, where's that old man Sam? I just saw him. There's another chapter tonight. Legitimate territory? Sam had barely slipped down the hillside when he was yanked back, clutching the stone egg with a look of utter despair as he slumped to the ground. As a true native of the wilderness, he hadn't actually seen a dragon, but he'd heard no less than 800 dragon legends. If it were just facing the dragon army of 4,000, there might be a chance of victory under the leadership of this lord. But compared to a dragon, Highcliffe Keep wasn't even a sparrow. At best, it was a pitiful ant, its fate of being crushed self-evident. You're the only damn fence-sitter in all of Highcliffe Keep. It's one thing for you to run, but you even stole my stone egg. The lord's nose was crooked with anger, and he immediately lashed Sam with 10 strikes. You see, the lord is so poor right now that he's skimming money off Muriel by cheating. This old bastard actually dared to run away with the most valuable thing in Highcliffe Keep. The only reason he only got 10 lashes is because the great battle is imminent, and his magic is still somewhat useful, otherwise, he might not be able to get out of bed. The thumb-thick leather whip cracked loudly in the air, making the old shaman howl in pain. Since you want to run so badly, you'll be the first one up when the battle starts. Ending the punishment, Li Wei rolled up his sleeves and handed the whip to Auric. This old guy is also a shaman. I think you should have something in common. If he still wants to run, just whip him. He knows healing spells, he won't die. Auric took the leather whip, looking at Sam, who was collapsed on the ground covered in whip marks, his expression stiff. Is Highcliffe Keep a proper Deborah noble territory? Before, it thought that this lord was just routinely teaching disobedient slaves or something, but it didn't expect that this guy was actually a shaman. When did a shaman, who is a spellcaster, get so poor? In every faction, if not a guest of honor, at least they are treated with respect, right? But in Highcliffe Keep, it seems like their status isn't very good. The key is that it is also a shaman. Are the armaments well stocked? Li Wei came to the blacksmith shop again. Lord, the weapons and equipment are enough to arm a 50-man cavalry guard, and the light arrows are enough to support a siege battle of 10,000 people. Anjouet, the old blacksmith who looked like a dwarf, said without hesitation. As an old man who has entered his twilight years, he has retired to the second line to be responsible for teaching blacksmith apprentices, so he is idle and can only count warehouses every day, and he has long been familiar with this data. Li Wei used his toe to pull a scimitar out of the box, took it in his hand, and carefully looked at it. Although fine blacksmiths are not as good as dwarf blacksmith masters who are blessed by the gods, they are no less than the Deborah Kingdom blacksmith masters. The blade is all made of fine steel, with sufficient materials, and it is completely different from the paper-thin knives sold outside. The angle of the arc is just right, allowing the Knoll cavalry to easily reap lives with the help of horsepower. This is an extremely fine scimitar. No matter where it is sold, it will be snapped up by those nomadic tribes. However, the price of excellence is often extremely low output. Until now, only the barbarians' heavy armor and this bit of things have been produced. The inferior weapons sold to the Stormsurge tribe are mostly sold by the pound, but the quality is only a little stronger than wooden sticks and grass forks, and they will turn into fragments after a few uses. What about that thing? Li Wei suddenly asked vaguely. Anjouet, who understood in seconds, ran to close the door, walked into an inconspicuous position in the room, and lifted a wooden wall, revealing another hidden space. Please come with me, Lord. The two sneaked into the small room, which was only 6 or 7 steps long and wide. In the room, for night shining stones emitted a gentle white light, making the room no different from broad daylight. 3 white-haired old blacksmiths were carefully studying an object, because they were so engrossed that they didn't notice the Lord walking in to watch until they were next to them, and they wanted to salute immediately.
Lord, we are really too negligent. It's okay, compared to me, you are more worthy of respect. You don't need to be too restrained when you see me in the future. The Lord waved his hand. He always has respect for researchers, and this small privilege is nothing. How is it? Looking at the semi-finished bed crossbow in front of him, Li Wei stuck out his big butt and stroked it with his hand. That's right, this hidden workshop is used to make bed crossbows. It's no wonder that the Lord is so cautious, because the bed crossbow is a veritable killer weapon. He has no problem smelting weapons and equipment by himself. If he dares to make bed crossbows in a big way, it will inevitably touch the sensitive nerves of some people. With the current strength of Highcliffe Keep, it is obviously impossible to bear this accountability. This is the same as the Eagle sauce in the previous life, calling for the elimination of nuclear weapons, but firmly controlling them himself. Typically, I can have it, but you can't have it. If the number of bed crossbows reaches a certain level, it is enough to affect the direction of a war. However, its main role is to snipe those elites among the elites, the elite among the elite warriors. For example, the Griffin Knights of the Deber royal family and the Golden Lion Regiment of Daemon in the south. Even special bed crossbows have been researched to deal with giant creatures such as dragons, giants, and ogres. These legions often have only 1,000 or so, but their combat power is extremely terrifying. They can independently destroy a small force and are enough to confront a 10,000-strong legion head-on. They play a decisive role in the battlefield at certain times. And top legions are usually used to deter small forces. If you have a bed crossbow, you have the ability to threaten them, so the bed crossbow is controlled extremely strictly. Both the production drawings and the finished products are strictly prohibited from being sold to the outside world. Lord, this time with the mithril you brought, the fine steel for making the crossbow arm, after being mixed with this magic metal, is enough to perfectly realize the kinetic energy transformation, and even the power is much greater than calculated. An old white-bearded man with a figure taller than the Lord said excitedly. Some time ago, the crossbow arms they made of fine steel would bend and break after 2 uses, completely failing to achieve the expected effect. They also thought about replacing it with the bow body of a bow and arrow, but the effect would often be discounted. This was completely unacceptable to them who had perfectionism. Fortunately, although the industrial level of this world cannot produce high-toughness metals such as titanium alloys, it is cheating magic metals such as mithril, fine gold, and mountain copper. Li Wei directly wrote a letter asking Muriel to buy him some, and the price was not a problem at all. Although these magic metals are rare, they can always be bought as long as you are willing to spend a lot of money. This time Muriel came here specifically to send him mountain copper. Just a head-sized piece cost the Lord 500 gold coins, making him exclaim that robbing money wasn't this fast. Of course, the effect is completely worth the price. The crossbow arm mixed with mountain copper completely met the calculation requirements, and even far exceeded them. However, the excitement of the 3 fed blacksmiths didn't last long before turning into wry smiles. Before they could speak, Li Wei proactively asked, "Why aren't these crossbows strung?" The main body of this ballista is divided into 3 bow sections, the main bow, the front bow, and the rear bow. Through the bowstring, it uses a geometric structure to perfectly combine their tension and elasticity, achieving an effect greater than 1 + 1 + 1. But strangely, even though the main body of this ballista was clearly completed, the bowstring had not been attached. "My lord, this is precisely what's troubling us," the blacksmiths, all over 50 years old, said with complex expressions, like parents watching their daughter marry a punk with mixed feelings. "These bow arms, mixed with orichalcum, have too much tension, you could even say it's excessive. After we made them, we found there was no way to bend them enough to attach the bowstring." Anju took the initiative to explain, touching the bow arms of the ballista, which had turned purple due to the orichalcum, his face filled with love and helplessness. "Get the trolls to do it," Lord Li Wei said. Although the creation of the ballista couldn't be widely publicized at the moment, it was no problem to find a few trolls to help string it. "It's no use, we even had giants try it, and 2 giants could only bend the bow arms by the width of 2 fists, the blacksmith said with even more bitter smiles. Li Wei was genuinely surprised this time. Giants might be stupid, but their strength was inversely proportional to their intelligence. The Lord had suffered his first loss at the hands of these big, dumb guys, so no one understood the power of these better than him. Good news, the most important bow arms have been manufactured. Bad news, because they're too good, the bowstring can't be attached. Li Wei suddenly realized why even some countries couldn't manufacture dragon hunting ballistas made entirely of orichalcum. It wasn't that the ballista's technology was so advanced. It was simply that even if they made it, the bowstring couldn't be attached. This showed that countries capable of independently producing dragon hunting crossbows must have a mature technology for stringing them. No wonder these old blacksmiths had been looking so downcast since early this morning. The Lord thought they had been kicked out of bed for failing to do their job properly. "Let me try," the Lord said, rolling up his sleeves, looking eager to try. Times 4 everyone was dumbfounded, wondering if they were getting old and their hearing was failing, or if this Lord hadn't woken up yet. To avoid hurting someone's self-esteem, the old blacksmith Anju racked his brains to politely dissuade him. "This kind of rough work is really beneath your dignity, my lord. There's no need for you to do it with your noble status." He was practically pointing at the Lord's head and saying, "My lord, give up, 2 giants can't budge it, you definitely can't either." In fact, although the blacksmiths hadn't seen the Lord in action, they had long heard about his bravery. But even so, he was still made of flesh and blood after all, and they didn't believe that this body with so little muscle contained power more terrifying than a giant. "You don't believe me that much?" Li Wei showed off his biceps and pectorals, his eyes burning. The meaning was clear: "My muscles are so flamboyant, and you don't believe me, your grace?" The blacksmiths all rolled their eyes. Compared to giants, these muscles were no different from toothpicks. Li Wei wasn't being arrogant for no reason. Since obtaining this system, he didn't know the upper limit of his strength. Anyway, if a giant known for its strength were to clash head-on with him, the outcome would definitely be the giant's weapon, along with its body, being shattered by him. Seeing that the Lord really wanted to try, Anju didn't stop him. After this Lord personally experienced it, he would retreat in the face of difficulty. Li Wei came to the ballista and looked at the flat bow arm, which was as thick as his arm. He took a deep breath, spread his hands, and grabbed the middle of the bow arm, just like gripping a hand exerciser. Lift. Li Wei concentrated his energy in his dantian, the veins in his arms bulged, and his muscles were distinct, as exquisite as marble. Accompanied by a low roar, the bow arm rang with the sound of metal being bent. This, the blacksmiths began to doubt their lives, but they were clearly doubting too early. Squeak, squeak. As the Lord exerted force, the bow was bending unbelievably, making a unique sound in the silent room. The watching blacksmiths stood frozen like statues, the tools in their hands falling to the ground in absent-mindedness. "My God!" Great Hercules Anju looked at all this in a daze, his body twitching nervously. He knew how strong those giants were. These creatures possessed a trace of giant blood and were born with immense strength. Even if the wheels of a heavy cart full of iron ore were tangled by weeds, they could still drag it forward. But even these creatures could barely bend the bow arm to half the required distance. But what was he seeing now? The unshakable bow arm was now being bent into a semicircle by a smaller human. This visual impact created purely by strength was stronger than any rhetoric or description. "What are you all standing there dumbfounded for? Hurry up and string the bow!" The Lord even shouted with energy to spare. Coming back to their senses, the fed blacksmiths quickly tied the bowstring, made of thousands of strands of ox tendon, to it. The ballista had 3 bow arms in total. Li Wei bent the main bow first in order. The fed blacksmiths quickly tied the bowstring to the rear bow and then hung it on the pulley of the main bow. All that was needed was for Li Wei to release it, and the bowstring, calculated to the correct length, would allow the two to fit together perfectly. All that remained was to tie the front bow to the main bow, and the ballista would be complete. "You guys step back a bit." Li Wei was preparing to release the main bow. Even he felt a little tired from the strong tension, and he could only hold on for half an hour at most. The blacksmiths all found cover and hid. The bow arms made of orichalcum completely exceeded their expectations, so the prepared bowstring might not be able to withstand it and break. Bang! As the Lord released his hands, the bowstring made of thousands of strands of ox tendon broke as expected after only 3 breaths. The broken string made a whooshing sound and instantly shattered a chair, its power terrifying.
My lord, are you all right? Several blacksmiths quickly came to Li Wei's side.
After letting go, Li Wei had already taken the opportunity to hide in a safe place, so naturally there was no problem.
This is troublesome, Li Wei sighed, looking at the half-finished ballista.
Things like bow arms can be solved with some thought, but the process of making bowstrings is very troublesome, and they can't be obtained in a short time. These few ballista bowstrings had exhausted all the ox tendons stored by the Fed tribe.
Not to mention that a bowstring made of thousands of strands of ox tendon couldn't withstand it. What kind of bowstring was needed?
Sometimes, things being too good is also a trouble. The Lord thought helplessly.